Metaphysical fantasy, my sacred body. Opening to marry the fetus of the immortal way. Synopsis: Lu Yuan crosses into the world of metaphysics and becomes a collateral clan member of the Eastern Wasteland's top family, the Lu family. Although his birth was not weak, the sad thing was that he was carrying the desolate ancient saint body. This kind of physique, in the age of the end of the law, could not be cultivated, and was almost no different from a wasted body, which could be considered a hellish opening. And just when Lu Yuan thought he would live out his life in obscurity, but unexpectedly, the family hierarchy suddenly arranged a marriage for him. The object of marrying a wife was unexpectedly the Gu family's heavenly daughter, Gu Qinghuang, who was carrying the innate Dao fetus physique. Lu Yuan instantly understood that the family was treating him as a birthing machine. The heart was angry, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Eventually, under the arrangement of a group of family executives, he was married to the Gu family goddess. Who would have thought that on the occasion of the wedding night, the system that he had been longing for finally arrived? Ding! The host's current experience has been detected, triggering the divine choice system. 1. Refusal to marry, not at the mercy of the family, rewarded with a solar body. 2. A successful marriage, a beautiful woman, and a reward for the chaos body. Please select. Chapter 1, The Wedding. Awakening System. Eastern Wasteland Southern Region. Tianqi Lu family. The divine island hangs in the air, and the silver waterfall is a great sword. Everywhere, lights and colors are being put up and a festive atmosphere prevails. From time to time, a magnificent carriage descended, with brilliant divine light streaking down, bustling with activity. There was no lack of people who were high-ranking figures from the Eastern Wasteland Great Sect and Immortal Holy Land, who came with rich congratulatory gifts. They were warmly received by the Gu and Lu families. The row was huge and it was a great event. The youth sitting over there is the Lu family's sacred body, Lu Yuan, right? There were quite a few guests who had just taken their seats and gazed towards the same spot. The eyes are caused by the eyes. It was a young man in his late 20s or so. A head of black hair was draped over his shoulders, and his features were handsome, coupled with that gorgeous red robe embroidered with gold trim. Quite a few of the top world's sons and daughters. Only, he would have been the protagonist of today's happy event. Right now, however, one person is sitting alone in the cold, calmly drinking wine. It seemed out of place, out of the hustle and bustle of the surroundings. The looks are extraordinary. Unfortunately, born in the wrong era. Several elders of the great sects withdrew their gazes and shook their heads. The desolate ancient sacred body, during the ancient times, was a supreme physique that possessed the qualities of a great emperor. With a peerless physical body and unparalleled battle strength, he had left many legends in the history of cultivation. Only later, for some reason, this physique was met with heavenly jealousy. Dozens of heavenly shackles were lowered. Just stepping onto the path of cultivation is already difficult enough. The resources needed for subsequent advancement were even more unimaginably huge, and even the ancient family could not afford to provide for them. Therefore, this kind of physique was reduced to a kind of waste body, completely silent. Although the sacred body cannot be cultivated, the power of the bloodline is still not bad for this marriage to be facilitated. I'm sure the Lu family didn't put in a lot of blood. A great sect elder's eyes phantomed and communicated with divine thoughts. That's natural. Without a huge profit drive, it's also impossible for the Gu family to marry a divine maiden, down to a wasted body. However, this is also a shocking gamble for the Gu family. If we can successfully give birth to a divine child, both families will be happy. If you can't, you've lost your wife and your army. A few others nodded lightly at the words. The divine daughter of the Gu family, Gu Qinghuang, was renowned. It had been called, by good people, one of the few most beautiful women in the Eastern Wasteland. The young talents who pursued her were like a river of carp, except for the beauty. Gu Qinghuang's cultivation talent was also extraordinary. Not only did he possess an innate Dao fetus physique and was born close to the Dao, but he was also extremely enlightened. At only 20 years old, she had stepped into the cave heaven realm, and was the strongest candidate for the contemporary holy maiden of the Wanshu Holy Land. As for the innate Dao fetus, when combined with the desolate ancient sacred body, there was a certain chance that an innate sacred body Dao fetus child could be born. This physique is unprecedentedly powerful. Ancient texts recorded that endless years ago, there was a great emperor with such a physique. It only took him 500 years to prove himself as an emperor, pushing all the way across the world. He was undefeated, beating the pride of the 10,000 races, suppressing an era. Finally, he was immortalized and ascended to heaven. If the two were united, they would be able to give birth to such an heir. It will lead the Gu and Lu families to a whole new level. Time passes and the lively wedding reception comes to a close. Lu Yuan slowly got up under the gesture of several Lu family elders and walked towards the wedding room deep in the temple. A few moments later, Lu Yuan stopped and took a deep breath before pushing the door open. An antique wedding room came into view. The large red drapery hung low, and the faint candlelight gently swayed, creating a hazy, ambiguous atmosphere. Directly in front of him, on the bed, sat a woman. She wore a red satin wedding gown and a gold hairpin and phoenix crown. The face was stunningly beautiful. The skin was fair and bright. The whole person's temperament is even more ethereal, with a divine charm of heaven and man, like the Xian Nu that landed in the 9 heavens. It was so holy that it couldn't help but make people ashamed of themselves. At this moment, Gu Qinghuan looked up. 2 people, 4 eyes. Looking at Lu Yuan, he was slightly lost in thought. I have long heard that this maiden of his, with her stunning looks, is famous in the eastern wasteland. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I feel a few more moments of amazement. It's getting late. Rest. Gu Qinghuan's beautiful eyes flickered for a few moments and withdrew her gaze. Before her vermilion lips lightly opened and she faintly spoke. The ethereal and misty voice fell, unable to hear any emotional fluctuations. And just then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly resounded in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is experiencing a major turning point in life. Awakening system in. System. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly shrunk as he listened to the beep. After all these years of traveling, has the system finally awakened? In his last life, he was a mediocre office worker and a social triple threat. Only because after attending a class reunion, I used the software to hit a turn it fast, just inexplicably traveled to this metaphysical world. The family that descended into the world was the current Tianqi Lu family, but it's only a side clan, and it's not distinguished. Plus having a desolate ancient saint body that couldn't be cultivated. It can be said to have been subjected to cold stares and ridicule from a young age, and is hardly different from a wasted start. He just didn't expect his system to awaken before his wedding night. Ding! The system is loaded. Congratulations to the host for awakening the life choice system. Just choose according to the options prompted by the system and you will be rewarded. 1. Refusal to marry. Not at the mercy of the family. Rewarded with a solar body. 2. A successful marriage, a beautiful woman, and a reward for the chaos body. In the back of his mind, 2 options beeped. It made Lu Yuan's eyes condense once again. He was born into a cultivation family, although it can't be cultivated. However, having gone through many ancient texts in order to solve the problem of physique, I am not unfamiliar with these 2 types of physique. The Sun Dao body, the most masculine and rigid, cultivated to the realm of great accomplishment, controlled the world's attack and attack, leading straight to the emperor's path. The chaos body, on the other hand, had an equally resounding reputation. This was a physique that was favored by heaven and earth and was not suppressed by the laws of heaven, being able to intermingle with the 10,000 ways, the innate evolution of the 10,000 laws and the innate breaking of the 10,000 things, cultivating with the chaotic origins overbearing plundering of the essence of the 10 directions and instantly launching arcane arts and Tao methods was extremely terrifying. Chaos body. Not being suppressed by the laws of the heavenly Tao might be able to break the shackles of my sacred body in one fell swoop. Lu Yuan stood in place, darkly contemplating, and at this moment, Gu Qinghuan, who was on the side, saw that he was hesitant to move, and her eyebrows couldn't help but knit up slightly. Since I have agreed to your Lu family's marriage proposal, I will abide by the way of being a wife. For that reason, you need not worry much. Lu Yuan was stunned at his words. It seems that this lady of his, on the contrary, has already looked away. There won't be any of those doggone flunky scenarios where you're not allowed to get laid, etc. In that case, better to go with the chaos body. But don't get me wrong. It really doesn't matter if it's a cave or not or whatever. Mainly, he wanted to rely on the characteristics of the chaotic body to unlock the sacred body shackles. With that, Lu Yuan no longer thought much about it, slowly removed his outer robe and walked towards the bed. Chapter 2 Heavenly Shackles. Collapse. Early the next morning, when Lu Yuan woke up, Gu Qinghuan's figure had already disappeared, like an unreal dream. Only a blinding crimson pattern on the bed and couch spoke of last night's exquisite springtime. Lu Yuan sat up and settled down. After making sure that no one was outside the door of the room, silence sank in a mental gulp. System, claim your reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2 and obtaining the chaos body. Shasta. The mutation is sudden. Endless chaotic chi was born out of nowhere within Lu Yuan's body. It was like a spiritual snake darting and wandering through his limbs and bones. Then in an unimaginable way, it rapidly rushed through his entire body's bones, flesh and blood meridians, internal organs, and so on. Ah! Lu Yuan's face showed pain and he couldn't help but let out a low cry. He clenched his hands into fists and clenched his teeth, desperately trying to hold back. The pain is no less than digging up bone for blood. It was as if there were millions of bugs and insects gnawing at the whole body, and the pain was unbearable. But Lu Yuan knew, this is the way to metamorphose into a chaos body. There is no other way but to fight hard. Time passes by. Lu Yuan's entire body had been wrapped in dark and treacherous chaos chi. The surrounding void collapsed and crumbled, forming a vacuum. There was a vague sound of the great avenues roaring, and the 10,000 paths of heaven and earth wailing with a terrifying and incomparable intent. I don't know how much time has passed. Giggle. Lu Yuan, who was sitting on the ground, snapped his eyes open and shot out a terrifying beam of chaotic light. At this moment, he felt as good as he had ever felt before. It could clearly sense the heaven and earth essence wandering in the surrounding emptiness, as if it were an arm's length, and it was very affable. As long as he wanted to, he could immediately devour it all, completing the process of drawing chi into his body and taking the first step in cultivation. Let's first try to see if we can unlock the heavenly Dao shackles of the holy body. Lu Yuan couldn't wait in his heart. In the next instant, he immediately mobilized all of his strength and converged towards the 3 inches below his navel. The sea of bitterness. For the first state of practice, it is also the source of the cultivator's power. As a sacred body, he had tried to open up this pure land countless times, but was bound by the shackles of the heavenly Tao. It is always rock solid and stalwart, when it is the greatest obstacle. Bang! Thousands of strands of chaotic chi tumbled, surging straight down like angry waves and crashing madly. A few breaths later, ka-chow! A crisp sound came out from Lu Yuan's body, like an invisible divine chain of order. It was crushed by the chaos origin's overbearing crushing and crumbled inch by inch. Immediately afterward, a majestic power of chi and blood surged out wildly, filling the surface of his body. Again, Lu Yuan's face was joyful as he continued to punch the barrier. Ka-chow! The second yoke, crumbling. Then, the third course, the fourth, until the time when the 9th yoke collapsed. Lu Yuan's sea of bitterness finally opened. 3 inches below his umbilicus, the light suddenly shone brightly, a golden piece, like a big golden sun, rising up. In the sea of bitterness, there were 10,000 channels of divine light, thunder and lightning intertwined, angry waves rolling and tsunamis in the sky, and the sound was so great that it was described as astonishing. In the end, all the visions were collected. Lu Yuan's entire sea of bitterness was transformed into a golden ocean, containing vibrant vitality that surged to the point of astonishment. Is this the power of the desolate ancient saint body? Lu Yuan spread out his own palms, his face looking uplifted, shedding the old shackles of yesteryear. Today I realize that I am me. That's a perfect phrase to use here. All of the various heavenly Tao suppressions of the past had all ceased to exist. It was as if he had been reborn. Every inch of flesh and blood contained explosive and terrifying divine power, more than 10,000 pounds. And just as Lu Yuan was immersed in this joy, outside the door, there was suddenly a soft footstep. Lu Yuan's eyes stared, and a ball of chaotic chi immediately emerged from his palm, covering his own sea of bitterness and preventing his breath from leaking out. Knock! 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 There was a knock on the door. Auntie, are you awake? I am the lady's maid, and have come to wait on you to bathe and dress. Outside the door, a slightly childish female voice came. Come in. As the words fell, the door to the room was pushed open. A young girl in a long dark green dress with a beautiful face stepped in. The young girl appears to be 8 years old, youthful and energetic. As soon as she came in, a pair of big watery eyes glanced at Lu Yuan. What's wrong? Lu Yuan reached out and touched his face, a little puzzled. Ah, it's okay. Auntie was born quite good looking. It really doesn't match the rumors. The young girl spat out her tongue and laughed delicately. Oh, what do outsiders say about me? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and came to be a little interested. It's all just gossip. Don't listen to it. The young girl didn't say much, and instead fell to introducing herself. I grew up in the Gu family since I was young and have always served Miss. From now on, it's fine for Master Gu to call me Linger. Lu Yuan sniffed and nodded silently. This personal mate of Gu Qinghuan's had a pretty good personality. None of that high and mighty, overbearing, evil servant posture. Rather a naive and lively young girl. Where is your lady? Lu Yuan asked. Miss, she should have gone to greet the 2 holy lords. Perhaps. It will be back in an hour or so. Mu Linger opened her mouth to respond as she straightened the messy bed. When she saw the splash of crimson on top of the mattress, her face couldn't help but blush, and she hurriedly rolled it up and put it away, replacing it with a new setup. Oh, Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. According to the ancient rituals, after the new marriage is completed, the juniors are supposed to go to the elders to ask for peace. It was just that in the Lu family. He had a low status and was only a collateral descendant. Naturally, he did not have the qualifications to meet the Holy Lord of the Lu family. On weekdays, the major and minor matters were also accounted for by the several clan elders who came over. For this reason, Gu Qinghuang didn't call him, so he must have taken this into consideration. Auntie, bathe. Mu Linger reached out her hand and points of spirit aura surged forth. Wooden buckets, hot water, towels and other washing things then appeared out of thin air. It was clear that he was also a cultivator of a notable realm. It made Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh a little in his heart. The Gu family was worthy of being an ancient family of the southern region. A maid. All of them have a not-so-weak cultivation level. Subsequently, Lu Yuan did not squirm. Under Mu Linger's weight, he began to bathe and wash. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan changed into a brand new set of Xian robes. Setting off his slender body, he was even more upright, with a kind of heroic and unassuming temperament, causing the beautiful eyes of Mu Linger on the side to glow, and she couldn't help but praise him a few times. Immediately after, Lu Yuan pushed open the door of the room, stepped out, fiercely inhaled a large mouthful of cold air, only to feel refreshed and relaxed, and that's when a brilliant divine rainbow suddenly descended from the sky and landed directly in the courtyard. This person Lu Yuan recognized. It was the first-line elder of the Lu family's three veins, Lu Zhongming. Not only was he in a high position of power, but his cultivation was also extremely terrifying. It is a true god. Cultivation realms, sea of bitterness, embodied spirit, divine palace, cave heaven, dharma phase, nirvana, tongshan, true god, heavenly god, king, sage, holy king, great sage, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Each realm is divided into 9 heavens. Chapter 3 Departure. Greetings clan elder. Lu Yuan's expression was calm as he arched his hand and said. On the other side, Mu Linger also slightly owed her body. Greetings to the Lu family elders. Aha. Lu Zhangming was expressionless and nodded indifferently. Afterward, his gaze landed on Lu Yuan and lingered for a slight moment as he said, Come with me, the old man has something to tell you. The words fell. A withered arm, probing out like lightning. Not caring whether Lu Yuan agreed or not, he directly grabbed him and swept into the distance. After a moment of heavenly spinning, the two came to the top of a mountain. How was last night? Is that Gu girl still cooperative? Lu Zhangming carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Lu Yuan seemed to have guessed that the family hierarchy would send someone over to inquire, and without the slightest surprise in his heart, he just calmly opened his mouth and said, It's not bad. What do you mean okay? Tell me more. Lu Zhangming turned to look at him. His eyes gradually narrowed and flashed through a stern essence. How detailed is the room? Does the clan elder want me to explain it to you from beginning to end? Lu Yuan frowned and sneered back. Lu Zhangming was surprised, as if he hadn't expected it. A small side lineage descendant, or a wasted body, dared to speak to him like this. It seemed that after joining forces with the Gu family, the waistline had hardened quite a bit. However, Lu Zhangming knew that it was not a good idea to ask about this matter in detail, so didn't dwell on it or anything. When Gu Qinghuang comes back from asking for peace, she'll return to the 10,000 primordial sacred land. When you see her later, remember to make it clear that you want to go with her, okay? Lu Zhangming admonished in a commanding tone. I'm going to the 10,000 first sacred land too? How come no one told me about this before? Lu Yuan was greatly surprised. What difference does it make if you know? Or if you don't? The price the family paid for the marriage with the Gu family is not something you can imagine. The source stones alone are millions of pounds. Therefore, you must spend time with Gu Qinghuang, and strive to give birth to a divine child as soon as possible. Understand? Lu Zhangming coldly smiled and said nonchalantly. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments as he sniffed. Humph. The family hierarchy, really treating him as a reproductive tool, not a bit of human rights sentiment. If you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. In his case, it was the other way around. If this gets out, it will be a disgrace to the world. And it was obvious that the Lu family didn't care about the reputation of his wasted body. It was only concerned about whether Gu Qinghuang could give birth to an heir of the innate saintly body's Dao fetus. But that's fine. You can get out of the Lu family's control on this. He carried the two most powerful physiques, the chaotic body and the desolate ancient saint body. There is also a system to aid in cultivation. Once this step is taken, it will surely be a wide sea for the fish to leap and a high sky for the birds to fly. Lu Yuan thought in his mind. No response was made. Let's go. Gu Qinghuang will be back soon too. Remember what the old man said. After saying that, Lu Zhengming waved his big hand and once again rolled up Lu Yuan, taking off in the air. It didn't take long. A graceful silhouette appeared outside the temple. Gu Qinghuang was wearing a long purple dress, and her bare skin was as white as jade. Under the sunlight, it sparkled like the most perfect work of art in the world. Magnificent. Yeah, Miss is back. Mu Linger's eyes lit up as she sensed this familiar aura and immediately greeted her. The two women talked and laughed all the way, and seemed to be extremely affectionate. Not like master and servant, but like sisters. Gu Qinghuang chatted with Mu Linger for a few moments before walking into the compartment alone. You're back. Lu Yuan touched his nose and gave a decent greeting. Went to ask for peace. Gu Qinghuang nodded her head lightly. A couple that has survived last night's storm. Seeing each other again, the scene was inevitably a little awkward. After all, the two of them were sort of an arranged marriage. Didn't know each other before, didn't know each other that well. A moment of silence followed. The atmosphere became more awkward. Lu Yuan's face showed hesitation, and in his heart, he was thinking about how to open his mouth to mention this matter. And that's when Gu Qinghuang, however, took the initiative to speak. She stroked a strand of hair in front of her forehead and said in a calm tone, "The marriage is over. I'm ready to return to the 10,000 primordial sacred land. With your physique, I'm sure you won't be in a good position in the Lu family, so why don't you accompany me?" Lu Yuan's expression was stunned as he gave her a deep look and asked, "Is it the meaning of the Holy Lord of the Lu family?" The Holy Lord of the Lu family casually mentioned it, but the meaning is similar. After all, you don't have cultivation in your body, so if you want to travel to the 10,000 primordial sacred ground, you need to send someone to escort you, and it's inconvenient to go through several twists and turns. Why don't we just join the 10,000 primordial sacred ground and live here for a long time, so that others don't have to say any gossip? Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes were calm as she spoke truthfully. Okay, when do we leave? Lu Yuan no longer entangled. When asked, today, Gu Qinghuang responded. In such a hurry. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. He was also thinking of going back to the side family where he had grown up since he was a child and saying goodbye to a few of his relatives. It seems that there is no such time. He also didn't want to delay Gu Qinghuang's trip because of this, so he didn't say anything more. Half an hour later, a huge spirit boat surfaced in the air above the Lu family's main god island. Green Phoenix, depart. On top of the spirit boat, a gray-robed old man, with a smile on his face, spoke. Thank you, clan elder. Gu Qinghuang Yingxiang bowed. She turned to look at Lu Yuan, Mu Linger and the two of them and said, "Let's go." The words fell. A soft, radiant divine light covered the figures of the two Lu Yuan. He was so light on his feet that he rose up into the air and boarded the spirit boat under the gazes of thousands of watching eyes. Not a moment too soon, the spirit boat departs and sails into the distance. The area above it was large, no less than a small city. The interior is planted with exotic ancient trees, rockeries and spiritual springs, and is divided into dozens of compartments, which are luxurious and incomparable. On the outside, there are many strange Dao patterns arranged, able to isolate the outside noise and whistling cold wind. Very quiet. Lu Yuan stood on the deck, overlooking the rapidly receding mountains and rivers under his feet, and looked a little despondent. After all these years, he was finally leaving this realm. The haze that had built up in his heart over the years seemed to have been swept away with it. Instead, there was a surge of bravado that emerged from the bottom of Lu Yuan's heart. There used to be no choice. Now the chains are gone. As with a new birth. Let's see how far I can go on this heavenly path of cultivation, Lu Yuan secretly whispered, a terrifying chaotic light faintly flickering in his eyes. Sharp and compelling. Chapter 4, The Holy Land of the 10,000 Beginnings. The spirit boat continuously shuttled through the void at an extremely fast speed. In just 2 days, he had already arrived at the Wanchu Holy Land. Beneath his feet, the lofty peaks, linked together. Mist filled the air. Immortal light flowed, and it was so misty that one could not really see it. In the midst of the mountains and ravines, there stood one temple complex after another, tall and magnificent. From time to time there are bursts of immortal birds and beasts' cry, the sound of ethereal, echoing in the valley. A very blessed scene. Clan elder, just send it here. Gu Qinghuang turned towards the gray-clothed elder, and with a flourish, She opened her mouth. Aha! Xinghua. The selection of the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 primordial Holy Land is about to begin. Even though you've just gotten newly married, you mustn't slack off on your cultivation. Understand? The gray-robed old man commanded with a straight face. As he spoke, his afterglow also glanced at Lu Yuan, who was on the side. The point to be made is obvious. It was to prevent Gu Qinghuang from indulging too much in the affairs of men and women. Yes, I understand. Gu Qinghuang nodded gently. Subsequently, the Gu family elder did not stay any longer, harnessing his spirit boat, turning the direction and speeding away. A few moments later, Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghuang, and Mu Linger, a group of 3, arrived at the outer sect hall. At this time, there were not many disciples in the hall, only a few figures. In the center of the hall, there was an old man with graying hair. It was clearly the outer sect elder of the Wanshu Holy Land, Su Rong. When he saw Gu Qinghuang arrive, he couldn't help but let out a light eep. Ha, Green Phoenix, didn't you go home to get married? Why are you back so soon? Gu Qinghuang smiled faintly and said, I'm grateful to Elder Su for being concerned. The Holy Land Grand Competition is around the corner, and I also need to make preparations early, so I returned a bit faster. So, and rightly so. Su Rong nodded thoughtfully. The position of the Holy Maiden is not a trivial matter. It is time to prepare for it. I came today to ask Elder Su for a favor. Help him with the initiation process. I wonder if it meets the Holy Land's recommendation process. Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes looked towards Lu Yuan at the side and softly inquired. Oh, Su Rong sniffed and his gaze similarly fell on Lu Yuan. This man is notorious for his temperament though. However, there was not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy on his body. Just a mortal, it seems. However, Su Rong has heard about the marriage between the Gu and Lu families. Almost instantly, he guessed Lu Yuan's identity. The desolate ancient sacred body of the Tianqi Lu family is here. Since you personally raised it, it's naturally possible. Little friend, follow the old man over. Su Rong had a smile on his face and agreed dryly. Thank you, Elder Su, for your trouble. Gu Qinghuang gave a word of thanks, and then gestured towards Lu Yuan with her eyes. Lu Yuan nodded his head and immediately followed the old man into the outer gate hall. It didn't take long. A token symbolizing the identity of the Wanshu Holy Land, the outer disciple, was engraved and handed over to Lu Yuan. On top of that, he was also given a corner array disc, as well as an introductory guide. At this point, it's considered joining the 10,000 primordial Holy Land. Lu Yuan took a step, walked out of the hall, picked up the corner array disc and surveyed it, his face showing a puzzled look. This array disc, it's for opening the cave. In the 10,000 primordial sacred land, all outer disciples have their own independent residences. The internal facilities, however, are rather simple, so you should not be used to living there, so there's no need to pay any attention to it. Follow me to live in the Qixia Peak. Seeing his doubts, Gu Qinghuang patiently explained. And just then, in his mind, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! The host's current experience has been detected, triggering the option reward. Please select 1. Travel with Gu Qinghuang and go to live in Qixia Peak. Reward 10,000 pounds of source. 2nd. Refuse to travel with me and live alone in the outer gate. Rewarded with an ancient imperial scripture and a Daoist scripture. Triggered the system reward. Lu Yuan's eyes stared. 10,000 pounds of source and the emperor's scripture heart method. Which was more important? This naturally needed no further explanation. Moreover, along the way, he had pried out quite a bit of news about the 10,000 primordial sacred land from Mu Linger. Gu Qinghuang was the disciple of a female supreme elder of the Wanshu Holy Land. Qixia Peak is the dojo of that great man. In terms of cultivation, he was afraid that he was even more terrifying than Lu Zhengming of the True God realm. He himself was carrying 2 supreme physiques, the chaotic body and the desolate ancient saint body, and cultivating under the eyes of such a powerful person would definitely cause many inconveniences. So, living alone in the outer door is definitely the best option at the moment. Think about it. Lu Yuan looked at Gu Qinghuang and spoke with a smile. It's fine. I'm used to being loose, so I'll just stay at the outer gate. Besides, the grand competition of the 10,000 primordial sacred ground is just around the corner. If I go and bother you, I'm afraid it will distract you from your cultivation. This statement was made. Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger on the side were all stunned, seemingly surprised by his answer. Auntie, you live in the outer gate, but there's no one to serve you. You want to stop thinking about it? Mu Linger blinked and persuaded. I'm in the Lu family, just a side clan member. always been self-reliant, not some pampered male, where I need to be taken care of. Lu Yuan shook his head and politely rejected Mu Linger's good intentions. Miss, this. Mu Linger looked towards Gu Qinghuang, wanting to say something. That's just it. Since you're insistent on it, let's let you have it. Gu Qinghuang spoke. Although a stunningly beautiful and pretty face was written with a calm color, a strange feeling came from the bottom of her heart, and she changed her view of Lu Yuan somewhat. Then, as if Gu Qinghuang had thought of something, her white plain hand flipped, and an exquisite token overflowing with purple haze appeared in her hand. After I go back, the odds are that I'll be in seclusion for a while. Holding this token, one can freely enter and exit most places in the Holy Land. If you need help with anything, come to Qixia Peak and look for Linger. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded his head and took it without excusing himself. Immediately after, Gu Qinghuang sensed the directions recorded on the array disk, and directly harnessed a divine rainbow to carry Lu Yuan, flying away. It didn't take long. The three of them had then arrived at the foot of a mountain. Spiritual energy was poured in and the array disk glowed. The cave at the very edge was slowly opened. The cave wasn't very big, about 50 or 60 squares, but the stone table, stone chairs, stone couch and other things, all in one place, but also a good place to stay. So, we're going back. You, take care. Gu Qinghuang looked at Lu Yuan. A complex look flashed in her beautiful eyes as she softly said, well, take care. Lu Yuan smiled gently. The words fell. The two of them, Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger, no longer stayed for long, and with a flash of divine light under their feet, they disappeared from the spot. System, claim your reward. Ding, congratulations to the host. He has obtained an ancient imperial scripture, a Daoist scripture. Chapter 5 The Dragon Stream. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on the stone couch. From the system space, a page of golden paper was taken out. Fixed eyes. It was densely covered with ancient characters. Just by sweeping up a glance, it felt like there was a grand Daoist sound playing in his mind, like a flood of bells that shook his ears. Worthy of being an imperial scripture heart technique. Indeed, the mystery is extraordinary. Lu Yuan's face was delighted, and he hurriedly operated his eyes and carefully delved into the contents of the golden paper. But not for a few breaths. He then felt that his eyes were too dry and stinging to look at them anymore. It's kinda hard to enunciate. Lu Yuan didn't believe in that evil. His fingertips quietly flowed out a wisp of chaos chi and wiped it over his eyes. Boom! The blinding light emanating from the golden paper dimmed. Even the ancient Tao rhythms flowing above it gradually calmed down. Chaos body. It can intermingle with the 10,000 paths and innately evolve the 10,000 laws. This is definitely not a false statement. A tiny piece of obscure ancient text, in Lu Yuan's eyes, rapidly decomposed, arranged, and combined, demonstrating a heaven-defying power of deduction that transformed magic into decay. Immediately after, Lu Yuan settled down and devoted himself to cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. A slender figure, stalwart. The sound of the great Tao that rumbled and resounded continuously resounded within his body. It seems like the waves are beating the shore, like the waves are hitting the sky, and the sound is amazing. Another hour later, it was only then that Lu Yuan awoke from his deep cultivation. He steeply opened his eyes, and a piercing light of essence burst out, like a golden lightning bolt, cutting across the sky. Phew! Bitter Sea Realm. First level. The current me should be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. Lu Yuan lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and muttered. He practiced all night, sitting withered like a log. Nonetheless, I'm not the least bit tired. Instead, he felt radiant, and all over his body. His strength surged, running like a spring, which was very amazing. Moreover, at this moment, he had already given birth to a faint trace of divine thoughts. Being able to perform preliminary internal vision, peering into the sea of suffering and viewing the 5 viscera and 6 bowels all over, is extremely divine. My sea of bitterness is more than 10 times larger than an ordinary cultivator. Even after unlocking the yoke of the heavenly Tao, the cultivation resources required for advancement are far superior to others. To quickly raise your cultivation level, source, essential, Lu Yuan thought darkly in his mind. Afterwards, the introductory guidebook that he had obtained from the outer sect's main hall was flipped open and viewed. When he saw the introduction of the embracing dragon stream, his eyes couldn't help but condense, and he instantly came to have a few moments of interest. The 10,000 primordial sacred land was a renowned top-tier power in the eastern wasteland. The benefits given to the disciples are naturally not less. This dragon stream is one of them. It is said that beneath this place, There is a dragon vein of heaven and earth that winds for tens of thousands of miles. It took countless years to nurture and form. There, the essence of heaven and earth was unusually dense. It was regarded as a holy place of cultivation by the disciples of the Wanshu Holy Land. It's a rare place of creation. However, this Yunlong stream was not a place where anyone could come and go whenever they wanted. The Holy Land of the 10,000 Beginnings has explicit rules. Outer disciples can only cultivate at the outermost level, and for 1 month, you can only stay for 1 day. Inner disciples can enter the second basement level. 1 month, stay 3 days. Core disciples can enter the third underground level. 1 month, stay 5 days. The further down, the closer to the dragon vein of heaven and earth, the denser the essence would be, and cultivation would be twice as effective. As for the true disciples, deacons, offerings, elders, and so on further up, there were no explicit records, but imagine, at that level, there should be no time limit. I'm now considered an outer disciple of the Wanshu Holy Land. It's not too much to suck some of his dragon vein essence. Use this month's first. Think about it. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated. He suddenly got up and walked towards the outside of the cave. The 10,000 primordial sacred land, which covered an extremely vast area. It was even larger than the entire heavenly pond. And there are many disciples within the gate. Along the way, from time to time, there were brilliant divine rainbows piercing through the sky, as numerous as the stars, dazzling the eyes. Until an hour later. Only then did Lu Yuan arrive at the place where the Yunlong stream was located according to the directions recorded in the introductory guide. On both sides of the Yunlong stream, there are lofty mountains, almost towering into the sky. When viewed from a distance, it really looks like a deep mountain stream. At this moment, a clearing beyond, the disciples of the Holy Land that had gathered were already in the minority. Everyone, in their hands, was holding a token. Long lines like dragons formed at the entrance. Lu Yuan gazed around, and finally chose a random column, lined up at the back, and waited quietly. The long line slowly crept forward. There were quite a few people present though, but few dared to cut in line and jostle and misbehave. Obviously, those few Holy Land deacons at the frontmost entrance were not idle people. And just then, not far ahead, there was a sudden commotion. Senior Sister Lu Hong! Senior Sister Lu Hong is here! The crowd of Holy Land disciples exclaimed in shock, their gazes swiping in the same direction, only to see a blue-clothed woman, riding a divinely handsome immortal crane, the Lord curling up and stepping on the waves of clouds. As soon as he appeared, he became the center of attention. By the looks of it, she was not a bad person in the 10,000 primordial sacred land and was very popular. Lu Hong arrived and didn't line up in the same way as the other disciples. Instead, he flew straight down to the very front, greeted the deacon, and entered the stream with ease. Alas! The immortal crane that Senior Sister Lu Hong rides on is able to enter the Yunlong stream at will to cultivate. It's really a man who was more angry than a crane. If I could, I would really like to become Senior Sister Lu Hong's mount and be her dog. Someone opened his mouth with an envious, grumbling face. This senior brother. Don't dream of beauty. Look in the mirror when you go out. A tiny outer disciple. A bitter sea realm cultivator. Even struggling to fly through the air. What can you do riding you? Not to mention Senior Sister Lu Hong, who was one of the 7 true disciples. Oh no! Maybe in 3 months, we'll have to change our name to Your Highness, the Holy Virgin. Someone with a disdainful face spoke out and sneered. Humph, not necessarily? Although Senior Sister Lu Hong is strong, those other 2, they're not vegetarians either. Senior Sister Gu, an innate Dao fetus, close to the great Dao. That alone is almost a foothold of invincibility. The disciples, each had their own opinions on the candidate for the Holy Maiden. Someone soon spoke up to refute it. Senior Sister Gu, I'm afraid I haven't just finished getting married now, and I'm still in the heavenly pool. Alas, pity is lamentable. A generation of heaven's proud daughter. How come she married a wasted body? What a flower, stuck in cow dung. Injustice, injustice. The topic sparked by Lu Hong quickly festered and spread through the crowd. When Lu Yuan heard this, he didn't care and just paid it a smile. Because he believes that one day, his own name would be famous in the Eastern Wasteland and resonate through the 5 domains. Chaotic Saint Body. Both great accomplishments. King's Landing. Chapter 6, Crazy Boost. Another half-hour passed. It was finally Lu Yuan's turn. He handed over the token, which symbolized the identity of an outer disciple, towards the Holy Land deacon. The deacon raised his eyelids, and with a sweep of his divine mind, he didn't find any problems and quickly released him. Afterward, Lu Yuan put away the token and followed the crowd. quickly entering the stream. Just entered. There was just a wave of heaven and earth essence that was so dense that it came to the surface. One can't help but feel pore opening and refreshed. It was as if he was in an ocean of aura. It's worthy of being called the Yunlong stream. Cultivating here will surely yield twice the result with half the effort and rapid progress. Lu Yuan looked around and silently marveled. Spinning around, he wasted no more time. Immediately, he came to an open location, sat down on his knees, operated the Tao scripture dharma, and began to cultivate. Boom! In an instant, Lu Yuan's golden sea of suffering no longer remained calm, a raging wave of sound. At the same time, thousands of strands of heaven and earth essence, as if pulled by a mysterious force, rapidly surged towards his location. The energy entered his body and swam through Lu Yuan's limbs and bones like a trickle. It was nourishing his flesh, baptizing every inch of his flesh and blood, and strengthening his physique. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan stopped and frowned. The essence of heaven and earth here is rich though, but following the rules of cultivation was still slow. A day had passed, and I was afraid that I could only manage to raise one minor realm. Such an outcome was not what Lu Yuan wanted. Forget it, no matter what, just start devouring. In this world, I don't know how many extraordinary overbearing chi gathering techniques there are. It may not be possible for anyone to associate it with the chaos body. Lu Yuan put the many distracting thoughts behind him, and with a sinking mind, he immediately activated the chaos origin in his body. In the sea of bitterness, a round of pitch-black cavernous sky rose, flowing rapidly and trembling violently. In an instant, a shocking change occurred in the field. With Lu Yuan as the center, a majestic heaven and earth essence began to frantically lean towards him. The essence energy, which was originally only a pale yellow color, actually became deeper at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a golden torrent that was almost solidified and swept away. What is this? At this moment, many of the outer disciples in the surroundings detected a few abnormalities. Uncharacteristically, they opened their eyes and looked in the same direction. Hiss! What a domineering spirit gathering technique. This is the first time I've seen this kind of swallowing speed. The grade is definitely not low. Far beyond what an ordinary outer disciple can cultivate. Some people sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and a look of shock could not help but appear in their eyes. Humph! Looks like a rash person who just started. Daring to plunder the essence of heaven and earth like this in the embracing dragon stream. One is not afraid of bracing oneself to burst. Not far away, a young man in a green shirt snorted disdainfully. Immediately, he quickly withdrew his gaze and continued to meditate and cultivate, ignoring it. Among the outer disciples of the 10,000 primordial sacred land, there was no lack of people who came from cultivator families with notable backgrounds. Therefore, having a high-level chi-gathering technique was not a rare thing. Only, the heaven and earth essence that overflowed from the underground dragon vein, although dense, was not the pure energy sealed within the source stone after all, and it was still furious and incomparable. When a cultivator absorbs it into his body, he still needs to go through layers of refining before he can use it for himself. And that person, with a seemingly low cultivation level, dared to swallow so much energy at once. I don't know if it's the art that's so bold, or if it's just a rush to get carried away, but odds are it's the latter. After all, outer disciples, they could only cultivate in the Yunlong stream for 1 day a month, and their time was incomparably precious. There have always been few people with this kind of mindset. Half an incense stick has passed. Still sucking, doesn't he want to die? Some of the outer disciples, their eyes were wide open, looking oblivious. Forget it, leave him alone. Time is precious. Hurry up and cultivate. Right, gotta stay away from that kid, so it doesn't blow up and crash all over me later. Someone sneered gloatingly and quickly got up, changing to sit at a farther distance. At this moment, Lu Yuan sat with his eyes closed, like an old monk in meditation, not moving at all. That majestic strand of heaven and earth essence entered the body, and almost without even a single wave tossing up, it was strongly suppressed by the chaotic origin. Thousands of strands of chaotic chi rushed by, instantly turning into gentle and pure heaven and earth energy, which was quickly absorbed by him. This was the powerful advantage of the chaotic body in cultivation. Melt the essence of the 10 directions for your own use. Overwhelming. Time keeps moving. A day will soon pass. Every minute, every second. Lu Yuan's cultivation level was all climbing up. Bitter Sea Realm First Heaven. Bitter Sea Realm Second Heaven. The triple sky of the Bitter Sea Realm. Angry waves rolled and thunder and lightning intertwined. Lu Yuan's sea of bitterness was brilliant with golden light as an intricate divine pattern was condensed. At the same time, his flesh orifices, too, were nourished in all directions. The blood and flesh spawned rolling divine sunlight that was continuously growing his physique. The 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, the bones and meridians, have all taken a qualitative leap, tough to an incredible point, powerful and incomparable. And with Lu Yuan's crazy devouring, the heaven and earth essence that was wandering around was also thinning down at a speed visible to the naked eye. At first, no one cared too much, but then, more and more people felt something was wrong. With a sharp opening of his eyes, he realized that the person who was cultivating the high-level spirit-gathering technique hadn't even stopped yet. The body seemed like a bottomless pit, still continuously plundering the energy of heaven and earth. Damn! What a nutcase! Freak! Quite a few outer disciples cursed, then hurriedly got up and withdrew from this area. Run like the plague. But this move has also made some people angry. An unkind gaze successively scraped across Lu Yuan's face, seemingly wanting to keep him in mind and settle the score when they got out of the Yunlong stream. However, the young man in the green shirt had never departed from this area. It was as if he was not willing to show weakness, and he was completely fighting with Lu Yuan. He similarly activated a not bad spirit gathering technique, and frantically competed with Lu Yuan for the heaven and earth essence. But, the results are predictable, not to mention the division. Under Lu Yuan's overbearing plundering, it was very difficult to get a mouthful of soup. Outrageous! The young man was furious, his face as gloomy as water, and he stood up violently. His fingers instantly came together, glowing with a bit of divine splendor as he chopped toward Lu Yuan, who was not far away. Giggle! A powerful beam of light, like lightning, flew to the area with extremely fast speed and amazing killing power. And just then, Lu Yuan noticed and steeply opened his eyes, clenching his 5 fingers into a fist and slamming it down. Chapter 7, The First Battle. Boom! This powerful beam of light was directly exploded by Lu Yuan's punch, turning into a bit of divine splendor that dissipated into the void. Who are you? Why did you disturb my practice? Lu Yuan stood up and frowned coldly. Humph. It's true that I was wrong about that. It's still something. The young man glanced at him with an arrogant expression and spoke indifferently. Do you think that this Yunlong stream is open to you alone? Occupying an area and forcibly plundering essence. Do you know the rules? It's just a matter of each person practicing according to their abilities. What are the rules? If you can't compete for it, you can just change places like everyone else. Lu Yuan was expressionless and spoke calmly. I can't compete with you? That's ridiculous. Don't think that just because you've obtained a high-level spirit gathering technique, you can run rampant in the outer sect. Honestly, you're still far from it. As a senior brother, let me discipline you properly. The young man laughed in anger, and the cold light in his eyes intensified as he approached forward step by step. At this moment, the outermost layer of the inner dragon stream was inside. There were already quite a few disciples, attracted by the commotion on this side, and they cast their eyes over. TSK, this rash young man has really offended Lu Mu. That's good. It saves us from having to make a move. Watch a good show. A few people laughed coldly with a gloating expression. Having been robbed of so much heaven and earth essence earlier, anyone would feel uncomfortable in their heart. It would be just as well if it was a famous and hardened opponent from the outer sect, but it was a new face that I hadn't seen before. What an ignorance! At the same time, the crowd of disciples watching from the sidelines looked at Lu Yuan with a few looks of pity. Lu Mu, with a cultivation of the 7th level of the Bitter Sea realm, was already very not weak in the outer sect. On weekdays, few people dared to mess with it. Being targeted by him, he was destined to suffer less. What? You want to do it here? Lu Yuan saw him approaching and remained calm and collected. After a day of practice, his cultivation had skyrocketed and his power had skyrocketed. There was nothing to fear. So what if it is? To teach you a lesson. Lu Mu revealed a cold smile. In the next instant, it directly stormed out. His hands quickly formed seals, and the divine power in the sea of bitterness steamed, suddenly rushing out dozens of condensed divine patterns, transforming into powerful killing small swords that swept forward. Lu Yuan's eyes condensed, his body's qi and blood power erupted greatly, and his feet pranced around, displaying an amazing speed. Giggle! Giggle! Lu Yuan's body was surrounded by bright golden light. His speed was incredibly fast, and he moved horizontally and horizontally amidst the sky of swords, as if he was in and out of no man's land. In just one breath, he had dodged all the attacks, and then with a stomp of his feet, the terrifying force seemed to make the earth shake a few times, and the whole person rushed out like a golden lightning, bullying and killing towards Lu Mu. What? Lu Mu's face changed, completely not expecting his speed to be so fast. This was not a body technique Shin technique, but rather, It was too astonishing to be done with the power of the physical body alone. In his haste, Lu Mu clenched his teeth and once again condensed several divine lines and attacked forward. Boom! Boom! Lu Yuan didn't dodge or avoid. He directly resisted, and in 3 punches and 2 kicks, he shattered all the divine patterns and killed in front of him. And then he swung his right hand and fiercely blasted out a fist, striking heavily at Lu Mu's chest. This strike was powerful and fierce. The physical strength of the desolate ancient sacred body was not something that idle cultivators could imagine. Once they were bullied, they would shed their skin without dying. Put! Lu Mu coughed out blood. The whole person was directly lifted off dozens of feet away, accompanied by a crisp bone-cracking sound. The ribs did not know how many broken, and fell heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Lu Mu, who is at the 7th level of the Bitter Sea realm, is actually no match for this person? Outer sect. When did such a terrifying figure appear? The crowd of disciples who had gathered around, all froze in place, their mouths wide open, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Lu Mu covered his chest and struggled to stand up, his eyes almost spitting fire. Being made to look like this by a nameless person was something he could never endure. Aren't you going to teach me the rules? How can you teach me with that? The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth lifted up in a sneering arc. After the small trial, he was more confident in his current strength. Seek death. Lu Mu was enraged and reached out his hand. A longsword-type magic weapon suddenly appeared. Divine power was instilled into it, and it immediately shone brightly, surging forth with an incomparably sharp aura. Too slow. Lu Yuan's face was expressionless as he spoke faintly. As he spoke, he once again revved up his extreme speed and his entire body transformed into a shadow of light, appearing in front of Lu Mu in the blink of an eye. Snap! Lu Yuan lifted his hand and slapped it over with a loud slap. Again! Lu Mu's figure was sent flying more than 10 feet away. His head was groggy, his ears were buzzing, and his face was swollen, green and purple, and he couldn't bear to look at it. I'm going to kill you. Lu Mu only felt a fiery pain on his face and humiliation. Humph! Looks like you're quite resistant to a beating. Come back and I'll slap you again. Fight until you're convinced. Lu Yuan's expression was cold as he approached forward step by step. At first, if he hadn't reacted so quickly, the sneak attack was enough to seriously injure an idle disciple. He didn't have the slightest bit of mercy for this kind of person who struck hard. When Lu Mu saw him step forward, a look of fear appeared on his face, as if he had been beaten out of his shadow. And just then, a terrifying aura suddenly came from outside the mountain stream. What are you all doing gathered here if you're not going to practice? One of the deacons stationed outside, sensing the situation, descended here. When the crowd of onlookers saw the visitor, the disciples immediately dispersed, not daring to linger any longer. What's going on? The Holy Land deacon glanced at the two of them and asked with a frown. Before Lu Yuan could say anything, Lu Mu, on the other hand, was the first to complain, hitting him upside down, saying that Lu Yuan had seized his cultivation position, and had also attacked and injured him, beating himself into such a state. Is that so? The Holy Land deacon twisted his head to look at Lu Yuan and asked coldly. Lu Yuan sniffed and frowned. I didn't expect this Lu Mu to be any kind of hardcore. I can't believe I'm suing the deacon. However, he didn't bother opening his mouth to explain anything, and directly took out the token Gu Qinghuang had given him and shook it. Purple and gold tokens. The Holy Land deacon's eyes abruptly condensed. This is a purple and gold token that only true disciples have. Surprisingly, it was gifted to an outer disciple, thinking that its relationship must be very shallow. As for the true disciples of the Wanchu Holy Land, there were only 7 in total. Not to mention him being a small deacon, even the elders had to be careful when they saw him. After all, no one knew which one of these 7 true legends would be the future Holy Son and Holy Daughter, and which one would be the future 10,000 primordial Holy Lord. What's your name? The Holy Land deacon looked at Lu Mu, who was swollen to the side like a pig's head, and after looking carefully for half a day, he didn't see who it was. Disciple Lu Mu. Lu Mu, apologize. Chapter 8, Chaotic Stone Tablet. I apologize? Lu Mu was completely confused after hearing this. It was obvious that he was the one who had been beaten so miserably, and he had to apologize to someone else. How could that be possible? But Lu Mu just had to argue his case. The next instant, he was stopped by an icy look, the warning of which was clear. Lu Mu's heart was suffocating, but he didn't dare to attack in the slightest. After all, this was a Holy Land deacon. Trying to crush him was no different than crushing an ant. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lu Mu endured the excruciating pain in his body, forcibly bent down and gave Lu Yuan a big salute. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered gently for a few moments. I didn't realize that the purple and gold token was quite useful. Even if a Holy Land deacon saw it, he would have to give it a third of his face and could disregard some of the laws. Afterward, Lu Yuan didn't bother with him anymore. And with a turn, he left in large strides. A day's cultivation in the Yunlong stream. It allowed Lu Yuan to break through several small realms one after another, benefiting him greatly. It was not far from the fourth level of the Bitter Sea realm. That volume of the Emperor's scripture heart technique had given him a solid and incomparable foundation. With the strength of his current physical body, sparring across several minor realms was like eating and drinking without the slightest difficulty. Go back and consolidate your cultivation first, Lu Yuan thought secretly in his heart, then traveled straight towards his place of residence. A few moments later, he passed by a strange mountain. The chaotic origin in his body, unexpectedly at this moment, flowed involuntarily. It seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force. Lu Yuan stopped his footsteps and headed towards the peak. Gazing up, he could clearly feel the power that was coming from right at the peak. I don't know what it was, but it was able to induce his own chaotic body and resonate. And just then, the system's beep suddenly resounded in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Host's current experience detected. Option reward triggered. 1. Go to the summit and find out what's going on. 500 pounds of source will be rewarded. 2. Ignore it and go straight back. Rewarded with a top-grade artifact. Trigger reward. 500 pounds of source and upper-grade magic weapons. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments. In the cultivation world, all kinds of weapons, magic treasures, were also clearly graded. Magic weapons, magic treasures, psychic magic treasures, divine soldiers, sacred soldiers, extreme imperial soldiers. And the top-grade magic weapon is not bad in terms of power. Even an idle inner disciple might not be able to possess it. In terms of value, it was going to be a whole lot higher than 500 pounds of source. However, several system rewards were triggered successively. Lu Yuan had probably figured out the pattern. Only experiences that can influence the trajectory of one's life to a certain extent will trigger the system prompt. So, at the top of that mountain, there must be something extraordinary. It's worth checking out. Immediately after that, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated. And with a turn in direction, he directly traveled towards the mountain peak not far away. The mountains are steep and rocky. There is basically no one complete road. Even with Lu Yuan's powerful physique, he felt a little tired after climbing for so long. But fortunately, after half an hour, he finally reached the top, and the chaos origin in his body, too, became more active. Before his eyes, an ancient stone monument with a black body and shimmering ebony light stood there. It didn't seem to be very eye-catching, but it was able to give a strong sense of oppression, as if even the flow of blood had slowed down quite a bit. At this moment, beside that stone monument, there was also a white-robed man, standing with a long body. He looked like he was 25 or 26 years old, with a face like a crown of jade, floating like an immortal, and a dusty temperament. Ha! Outer disciple? The man in white turned to look at Lu Yuan and gave a light eep, seemingly a little surprised. Come here. Since you were able to find this place, it means that there is a destiny with this object, and you may be able to obtain a great fortune. The white-robed man smiled slightly. His words were calm, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Excuse me, what is this? Lu Yuan walked forward and observed the stone tablet, a puzzled look in his eyes. A tablet crafted from chaos stone. The man in white explained. Chaos stones. Lu Yuan's face stared at his words. No wonder, when he faced the stone tablet, he actually developed a strange feeling of being from the same family. This chaos stone was a supreme treasure comparable to immortal gold-level materials. Countless years ago, there was once a great emperor who used this item as the main material to create an extreme imperial weapon that shook the world. Enough to see how rare it is. What's more, with a chunk this big, the value is absolutely immeasurable. I don't know what elder brother was referring to when he said the great creation just now. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and then opened his mouth to ask again. Such a large chunk of chaos stone laying around. The great figures in the 10,000 primordial sacred land naturally wouldn't be without senses. Mostly it's something else. Tablet. The 10,000 primordial sacred land, have established my sect for hundreds of thousands of years. The most profound secret art inheritances all originate from these 9 chaotic stone tablets. But the scriptures branded on it are all obscure. Disciples without karma can't participate in enlightenment at all and will only waste time. Therefore, these 9 chaotic stone tablets were sealed away by the great figures within the clan with supreme means. The time of appearance is uncertain. The location of the appearance is uncertain. Only disciples who have a bond with the stone tablet can find this place by heart. For example, people like you and me. The man in white spoke softly. So that's how it is. Thank you for informing senior brother. Lu Yuan looked dazed. Grab a hold of the Senate. Maybe at some point the monolith will be hidden away. Yes. The words fell. The two of them each occupied a corner and began to comprehend the chaos stone tablet. Lu Yuan operated his visual power and gazed toward the top without a moment's notice. In an instant, it only felt like everything around him, all blurred. The countless symbols of the great Tao inscribed on the chaotic stone tablet seemed to be alive, each flowing out in ancient Taoist rhythm. In Lu Yuan's eyes, they were constantly intertwined and arranged to reorganize. Endless myriad principles, endless Tao sounds, resounded in his heart, divinely incomparable. In this way, the two of them each sat down, both falling into deep levels of enlightenment. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! A shimmering voice rang out. The chaos stone tablet glowed as if it had given birth to self-awareness, and flew up from the top of the mountain, disappearing into the air. Unfortunately, the white-clothed man awoke from his cultivation, a look of regret crossing his eyes. It was thought that he had failed to fully comprehend the obscure scriptures on the stone tablet. On the contrary, on Lu Yuan's side, the light in his eyes constantly flickered and he was glowing, seemingly having gained a lot. At that moment, the two of them rose as much as they could and looked at each other. Lu Yuan could perceive that this man in white was definitely not something mundane, a strength that seems to be frighteningly strong. Dare I ask senior brother's name? Lu Yuan asked. The white-robed man smiled and spoke. With your natural talent, we will meet again soon. When the time comes, nature knows. As the words fell, a divine rainbow flashed and the man in white floated away. Chapter 9, The 7 Levels of Pain. An unfathomable man. Lu Yuan looked in the direction he left and muttered something. Afterward, he no longer continued to linger here, and followed the original path, descending the mountain. It didn't take long. Lu Yuan then returned to his cave. System, claim your reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1 and obtaining 500 pounds of source. The queue dropped. In the system space, a large pile of pure source stone shaped like amber suddenly appeared. This was sealed with a rich heaven and earth essence. It is something essential for cultivators to practice. It is also the base currency for trade circulation. This trip has been quite rewarding. 500 pounds of source. If I refine all of it, it should be able to help me cultivate to the late stage of the bitter sea realm. In addition, a powerful god refining technique has been obtained. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments. This Dharma door is called the chaotic divine demon viewing thoughts. It was what he had gained from observing the scriptures on the chaos stone tablet. Don't know the grade though, but just hearing the name was enough to know that this Dharma was extraordinary, and it was also an extremely rare method of refining the gods. For ordinary cultivators, only when they reached the divine palace realm would they open up the sea of consciousness and give birth to the Yuanshan. If one was able to cultivate divine sense earlier, it would be greatly beneficial to condensing the divine palace in the future. Subsequently, Lu Yuan no longer thought much about it. With a wave of his hand, a corner array disc appeared in his hand. He poured his mana into it, and a simple protective spell formation instantly condensed outside the cave, which could isolate the prying eyes of outside cultivators. After doing everything, Lu Yuan took out hundreds of pounds of source and laid it flat on the ground, immediately urging the chaos chi, melting and swallowing it. Ka-chow, ka-chow. As one source stone after another cracked, the entire cave was immediately filled with a pure and rich heaven and earth essence. It was dense as mist, almost liquefying into water. Lu Yuan operated the Tao scripture heart technique and continued to cultivate. Time passes quietly. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Lu Yuan woke up from his deep cultivation. He stood up slowly and moved his joints. All over his body, a crackling sound like fried beans immediately came out. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt better than ever. The qi and blood were majestic. The essence was abundant, and every inch of flesh and blood contained explosive power. From earlier, it was almost like a different person, formally stepping into the seventh sky of the bitter sea realm. However, his advancement was rapid though. However, the cultivation resources consumed were also extremely astonishing. Before and after, a total of more than 400 pounds of source had been melted. If this was placed on other cultivators, it was estimated that they would have been able to cultivate to the great circle of the bitter sea realm. No wonder it was said that the desolate ancient sacred body, which was so difficult to cultivate, that even the ancient family couldn't afford to provide for it. Just pre-promotion requires such a number. I'm afraid it's even more of a bottomless pit if it's at a later stage. However, Lu Yuan did not care much about this. He had a system to aid in his cultivation, with a few more triggers to choose from, any resources at hand, no need to worry about anything. Immediately after, Lu Yuan began to cultivate the chaotic divine demon viewing thoughts. Gradually, his heart emptied and his consciousness turned inward, recalling that one ancient scripture on the chaos stone tablet. It reorganized itself rapidly in his mind. Lu Yuan's divine sense entered a land of nothingness. There's no light, no time, and no point of reference. Everywhere there were raging clouds of chaotic gas. I don't know how much time has passed. This land of nothingness trembled violently and space collapsed. There were god and devil silhouettes that stood atop the sky and manifested here, emitting a terrifying aura of ancient savagery. This divine and demonic shadow was so huge that it was inconceivable, almost squeezing all over the entire heaven and earth. Its body was covered with dense and mysterious runes, brilliant and all-encompassing. Lu Yuan concentrated on his own divine thoughts and began to visualize the various runes branded on the gods and demons, hammering his will. There is no concept of time in this place, as if an instant is 100 years, 100 years, or it could be an instant, long in vain. If it is a person who is not strong-willed, I am afraid that not long after observing the meditation, he will go crazy and completely collapse. 1 hour later, Lu Yuan's divine sense was disorganized, and he forcefully retreated from the visualization. At this moment, his eyes, which had long been streaked with blood, were exhausted. This dharma, it's really extraordinary. Just cultivating for a while has made my divine sense power grow by a large margin. At this rate of progress, opening up the sea of sense doesn't seem to be a difficult task. Lu Yuan was delighted in his heart. After adjusting his state a bit, he continued to observe it. Other side, Lu Mu, who had been severely injured by Lu Yuan, had long since recovered from his injuries, and I didn't realize that he was blessed by this time. His cultivation had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the Bitter Sea realm, and his strength had increased greatly. However, the scene of bowing his head and apologizing to that guy in Yunlongjian had been enduring in his mind. It was like a nightmare, a constant reminder of that humiliating past. If this thorn was not pulled out, he was afraid that it would become a demon in his cultivation path in the future. Thus, Lu Mu spent a considerable amount of money to finally find out Lu Yuan's name and residence cave from the outer gate hall. But, even so, he still wasn't sure that he would be able to defeat Lu Yuan. This person did not know what body refining technique he had practiced. The power of the physical body was so powerful that it was astonishing. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also able to shatter divine lines with its bare hands, comparable to a lower-grade magic weapon. Moreover, it seemed to have some background in the Holy Land. This forced Lu Mu to think carefully. In the end, after thinking about it, Lu Mu still decided to buy a murderer and resolutely went to the inner and outer door black market that only a small number of disciples knew about. At this moment, inside a humble wooden house, the three gathered. Sitting directly in front of him was a feminine-looking young cultivator with a powerful aura, and his eyes occasionally crossed a vicious aura, which made people not dare to look directly at him. The other person was a delicate woman. Her clothes were exposed, her figure was full, her body was filled with a seductive atmosphere. She was lazily lying in the arms of that young man, and inadvertently, a large area of snowy white was revealed below the hem of her skirt, moving the heart. Who is senior brother Lu trying to kill? Lu Yuan. Lu Mu spoke through clenched teeth. Lu Yuan? I haven't heard that the outer sect has such a character. What cultivation level? The feminine man raised an eyebrow and inquired. Probably, Bittersea 5th level up or down. Lu Mu thought for a moment. Not really sure. 200 pounds of source. The feminine man directly opened the price. When Lu Mu heard this, his face changed and he exclaimed, "So expensive. Senior brother. I was introduced here by an acquaintance." The feminine man glanced at him and said coldly, "So what? I recognize the source, not the person. Give me the source and I'll do the work for you. But now that you've come to me, do or do not give. Think before you answer me." Lu Mu's face became even more ugly when he heard this. The two of them, Fan Yun and Qin Ping, were the top figures in the outer sect, both of them at the great circle of the Sea of Bitterness realm, ruthless and unscrupulous in their endeavors. If you offend them, you have to sleep with one eye open. After a few breaths of thought, Lu Mu's mind sank, directly put his storage bag, threw it over, and opened his mouth. There are more than 80 pounds of source in here, plus a lower-grade magic weapon, which is already all of my savings. Fan Yun took it, opened it and scanned it, a smile on his face. Then he walked over and patted Lu Mu's shoulder. saying, "Senior brother Lu, with your cultivation at the 8th level of the Bitter Sea realm, you can't take down one at the 5th level of the Bitter Sea realm. This person is either incredibly strong or has a notable background within the clan. That's not going to fool me. What do you think? You spent these 200 pounds of source, and you're still losing money?" Lumu was shocked and immediately sweated, and quickly shook his head and said, "No loss, no loss. Okay, tell me, where is he?" Chapter 10. 5 days later, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and the divine light in his eyes was exquisite, his essence constantly flickering. After all this time of cultivating divine sense, he had managed to start out of the sea of consciousness, all sorts of divine senses, sharp and incomparable, without using his eyes or ears. He was able to perceive everything in the vicinity, as if everything in heaven and earth had become spiritual, extremely divine. Afterward, Lu Yuan got up and walked out of the cave, experiencing all the wonderful uses of a powerful divine sense, and just then, his eyes abruptly glazed over. In a hidden area not far away, 2 cultivator scents were detected, which seemed to have been lingering in the area for a long time, and that one of them, after seeing him walk out, rushed over even faster, with a very strong purpose. Who could it be? Lu Yuan thought for a moment and stood in place without making any movements, waiting quietly. A few moments later, a delicate woman, twisting her water snake-like waist, appeared in Lu Yuan's field of vision. "This senior brother, he looks so familiar. But you just moved to live in this cave?" Qin Ping came in front of Lu Yuan, her eyes flowing as she laughed delicately. "Well, I just joined the outer sect not long ago." "You are?" Lu Yuan nodded and asked in a puzzled voice. "My name is Qin Ping, and I was initiated 2 years before you." "No, oh, I live in the peak right next to it. Speaking of which, I'm still neighbors with senior brother." Qin Ping reached out and pointed. "So it is." Lu Yuan drifted off. "Senior brother is so handsome. I wonder how to address him." Lu Yuan. Qin Ping's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she listened. "I'm sure I didn't find the wrong person." With that, Qin Ping and Lu Yuan briefly chatted for a few moments. It was only at last that the intention was eased out. "Master Lu is young and his cultivation is not weak. I wonder if I could do senior sister a favor." "What favor?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and was secretly on guard. "It's nothing really." It was in an ancient forest on the outside of the sect that a rare spirit herb of hundreds of years old was discovered, but around that spirit grass, there is a powerful demonic beast guarding it. I can't help it alone. That's why I thought of cooperating with senior brother. I'll go distract the demonic beast, and senior brother will take the opportunity to take the spirit grass. I wonder what Master Lu, what do you think? Speaking here, Qin Ping did not forget to add, "Of course, I won't let senior brother do it for nothing. And after it's done, there will be another reward." "Oh, what reward?" Lu Yuan pretended to look interested. "Well, it's negotiable." Seeing him take the bait, Qin Ping smiled sweetly, exhaled in his ear and opened her mouth, almost sticking half of her plump and delicate body over. The implication was obvious, and just then, the system's beep suddenly sounded in Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Ding! Host's current experience detected. Option reward triggered. 1. Agree to go. Rewarded with an arcane magic skill. The 5 elements handprint. 2. Refuse to go with you, and you'll be rewarded with a century's supply of spirit grass. System alert. Only after hearing this did Lu Yuan finally confirm it in his heart. This woman is not kind to him. Wanted to use the beauty trick to trick him out of the clan and then wantonly maneuver him. And another breath hidden hundreds of feet away. I think it must be this Qin Ping's accomplice. What is senior brother hesitating about? Could it be that you're still afraid I'll eat you? Qin Ping said with 1,000 charming smiles, half jokingly. Compensation. Really negotiable? Lu Yuan made a show of grinning, while his bold gaze traveled quickly over her body. Of course. Qin Ping patted her towering breasts in assurance. Okay, when do we go? Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and inquired. It's too late, so let's move now. It's not good to be taken advantage of by someone else. Qin Ping's pretty face was delighted as she urged. Alright, then please lead the way. Senior sister Qin, Master Lu is refreshing. Please. The words fell. Qin Ping's body moved and quickly swept forward. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, followed closely behind, his powerful divine sense power probing in all directions. Fruity, the cultivator hidden in the shadows similarly moved. With the two of them, a deliberate distance was maintained. However, this still could not escape Lu Yuan's divine perception. The cultivation level of the two was not very different. All of them were at the level of the great perfection of the Sea of Bitterness realm, although it was 2 small realms higher than Lu Yuan. However, he had no fear in his heart and was confident that he could push through all Bitter Sea realm enemies. Solely a will-o'-the-wisp. Let's see who these two are instructed by to plot against them. The 10,000 First Sacred Land. Hidden in the mountains and ravines. All around, there were countless ancient forests and large fields. There were quite a few rare spiritual herbs that had grown in years. There were also many powerful demonic beasts hibernating. Gradually, it became a place of training for many disciples of the Holy Land and casual cultivators from the surrounding area. Killing and death are commonplace here, but it also comes with all sorts of opportunities that people are attracted to. Several hours later, Qin Ping brought Lu Yuan to a deep mountain range. All around were empty valleys with dense ancient forests and few people. From time to time, a few high-pitched animal roars came from the distance, sending shivers down the spine. Senior brother Lu, if you travel a few hundred miles further distance, you'll arrive at the place I mentioned. Right now, it's still on the outskirts of the mountain range. There aren't many powerful demonic beasts out there, so you don't have to be nervous. A smile spread across Qin Ping's pretty face as she tried to make Lu Yuan drop his guard. Good. Lu Yuan's face was calm as he nodded. The two then slowed down and walked side by side. There was a lot of talking and laughing along the way and no sense of urgency. Another moment passed. Qin Ping finally found an opportunity to deliberately slow down her pace by a few minutes and landed behind Lu Yuan. A cold aura flashed in her eyes and she quickly formed a seal. In an instant, the divine power in the Sea of Bitterness tumbled. A raging hot breath steamed up from her palm. This was a high-level fire Xian technique practiced by Qin Ping, which was incredibly lethal and had always been unbeatable. When this blow fell, the person in front of him had no chance of surviving. And just as Qin Ping was about to strike a painful blow, a slender palm entwined with treacherous power came from nowhere, probing out like lightning, and grabbing Qin Ping's sealing hands as soon as they were formed. What? Qin Ping was so shocked that she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. When he raised his head again, a handsome face with a teasing smile quietly came into view. Senior sister, why are you spitting fire when you're having a nice chat? Chapter 11, Counterattack. The words fell. Qin Ping was shocked again. At this moment, how could she not know that Lu Yuan had already been on the defensive in his mind and saw her intentions? Solely, Qin Ping no longer hid it. With a tremor, a qi and blood force belonging to the great perfection of the Bitter Sea realm erupted, trying to break free from Lu Yuan's bondage. Only, no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from the large, iron-clamped hand. The divine power that surged out from the Sea of Bitterness was also like a clay ox entering the sea, all of which were broken by that dark and treacherous power. What kind of power is this? Qin Ping looked horrified and appeared very flustered. Senior sister Qin, you seem to have, as yet, not answered my question. Lu Yuan's eyes mocked and sneered. Spinning around without saying a word, he fiercely exerted a strong grip. Crunch! A crisp bone crack sounded. Qin Ping's 10 white onion-like slender means were actually broken on the spot by a terrifyingly huge force, and even her finger bones were crumbling apart. The power is unimaginable. The intense pain caused Qin Ping's body to tremble, and her pretty face instantly turned pale. Frightened, he hurriedly looked at the ancient forest next to him and shouted, Brother Yun, save me! Swish swish swish! A sound of walking through the forest and leaves came quickly. Immediately afterward, a man's figure appeared. Kid, let go of Sister Ping. I can let you die a quick death. Fan Yun's gaze was gloomy and his words were chilling, like a viper as he stared at the person in front of him. I should be the one to say that, shouldn't I? Lu Yuan glanced at him and smiled contemptuously. Tell me who you are under the orders of, and perhaps, I'll the two of you die a quick and painful death. Seek death. Fan Yun's face was grim to the core as he stomped his toes and quickly forced his way forward. This person was much stronger than Qin Ping. I don't know what kind of body arcane techniques he practiced, but when he traveled, he was as fast as running thunder, swift and stern. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had rushed to Lu Yuan's face. Afterward, a large millstone-like hand grabbed straight towards the restrained Qin Ping. Give it back. Lu Yuan smiled coldly, and swung his arms around, directly causing Qin Ping's entire body to rise up from the ground. And after spinning in a circle, he heavily smashed into Fan Yun. Bang! 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 The terrifying force disturbed the surrounding air currents and impacted violently. It caused Fan Yun, who had caught Qin Ping, to fly backwards in an uncontrollable manner. It wasn't until he had knocked down several pale ancient trees that he managed to stop. It was enough to see how strong the force was. Even Fan Yun, who was at the great circle of the Bitter Sea realm, could not help but be secretly shocked. Brother Yun. This person is weird. Never take it lightly. Qin Ping's pretty face paled as a wave of dizziness washed over her. She gritted her teeth and stood up, whispering a reminder. It's okay, leave it to me. Fan Yun waved his hand before looking at Lu Yuan with an icy expression and said, You didn't use a woman as blackmail to keep my hands tied. For that, I'll give you a hard time. I can suppress you and the others with a casual strike. There's no need to use such tactics. Lu Yuan's face was expressionless as he spoke faintly. Humph, arrogant as hell. Fan Yun grunted as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He reached out and waved his hand, and a long red-colored blade suddenly appeared in his hand. Above it were interwoven flames, gulping divine aura, blazing beyond compare. It was clearly a middle-grade magic weapon of astonishing power. Huan Ri of the Leaving Fire. Fan Yun bellowed as his body rose into the air and his long sword slashed downward. Boom! The terrifying blade light raged and swept through the 8 directions. It was wrapped in an incomparably hot and rigid power, like a wave of fire, burning and devouring everything. Lu Yuan's face did not change as he stood still, avoiding it. In the next instant, thousands of strands of chaos chi overflowed from between his palm and fingers, overlapping his hand and blasting it head-on. Boom! The 2 terrifying attacks collided together, erupting into shimmering sounds. In the void, all of them were flooded with energy ripples like water waves. Only it hadn't been a stalemate for long. The blazing fiery blade awnings were then broken up by the chaos gas and dissipated into the void. What? Fan Yun's pupils contracted, and a look of incredulity crossed his eyes. When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. He was always cautious and never took anything lightly. What's more, Lu Yuan had easily captured Qin Ping before, already revealing his extraordinary battle power. Therefore, he used a big killing move as soon as he came up, wanting a quick battle. However, he had never thought that the tactics that had always been unbeatable had been so easily neutralized. And in that electric moment, Lu Yuan's body moved, and his entire body had transformed into a golden lightning, bullying and killing. The chaotic body, one of his greatest secrets. Once revealed, it is bound to be decimated. Brother Yun, be careful. Qin Ping on the side suddenly screamed, trying to warn, but Lu Yuan's speed was just too fast. The moment Fan Yun reacted, a pair of fists glowing with bright golden light had already killed in front of him. Bang! As the fist seal fell, a fierce power immediately poured out and heavily bombarded Fan Yun's chest. Put! Fan Yun was struck as if by a heavy blow, and blood spurted wildly from his mouth. The entire person's figure flew out like a cannonball and fell hundreds of feet away. He stood up trembling with his hand over his chest and a look of horror on his face. With a sweetness in his throat, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood once again, which was even mixed with some broken pieces of internal organs. A punch only, actually directly his internal organs are shocked shifted. Just how terrifying a physical strength was needed to do this? At this moment, Fan Yun was completely flustered. After rampaging through the outer sect for so long, he had never felt that death was so close to him. So close. So, you still won't say anything? Lu Yuan stepped forward and opened his mouth indifferently, like a demon god, bringing a strong sense of oppression. It's Lu Mu. Lu Mu offered 200 pounds of source for me to kill you. Fan Yun showed weakness and spoke through clenched teeth. Lu Mu? Sure enough, it's him. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments as he heard this. In the 10,000 primordial sacred land, perhaps the only one who had a beef with him was that Lu Mu. However, right now, after getting the answer, Lu Yuan still continued to move forward, without the slightest intention of letting the two go. I have Lu Mu's voice transmission jade slip here. As long as you let us go, I'm willing to summon him here and help you design a capture. Between shouts, Fan Yun pulled out a sound transmission jade slip and threw it out decisively. Lu Yuan's eyes stared as he ingested the jade slip into his hand, pausing slightly. And just then, Qin Ping, who was behind him, quickly rushed forward while he was off guard. Her sea of bitterness flowed with divine radiance, and a ripple-like divine pattern rippled out, sweeping towards Lu Yuan. Kill! At the same time, Fan Yun similarly struck out, once again running that body arcane technique, wanting to take advantage of this opening, one in front of the other. They clamped down on Lu Yuan, completely killing him. Sculpture! The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth held a cold smile. Cultivating the sea of consciousness, he was already able to cover a distance of 100 feet in a radius. Such small actions, under the shroud of his powerful divine sense, there was simply nothing to hide. Bang! Bang! Several dull voices rang out afterward. Qin Ping's neck was twisted raw by a terrifying force. Fan Yun's brow, on the other hand, was pierced through a clear finger hole, blood gurgling. A look of disbelief spread across each of their faces, and then with despair and unwillingness, they fell straight backward, quickly losing their voices. Chapter 12, Unexpected Gains. Lu Yuan took a deep breath as he looked at the bodies of the two. To be honest, it was the first time he had ever killed anyone. A strange feeling couldn't help but well up in the bottom of his heart, but it quickly dissipated again. He came from the ancient family of Tianqi, and he had grown up with this kind of fighting and killing in his ears, and was not a clueless person. Having chosen to embark on the path of cultivation, it is natural to be courageous and to go forward. Life and death are things that are commonplace for cultivators and are nothing. Afterward, Lu Yuan no longer thought much about it, picked up the storage bags of the two of them, and began to count his loot. Fan Yun and Qin Ping, worthy of being veteran outer disciples, were quite wealthy. The source stones alone were more than 1,000 pounds. After taking it out, it caused the flow of essence in the surrounding void to speed up quite a bit. In addition, there were a number of spirit herbs, a number of magic weapons, several books of arcane arts, as well as a number of strange objects that were helpful in the room, and 2 spirit-gathering pills. It's quite flowery to play. Lu Yuan grunted and threw those messy things aside with a disgusted face before averting his gaze. Those few magic weapons, other than the red-colored longsword that Fan Yun had just used, were all lower-grade magic weapons, not very useful for him. After all, with Lu Yuan's current physical strength, he was able to shatter weapons of the same level with his bare hands, so he simply couldn't use these low-ranked things. The 2 spirit-gathering pills, on the other hand, were worth a lot. It must have been prepared by the duo to break through the embodied spirit realm. Unfortunately, they are not going to see that day. It was considered to have been a dowry for Lu Yuan for nothing. System, claim your reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing option 1. Rewarding you with an arcane art. The 5 elements handprint. The cue dropped. An ancient scroll suddenly appeared in the system space. Instead of rushing to cultivate, Lu Yuan took out the sound transmission jade slip and instilled a strand of divine thought fluctuation towards the interior. Immediately, his figure flickered and quickly left from this place. Outer sect. Inside a cave. Buzz. The voice transmission jade slip lit up, flickering with a faint light. Any news? Seeing this, Lu Mu's face was delighted, and he hurriedly picked up the jade sketch and examined it. It said that it was done and asked him to go to a place to identify the body. Worthy of being a veteran disciple of the outer sect, efficiency is fast. Lu Yuan. Now you know what will happen to you if you mess with me. Lu Mu? Something that doesn't know how to die. Lu Mu smiled coldly, then immediately got up and sped towards the outside of the mountain gate. It didn't take long. Lu Mu then came to the location recorded in the jade slip as promised. This place was quite remote, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with dense ancient forests, and no semblance of human habitation. It's a good place to kill and burn a corpse. Nah, this is called professionalism. Lu Mu secretly sighed in his heart, then looked around. It was just that he had searched for half a day, but he hadn't seen Fan Yun, Qin Ping's figure. And just then, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind not far away. A slender silhouette leaped down from a small hill and stepped out. Van. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Lu Mu sensed that something was wrong. How come there's only one? It is said that Fan Yun Qin Ping, these two, has always been inseparable. Lu Mu was secretly vigilant. His eyes narrowed. It wasn't until a few breaths later that he finally saw the appearance of the visitor, and his pupils couldn't help but suddenly shrink. Lu Yuan. You're not dead. Lu Mu couldn't help but let out a shriek, his scalp instantly tingling as if he had seen a ghost. What? Are you surprised? Lu Yuan held his arms and looked at him with a smile. How is this possible? Fan Yun, where's Qin Ping? Lu Mu was filled with fear and opened his mouth trembling. At the moment, his first thought was, Lu Yuan offered a higher reward, causing Fan Yun and Qin Ping to fall in line. As for the other outcome, he didn't even think about it. After all, those two were both veteran outer disciples, with a cultivation level of the great circle of the bitter sea realm. Even if they encountered a fledgling yumming spirit realm cultivator, they all had the power to fight, and there was no possibility of them turning over in the gutter, naturally dead. But don't worry, you'll be reunited with them soon. Lu Yuan's expression was cold. As he spoke, his footsteps did not stop and he quickly approached towards Lu Mu. Lu Mu's scalp went numb and his body went cold. In this instant, not caring whether Lu Yuan's words were true or not, he directly turned around and ran with his legs drawn. He possessed the cultivation level of the 8th sky of the bitter sea realm. There was divine power constantly added to his feet, and he traveled as swiftly as the wind, flying at a high speed. Can you run away? Lu Yuan's chi and blood shook as his entire body directly transformed into a shadow of light and chased after him. Rustle! Lu Mu's pace pranced and he raced through the mountains and forests, using all means to escape, terrified to the extreme. However, no matter how he fled, he was unable to shake off the nightmare-like figure behind him, a heart that hit rock bottom. Giggle! At that moment, a stern golden divine light burst out from Lu Yuan's fingertips. After penetrating a few ancient trees that covered the front, it pierced straight through Lu Mu's calf, and blood immediately floated out. Ah! Lu Mu let out a miserable scream, but still forced himself to endure the severe pain and ran quickly. Until a few breaths later, the two who were chasing and fleeing came to the edge of a cliff. Lu Mu looked around, and a look of incomparable despair immediately appeared on his face. Lu Yuan, do you really want to kill everyone? Lu Mu shouted in horror, dragging his remnants of his body as he retreated again and again. Lu Yuan's face was expressionless without any response as he stepped forward, ready to finish him off. Lu Mu saw this and completely despaired. Finally putting his heart on the line, he leapt straight off the cliff and crashed down. Humph, that saves me from having to do it myself. Lu Yuan walked up to take a look. The cliff must be at least 1,000 feet high and deep. A bitter sea realm cultivator who couldn't fly fell, basically certain death. And just as he was about to leave, in the sea of consciousness, the system's beep, once again, sounded. Ding! Host's current experience detected. Option reward triggered. 1. Live to see the man, die to see the body. Go down and track him, and reward him with a copy of The Art of Bodywork, The Floating Shadow. 2. Ignore it and leave. 500 pounds of source. Ha! That triggers a system option too? When Lu Yuan heard this, his eyes couldn't help but stare. The moment this tip came out, it was almost like telling him directly that Lu Mu wasn't dead. It seems that the Netflix novels I read in my previous life. Honestly, if you jump off the cliff and don't die, you will have a great treasure. Unexpectedly, this seemingly unassuming Lu Mu still had a not-so-small amount of luck added to his body. Interesting, and unexpected. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face, and then with 3 punches and 2 kicks, he felled a few pale ancient trees that several people could not embrace, took its branches, tightly wrapped them together and threw them toward the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 13. Put. At the bottom of the cliff, a very high splash erupted within a deep, cold pool. Lu Mu dragged his broken body and climbed out of the cold pool, panting heavily. Ha ha ha, what a heavenly thing to say. It seems that it's God who doesn't want to take my life. A mere Lu Yuan, what can you do to me? Lu Mu laughed madly, with a hearty feeling of having survived a robbery. At the same time in the heart secretly swore that in the future will have to be that Lu Yuan, broken into pieces, in order to solve the hatred of the cliff fall. Immediately after, not far from the bottom of the cliff, a cave that had been artificially opened up attracted Lu Mu's attention. The cave was deeply embedded in the mountain, and the weeds were overgrown in front of the door, as if no one had been here for a long time. This place was inhabited? Lu Mu would believe it, endured the pain, stood upright and limped towards the cave. Soon, Lu Mu entered the cave. It was not blocked by any forbidden formations. What you see when you enter is a space that is not too big or too small. Within the surrounding walls, hundreds of fluorescent stones were embedded, emitting a gleaming light that did not appear dim. In the center position within the cave, there was a silhouette sitting on a plate. Its body was dried up, its flesh and blood essence drained away, without a trace of vitality. Seniors? Lu Mu bravely and tentatively shouted. Only after realizing that no one was responding did they gradually feel their way over. It was not difficult to realize that the owner of this corpse must have been an extremely powerful cultivator in his lifetime. Otherwise, it would have long since turned into dry bones and would not have kept its flesh so intact. Lu Mu searched around for a while, and finally, on that corpse, he found a storage ring. God's mind dipped in to take a look. Inside were quite a few bottles and jars, magic treasures, and some unknown ancient scrolls of feats and divine aptitudes. Seeing this, Lu Mu couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. As the saying goes, if you don't die in a great disaster, you will be blessed. This statement is not true at all. The feats and arcane arts left in the place where such a powerful person sat down would not be mundane. It must be an extremely high-grade superior mastery. Lu Yuan, you didn't expect it. Forcing me off a cliff has in turn given me a great creation. When I return from my training, I will be promoted to inner disciple. When the time comes to crush you, It'll be no different than crushing an ant. Lu Mu couldn't hide his delight as he excitedly muttered to himself. And just then, outside the cave, a silhouette, following the sound, sought it out. Ha, you really aren't dead. Lu Yuan probed and looked around, the corner of his mouth grinning. What? Lu Mu, who heard the voice, was directly scared out of his wits. The whole person was like a startled bird, violently bouncing off the ground. His face was white with fear. How could it be imagined that Lu Yuan would be cautious to such an extent? Thousands of feet of cliffs to follow down to find out what's going on. By the looks of it, it's a strong man's cave. Thanks for guiding me. Lu Yuan smiled inscrutably, and then, without saying a word, he leapt forward to kill. A few breaths later, calmness returned to the cave. Even Fan Yun and Qin Ping, who were at the great circle of the Bitter Sea realm, were not a match for Lu Yuan. Lu Mu, who was only at the 8th level of the Bitter Sea realm, naturally ended up in a situation that was self-evident. In 3 or 2 strikes, he was cut down on the spot by Lu Yuan. With great reluctance, he died with hatred. Lu Yuan picked up the storage ring and opened it to look at it. The eyes settled on the corpse again, flickering slightly for a few moments. This person should have been a Nirvana realm cultivator in his lifetime. Choose this place and sit down to die. Cultivators in this realm were only one step away from becoming gods, though, but it became an obstacle before countless powerful people transcended. 4. Each of the heavens of the Nirvana realm, the physical body, divine sense, and mana, all needed to undergo the metamorphosis of the 9 blights and 9 silences. The slightest misstep and you're dead in the water. Obviously, the owner of this cave in front of him was such a fate, to metamorphose himself. The resources in the storage ring had basically been consumed. Still, it didn't escape the fall. Subsequently, Lu Yuan opened those bottles and jars in his storage ring, which, not to his surprise, were all empty. Even that most powerful psychic magic treasure was dull and lost its color. The internal artifact spirit also died out. They've been dead for hundreds of years, to say the least. However, those that could be used to refine spiritual treasures were not idle refining materials. Years and years have changed. Still has a terrible sharpness. Not lose a good weapon in hand. Dragon Elephant Golden Body Technique. Heavenly Thunder Finger. The Purple Sword Codex. Lu Yuan flipped through the several books of not-so-low-grade feats and Shin techniques, except for the fact that Gongfu was not suitable for him to cultivate. Other than that, it comes in handy. He possessed a chaotic body that could innately evolve all laws. Cultivating it is hardly difficult at all. It's also a not-so-small chance of creation. As for the loot on Lu Mu, there was nothing to say. A poor man. It's like you've depleted your savings to buy a murderer, and you don't even have a few pounds of sources. Immediately after, Lu Yuan walked out of the cave and sat down on his knees beside the cold pool, preparing to cultivate. With a big wave of his hand, thousands of kilograms of source flew out, laying flat on the ground, and then he operated the chaos law and began to devour and refine it. Shasta, the majestic heaven and earth essence chi transformed into a torrent of energy visible to the naked eye, madly surging into Lu Yuan's body. His body rumbled as powerful vitality power flowed, exuberant as the blazing sun, rolling essence constantly nourishing his body and growing his physique. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Lu Yuan logically cultivated to the great perfection of the Sea of Bitterness realm. The fleshly body was strong and the divine power was majestic, coupled with the solid foundation laid down by the Tao scripture technique. He had almost cultivated this realm to the extreme, and was powerful beyond compare. Between the opening and closing of the arms, there should be hundreds of thousands of pounds of tremendous force, far beyond what an ordinary bitter sea cultivator could compare. It's time to march into the next realm. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Then he took out the 2 spirit-gathering pills, and chaotic chi surged forth, quickly refining them. Time passed. Lu Yuan didn't move a muscle, sitting like a dead tree. His sea of bitterness gradually grew in size, with waves of fury rolling over and thunder and lightning intertwining, as if it was trying to connect heaven and earth and completely ascend. I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Yuan woke up from his deep cultivation, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. The embodied spirit realm, a breakthrough. With a chaotic body, he had almost no bottlenecks when it came to cultivation. That's true up front, and later, as well. It really isn't all talk when the way of all flesh doesn't weigh me down. Even at the end of the Dharma era, when there were great emperors witnessing the way, they were still able to be courageous and refined. It was too heaven-defying, worthy of being one of the most powerful physiques in the history of cultivation. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan did not stop for a moment and took out the book of Shin Shu Shin Tong. operating the chaos origin, and began to deduce and comprehend it. Chapter 14 The Intersect. Soon, another half a month passed. Lu Yuan awoke from his initiation. Essence is full, chi and blood are like rainbows, and mana is strong. The whole person's temperament, too, had changed greatly. A mysterious robe shimmered, black hair fluttered, eyes deep. There was an ethereal immortal-like mysterious breath flowing through the body. The Daoist rhythm was heavenly. This time, Lu Yuan had practiced all kinds of divine abilities and techniques, and all of them had reached the state of great accomplishment. Once displayed, the power is unfathomable. With the previous battle power, there was another drastic change. In particular, the dragon-elephant golden body skill left behind by the owner of the cave was quite subtle. He had meditated at the bottom of a cold pool for 7 long days one after another. With the help of the cold gas quenching his body, he completed an incredible metamorphosis, almost approaching the degree of the flawless treasure body. With a slight vibration of chi and blood, the skin would take on a light golden glow, and it would be difficult for ordinary swords to injure it. And the strength of the fleshly body, too, climbed dramatically. Between the opening and closing of his arms, there seemed to be ancient dragons and elephants roaring and booming, extremely terrifying. Now I am much stronger, but in terms of combat experience, there is not much accumulation. It's just the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to have some experience. Lu Yuan thought darkly in his mind. He then did not continue to stay here for long. With a flash of his body, the divine rainbow suddenly appeared under his feet and rushed into the sky. A cold, chilly wind poured into his nose. Ancient trees and wolf forests, mountains and rivers, and great wilderness, all in full view at your feet. This feeling of being able to ride the world is extraordinarily wonderful. It couldn't help but make Lu Yuan's heart feel a sense of grandeur and relief. For the next month, Lu Yuan almost always spends his time in the mountains. Take the various types of demonic beasts that hibernate here to sharpen what they have learned and enrich their combat experience. Boom! Another powerful tiger-type demonic beast fell to the ground with a loud bang. At his forehead, he was pierced by a terrifying and powerful attack. Scorched and dead, Lu Yuan lightly stepped forward and took away the valuable materials on the tiger demon, while standing in place in deep thought. In this part of the world, there were not many powerful demonic beasts that could match him anymore. It is also quite time-consuming to try and find it. Therefore, there was no longer much point in continuing the calendar. It's time to go back. Lu Yuan muttered a sentence before he leapt up and sped towards the 10,000 primordial Holy Land. After returning to the Holy Land of the 10,000 beginnings, Lu Yuan didn't return directly to his cave, but instead went to the outer sect hall. With his current cultivation at the embodied spirit realm, it was possible to be promoted into an inner disciple. One into the inner gate. The treatment will go up as well. Not to mention anything else. Just the benefits of practicing within the embracing dragon stream were far from being comparable to that of an outer disciple. Soon, Lu Yuan's figure fell. In the main hall, the one in charge of guarding was still the same elder from before. Su Rong, Elder Su, I've come to promote to inner disciple. Lu Yuan walked in with large strides, arched his hand, and opened his mouth in an unassuming manner. Su Rong didn't care too much at first. Because of the Wanchu Holy Land, there were many outer disciples. Tens of thousands of people couldn't fight. It was not uncommon for people to break through to the embodied spirit realm and come for promotion almost every day. It was only when he looked up at the visitor that his gaze was visibly misplaced for a moment. It's you. Su Rong was very surprised. He remembers it well. This youth was Gu Qingwang's Daoist partner. That Lu family's holy body that couldn't cultivate Right now it's actually coming to promote an inner disciple? Did he hear right? Lu Yuan, to be promoted to inner sect disciple, one's cultivation needs to reach the realm of embodied spirit. Do you know that? Su Rong's expression changed one after another as he gazed carefully at Lu Yuan. However, no matter how much he checked, he could not see through Lu Yuan's cultivation. To view it with divine thoughts, like viewing a cloud of chaos, extremely peculiar, and I don't know what kind of secret weapon is worn. Disciple knows that I have broken through to the embodied spirit realm. As he spoke, Lu Yuan spread out his palm, and a majestic golden divine power immediately surged out, sometimes changing into objects, sometimes anthropomorphic swords and knives, such as arms and fingers, lifelike, spiritual mimicry. It really is the embodied spirit realm. You can actually cultivate? When Su Rong saw this, his face completely changed color, and he couldn't help but show his shocked face. Well, got some chance to create the sea of bitterness. Lu Yuan nodded and said calmly, it's amazing. I didn't expect that in my lifetime. I would still be able to see a sacred body that can be cultivated. This golden divine power, strong and containing surging vitality, far exceeding the cultivators of the same realm. It really lives up to its name. Su Rong silently sighed. The mind subconsciously thinks, this is the handiwork of the Lu family, or the Gu family executives. In order for Gu Qinghuang to give birth to the divine child as soon as possible, he even went to great lengths to open up the rock-solid sea of bitterness of the sacred body, and by the looks of it, there was no shortage of cultivation resources, all piled up to the realm of embodied spirit. Elder Su is flattering. I wonder if the disciple meets the requirements for promotion to inner disciple. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and did not explain too much. On this matter, it fits. Of course it does. Come over here and I'll change your identity nameplate for you. Su Rong nodded, not meaning to make things difficult for Lu Yuan. The future of the cultivation of the sacred body was slim and couldn't go very far though, but he was, after all, Gu Qinghuang's Dao partner. Gu and Lu, two important figures of the two great families. There's no need to get yourself in trouble over this little thing. Soon, the identity nameplate of the inner disciple, which had been engraved, was handed over to Lu Yuan, as well as some new benefits packages that are being told down the line. Many thanks to Elder Su. Lu Yuan took it and arched his hand. Well, go ahead. Su Rong smiled, waved his hand, and watched him leave. Not much longer. Lu Yuan had then returned to the cave where he lived. Just arrived on the front foot. There was a silhouette on the back foot, coming in slowly. Auntie, are you there? Mu Linger stood outside the cave and probed, looking left and right as she shouted. Yes, come in. Lu Yuan's voice came out slowly. Only then did Mu Linger move her feet and walk in. Spirit, is something wrong? Lu Yuan was still very fond of this quirky little girl. He glanced up, a calm smile on his face as he spoke softly. Nothing important, just came to see you. It's been almost 2 months, and I don't see Auntie making a trip to Qixia Peak. Mu Linger beamed with a puffed up look, and then, after looking around and realizing that the facilities within the cave were generally the same as before, she couldn't help but frown and ask, is Auntie still used to living in the 10,000 primordial Holy Land? It's okay. Lu Yuan spilled out a smile. What do you eat on weekdays? Mu Linger asked curiously. I have abstained from eating and drinking. Lu Yuan shrugged and spoke bluntly. Ha! Mu Linger froze, failing to comprehend the meaning of these words for a moment. A few breaths later, she looked up sharply, an unbelievable look on her pretty face. Auntie, you can cultivate? Chapter 15, Goodbye Gu Qinghuang. Could be. Lu Yuan nodded gently. This is something that will be known sooner or later, so, there's no point in hiding it. It's better to just speak up. Hearing him admit it himself, Mu Linger shook even more. The desolate ancient sacred body can actually be cultivated. She muttered something under her breath, lost in thought for a moment. In the end, he even plastered his entire body over and stared at Lu Yuan for a long time. Auntie, what cultivation level are you at now? Why can't I detect any divine power fluctuations in you? A secret artifact that can block probing is just that. As for my cultivation level, it should be at the 2nd level of the embodied spirit realm. Lu Yuan smiled. It was inconvenient to tell except for the matter of covering the sea of bitterness with chaos chi. The others, on the other hand, are not hidden. Oh my god, the embodied spirit realm. Mu Linger lightly covered her lips and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Such an age, such a cultivation. Although it was no match for those great sects, the heavenly prides of the ancient lineages, but it was definitely not the wasted body that the world spoke of. Auntie, you really did hide it from everyone. Miss would be so happy if she knew about this. Mu Linger's beautiful eyes fluttered, looking excited. Maybe. Lu Yuan paid a smile to this and did not say anything more. Immediately afterward, after the two of them chatted a few more sentences, Mu Linger left in a hurry. A few moments later, Mu Linger returned to Qixia Peak and excitedly informed Gu Qinghuang, who had just come out of customs, about this matter. Lu Yuan can really cultivate? And reach the embodied spirit realm? Gu Qinghuang's expression was stunned, feeling equally incredulous. Yes, from the aunt herself. Mu Linger nodded her head as if pounding garlic, her tone affirmative. Did you see him perform the divine arcane technique? Gu Qinghuang pondered slightly for an instant, still looking suspicious. She had been in contact with Lu Yuan for a short time though, but from the incident when he had just arrived at the 10,000 primordial sacred land and he had to live alone in the outer sect's cave, it was evident that Lu Yuan was a person with a strong sense of self-esteem, doesn't accept pity from others for no reason and has his own ideas and style of doing things. Avatar Arcana? That's not true, but Auntie wouldn't have to make up such a lie to fool me. Mu Linger thought for a moment and opened her mouth. That's just it. This is a big deal. I'm going to go there myself. After saying that, Gu Qinghuang no longer hesitated, and with a flash of her delicate body, she dissipated from her original position. Soon, Gu Qinghuang appeared in Lu Yuan's cave. After not seeing her for 2 months, her cultivation seemed to have refined again. Lotus stepped lightly, came in a graceful manner, like an exiled fairy girl landing on the mortal world, ethereal temperament, holy and incomparable. And Lu Yuan was not the least bit surprised by her arrival. At the moment, he was sitting alone at the stone table, waiting quietly. Linger said that you broke the heavenly Dao shackles of the holy body and set foot on the path of cultivation. Is that true? After Gu Qinghuang measured him with his divine thoughts, it was ultimately fruitless, and then slowly sat in front of him, gazing at that handsome and peerless face. He couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Exactly. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. The whirlwind did not utter a word to explain too much. Just a divine force overflowing between his palms explained everything. It really is the embodied spirit realm. Seeing this, Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes abruptly condensed, flashed through a flash of surprise, and hurriedly asked a follow-up question. After opening the sea of bitterness, have you been successful in your cultivation? Can you sense any other heavenly Dao shackles? Aside from the fact that the cultivation resources have been consumed a lot, I don't feel much else. Lu Yuan shook his head. Is that so? Gu Qinghuang was thoughtful. Regarding the desolate ancient sacred body, she didn't know much and couldn't offer much help. But right now, Lu Yuan had successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, which was always a good thing. Not to say that he became a powerful party, but at least he was no longer mortal. Some heavenly materials can also be refined and taken. The upper limit of longevity will increase quite a bit. You don't have to worry about anything in terms of my cultivation. It's up to God to decide how far it will go in the end. Lu Yuan smiled and opened his mouth, his words exuding an easygoing lightness that calmed one's mind, before asking rhetorically, what about you? During this period of time, how has your cultivation been? Fortunately, I just broke through to the 3rd level of the cave realm not long ago. It's kind of refined. Gu Qinghuang's pretty face looked slightly slower, but she still said absent-mindedly, Cave Heaven Realm Triple. Lu Yuan sniffed, and his eyes involuntarily flickered a few times. Gu Qinghuang was worthy of being the proud daughter of the Gu family, the possessor of the innate Dao fetus physique. At the age of around 20, to have such a cultivation level, I'm afraid that if you look at the entire southern region, you won't be able to find a few people who can match it. It was thought that the position of the holy maiden of this 10,000 primordial sacred land would be hers. How long before the big competition starts? As the words stopped, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked with some curiosity. 7 more days. Gu Qinghuang stroked the green silk in front of her forehead and opened her mouth to respond. During that time, she had been sizing up Lu Yuan's body. There was an intuition that told her that the current Lu Yuan seemed to be very powerful. The blood qi was like a rainbow. The power was surging, and the fleshly body was quenched to be close to flawless, possessing a terrifying explosive power that far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Perhaps, this is the strange thing about the desolate ancient sacred body. Unfortunately, in terms of divine power, it is slightly lacking. If you want to compete with those veteran inner disciples, you still have a realm disadvantage that is difficult to overcome. Otherwise, it's a good fight. Gu Qinghuang sighed in her heart, but after a little contemplation, she ghostly spoke up and reminded her, the rewards for topping the inner and outer sects in the Holy Land competition are generous. With your current cultivation, although the hope of entering the inner sect's top 8 is slim, it's not a bad opportunity to sharpen yourself. If you are interested, you can attend. Oh, after hearing this, Lu Yuan generated a hint of interest and inquired, what is the reward for being the top of the intersect ranking? A quota to enter the divine pool of creation. What is the divine pool of creation? It's a strange place that was created by the God realm powerhouses within the Holy Land by spending countless heavenly materials and treasures. Disciples who enter at the great circle of the embodied spirit realm can wash their souls, clarify their spirit platforms, and transform their bodies. As long as one's qualifications and enlightenment aren't too poor, basically all of them can open up a sea of consciousness and condense the divine palace within the divine pool of creation. Gu Qinghuang patiently explained. I see, it's quite a creation. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up as his interest grew. Immediately afterward, after the two of them chatted a few more sentences, Gu Qinghuang prepared to leave. Before leaving, her pretty face suddenly flushed, her eyes flickered, and her voice was like a mosquito fly saying, that thing. It's only after the big competition. I now can't be distracted. Cough. Lu Yuan coughed dryly. His face became a bit unnatural, and said, "It's fine. There's no rush. Well, I'm off. So practice hard." After saying that, Gu Qinghuang flexed her fingers and a spirit light landed directly on top of the stone table. Looking back again, the attack of the silhouette has disappeared. Chapter 16 Origin Dragon Chi. The aura that landed on the stone table was a storage ring. Lu Yuan opened it. Inside, dense piles of source stones were piled up. To say the least, it's tens of thousands of pounds. This kind of wealth must not be a small amount for a true disciple of the 10,000 primordial Holy Land. But it was taken out so easily by Gu Qinghuang. Enough to see its affection. Ugh. It's a soft meal after all. Lu Yuan let out a light sigh and cried a little. Although he didn't really want to rely on Gu Qinghuang's resources to cultivate. But now that it was over, there was no chance of refusal. So he could only accept it silently. Only waiting for the opportunity to take out one or two profound ancient scriptures to return to her in the future. At this point, Lu Yuan still had a few things he could take out. Afterward, he stopped dwelling on it and put this storage ring away, falling into contemplation. The great competition of the Holy Land was close at hand. If one wanted to stand out in the intersect competition and get a quota to enter the divine pool of creation, it's bound to be squeezed into one of the top 8. As for the Wanchu sacred ground, the cultivation levels of the veteran inner disciples were, without a doubt, all bound to be clear of the great perfection of the embodied spirit realm. With him now, there was a full 7 minor realms difference. Such a gap is in front of us. Even if they used all their means, they might not be able to win. 7 days to go. Raising your cultivation level is imminent. Lu Yuan's eyes were heavy as he muttered. Immediately afterward, he suddenly got up, walked out of the cave, and sped towards the direction of the Yunlong stream. In accordance with the rules of the Holy Land, inner disciples, every month, can practice in the Yunlong stream for 3 days, and it's the second basement level. In terms of the richness of heaven and earth essence, it was quite a bit better than the outermost layer. It was the fastest way Lu Yuan could currently think of to raise his cultivation level. Soon, Lu Yuan had arrived at the Yunlong stream with a light heart. The number of people, as usual, remained quite large. Only, most of them were outer disciples with a huge base. The line of inner disciples was not very long. Lu Yuan didn't look at him with an unblinking eye as he walked straight to a place behind the line and lined up silently. Ha! Isn't that the guy who got into an argument with Lu Mu some time ago? How did he get over to the inner gate and get in line? In the crowd, a few outer disciples, their eyes widened as if they had seen something unbelievable. He wouldn't have broken through to the embodied spirit realm, would he? Someone spoke with a trembling voice, thinking of this possibility before revealing a look of horror. How long has it been? 2 months or so. Straight from the middle stage of the Sea of Bitterness realm, crossing over to the embodied spirit realm? What kind of terrifying cultivation speed is this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He might just be lost. Someone shook their head and denied it vigorously. At the same time, with Lu Yuan's sharp divine sense of cultivating out of the sea of consciousness, he immediately realized that on the side of the outer gate, there were quite a few people spying on him, but he's not what he used to be. In terms of strength, a single finger could crush Lu Mu's stream, and he didn't bother with anything. Time lapse. Soon, Lu Yuan was at the front of the line. After showing the inner disciples token, he logically entered the second underground layer of the Yunlong stream and disappeared. Going in. He's gone in, really becoming an inner disciple. Those few people from earlier, their faces were even more moved. While shocked, his heart did not forget to secretly pray for Lu Mu. After all, after offending such an inner disciple with extraordinary potential, in the future in the Holy Land, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to move an inch. By the way, it seems like it's been a long time since I've seen Lu Mu. Speaking here, the man seemed to have suddenly realized something as if his scalp instantly tingled, immediately silencing his voice. Yunlongjian, second basement level. This place was nearly 100 feet deep into the Earth's surface, like a mysterious and deep huge mining cave. However, the light was not dim, and everywhere there were stray dragon vein essences that emitted a light golden color, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daytime. On the piece of open area around them, there was an inner disciple sitting on a plate. They each operated their gong methods, their divine energy steaming, regularly exhaling essence and quickly refining it, appearing unusually quiet. After Lu Yuan entered, he glanced around and quickly withdrew his gaze, and then, just like everyone else, he bent his knees and sat down to start cultivating. Boom! The chaos origin in his body had just been running. The dragon vein essence in the second underground layer immediately stirred. A torrent of energy that had almost condensed into substance gathered quickly and poured towards Lu Yuan's location. That devouring speed was extremely amazing. Let Lu Yuan surrounded by an ocean of essence. Mist and misty, seemingly illusory, so that people cannot really see. This is, what a domineering spirit gathering technique. It doesn't seem to be a Holy Land inheritance. For a while, many inner disciples awoke from their cultivation, and their gazes were cast towards Lu Yuan, revealing a touch of strange colors. However, the crowd didn't care too much about it, and after looking at it for a few breaths, they quickly withdrew their gazes. After all, cultivation to this day, everyone has their own chances. Situations like this one are not uncommon. Moreover, the second level of the Yunlong stream was full of essence and covered a vast area, and there weren't that many people. How much can a human cultivator of the embodied spirit realm absorb? It doesn't affect anyone else at all. Bang! Lu Yuan sat motionless, his body flickering with light, refining all the dragon vein essence from the external source into his body. The golden sea of bitterness was suddenly filled with light. Electricity flashed in unison, and vigorous vitality and visions emerged. At the same time, the dragon elephant golden body technique body refining art that he was practicing also functioned without fail. Golden luster appeared on the surface of the body, like gold casting, full of texture. The majestic dragon vein essence constantly washed over his flesh and bones, and from time to time, a dull sound of dragon and elephant chants came out, which was loud and powerful. 2 days later, a terrifying aura abruptly erupted from Lu Yuan's body. A solid dragon she wrapped around his body and hovered in the void, setting him off like a deity. Phew! Embodied spirit realm, triple sky. Lu Yuan's face was delighted as he extended his palm and clenched his fist. It only felt that there was an extremely surging power constantly coming from within his body, running like a river and sea. Compared to earlier, it was again unknown how much stronger it was. Get a head start while there's still some time left. Lu Yuan cast aside his distractions and composed his mind, preparing to continue cultivating. And just then, the void above the second level of the dragon stream suddenly cracked and rumbled. A large golden dragon condensed from pure essence, with its head held forward, lifelike, flowing with endless Tao power, as if it was one of those legendary beings that really manifested in the world. Origin Dragon Chi! The Origin Dragon Chi has appeared. I don't know who it was that shouted this. In the next instant, the entire second floor of the embracing dragon stream was completely boiling. Chapter 17. At this moment, even Lu Yuan rose up in a prancing manner, and a touch of fire surfaced in his gaze as he looked into the void above. On the occasion of the promotion of the outer gate hall to the inner gate, Elder Su had cautioned him. The depths of the ground of the dragon stream had a certain chance of harboring Origin Dragon Chi. It was formed from the purest dragon vein essence, accumulated over time, and contained massive energy. If he was able to devour and refine it, it would be enough to be worth half a month's hard training in the embracing dragon stream. As for the final winner, it's up to each individual to decide. Deacons of the Holy Land would not intervene and allow the disciples present to compete in the fight. Ha ha ha. After absorbing this Origin Dragon Chi, I'm confident that I'll be able to take a 100-foot step further and advance to the 7th level of the embodied spirit realm. What a godsend! Not far away, a young disciple wearing a yellow shirt let out a lone laugh, and with the Tao lines surging between his palms, he opened his large hand, and then grabbed across the sky towards the Origin Dragon Chi in the void. Get out! A mere 5th level of the embodied spirit realm, and you dare to taint the Origin Dragon Chi? Out of your depth. On the other side, a black-robed youth shouted icily, and with a wave of his hand, he offered a party of precious seals. In the eyes of the crowd, it dramatically enlarged, seemingly weighing as much as a mountain, overflowing with radiant divine light, suppressing downwards. Put! The young disciple in the yellow shirt immediately coughed up blood and retreated, being knocked away head-on and falling heavily to the ground. Duan Chengfeng, you! The latter covered his chest with his hand, and a look of fear surfaced in his eyes. What? Not convinced? Duan Chengfeng took a step forward, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted, bringing an extremely strong sense of oppression. The yellow-shirted disciple clenched his teeth, and after struggling for an instant, he didn't dare to say anything more. When the other inner disciples present saw this, they also stopped in their tracks, a look of awe flashing across their faces. This Chengfeng, with the cultivation of the 7th heaven of the embodied spirit realm, in the intersect, it was somewhat famous. Although it was not as good as those veteran disciples who had the strength to compete for the top of the list, but a strength that is already quite not weak. If an idle cultivator of the embodied spirit realm wanted to compete with him, he still had to weigh his options. After all, capturing the origin dragon chi in the embracing spirit stream was meant to have a greater component of luck. If there happened to be a top powerhouse from the intersect here, I'm afraid that if he was as strong as Duan Chengfeng, he would only be able to eat dust at the back and wouldn't dare to make the slightest move. Since no one dares to fight, then I'll accept the honor. As the words fell, the divine rainbow suddenly appeared under Duan Chengfeng's feet and he quickly rushed into the void, preparing to ingest the dragon chi. And just then, several powerful attacks erupted from 3 directions in unison. The force was so fierce that it actually shook Duan Chengfeng, who was at the 7th level of the realm of embodied spirit, back tens of feet away. Senior brother Duan, don't be so hasty. This origin dragon chi, I'm afraid it's not your turn yet. An elegant man, holding a feather fan, gently fanning, standing in the crowd, just like a crane, quite conceited. At the same time, in the void on the other side, the figure of a wonderful woman with a delicate physique gradually rose into the air. Her eyes were lowered and she swept a glance at the crowd before her vermilion lips lightly opened and she faintly said, "To each his own." Shu Xingzhu, Qi Hin. The crowd of disciples below exclaimed in shock. Obviously, those who could call out their names in the intersect were not obscure. In terms of strength, he was afraid that he was only stronger than Duan Chengfeng. Who is this guy? I don't seem to remember. At this time, many inner disciples were converging their gazes on the last spot. The man's appearance was unfamiliar, though his temperament was not bad. It shouldn't be a famous and strong person in the inner sect. Who are you? Duan Chengfeng frowned and coldly shouted, similarly looking at the last person. Lu Yuan. The man smiled and spoke. Never even heard of it. A nobody? How dare you take a shot at me? Living out of your mind, are you? Duan Chengfeng's sword brows rose and his face became even colder. Shu Xingzhu, Gxin. These two he recognized. The strength was not much different from his, and it was still reasonable to fight for it. But a nameless person who also dared to take a shot at himself was really hard for him to endure. It's okay. I'll let you get acquainted now. Lu Yuan responded indifferently. Spinning around the next instant, his sleeves unfurled and his entire body transformed into a golden beam of light, charging forward at an unbelievably fast speed. Seek death. When Duan Chengfeng saw that he still dared to take the initiative to seek provocation, he was instantly enraged, and after shouting, his hands formed a Dao seal, communicating with that precious seal and suppressing it towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's face remained calm as he sensed the terrifying sense of oppression coming from above. His precious body was glowing with light, and with his 5 fingers and fists, he blasted at the precious seal. Clank! A thunderous sound exploded in the void, obviously using his physical body to harden the magic weapon. But the resounding sound of metal collision came from it, not stopping many of the disciples present from looking shaken. At the same time, that party's huge treasure seal, after violently trembling for a moment, its light suddenly dimmed by a few points, and flew out backwards, actually failing to curry any favor. What? Duan Chengfeng's expression changed drastically, revealing a shocked look. He had never seen someone who could shake his pan-tai seal with the power of his flesh. It was really unbelievable, and the current situation also let him can't think too much. In a hurry and then perform Xianfa. Palm and the divine light emerges, gulping divine splendor, toward the person swept away. Boom! A powerful golden holy fist covered and pressed down, almost in a destructive manner, shattering all the divine splendor, and finally fiercely bombarding Duan Chengfeng's body. Bang! The terrifying power, raging like a volcano erupting, directly knocked Duan Chengfeng's figure down from high in the air, like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the earth, smashing out a huge deep pit. Countless chaotic rocks flew up and fell down, burying the latter's torso, leaving only 2 legs, stuck upside down on the ground. At this moment, the crowd of inner disciples present all sucked in a breath of cool air, looking at Lu Yuan with the gaze of a monster. A thought was unanimously born in his heart. Intersect. When did such a ruthless man appear? Just by relying on the power of his physical body, he could easily crush Duan Chengfeng. Could it be that he had practiced some powerful body refining technique? And just as the crowd was shocked at his strength, Lu Yuan frowned, as if he had sensed something. The power of the 5 elements surged in his palm, flipping his hand into a seal and violently slapping it horizontally toward the back. Boom! The large handprint overflowing with 5-colored divine light was terrifyingly terrifying, seemingly draining the essence of a side of heaven and earth, and the void was trembling and humming. Shu Xingzhu and Gxin, who were drawing on the energy of the origin dragon chi with their secret techniques, sensed the danger and their faces instantly changed drastically, and then each of them drew back and retreated violently, dodging this attack. The two of you seemed to be a bit unruly. Lu Yuan's expression was indifferent as he moved his big imperial hand and grabbed the origin dragon chi in one hand. Chapter 18 Strong Crush. Xu Xingzhu, Gxin and the two of them, with their feet in the void, confronted Lu Yuan from afar, a look of gravity appearing on their faces coincidentally. The fact that this person was able to defeat Duan Chengfeng so cleanly was enough to see. He had extraordinary strength all over him, and his precious body was quenched quite powerfully, and he was by no means a bumbling person. Senior brother Lu Yuan, right? Observing your divine power. It seems that you only have fluctuations at the early stage of the embodied spirit realm. Are you sure you want to wade through this mess? Xu Xingzhu wore a smile on his face and didn't move to anger, still maintaining a fluttering gentleman's demeanor. How do you know unless you try? The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth lifted up in an arc as he spoke without slowing down. In that case, let's see it underhand. Xu Xingzhu's feather fan was withdrawn. His aura changed greatly, and his eyes gradually became stern. On the other side, Gxin, whose pretty face was calm, didn't say much. With just a wave of her plain hand, a pair of strange armor glowing with ice blue watery splendor covered her torso. Thinking that she was also prepared for battle, the three men again experienced a brief standoff. Fighting, suddenly. Now, the origin dragon chi was grabbed by Lu Yuan through the air. The goal of the two, naturally, was the same. Xu Xingzhu's robe swung and her hair flew, as if she had performed a mysterious secret technique. The surrounding void instantly became misty, seemingly shrouded by a kind of immortal mist. His figure, too, gradually became illusory and disappeared into it. Giggle. It's amazing when it doesn't move. Thousands of powerful swordlights instantly rushed out from that roiling mist, densely packed, the divine light nearly covering the sky. The range was smacking. Misty divine sword art. This is a profound Xian technique from the 10,000 Scriptures Pavilion. Senior Chu has actually cultivated this mastery. Within the arena, many inner disciples exclaimed out in shock at the expressive power of this divine sword art. With so many divine swords attacking, it would be difficult to resist without a sufficiently strong protective artifact. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, faced with the sword light that was coming from all over the sky, his face was calm and remained calm. The majestic power of divine thoughts in his sea of consciousness swept forward, and he knew the general idea. With the mana of a cultivator at the realm of embodied spirit, he could not support the consumption of this technique, so it must be that 2/3 of them are false feints, intended to block the body position and confuse the audience. The main body, on the other hand, was hidden in the mist, looking for an opportunity to rush out and attack. Such a tactic, used on someone else, might be a bit tricky. However, when placed on Lu Yuan, who had already cultivated the sea of sense, it was just broken. Boom! Lu Yuan mobilized the chi and blood in his body. The dragon and elephant roared in unison. A monstrous and terrifying aura erupted in an instant, and then he took a step out and rushed straight towards where Xu Xingzhu was. Clang! Along the way, Lu Yuan's golden fists kept waving, facing off against the roiling divine swords. In that dense sword light, it was like going in and out of no man's land. The light on the muscle body bloomed. The huge chi will be all the attacks crushed. A forward, fast to incredible speed, almost without any hindrance. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to Xu Xingzhu's face and blasted out with a fist. What? Xu Xingzhu was shocked, not expecting at all that his position would be found out at once. However, he was also a generation with rich combat experience. The feather fan in his hand opened up, and suddenly the light glowed greatly. The black crystalline fan bone immediately resisted in front of his chest, condensing a light curtain. Boom! Lu Yuan's divine fist vibrated and struck out strongly. The terrifying force, like a true dragon swinging its tail, knotted on top of the protective light screen. A crack immediately appeared above it, cracking inch by inch, not enough to resist this ferocious attack. The terrifying astral wind penetrated through his body. The misty mist in the sky was dispersed, and Xu Xingzhu also flew out backwards with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Just one look made him cough up blood and get injured. Such battle power was truly shocking, and at this moment, Gxin, who was on the side, similarly struck out. Her eyebrows blazed, divine light brimming around her, moonlight flowing, and with a wave of her vertical arm, a terrifying wave of energy rushed into the sky and swept through the 8 directions. Wind and Thunderfinger. Lu Yuan's divine idea was powerful. Covering 10 directions, there was almost no possibility of being sneak attacked. A turn back, his fingers swiftly entwined with purple arcs. intertwined with the power of wind and thunder. Bursting out. Boom! This void shook and splashed with energy ripples like water waves. Guing thumped back dozens of steps away, her ice blue armor flashing with a strange light, resisting most of the impact before she was traumatized. However, right now, Guing's heart has been unable to remain calm. Her pretty face couldn't help but change color, revealing a shocked look. Not only was this person's physical body peerless, it was comparable to divine iron. The Xian arts practiced were also extremely amazing. The killing power was so strong that it was feared to be comparable to some cultivators of the 9th level of the embodied spirit realm. Boom! In the next instant, Chu Xingju killed again. The feather fan in his hand, the cold light flickered, changed from the previous elegant, turned into a killing weapon. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed slightly, and his figure steeply shifted horizontally several feet away, and then he merged his fingers into knives and continuously slapped, using pure physical strength to harden himself. Clank! Clank! Shocking roars resounded continuously in the void. After the two exchanged a few moves, Guing also summoned a magic weapon and joined the battle. Only, Lu Yuan still did not show half panic. The golden holy fist constantly waved. The power is frighteningly large. Each strike is powerful. To 1 against 2, are not lost at all. What exactly is this Lu Yuan? Surprisingly, even the duo of Chu Xingju and Guing joined hands to suppress him. With such battle power, could it be that it's going against the heavens? The gazes of the crowd of inner disciples who were watching the battle jumped. All of them were surprised, shocked by the terrifying strength that Lu Yuan had displayed, not knowing where this black horse had been killed from. A loud noise in the void came continuously. In the short time it took to burn half an incense stick, the three had exchanged hundreds of rounds. Boom! Lu Yuan struck out with a fist, and the wind and thunder sounded, shaking the mountains and rivers. The already shaky ebony fan was no longer able to withstand such a force, and was directly shattered and exploded on the spot. Chu Xingju flew out backwards, his body's qi and blood churned, his arms were sore and numb, and his face became even more unsightly. For a while he didn't dare to take another step forward. On the side of the Guing is also not good. The hands of the magic weapon cracks, light dim, cannot stop the buzzing intention. Think a few more rounds of fighting, to be completely scrapped. After all, it is difficult to force the enemy. While Lu Yuan stood upright in the void, his eyes glanced at the two of them. His aura was still like a rainbow, undiminished by the slightest bit. That's just it. I don't want this dragon chi. Chu Xingju's face was white, his divine power was empty, and he was no longer able to fight. Spinning around, he turned around and left without saying a word, not wanting others to see his joke. Alas! Seeing this, Guing also sighed softly and retreated silently. She still had some tricks up her sleeve though, but the sect competition was imminent. It was really a mistake to expose all of one's cards in order to compete for a single piece of origin dragon chi. Moreover, it may not be possible to win. We can only leave it at that. Chapter 19, The Great Competition. The battle for the origin dragon chi came to an end. The result was unexpected. It was plucked by someone who was a nobody, defeating 3 veteran inner disciples one after another, crushing them with absolute strength. Was truly unbelievable, but everyone in the room knew that. After today, the name Lu Yuan, I'm afraid, will resound through the inner sect. Such a battle record was enough to rival some great experts of the 9th sky of the embodied spirit realm. Perhaps, in the grand competition, it will also be able to shine brightly, so that people dare not underestimate it. As for Duan Changfeng, who was first defeated by Lu Yuan, after watching the battle between several people, also cannot be born to recover the face of the courage. Do not know when. Gray slipped from the small road to leave, exited the Yunlong stream. After the dust settles, Lu Yuan sank his heart and operated the chaos law to start refining that origin dragon chi. In an instant, one could only feel a surge of life essence rushing toward the sea of bitterness, setting off monstrous waves, 10,000 divine lights, and astonishing weather. Lu Yuan was sitting like a wood, standing still, with radiant light flowing from his body. The blood in his body rumbled and chirped, like a Yangtze river, rushing. That powerful strand of life essence was quickly refined by him, constantly flushing his flesh and blood meridians, as if undergoing a deep metamorphosis. Until a day later, Lu Yuan had only just awakened from his deep cultivation when his eyes opened abruptly, bursting with a golden lightning bolt. His essence was full and his body was soothed. Embodied spirit realm, 5th heaven. A flash of joy appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Even he himself was surprised at such a speed of cultivation. One must know that more than 2 months ago, He was still a mortal who had not set foot on the path of cultivation. Now in a short period of time, he had transformed himself into a cultivator of the middle stage of the embodied spirit realm. It's too much of a shock to say. Subsequently, Lu Yuan counted the time. His cultivation time in the Yunlong stream was almost up, so he got up and stepped away, all the way back to the cave. It could be clearly felt that there were a lot more figures of cultivators within the Holy Land. It was thought that they had all returned early because the great competition was approaching. There were quite a few people gathered to climb together, in pairs and groups of 3 or 5, and it was very lively. Lu Yuan didn't have many friends in the Wanchu Holy Land, so he didn't stop. Harnessing the divine rainbow and burying his head in the sand, he soon returned to his place of residence. There are still 3 days left until the great competition. With my current cultivation level, I shouldn't fall into a disadvantage against some cultivators of the ninth sky of the embodied spirit realm, but exactly how? We still need to know after we've exchanged blows. Lu Yuan murmured darkly in his mind. Afterwards, he withdrew his thoughts, no longer thinking much, and again consolidated the arcane arts and Tao methods he had learned. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 10,000 primordial Holy Land. The grand competition once every few years had finally arrived. This time, because there was the selection of the contemporary Holy Son, the Holy Daughter, so in terms of scale, it was quite a bit bigger. The entire martial arts ring, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, was crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder, densely packed with silhouettes. It could be said to be in full bloom. Around the huge martial arts ring, 8 4-sided high platforms were cast. Those seated on top were all the top figures of the Wanchu Holy Land, in addition to the mighty 7 true disciples and a group of elders. The 10,000 primordial sacred lord, as well as those several perennial godly supreme elders would also be present. Half an hour later, the boisterous sound of people suddenly fell silent. One by one, the gazes were gazing towards the upper part of the dome, only to see that the void cracked and the Tao line swayed. Several silhouettes, stepping out from it, descended here. They were surrounded by a terrifying and incomparable atmosphere of the great Tao, and just by standing there, they were able to collapse aside of the void, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. The Holy Lord is here. The Holy Lord is here. The crowd of disciples below had fiery eyes, and their gazes coincidentally converged on the person at the head. The man looked middle-aged, wearing a gorgeous Xian robe. His body was tall. His back was straight. Between his eyebrows there was a trace of untouchable majesty. His aura was powerful. It was clearly the contemporary Holy Lord of the 10,000 primordial Holy Land. Gentlemen, take your seats. The 10,000 primordial Holy Lord smiled faintly and spoke calmly. Aha! The several supreme elders gently nodded their heads and answered. Then with a flash of their figures, they each landed on top of a high platform on one side and slowly took their seats. With the arrival of the high-ranking figures from the Holy Land, the atmosphere of the entire large venue was getting hotter and hotter. Many disciples were rubbing their fists, full of anticipation for the next battle. After all, except for the clan competition, there were really not many chances to show one's face in front of the Holy Lord and all the supreme elders. If they performed well, they might be able to be spotted by whichever one of them took them as a disciple. And from then on, they would be able to rise to the top of the world. The chances of such a thing, though, are slim, but one must live and dream after all. Otherwise, what's the difference with a salted fish? For this reason, it's important to take a stab at it anyhow. In the crowd, Lu Yuan stood quietly, his gaze similarly looking up at the high platform, unable to stop flickering. The 10,000 primordial sacred lord, and those few supreme elders of the Holy Lands, were about equal in cultivation to the major ancient world families, the sacred lords of the Holy Lands, and the great religion patriarchs. All of them were supreme beings of the heavenly God realm. Reaching this realm, it is said that a drop of blood can collapse mountains, rivers, lakes and oceans, and that one can destroy the heavens and the earth by lifting one's hand and throwing one's foot, possessing unbelievably terrifying greatness. In this age of the end of the law where saints do not come out and kings do not show up, it was almost already the strongest battle force on the surface of the great Tao unification. Wherever he went, he was honored by billions of living beings. I wonder how long it will take me to get this far. 10 years, 20 years, or more. Lu Yuan's eyes burned, and a few moments of anticipation inevitably arose in his heart. In the meantime, on top of a high platform in the southwest, a much-anticipated graceful silhouette rose in style, and towards the palace-suited beauty in front of her, she made a full bow and respectfully said, "Greetings to Master. No need to be polite. The palace-suited beauty wore a soft smile on her face as she lifted her hand to strike out a divine force, lifting her body up. Sit down, Qinghuang. Yes, master. Gu Qinghuang nodded her head lightly and obediently sat down. Third heavenly realm of cave heaven. Very nice. You have a great chance in this holy maiden selection. A look of satisfaction surfaced on Shangguan Ruo's glistening white face. I will go all out. Gu Qinghuang's eyes were firm as she spoke solemnly. Well, just do your best. Shangguan Ruo was pleasant and nodded with a smile. Subsequently, she seemed to have remembered something. Her eyes suddenly lowered and fell among the black pressurized crowd below. By the way, before you said, that little Daoist couple of yours, can cultivate, this big competition, did he come? Chapter 20. Gu Qinghuang sniffed, and her stunningly beautiful face suddenly blushed, and then the eyes similarly swept across the crowd below. It's just that the number of people in this big competition is really large. Even searching with divine thoughts, trying to find someone was like finding a needle in a haystack. Not an easy task. He should be coming. Maybe it will come out on top in the inner gate battle. Gu Qinghuang spoke softly. Oh, you're so confident in him? Shangguan Ruo smiled shallowly and looked deeply at Gu Qinghuang, seemingly with an implication. The desolate ancient sacred body, even though it is bound by the shackles of the heavenly Tao, is not a mortal body after all. The last time my disciple met him, he vaguely sensed the strong qi and blood in his body, which was beyond the reach of cultivators of the same realm. If you go to war, you will not be obliterated. Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes blinked and said truthfully, in that case, then I will wait and see. Shangguan Ruo smiled. Then a look of interest surfaced in his eyes as he murmured, the desolate ancient sacred body. This kind of physique is too long ago, and it seems to have been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years. How easy it is to rise again. Off stage, Lu Yuan had naturally seen Gu Qinghuang on the high platform a long time ago, but he didn't make a sound. He just looked at it from a distance and then moved his gaze away to look elsewhere. On top of the other high platforms, Lu Yuan actually saw two familiar faces. One of them was the female true disciple, Lu Hong, whom he had met earlier outside the Yunlong Jian. The second was the man in white who had been enlightened with him in front of the chaos monolith. At first, Lu Yuan guessed that this person, with all his strength, was unfathomable. Now I see you again. And it's true. To be able to sit next to a supreme elder on an occasion like the Holy Land competition, the identity of the latter, naturally, speaks for itself. This brother, do you recognize the man in white sitting on the high platform on that side? Lu Yuan wore a smile on his face as he climbed into a conversation with a Holy Land disciple beside him. Ha, are you just starting out? Don't even recognize him. That Holy Land disciple looked surprised. Met him once, but don't know the name. Lu Yuan shrugged and casually said, that one is the direct grandson of one of my 10,000 primordial sacred lands supreme elders. One of the 7 true disciples, In Tiandu. He grew up in the Holy Land since he was a child. His cultivation talent is extremely terrifying. Looking at the entire young generation of the southern region, he is a leading figure. Perhaps after the great competition is over, one will be able to ascend to the position of Saint's son. The Holy Land disciple had a reverent face as he opened his mouth to explain. So that's how it is. Thanks for telling me, brother. Lu Yuan gently nodded his head and made a mental note of the name. Time passed and another half-hour passed. The disciples who should have come had basically arrived. The great competition of the Holy Land had finally drawn its curtain. Boom! A shimmering voice rang out, and thousands of mysterious and complicated Tao patterns intertwined across the sky, dividing that huge martial arts ring and forming a forbidden light curtain. The purpose was to prevent the aftermath of the battle from spilling over and affecting the crowd of spectators. On the other hand, it is to ensure fairness and not to let people who have the intention to interfere with the results of the great competition. Immediately afterward, a Holy Land elder flew over the ring in a flash after receiving a signal from the Wanchu Holy Lord. The rules of the grand competition began to be announced, as well as the various rewards for the top of the list. The voice was high-pitched, the words resounding, and it was laced with a powerful divine idea power that could be clearly transmitted to the ears of every disciple present. A few breaths later, the rules have been announced. The elders of the Holy Land began to call the roll. The martial arts ring was divided into 4 battlefields by the forbidden light curtain, 2 by 2, 8 by 8. Soon, the disciples of the Holy Land whose names were read out, went up to the stage one after another, ready to compete. Of course, some of these are vacant seats. After the elders of the Holy Land had called out their names 3 times, if no one had yet appeared on stage, it would be equivalent to automatic abstention. Among these people, Some of them knew that their strength was low and it would be self-defeating to fight on stage, so they simply gave up. It is also common to find a proportion of unreturned persons. After all, in the world of cultivators, life and death, bloodshed in fights are part of the family routine. Dead, wounded, trapped, captured, etc. All are possible and cannot be traced. Soon, above the 4 rings, 8 figures appeared, each nervously confronting each other in a strict stance. Begin! As a deep drink fell, these 8 figures, all of them moved. Their figures instantly rushed out and engaged their opponents in battle. Boom! Boom! For a time, all sorts of divine light shone, and all sorts of techniques were frequently produced. The intense sounds of fighting were endless, attracting many disciples to probe and watch. In the first match of the grand competition, all the outer disciples of the Bitter Sea realm participated in the battle. The two sides are competing, mostly the collision of physical strength. The art cannot be said to be more subtle. The ornamental can only be considered average. Lu Yuan, who was in the crowd, withdrew his gaze after a few cursory sweeps and began to close his eyes. With the huge base of outer disciples, it would take at least half a day to finish the competition. It's a long time until he's on stage. Time rushes by, until several hours later, the duel of the outer disciples finally came to an end. Boom! Under a powerful attack, the disciple in the ring who was in the great circle of the Bitter Sea realm coughed up blood and retreated in defeat. Although there was a strong look of unwillingness on his face, the battle had reached this level now. His own divine power had been withered, and he was simply powerless to resist anymore. Soul could only open his mouth and admit defeat. Walking out of the ring with a gray face, the outer sect leaderboard was finalized, and a cheer went up from the arena. Afterward, the sacred land elder vanished into thin air and announced the results of the first grand competition with an expressionless face. Next, was the second match, the inner disciples duel. Dong Tai, Zhang Hong vs Du Wenlong. South stage, Yu Zishi vs Hong Wendi. West stage, Zhang Chao vs Ning Lin. North stage, Lu Wenjin vs Lu Yuan. Disciples whose names are read, come up to the stage. The words fell. A divine rainbow rushed out from the crowd in all directions. Ha! There's me in the first one. Lu Yuan was slightly surprised, but he didn't hesitate too much, and with a flash of divine light underneath his feet, he rushed straight into the sky, and then landed lightly on top of the north corner ring. Lu Yuan? He's Lu Yuan? There was a clamor under the stage, and many people's gazes converged on top of the north stage. What's going on? Is this person famous? Someone was puzzled and opened his mouth to inquire with a puzzled expression. Well, but he's only recently become famous. It is said that this person is extremely strong, having defeated Duan Chongfeng, who is at the 7th level of the spirit-embracing realm, and Gxin, who is at the 8th level of the spirit-embracing realm, and Xu Xingzhu, one after the other, in the dragon-embracing stream, capturing that day's originating dragon chi. Initial deduction. It almost has the battle power of the night sky of the embodied spirit realm. On the side, a Holy Land disciple who knew the inside information explained in a low voice. Hiss, so strong, that Lu Wenjin. I do recognize him, but he's only at the 3rd heavenly cultivation level of the embodied spirit realm. He ran into this kind of character in his first game. It's really bad luck. Chapter 21, Defeating the Enemy with One Move. In the meantime, Gu Qinghuang, who was on top of the high platform, also noticed Lu Yuan's appearance. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly for a few moments, and her vermilion lips lightly opened as she transmitted her voice downward with her divine thoughts, mostly encouraging. Lu Yuan sniffed and glanced towards the top before nodding his head gently. The other side of the high platform, Yin Tiandu, who had always been cloudy and lighthearted, also showed a few rare looks of interest on his face after seeing Lu Yuan on stage. The last time we met, this person was only at the Bitter Sea realm cultivation level. You still need to rely on your physical strength and climb the mountain peaks before you can see the Chaos Monolith. Seeing each other after more than 2 months, he was already an inner disciple of the embodied spirit realm. Such a cultivation speed was truly amazing. As expected, those who were able to sense the existence of the Chaos Stone Tablet were not mere mortals. Sooner or later, it will rise. The moment. Lu Yuan stood in the ring with a long stance, calmly and self-assuredly looking at his opponent. The other party's cultivation was visible as soon as the divine thoughts were swept. It was only the 3rd heaven of the embodied spirit realm. With such a cultivation level, he could defeat it with his hands, so there was no need to care about anything. On the contrary, Lu Wenjin was like an enemy. His body was tense, his eyes fleeting, ready to fight at any time. A few breaths later, On the four-sided ring, all 8 people had already taken their positions, and the atmosphere was tense. Begin! With the Holy Land Elder's order, the battle was instantly fought. Boom! On the other 3 parties' rings, each of them erupted with a strong wave of divine power, and their magic weapons crossed the sky with astonishing might. Cultivators who had reached this level of the embodied spirit realm could already be described as having ascended. The divine abilities and mysterious techniques that he had mastered were all in the minority. Relatively speaking, it was much more exciting than the exchanges between the outer disciples. At the same time, Lu Wenjin also launched his attack, and with a wave of his hand, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. At the blade of the sword, the cold light was brimming with sharpness, and it was clearly a mid-grade magic weapon. Giggle! Thick, stern sword light was born out of thin air. Light flared in the sky, divine energy surged, and swept towards Lu Yuan at an astonishing speed. When Lu Yuan saw this, his eyes remained ancient. In the next instant, his sleeves unfurled and he flew forward, a ray of golden divine aura overflowing between his palms as he slapped head-on. Boom! Big golden hands, slapping straight down horizontally. With just one strike, the rampaging incoming sword light was slapped to smithereens, turning into bits of light that dissipated into the void. What? Lu Wenjin's face changed drastically, revealing a shocked expression. His opponent, he knew, should be strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. Surprisingly, he was able to easily crush his attack with his mortal flesh, far beyond his expectations, and just as he was about to strike again, he suddenly froze in his tracks. That Lu Yuan's figure, at some point, had already disappeared in place. The next moment, a slender finger draped with a stern beam of light silently rested against Lu Wenjin's neck. You lose. A calm and bland voice sounded slowly in his ears. It couldn't help but make Lu Wenjin feel numb and terrified. This would be outside of the Holy Land, on a battlefield where life and death are on the line. I'm afraid that he may not be able to realize where his enemy is even after his throat has been pierced. Gap! It's just too big. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu, for being merciful. I lost. Lu Wenjin lowered his head and spoke grimly. Understood. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and dispersed the divine light on his fingers. Immediately after, Lu Wenjin no longer lingered, and with a flash of his body, he swept straight toward the stage. North stage. Lu Yuan wins. The Holy Land Elder swept a glance towards this side and already knew the result of the match, announcing in a loud voice. Ha! Those 3 rings just started and it's over here? No more than 2 or 3 breaths in total, right? This speed. Too fast. There was an outcry from the stage. An unbelievable look spread across the faces of many disciples. Defeating Lu Wenjin, who was at the 3rd level of the embodied spirit realm, with a single move. Such strength was enough to rank in the upper level of inner disciples. On the other hand, those who had heard of Lu Yuan's battle results in Yunlong Jian were not too surprised. After all, the hard power is there and there's nothing to fuss about. Lu Yuan quickly leapt down from the ring after hearing the Holy Land Elder announce the results of the match. Under a gaze of shock, reverence, and awe, he returned to the crowd. Very fast, very explosive. From the last time we met, his strength, it seems, has refined again. It should be at the middle or lower stage of the embodied spirit realm now? Gu Qinghuang pondered slightly, and after some analysis, a flash of surprise could not help but appear in her beautiful eyes. If it was really as she expected, then the speed of Lu Yuan's cultivation increase was too astonishing. In just a few days, one could cross several small realms as if there were no bottlenecks. Although it was said that he had left behind tens of thousands of pounds of source for him to cultivate, but unusual cultivators had to take a certain amount of time to absorb and refine it. Without special means, I'm afraid it's impossible. It seems that he still has quite a few secrets on him. Gu Qinghuang murmured to herself as her beautiful eyes were stunned. 1 incense stick later, the fight in the ring, completely over. The other 3 who won, like Lu Yuan, managed to advance. The next bout, however, wasn't so soon. There was a time for them to recover their divine power. The inner disciples didn't have as huge a base as the outer disciples though, but the numbers are just as large. It would take several hours to compete for the top 8. Soon, 8 more disciples whose names were read out, went up to the stage to perform martial arts. 2 by 2. A fierce battle was fought once again. Lu Yuan stood in the crowd, watching with his arms folded, and when he encountered an engagement of interest, he would look at it a little more. After all, it's better to know the enemy and know yourself. Time keeps moving, until half an hour later, Lu Yuan ushered in his second battle. This time, however, his opponent was a familiar face. It was clearly the female cultivator, Gxin, who had competed with him for the Origin Dragon Chi in the Embracing Dragon stream last time. When Gxin heard the list of sparring matches announced by the Elder, his eyes were visibly stunned for a split second, and he fell into a state of hesitation. To be honest, she would rather encounter a veteran inner disciple of the ninth sky of the embodied spirit realm than fight Lu Yuan again. This person's physical strength was unimaginably strong. In the last battle, it had actually hard-chipped one of her top-grade magic weapons, causing her heartache. However, right now, it was the sect competition. Not being on stage means abstaining without a single chance. Gxin, the Sacred Land Elder frowned, his eyes roaming around as he shouted again. Gxin came back to her senses, and immediately stopped hesitating, biting her silver teeth, and with a flash, she flew into the ring and stood against Lu Yuan. Chapter 22, Winning Streak. Above the ring, a man and a woman, two figures confronted each other, attracting the gazes of many Holy Land disciples. Gxin, a veteran inner disciple, had a notable reputation, a cultivation level that was also quite not weak, the eighth sky of the embodied spirit realm. As long as you don't have too much bad luck and run into those guys too soon, there might even be a chance to squeeze into the top 8 and get a spot to enter the divine pool of creation. Coupled with the external conditions of having a clear face and outstanding temperament, among a group of disciples, the call was very high. Senior Sister G, go for it, beat him, don't fight him hard, try to cut his lower 3. Many male disciples shouted and cheered from the stage. A few even thought of tactics for her. Kikeen blacked out and ignored it. What a coincidence, meeting again. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and spoke calmly. Yes, since the last time we parted, I'm sure that Master Lu's cultivation has refined quite a bit again, right? Gxin's eyes blinked as she similarly revealed a smile. Okay. Lu Yuan was non-committal. Is that so? Then later, I hope that senior brother will be merciful and not let me lose too badly. Gxin smiled coquettishly and made a gesture of weakness. Beauty tricks don't work on me. If you want to advance, show your true skill. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth lifted up in an arc as he said faintly. The words fell at the same time. The voice of the Holy Land Elder also resounded from above the void. A few nearby rings. The battle instantly started. Giggle. Gxin's hair flew, and her glistening white skin, blooming with eye-catching radiance, was as powerful as a rainbow. As soon as it came out, it was a powerful technique. The temperature of the surrounding void instantly chilled down. A powerful and extreme ice cone, wrapped with amazing coldness, shot towards Lu Yuan. Boom! Lu Yuan's face didn't change, and he still used his bare hands to harden himself. 3 punches and 2 kicks. The ice cones that attacked the sky collapsed, and the broken ballast flew horizontally and splashed in all directions, as if there was a hailstorm and snow. And Kiheen was not at all surprised by this. She knew that Lu Yuan's physical strength was amazing and could not be defeated by force, so she could only rely on distant attacks to win. Take advantage of the moments when there are openings. Gxin rode the divine rainbow and rushed into the sky, opening his mouth to spit out a precious light that transformed into a large net intertwined with the power of thunder and enveloped it. Wanting to engage in a trapped beast fight? There are quite a few magic weapons. Unfortunately it doesn't work. Lu Yuan smiled blandly. Under his powerful divine idea power, any movement was invisible. The moment that thunderous net fell, Lu Yuan's figure, once again, disappeared. As with the last fight, it was almost as good as it gets. Only, the speed he performed was more than several times faster. As strong as some of the veteran inner disciples under the stage, they were only able to see a flickering beam of streams of light crossing over. Body arcana. That was fast. Gxin's pretty face changed, and she instinctively retreated to the back. At that moment, a fist seal glowing with golden light had already smashed down towards her. Clank! Gxin was in a state of crisis. Her hands quickly formed seals, and the ice blue armor she wore on her body abruptly lit up, splashing a ripple of energy, resisting the impact. However, the entire figure of the person was still struck down heavily and crashed into the earth. Lu Yuan's feet pranced around, running at extreme speed, following closely, not giving her the slightest chance to catch her breath. Bang! Another terrifying punch mark was struck. Gxin flew out backwards, his body staggering, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. His armor cracked and his light dimmed. At this rate, in a few more strikes, it's going to fall apart completely. How many more times can you perform such extreme speed? Gxin clenched her silver teeth, extremely unwilling, and fought and fled, but she was never able to get away from Lu Yuan's pursuit. Many times, Lu Yuan opened his mouth and once again transformed into a shadow of untraceable light, raising his fist to attack. Bang! Bang! A shimmering voice resounded in the ring. The battle between the two was completely one-sided. Qiheen desperately defended himself, and only once in a while was he able to find a hand to return the favor. But Lu Yuan's speed was just too fast. Before the charging divine light burst out, he was already far away in another direction, and could not hit at all. A few rounds later, the ice blue armor finally couldn't hold up to the violent impact and completely exploded. Xian's chi and blood churned, and his internal organs were not lightly shaken. She knew that if she fought any longer, she would just be humiliating herself. I admit defeat. The voice was heard ringing out. Lu Yuan stopped his stance and stopped striking, closing his fist and standing. This Xian technique of yours, what is its name? Xian looked grim as she opened her mouth to inquire. Floating light. Lu Yuan didn't hide it and responded in a straightforward manner. Great name. I'm the one who is less skilled. Xian shook his head inside, completely extinguishing any illusions about the top 8, before resolutely flying down to the ring. Nan Tai. Lu Yuan wins. The proclamation of the elders of the Holy Land resounded slowly. The gazes from outside of one of the arenas converged. Among them, there was no shortage of core disciples of the Divine Palace realm. They couldn't help but show a touch of gravity in their eyes as they looked at Lu Yuan. This Xian. The defeat was not unfair. That Xian technique that this person just performed. It's amazing that even my divine thoughts can only capture blurry residual shadows, let alone a cultivator of the embodied spirit realm who hasn't yet opened up a sea of sense. Indeed, if there are no surprises, this person is going to occupy a seat in the intersect's top 8 spots. Several core disciples of the Divine Palace realm communicated with each other with their divine thoughts. Even senior sister Ji, who is at the 8th level of the embodied spirit realm, was defeated. This Lu Yuan, so strong, truly a dark horse killed in the midst of this grand competition. If he can win 2 more matches, he's almost assuredly in the top 8. On the other side, a group of inner and outer disciples were also divided in their opinions. There were also quite a few female cultivators among them, staring at Lu Yuan with glowing eyes. Strength aside, this skin of Lu Yuan's was also very lethal to some female disciples. His features were handsome and peerless, and his temperament was as ethereal as an immortal. Wherever you go, you are a presence that can be noticed at a glance. Nice jutsu. On top of the high platform, Yin Tiandu gently nodded his head, giving out a rare appraisal. However, he still wondered in his heart, what kind of physique is Lu Yuan? It could make his senses so strong. Watching the two fights, it seemed that only the strength of the physical body could be seen, far beyond the norm. With that alone, it's impossible to confirm anything. In the meantime, Lu Yuan slowly stepped down from the ring amidst the crowd's gazes and continued to prepare for the next bout. And there was no doubt that he was still the fastest to win down this time. Chapter 23, The Elite 8. The battle was in full swing. Another hour passed. Lu Yuan ushered in the third bout. Only when he just stepped into the ring, the opponent then surrenders and automatically forfeits the match. The man was very self-aware. With a cultivation level of the 7th heaven of the embodied spirit realm, it was a stroke of luck to have made it this far. And there was no thought of going any further. This is the Elite 8? Lu Yuan crowed and laughed, returning to his original position quite helplessly. At this moment, Gu Qinghuang, who was on top of the high platform, also had her beautiful eyes light up, secretly happy for Lu Yuan. Squeezing into the top 8 meant getting the qualification to enter the divine pool of creation. With his current cultivation, even if he couldn't cross over to the Divine Palace realm in one step, it would definitely be of great benefit. Immediately after, Lu Yuan continued to watch the battle from the field. Of the last ones left, there are a few, with a lot of buzz, who are considered favorites to take the top spot in the inner gate. Their cultivation levels were all at the level of the great circle of the spirit-embodied realm, and their strength was very strong. There was even a cold young man who, like him, had opened up the sea of consciousness ahead of time and was already halfway into the Divine Palace realm. In every match, the opponent is resolved in no more than 2 or 3 moves, cleanly and without delay. It drew frequent stares from the crowd of big shots on the high platform. It seems that there is something unusual about the identity. Another half hour passed. The Elite 8, finally, is upon us. When the Holy Land Elder finished reading out the list of sparring matches, 8 divine rainbows, coincidentally, landed on top of the ring. The scene was boisterous and highly publicized. Even some of the elders on the high platform raised their eyes slightly, raising a few points of interest. No doubt about it. The inner disciples who could make it this far were already no weaklings. After going through the baptism of the divine pool of creation, one was almost bound to enter the divine palace realm. Come out and rock the core with a lot of potential. It would not be a bad thing if someone could match their eyes and take them on as a successor to the mantle. At this moment, standing opposite Lu Yuan was a young man with a tall body. His appearance was slightly rugged, his body was gnarled with muscles, his divine power was vigorous, and the scar branded at his left eye was shocking to the eyes, and it even manifested a ferocious aura, which made people not dare to underestimate it. Lu Yuan, right? Observing your cultivation, which has yet to be perfected. It's not easy to make it this far. I, for one, don't know my hands from my feet. You can save yourself the pain of skin and flesh by admitting defeat early. Han Jiang glanced towards the opposite side and licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Oh, coincidence. I, for one, don't have a light hand. Would love to learn. Lu Yuan's face was calm as he opened his mouth with a smile. Humph. I don't know what I'm talking about. Han Jiang snorted coldly. Seeing his insistence, he simply said no more. And at the moment, in the other corner of the ring, but an untimely voice came out. I concede. The person who opened his mouth was clearly the inner disciple who was dueling with that cold young man. His entire person appeared to be very spontaneous. Knowing that he was undefeated, he turned around and left without a single moment of hesitation. Ha, that's admitting defeat? No more fighting for it? Although it is said that by entering the top 8, one has already obtained a spot to enter the divine pool of creation. But there are other great rewards besides that. The crowd of disciples on the stage. Some were puzzled and regretted opening their mouths. Fight my ass. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. And smart people don't humiliate themselves. Besides, do you guys know what that Mu Chang's identity is? There's a hidden agenda? What is his status? It is said to be a direct lineage pride that has been snowed under for many years in the Grand Elder's family, possibly harboring some sort of special physique. Participating in the intersect battle is just a matter of coming to go through the motions because I'm still young. In the future, it's almost an internalized true disciple. In the crowd, someone told such a secret story, creating quite a stir. So it's someone from the Grand Elder's family. No wonder it's so strong, but I've never heard of it before. Many people were secretly shocked, and their gazes toward the stage became even more awe-inspiring. Mu Chong, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned about the comments of the people around him. The face was cold and the eyes were ancient, always maintaining a lofty and arrogant posture. Afterward, he sat himself on top of the ring and began to meditate with his eyes closed, as if a battle of this level could not even raise a single ounce of interest in him. A few breaths later, the battle was fought. In all 3 rings, violent fluctuations of divine power erupted at the first moment. Han Jiang's body swept forward, rapidly approaching forward. His speed, which was very fast, traveled, accompanied by the sound of gusts of wind and thunder, transforming into a trail of residual shadows. The cultivation of the great circle of the spirit-embodied realm was revealed. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, instantly capturing his position, and then he immediately put his 5 fingers together and blasted out with a fist. Boom! The two do not hide and do not avoid. Short combat. Fists and fingers collide together. Immediately erupted a shocking sound. Seems to make the surrounding void for it to shake a few times. Kind of. Han Jiang was slightly surprised when he sensed the force coming from his arm, and then a blazing light violently erupted between his palm prints, his divine power heaving as he slapped away. Bang! Lu Yuan's sea of bitterness shook as his chi and blood surged, and he once again raised his fist to blast out. The blow collided with such force that it briefly separated the two, and then, with a toe step on the ground, the ring shook, and each of them transformed into a shadow of light and rushed to kill each other. 2 people killed. Close body combat. Dense punches and kicks, like a storm like crazy fall. Each strike seemed to have the power of 10,000 pounds. Ear-piercing sonic booms were endless, and the astral wind was fierce. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to see. Hiss, this Lu Yuan really isn't bad. Surprisingly, he was able to fight against Han Jiang in terms of physical strength. Many of the intersect disciples watching the battle moved their expressions and opened their mouths in astonishment. Han Jiang, this person, and no distinguished origin, can come to this point today? All rely on that share of ruthlessness. It is said that when he was young, he had obtained an extremely strong body refining technique, and his attainments in the physical body were far beyond ordinary people. There was the amazing battle record of the Bittersea realm hand tearing down a demonic beast of the embodied spirit realm. Bang! Bang! Within a few breaths, Lu Yuan and Han Jiang had exchanged dozens of rounds, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. Great desolate palm. Han Jiang coldly shouted and cast a strong Shin technique. A large hand slapped downward. A desolate aura filled the air, blocking all life and surging with power. Lu Yuan's eyes condensed, and he raised his hand to point out a finger. The wind and thunder whistling, severe to the extreme. Boom! This void shook, setting off terrifying waves of energy that swept in all directions. Han Jiang was impacted and thumped backward a few steps. His face could not help but flash a flash of color as he opened his mouth with a cold smile. No wonder you're emboldened and refuse to admit defeat. You really do have some skills. However, your realm is too low, so it's ultimately difficult to match me. Watch me take you. Chapter 24, The Final Four. 8 Barbaric Strength. A cold drink passed. Han Jiang used his watchful eye. This was the strong secret art that came with that body refining technique he had obtained when he was young. Once revealed, the power was extremely astonishing, and it was not difficult to kill an enemy across 2 or 3 minor realms. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Han Jiang's body, surrounded by waves of blood that were demonic in nature and very impressive in power. But that's all. Lu Yuan grunted, his face remaining unchanged. In the next instant, a terrifying force of qi and blood similarly erupted from his flesh orifices. The sinews and bones roared in unison, shimmering with a golden luster and accompanied by a rumbling sound, as if the ancient dragon elephant had revived within him. Ha! These two little guys, their attainments in the body refining path are both not bad. It's almost on the verge of surpassing the limit of the embodied spirit realm. Rather a good moldable talent. On the high platform, quite a few Holy Land elders glanced sideways for it, their eyes gradually glowing. Since you're well versed in that as well, then let's split the difference on this field. When Han Jiang noticed the amazing qi and blood that Lu Yuan had revealed, a flash of color flashed across his face, which quickly disappeared again. Just what I want, Lu Yuan said without showing any weakness. The words fell. The two stomped their feet and charged forward, instantly fighting furiously. Bang! The two fists clashed hard, which could be described as a pinprick. 2 distinct waves of energy exploded at the center point, causing energy ripples. If it wasn't for the many Dao patterns engraved around the perimeter of this ring, sealing the space, I'm afraid that this strike would have revealed an unrivaled destructive power. At this moment, Han Jiang's battle power was in full swing, and his terrifying killings fell as crazily as a blistering wind and rain. Wherever he passed, the wind whistled, not only powerful and heavy, but also accompanied by heavy strange dark force, shocked the void or issued ear-piercing buzzing sound. On the contrary, Lu Yuan was equally fierce. The entire person was like a lofty mountain, standing firm and not retreating for half a minute in the face of the overwhelming attack. His body shone with golden light, and his arms were wide open, just like a heavenly god descending into the world. Unstoppable. Boom! A dozen moves passed. A large golden hand slapped across the sky, causing the void to shake and crackle. The terrifying force contained therein was simply unimaginable to normal people. Put! Han Jiang sprayed out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. Bones cracked in many places all over his body, and the intense pain caused him to spasm and turn white. Han Jiang revealed a shocked expression and completely changed color, though reluctant to admit it. But the facts are in front of us. Lu Yuan's attainments in the physical body Dao were indeed far superior to his. Each strike was like a majestic mountain crashing head-on. That power, unstoppable. Moreover, the 8 desolate savage strength, which he had always been invulnerable to, had also lost its effect. All sorts of dark energies struck into Lu Yuan's body, as if a clay ox had entered the sea, as if it had been swallowed by a mysterious force, bizarre to the extreme. How? Still want to suffer this skin? Lu Yuan stood in place, calm and self-possessed. Such a battle is not at all surprising. He was a desolate ancient saint body, and his physical strength was unrivaled in the world. Don't say it's a battle at the embodied spirit realm. Even if a divine palace realm cultivator came, he might not be able to get the slightest advantage under him. Today, it's a lesson. I concede. Han Jiang hesitated for a long time before finally shouting out those words. Losing to the enemy on his best field left him speechless and his heart filled with frustration. Even if you grit your teeth and hold on, you'll only be humiliating yourself. Han Jiang actually admitted defeat. Fierce as he is, would he also bow to someone of his own accord? It's really rare. Below the ring, countless disciples of the Holy Land had shocked looks on their faces, unable to calm down for a long time. Take a look from the sidelines. This duo's matchup is really mediocre and not that fancy. Without even utilizing a magic weapon, it was a fist-to-flesh close combat. Lu Yuan wins. The voice of the elder of the Holy Land came out from above, announcing the end of the bout. This person is your newlywed Daoist couple, right? Shangguan Ruo glanced at Gu Qinghuang beside her with her remaining light and spoke with a light smile. Flesh is strong. Inner disciple. It's the Lukes again. With several elements added together, Lu Yuan's identity was almost called out. Master's wise eyes. Gu Qinghuang's head nodded lightly, and a touch of moving luster flashed through her beautiful eyes. Not weak and not bad-looking. If it wasn't for that kind of constitution that is envied by heaven, with the green phoenix, it would still be a good match. Shangguan Ruo sighed softly in his heart. Although she was Gu Qinghuang's master teacher, but it was inconvenient to intervene in the affairs of the Gu family. Now that the wood has been turned, it is useless to say anything more. It could only be reduced to a silent sigh. Senior, do you think that he will be able to take the top spot in the intersect ranking? Gu Qinghuang raised her delicate chin and inquired in a small voice. Difficult. Shangguan Ruo shook his head and said, this person, Mu Chong, carries a kind of divine king physique, has been cultivated by the Mu family since his childhood, and is deeply blessed by the Grand Elder's true passages, and has almost gained a foothold of invincibility under the divine palace realm. Furthermore, the true cultivation of your little Daoist couple should be no more than the 5th heavenly level of the embodied spirit realm. It's not an ordinary level of difficulty to want to reverse fall a junior god king. Gu Qinghuang sniffed and nodded thoughtfully. After Lu Yuan won this victory, he was already among the top 4 of the intersect. Honestly, he made it this far. It was already out of one's league. Originally, he thought that getting the qualification to enter the divine pool of creation would be an unexpected blessing. However, right now, in Gu Qinghuang's heart, for some reason, she had an inexplicable confidence in Lu Yuan, as if defeating Mu Chong and taking the top spot in the intersect was not something impossible. Time keeps passing. After defeating Han Jiang, Lu Yuan did not depart from the ring, but instead meditated in the same spot and waited quietly. Another incense stick passed. The battles in the other 2 rings finally came to an end. The candidates for the intersect's top 4 were contested. They were Mu Chong, Lu Yuan, Zhang Wuxi, and Shen Su. Afterwards, the Holy Land Elder didn't hesitate and continued to read out the list of sparring matches. Mu Chong versus Shen Su, Lu Yuan versus Zhang Wuxi. The 4 of them sniffed and silently walked to the engagement position. I concede. Shen Su, like others, cleanly chose to admit defeat. There wasn't the slightest bit of confidence that he would be able to defeat this unfathomable teenager. Mu Chong Shang, the elder of the Holy Land, announced, and then his eyes lowered to the other side and asked, what about you guys? Are you going to engage in battle? Lu Yuan's expression was subdued, just calmly looking at the woman across from him. The meaning of the inquiry was obvious. At this moment, basically a person could tell that Zhang Wuxi was in a bad state. The last great battle had almost exhausted her divine power and her underpinnings. A clear face that looked pale. Even if they were to force a match, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold out long enough to lose. That's just it. I'll admit defeat too. Zhang Wuxi shook his head, and with a flash of his body, he swept straight down to the ring. Chapter 25, Mu Chong. Duel. Spin. There were only 2 figures left in the large ring. Lu Yuan stood with a long body, collecting thousands of gazes, and had no intention of abstaining. This caused the countless disciples of the Holy Land under the stage to look sideways, and murmuring voices continued to emanate. By the looks of it, Lu Yuan is not going to admit defeat? To compete with Mu Chong? Indeed, although Lu Yuan's strength isn't weak, but if he wants to compete with that one for the top spot of the intersect ranking, he's still a bit inadequate. Ever since Mu Chong took the stage, basically no one has been able to get past 3 moves in his hands. As strong as the top 8 of the intersect, it's time to admit defeat and surrender. Many disciples were talking. Most don't think highly of Lu Yuan. After all, Mu Chang's reputation was too big. It's definitely the qualification of a teenager's true heritage. With a cultivation level that was half a foot into the divine palace realm, he was riding high in the battle of the intersect, and his position was untouchable. The moment when the Holy Land Elder saw that Lu Yuan didn't admit defeat and leave, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and then his hands made a stroke into the void. Boom! Branded in the void densely packed Dao lines glistening, constantly arranged and reorganized, will be 4 rings, evolved into a place, so that the 2 people's fighting space, several times larger. Intersect duel. Begin! As a deep voice came out, Mu Chong, who had been resting his eyes with his eyes closed, only slowly opened his eyes and looked directly at his opponent for the first time. A mere cultivation of the 5th level of the embodied spirit realm. And you dare to fight me. That's interesting. Do you want to use this opportunity to make a name for yourself? The corner of Mu Chang's mouth lifted up a sneering arc as he indifferently opened his mouth. It's just a normal competition. Besides, what you think you're famous for is nothing in my eyes. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, very calm, with a strong and overwhelming confidence that could not be ignored. Humph, a frog in the bottom of a well, not a small mouth. Same old rules, 3 moves to defeat you. Mu Chong smiled coldly, his brows proudly looking out of the world, not putting any fellow cultivators in his eyes. The moment the words fell, giggle, a blazing purple electric aura blossomed from Mu Chang's brow, like a sword or a blade, splendid and incomparable, and at an astonishing speed, it chopped towards Lu Yuan. Divine thoughts condensed into substance. This is a sign that it's about to condense the divine palace. Below the ring, there were quite a few sacred ground disciples with venomous eyesight, and a gasp of surprise came out. At such an age, he was about to cross into the divine palace realm. In terms of cultivation speed, I'm afraid that it's a lot faster than the 7 great true transmissions, and my future achievements are absolutely limitless. A single divine thought wants to behead me? Junior, you're too conceited. Lu Yuan tit for tat, the sea of consciousness at the center of the eyebrow, boiling in an instant, the same rushed out a golden beam of light, like a heavenly sword out of the sheath, clanging and clanging, the power is equally amazing. Boom! The 2 powerful divine thought forces collided together in an instant. Thunder and cold lightning were born out of thin air, splashing a large ripple and spreading in all directions. Bang! After a few breaths, the divine thoughts of the 2 of them each dissipated and this first strike was actually an even fight. Your mere cultivation of the 5th level of the embodied spirit realm has actually cultivated the sea of sense? Mu Chang's tender face showed a rare flash of vibration. How hard can it be? Lu Yuan put on a smile, looking cloudy. This statement was made. On the stage, there was an immediate sensation on the stage. Half a step into the divine palace, cultivating the sea of sense in advance. It's not easy, but it's not too rare. If a person in the middle stage of the embodied spirit realm had opened up the sea of sense, this could definitely be called shocking, and not many cultivators would be able to do it. Moreover, the power of this cultivated divine idea was so strong that it was on par with Mu Chong, which was really unbelievable. Rather, I underestimated you, but it's still the same thing. Oh well. All over Mu Chang's body, divine power surged, as if there was an endless light that overflowed from his body's surface. And then he decisively struck out, casting a powerful arcane art divine ability, Ancient God Finger. With a broken cry, berserk divine power instantly converged and condensed into an incomparably thick finger. Above it, all sorts of subtle runes were intertwined and densely packed, like a forbidden secret art that had been passed down from the ancient times, and the power was extremely astonishing. 5 elements great hand seal. Lu Yuan's body was blazing with light. A blur, turned his hand down and slapped it, covering the sky with a huge hand. The 5 elements of energy intertwined and overflowed, spewing out a large area of gorgeous divine haze, illuminating the entire ring with streams of light. This was a powerful divine ability from the system. So far, it was the first time he had shown his full might. Boom! The 2 attacks collided once again, erupting into a shimmering roar. The void trembled and distorted, and there were surging waves of energy everywhere, causing many cultivators of lower realms on the stage to feel chilled and shocked. The light dissipated. Lu Yuan's figure, still standing straight in place, was covered in a Xian robe, immaculate. Mu Chang's eyes revealed a sulking expression, and his face became a bit ugly. He had thought that his opponent was just a mediocre inner disciple. I didn't expect that there was really some strength, that he could block his attacks one after another. Kill! Mu Chong shouted, his arms spread out, infinite light erupted, and hundreds of stern divine spears emerged, breaking through the air and enveloping the sky. This was not a faint shadow, but was actually condensed with majestic divine power. Above each divine spear, a terrifying killing machine was entwined, piercing through heaven and earth. Enough! Lu Yuan opened his mouth forcefully, his muscles glowing, the dragons and elephants roaring in unison. A monstrous and terrifying power of qi and blood instantly erupted from within his body. It was even more than a few times more vigorous than when he was dueling with Han Zheng earlier, like a big golden sun, rising up and stabbing people's eyes open. A millstone-like hand, emitting golden light, blocked the way forward and slapped across the sky. Boom! The many divine spears all cracked in response to the sound and exploded abruptly, turning into a sky of light and dissipating into the void. It's just a sculpture. If you want to defeat me, Show me your real skills, Lu Yuan said in a cold chorus. At this moment, the countless Holy Land disciples present were all moved by the amazing qi and blood that Lu Yuan had revealed. It was hard to imagine that this was the kind of power that a cultivator of the embodied spirit realm could possess. It was truly astonishing. 3 moves up. Lu Yuan has broken the limit of 3 moves. The previous bout was not even his full strength. Sure enough, none of them are easy to deal with if they can make it to the intersect finals. At that moment, even some of the sacred land elders above the high platform were surprised by the power that Lu Yuan had displayed. That golden qi and blood power, exuberant as an oven and containing surging vitality, had a familiar feeling of déjà vu. Yes, Lu Yuan, right? You are indeed qualified to make me look at you squarely. In return, I'll show you my true power. Mu Chong laughed in anger, and between his eyes, a stern light blossomed abruptly. At the same time, a terrifying aura like a volcano erupting, climbing upwards, suddenly emerged. Chapter 26 Holy Eucharist Vision. Chaotic Seed Green Lotus. Boom! 10,000 divine ons rushed up into the sky, penetrating the heavens. A divine and supreme aura emanated from Mu Chang's body. It set him off like a deity that had descended to the mortal world, so tall and majestic that people couldn't help but want to worship him. Ancient god body. The rumors are true. Mu Chong is actually really a divine body. Under the stage, countless disciples of the Holy Land were shocked and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The divine body, in the long annals of cultivation in the Eastern Wasteland, had left behind endless legends. Every one of them grew up to become a supreme powerhouse that looked out of the world and shook the world, possessing boundless potential. Grand Elder, your family lineage has produced a good seedling. Perhaps in the future, we can add an Eastern Wasteland God King. On top of the high platform, quite a few elders from the Wanchu sacred land smiled and opened their mouths. Where? This kid Mu Chong. He's not even close. The Grand Elder's kind eyebrows and lightly twirled his beard, but the self-satisfied look on his face could not be hidden. Not bad for a teenager. At this moment, even the 10,000 primordial sacred lord nodded his head gently when he saw this, revealing a flash of approval. To be able to make me display the might of my divine body amongst your peers, you're proud enough. The next battle will be without suspense. Mu Chong raised his head 3 feet, his divine splendor brimming and surfacing with an endless aura as he approached forward step by step. The terrifying sense of oppression actually caused the lapis lazuli ground on the ring to crack and creak by inches. Lu Yuan stared ahead, his eyes gradually becoming grave. He had previously guessed that this teenager's identity was extraordinary, and was quite concerned by many of the big names present. Unexpectedly, it was actually a divine body. With such a physique, with another year or 2 of time, he will almost certainly become a true legend of the Holy Land and become famous in all directions. It's kind of funny. Lu Yuan's eyes glowed. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his chaotic saint body had a strong induction with Mu Chong's divine body. The golden sea of bitterness was filled with waves of rage and boiling essence, as if it could not help but break through the obstacles and compete with the other party. The next moment, Lu Yuan simply stopped sealing the sea of bitterness with chaotic qi, and put the divine might of the desolate ancient sacred body on full display. Boom! A terrifying power of qi and blood that was like the revival of an ancient dragon erupted from Lu Yuan's sea of bitterness in an instant, dispersing all the surrounding pressure. His entire body looked like he was in a golden ocean, bathed in holy light, and his heroic appearance moved everyone. This power is. Mu Chong was surprised, his face showing a strange color, but soon held a cold smile. Whatever it is, it's just a pointless resistance after all. Kill! A broken voice fell. Mu Chong operated at extreme speed, transforming into a swift stream of light and attacking. After unsealing his divine body, his battle power in all aspects skyrocketed across the board, and when he struck out, berserk power poured down, suppressing the 10 directions and drenching the void in a golden color. Lu Yuan's hair flew and his eyes were like cold lightning. Without saying a word, he swung his glowing fist and rushed up. Boom! Boom! The two fought for the first time in a short, intense battle. All sorts of Zuanjutsu aptitudes were at the fingertips of the hand, hitting the center of the battle group in a splendid manner, so fast that they couldn't tell each other apart. However, Mu Chong was, after all, a direct descendant of the ancient family, and had mastered divine abilities that varied in many different ways and types. With a wave of his hand, the power of the ancient god swept across the 8 directions, so severe that idle cultivators were unable to block it. Lu Yuan's footsteps moved, performing the floating light swiping shadow that body arcane technique, constantly changing his orientation. The wind and thunder roared between his palms and fingers, and the power of the 5 elements was majestic, blasting down heavily. Boom! Until after dozens of rounds of engagement, Mu Chang's eyes went cold, and his anger increased. He didn't expect that after displaying the power of an ancient god, he still couldn't cleanly take down this person, which really undermined the prestige of his ancient god body. Ancient god's 3 extreme steps, Mu Chong shouted, disappeared into the sky, and infinite might suddenly emerged under his feet, shining brightly, and stepping down heavily towards the bottom. This power was so strong that it shook the Tao patterns branded in the surrounding void violently, and it had far exceeded the realm of the embodied spirit realm. Lu Yuan's face stared as he similarly rushed into midair and silently recited the Tao Sutra heart technique. Buzz! In an instant, ear-shattering, grandiose Tao sounds resounded through the heavens and earth, as if an ancient sage had manifested in the world and was chanting ethereal scriptures. Lu Yuan's brow blazed more and more, and a glowing ancient character rushed out from it, transforming into a golden heavenly sword that pierced through the stone and cracked the air, and swept over the world with a killing machine. Boom! The golden heavenly sword, ablaze, wherever it passed, it destroyed everything, directly crushing Mu Chang's accumulated aura, strong to the extreme. Bang! Mu Chong was hit like a heavy blow. His body flew horizontally and retreated dozens of feet in the air. At the corner of his mouth, the slightest trace of blood couldn't help but spill out, and his gaze towards Lu Yuan was incomparably moved. What kind of gongfu was this that is so powerful? Each ancient character that rushed out was like the bearing of the Tao, the manifestation of the law. The heavenly sword attack that was condensed was even more of an unbreakable, indestructible and overwhelmingly sharp. What? With the cultivation level of the embodied spirit realm, he has evolved the meaning of the great Tao. Could it be that what this Lu Yuan is performing is not a volume of the great emperor ancient scripture? On the high platform, a single Holy Land elder rose up in a prancing manner, an unbelievable look spreading across his face, his eyes staring down at the battlefield below without a moment's hesitation. On Gu Qingwang's stunningly beautiful face, her expression also changed one after another, looking exceptionally surprised. It was unknown where Lu Yuan had obtained such a profound ancient scripture heart method. I don't believe it. So what if I have a volume of imperial scriptures? I still can't defeat me. Mu Chong roared, his demeanor insane. He, who had been given high expectations since childhood, would never believe that he would be attacked against the heavens at a low realm. The ancient gods observe the world. Mu Chang's words were resounding as he shouted out this sentence, his voice piercing through gold and cracking stone, piercing one's eardrums and shocking the ears. Boom! In an instant, a huge ancient god silhouette, standing tall in the sky, manifested in the sky above the ring, draped with 10,000 feet of divine light, misty and misty, sounding great to the extreme. This is divine body vision. Mu Chong has actually cultivated a divine body vision at this age. His natural talent is truly outstanding. Around the ring, countless disciples of the Holy Land were shocked, sending out cries of shock. Ancient gods observe the world. This should be your last card, right? Well then, let's use the vision and decide the winner. Lu Yuan's eyes were intimidating as he pushed the Tao scripture to the extreme. In an instant, the sea of bitterness shook and blossomed with heavenly sounds. A green lotus plant appeared on Lu Yuan's side. The lotus gave birth to 3 leaves. The Tao gave birth to 1 life, 2 lives, 2 lives, 3 lives, and 3 lives, expounding the true meaning of the great Tao. And then the green lotus swayed, the leaves danced lightly, and the chaotic chi in the sky was misty and swept through the 8 directions. It was clearly the holy body vision, the chaotic seed green lotus. Chapter 27, Identity Revealed. All 4 seats were shocked, as the vision of Lu Yuan was revealed. Everyone present, including the Holy Lord of the 10,000 primordial sacred land, and all the supreme elders, were all moved beyond words. Chaos planted the green lotus. This was the unique vision of the desolate ancient sacred body. It has been silent for hundreds of thousands of years without appearing. I didn't expect that today it would be manifested at their Holy Land's grand competition. Desolate ancient sacred body. Lu Yuan is actually a desolate ancient saint body. Wait, Lu Yuan, Lu family? He wouldn't be the one from the Tianqi Lu family, the one who was a Daoist couple with senior sister Gu Qinghuang, would he? At this moment, quite a few disciples of the Holy Land were associating with this, and their faces revealed a look of shock. For a moment, the entire large field was all abuzz. There would be no such coincidence in the world. This Lu Yuan was inevitably the saint body of the Tianqi Lu family. Unexpectedly, he had quietly joined the 10,000 primordial Holy Land. It was not until today that it was unveiled in this way, before the eyes of all. No, wasn't it said that the desolate ancient sacred body was shackled by the heavenly Tao and was unable to cultivate? How could he open up the sea of bitterness and cultivate to the embodied spirit realm? And, moreover, managed to cultivate the sacred body vision. His strength is astonishing. There were quite a few people who were in awe, and their eyes kept wandering around the ring, as if they wanted to see what was going on. In such a situation, even the group of elders who were among those above the divine realm were all confused and couldn't figure it out. So you are this kind of cultivation physique. No wonder. It can give me such a strong sense. In Tien Du, one of the 7 great true transmissions, muttered, a similarly strange color showing on his handsome face. The moment. Over the ring, 2 very different magnificent visions, each occupying a side of the void, each other tripod. Mu Chang's eyes couldn't stop flickering, surfacing with a stern aura. Humph. So what if it's the desolate ancient saint body? This kind of physique, long ago abandoned by the heavenly Tao, after several eras of not showing its might, reduced to a waste body, can still make any waves? At first, although Mu Chong was also shocked, he quickly eased up and regained his composure. In his opinion, this kind of waste body, only in the early stage can bloom some rice grain light. The late stage is simply not enough to worry about. Cannot swipe the sharpness of the divine body. My cultivation time is still short, but I am only at the 5th heavenly cultivation level of the embodied spirit realm. If it's a battle of the same rank, I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. Divine body, it's really nothing. Lu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, and although his words were calm, they were strong and incomparable, with a strong and unrivaled confidence of being invincible in the same realm. Suppress me with the flip of a hand? Oh, what a great joke. Mu Chong laughed in anger. The first time he heard such arrogant talk, he was instantly filled with murderous anger and coldly shouted, "Come and fight! Let me see what is so extraordinary about this chaotic green lotus of yours." As you wish. Lu Yuan spoke faintly. The moment the words fell, the great battle erupted once again. Giggle, giggle. In the void, the massive ancient god's silhouette, united with Mu Chang's celestial being, erupted with infinite divine aura. It was like a big, thick dragon, with its head swinging in a long, high-pitched roar, displaying a world-defying attack. Everywhere was filled with blazing beams of light, piquant to the extreme, piercing through everything. Boom! The green lotuses on both sides of Lu Yuan's body gently shook, fixing the void in all 8 directions. The ancient god's shadow trembled, and its speed instantly became slowed down, just like a mud cow entering the sea, and its might was no longer there. Lu Yuan's chaotic chi was intertwined around his body, and the divine rainbow was spreading under his feet as he passed idly by the side of that big, thick dragon. Wherever he passed, all kinds of arcane techniques and Tao laws were avoided. Within a radius of tens of feet, all laws were inviolable, creating a vacuum. This was a chaos law evolved with the saint body's vision, not the true power of chaos. Of course, if Lu Yuan wanted to, he could also activate his chaotic body and display even more amazing power. What? My ancient god vision has been restrained? Mu Chong was appalled and froze in place for a moment. At this moment, no matter how much he imperialized the power of the ancient god, he was unable to move. And the next moment, Lu Yuan had already killed in front of him, condescending and flexing his fingers. Boom! The green lotus bloomed, and endless green divine splendor rushed out, like a large waterfall of vitality rushing over. The splendor of the heavens is unbeatable. It directly suppressed that ancient god's shadow fully, and after a few breaths, it burst into pieces, with light splashing in all directions and divine rain rustling. Put! Mu Chong was shocked as if he was hit by a heavy blow, and was shocked to cough up blood, and his entire figure fell down from the height. Chonger, the Grand Elder stood up in a flash, unable to stop himself from exclaiming. Despite the worry, this was after all the Holy Land Grand Competition. The great elders and the Holy Lord were all watching from the sidelines, which was why he barely managed to resist the urge to rush into the ring. At this moment, the whole room was silent, and there was no sound. Countless disciples of the Holy Land all felt shocked beyond words. How powerful was the divine body Mu Chong, who had half a foot in the divine palace realm. It could be said that in this realm, even the 7 great true transmissions might not be able to defeat them if they suppressed their cultivation. Now, he was defeated by the desolate ancient sacred body of the 5th sky of the embodied spirit realm in a strong manner. It's just too amazing. That kind of physique is really as powerful as the rumors say, claiming to be invincible at the same level, and at the time of its great completion, it can call out to the ancient great emperors. If it grows up, Its battle power will definitely be heaven-defying. Someone opened their mouth in awe, their eyes burning. At the same time, there are those who are silent to the fact that this is just a flash in the pan. The subsequent cultivation of the sacred body was ultimately a broken path, unable to continue the splendor it once had. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so many long years apart that there wasn't a single sacred body that was able to rise again. Lu Yuan's robes hunted as he stood upright in the void, completely ignoring the murmurs of the people around him, just looking his gaze toward the Holy Land elder not far away. He calmly opened his mouth and asked, "Elder, is it possible to announce the results of the grand competition?" The elder of the Holy Land heard the sound and came back to his senses. His divine thoughts swept downward, and Mu Chong had long since fainted. The result of this bout naturally spoke for itself. Intersect duel. Lu Yuan wins. Su Su's words came out. Many disciples of the Holy Land were silent. The great figures on the high platform were also quiet, not knowing what they were thinking. Only Gu Qinghuang, with a faint light smile on her pretty face, was bright and moving. The extraordinary battle power that Lu Yuan had revealed was enough to show that he was by no means a bumbling person. Despite the yoke of heaven, he is still courageous and vigorous, never succumbing to destiny, but also able to bloom with dazzling splendor. Such a person, even if his achievements are limited in the end, she'll all be as good as new, and she'll be with each other. Afterwards, the Tao ripples dispersed, and the Grand Elder entered, taking the unconscious Mu Chong away, and after examining him, he realized that he was not in any serious trouble. Before he let out a long sigh of relief, Lu Yuan didn't continue to linger, and with a flash of his body, he left with ease. Chapter 28 Battle of the True Legends. Back in the audience, there were still quite a few gazes that lingered on Lu Yuan, except for the desolate ancient's sacred body. His other identity is equally compelling. It seems to be the center of conversation everywhere you go. Lu Yuan stood quietly, only nodding his head gently at the gaze Gu Qinghuang projected at him before paying no further attention. This grand competition, having proceeded to this point, would have little to do with him. The good thing is, the purpose has been accomplished. Not only did he get the qualification to enter the divine pool of creation, and it took the top spot in the inner gate, the rewards for the top of the list were quite a bit more generous than the rewards for the top 8 of the intersect. It's a 7-orifice elixir. This elixir was able to greatly stimulate the potential of the human body and cleanse the essence. In terms of value, it was no less than a demigod pill. It was evident that the handiwork of the Holy Land of the 10,000 beginnings. Lu Yuan believed that when he came out of the divine pool of creation, he would definitely undergo a transformational change. Perhaps, breaking into the divine palace realm in one fell swoop was not yet known. The great race then continued. Next, there was the competition between the core disciples, a clear color of divine palace realm cultivators. A disciple of the Holy Land who had reached this level was no longer some nameless person. Although wandering around, it was no match for the fame of the 7 true legends, but it's kind of a fledgling, small-time thing. Not many would be idle. Soon the battle was fought. One by one, the core disciples whose names were read out went up to the stage, and fierce battles erupted. For a time, divine power boiled and might surged, shaking the 10 directions of the void. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was observing the fights in the ring without taking his eyes off the ground, enriching his own combat experience and confirming his own Tao. Time kept on passing and passing quietly. The number of core disciples was far less numerous than the inner disciples and outer disciples. So, within 2 hours, the top of the list was contested. It was a female cultivator with a cool temperament. The looks are not very impressive though, but the strength of the body should not be underestimated. Her divine palace was condensed extremely powerfully, seemingly cultivating an ancient secret art. Her divine sense power was frighteningly strong, and her potential was extraordinary. Fear is not far from the cave realm. Immediately after that, it was the much-anticipated true disciple battle. This is not just a rankings battle. It will also determine the current generation of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Wanshu Holy Land. It was the real main event of this Holy Land competition, causing the crowd of Holy Land elders to wait in anticipation and gaze sideways. Male true believers, 4 in all. Female true believers, 3 in all. Among these 7 people, Lu Yuan only recognized Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and Lu Hong, who had a previous encounter in Yunlong Stream, but there was no doubt that the other few, too, were all powerful. Looking at the entire southern region, it was a leading generation, with few people being able to match it. Innate Daoist fetus. This physique of the green phoenix is similar to my chaotic body. Both are innately close to the Tao, and the Tao is incomparable. I'm sure it shouldn't be hard to stand out among the other two. Lu Yuan thought darkly in his mind. The same confidence in this Daoist couple of his own. It didn't take long for the true transmission battle to kick off. Taking the lead were two male true disciples. The chants from the floor, all of them, can be very loud. Soon, the Great War broke out. The two each displayed a terrifying battle power of the cave realm. As soon as he struck out, the heavens shook, immortal light filled the air, and a terrifying wave of energy almost hit this void until it collapsed. Incomparably intense. The heavenly prides that had come to their point were all practicing supreme Shen arts with amazing Dao techniques. Every move, every style, contained immeasurable power that could not be underestimated. Boom, boom, until after 300 rounds were exchanged, it took a reversal of the evenly matched battle. One of them, with a pale face, coughed up blood and flew out backwards, suffering a heavy blow, obviously no longer having the strength to fight. The elder of the Holy Land called a halt to the bout, proclaiming the victory of the other man. Off stage, some lamented, some celebrated, each in their own way. Immediately afterward, the second bout began. It was Lu Hong and another female true disciple who went down. Senior Sister Lu, go for it. Senior Sister Chen, go for it. The stage immediately boiled, erupted as shimmering shouts, will be the scene atmosphere, pushed to the climax. Lu Yuan was also pumped up and watched carefully. These two female true disciples were not bad in appearance and temperament, and their bodies were quite graceful and tall. Engage, sway and move beautifully. It's a lot more spectator-friendly than that real bloodbath. But amidst the gentle rain, it was also accompanied by harsh killing opportunities and terrifying attacks. Boom, boom, deafening sounds of engagement resounded one after another. The two mouths of the cavernous heavens, flowing non-stop, each blossomed with eye-catching luster. The sound was loud and rumbling, splashing the sky with divine splendor and stabbing people's eyes. Lu Hong held a purple bell magic weapon and performed a powerful secret technique. The terrifying fluctuation of divine power shook the surrounding void branded Dao lines to the point of dimming, like a candle in the wind that might go out at any time. And that Chen true disciple also has a not bad grade of psychic magic treasure. Mana infusion between, even can be phantom vermilion bird, Karen, Xuanwu, and so on the form of divine beasts, whistling killing. The power is extremely shocking. It was a battle that lasted a long time. Both of them were caught up in a bitter and violent battle. In the end, it was Lu Hong who closed with a strong secret technique, slightly defeating his opponent. Willow Rainbow wins. As the Holy Land elder's voice fell, Lu Hong's master, a supreme elder, also let out a long breath of relief, and then he immediately operated his great magic power to detain her body to the high platform, and without hesitation, handed over a precious divine medicine for her to use to restore her divine power and prepare in advance for the next duel with Gu Qinghuang. Time keeps moving. Soon the duel came and all eyes were on it. The next two fights would directly determine the candidates for the position of the contemporary Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Wanshu Holy Land, respectively. Yin Tiandu vs. Li Yizhou, Lu Hong vs. Gu Qinghuang. Then, a white dress, floating like an immortal, calmly flew towards the ring. He always had a light smile on his face and an easygoing demeanor, giving people a feeling of being in the spring breeze. Senior Yin is out. Senior Brother Yin is out. This battle will be without suspense. The position of Saint's son is well deserved. The stage was boiling in many places, with extremely strong confidence in the strength of that man in white. In a sense, Yin Tiandu was the true number one person of the younger generation in the Wanshu Holy Land. A few trips into the world had pressed countless heavenly prides in the southern domain. The name is very loud. A cultivation, but also reached the cave realm 5 days. Cultivation talent, extremely horrible. By a lot of Holy Land senior give high hopes. In this regard, the thoughts in Lu Yuan's mind were also in line with the crowd. He first met Yin Tiandu at the Chaos Monolith. I know that this person, unfathomable, is by no means an idle person. Chapter 29, Settling the Dust. Senior Brother Yin, please enlighten me. Li Yizhou on the stage, facing such a character. The pressure was naturally imaginable. But right now, the arrow is on the string and has to be sent. After all, it was still necessary to have a great battle to decide the ownership of the Sacred Son's position. Senior Brother Li, make your move. Yin Tiandu smiled slightly, his words calm. Boom! In an instant, a great battle broke out. Li Yizhou could come this far. His strength must be unquestionable. The powerful cultivation of the third sky of the cave realm was completely revealed. The moment he struck, it was the strongest killing move. The void shook and rumbled. a secret treasure appeared out of thin air, emitting endless starlight, and in the end, it actually transformed into a lofty mountain and slammed down. In Tiandu stood with his arms folded, his expression indifferent, facing the incoming terrifying attack. He merely raised his hand and flexed his fingers. Boom! This mountain blew up, and the rocks flew in all directions, failing to raise half a wave. Day-by-day skill. Li Yizhou's face was unchanged, and he seemed to have expected this. He waved his open hand, and a large bow with flowing light appeared in his hand. Mighty divine power, through the body, condensed into a brilliant arrow, opened the bow and strung the arrow, and shot away in a burst. Buzz! The powerful arrows were like divine rainbows that appeared suddenly, and wherever they passed, the wind and thunder roared, and there were a variety of phenomena, bringing people a kind of terrifying sensation that even the great sun could be shot through. Not bad. In Tiandu gently nodded his head and lifted his arms, and a monstrous divine haze rushed out from his divine palace, forming a hanging curtain of splendor that rippled and rippled, easily dissolving everything around him and calming everything down. Hiss! Worthy of being senior brotherine. Such a powerful Xuanjutsu aptitude was easily dissolved by him. Such strength is truly something that no one of the same generation can hope for. Under the stage, countless disciples watching the battle couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Even many of the Holy Land elders couldn't help but nod their heads. This arrow from Li Yizhou was definitely not weak and had the power to kill the middle stage of the idol cave heaven realm. But unfortunately, he encountered In Tiandu, a strong tactic that failed to work and missed an opportunity to fight. Li Yizhou gritted his teeth, not believing in this evil, and continued to cast out one strong secret art after another, desperately attacking. Boom! Boom! A loud sound that shook the heavens and earth came out one after another. The ring was filled with terrifying attacks that surged like waves, one after another. But in the end, it was unable to shake In Tiandu, and was still easily dissolved, making it difficult to achieve any results. Until a dozen rounds later, Li Yizhou's face was ashen, completely severing his thoughts of the position of the Holy Sun. Senior brother's methods. I am ashamed of myself. I concede. Li Yizhou took a deep breath and finally arched his hand helplessly. Understood. In Tiandu smiled lightly and spoke. Such a fall made many disciples present, all of them surprised. At the same time, he was also pleased with In Tiandu's strength and temperament. From start to finish, he had never once taken the initiative to strike, only passively resisting. Instead, they beat their opponents until there was nothing they could do. Such a terrifying battle power really made it impossible to think of making an enemy of it. In Tiandu, win! As the proclamation of the Holy Land Elder rang out, the matter of In Tiandu's election as the Holy Sun was thus nailed down and became a fact, triggering a heated debate. With that, you're on your side. The contest for the position of the Holy Virgin is fast approaching. Gu Qinghuang's figure flickered and landed lightly on top of the ring. A gorgeous purple dress, outlining a delicate figure, hair lightly dancing, the face of the world, as if in harmony with heaven and earth, melting Tao nature, temperament wholly incomparable. It made quite a few disciples of the Holy Land under the stage couldn't help but utter an exclamation. Gu Qinghuang was worthy of being one of the most beautiful women in the Eastern Wasteland. Whether it's looks, talent, or family history, it's all impeccable. Even the equally outstanding senior sister Lu Hong would pale in comparison when standing with her. Unfortunately, but it is early married to a woman, cutting off the thoughts of countless heavenly pride. Thinking of this, a gaze, coincidentally, looked towards Lu Yuan's direction. With all sorts of emotions, meaning inexplicable, the two women confronted each other in the ring, and without too many words, the battle for the Holy Maiden was directly opened. Giggle! Lu Han's veiled hand flicked up, displaying extraordinary battle power. A hanging heavenly diagram flew out from her hand, illuminating the world and blocking off the void. With a surging haze and terrifying fluctuations of divine power that terrified people, Gu Qinghuang was calm and relative, her 10 slender fingers gently paddling, like a clear stream spring ringing, blossoming heaven and earth's wonderful sound. In an instant, the surrounding void trembled, breaking free of all restraints, and an inexplicable Tao rhythm came crashing down, crushing all attacks, melting the Tao of heaven and earth. Your physique, you've actually cultivated it to such a state. Lu Hong's pretty face changed, and she was still surprised. The attack then continued as the heavenly diagram unfolded, emitting a vast beam of light that seemed to melt this heaven and earth, leaving the opponent with nothing to hide. Buzz! Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes stared, her eyebrows blazing and immortal light flying. Her entire body became seemingly illusory, close to the Tao, making the actual form elusive. and then the 5 fingers slapped downward, rolling Dao intent, like a great river running east, silver waterfalls dropping, crushing, boom. The 2 terrifying attacks collided together, erupting into a shimmering roar. The void trembled endlessly, and the surrounding Dao lines swayed, making everything blurry. That hanging heavenly figure flew out backwards, its light instantly becoming dim. In the haze, 2 graceful figures, each rushed out and engaged in battle. Arcane techniques were frequently produced. The Dao was astonishing, and colorful and brilliant divine splendor constantly blossomed in all its brilliance. It's a big, scary showdown. Even the older generation of characters were side-eyed by it. Gu Qinghawang's 3,000 green silk fluttered, her hair crystalline and glowing, tainted with ancient and simple Daoist rhythms, like a xianwei of the 9 heavens, making it difficult for people to look directly at her. Every strike of her attack fell, communicating the endless power of the heavens and earth for her own use, attacking with reckless abandon. All sorts of arcane arts and Dao methods, instantaneous issuance and instantaneous formation, the unity of heaven and man, the Dao law of nature. Extremely terrifying, until dozens of rounds later, Lu Han's figure, flying backwards, reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, her face was pale and blood was spilling from the corners of her mouth, as if she had suffered a not-so-light heavy blow. Innate Dao fetus, it's really powerful. I'm the one who lost. Lu Hong sighed feebly and finally spoke grimly. Gu Qinghawang was able to communicate the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth while exerting her own strength of the cave heaven realm, her body merging with the Dao. If it could not be quickly crushed with absolute strength, it was all just a useless move, almost innately invincible. Therefore, she used her most powerful means as soon as she came up. If the first one wins, he wins. If you lose the first battle, there is no need for a violent battle to persist. Senior sister Lu Hong, please allow it. Gu Qinghawang smiled softly and stepped out of the void, bright and colorful. The words fell at the same time. On the high stage and under the ring, there was a lot of noise and clamor. By now, the people are aware of it. The dust has settled on the sainthood. Chapter 30, The End. The trip to Qixia Peak. There is no variation in such an outcome. It is reasonable and expected, but it still made a lot of people sigh and sigh. Subsequently, a few elders of the Holy Land began to give out rewards to a group of disciples who were at the top of the list. Lu Yuan also got that 7 orifices Linglong Dan and the quota to enter the divine pool of creation as he wished. It's just that the time when the divine pool opens, it's not that fast. A few days of advance preparation is required. At this point, the Holy Land Grand Competition completely came to an end. Calmness gradually returned to the surroundings. Countless disciples of the Holy Land, one after another, retreated. The other deacon elders, too, took their places, and just as Lu Yuan lifted his foot and prepared to leave, in front of him, a fragrant breeze, puffing out his nose. Why are you leaving without saying hello? Gu Qinghawang's beautiful eyes looked around as she stepped forward in a graceful manner, not caring about the gazes of the people around her. You are the newly promoted holy maiden of the 10,000 primordial sacred land, so I think there are many trivial matters, so I'm afraid of disturbing you. Lu Yuan smiled and spoke. There's nothing to fight about that doesn't bother me. It's you, on the other hand, who has progressed so quickly that I was not even expecting it. Gu Qinghawang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Originally, she was only thinking that Lu Yuan participating in the grand competition would enable her to train herself. I didn't expect to not only get a spot in the divine pool of creation, he even won the top of the intersect ranking and defeated even that teenage ancient god body. The speed of the increase in battle power and cultivation was truly shocking. Just a fluke. Lu Yuan humbly smiled and did not explain anything. On this, there should still be a few days before the divine pool of creation opens. Now that there's nothing else to do, just follow me to Qixia Peak for a walk. You haven't been to the Holy Land in all the time you've been here. As it happens, my master wants to meet you as well. Gu Qinghawang's vermilion lips lightly opened and spoke out in invitation. Lu Yuan pondered for a split second, then gently nodded. Well, that's good. Afterward, under the gaze of the crowd, the two of them each harnessed a divine rainbow and left side by side. Soon, Lu Yuan followed Gu Qinghawang and arrived at Qixia Peak. The terrain here is extremely high, with more than just one peak isolated. Instead, several straight peaks plunged backwards into the clouds, as if bordering the colorful clouds in the sky, reaching out to touch, and with its name, complementing each other. Mountains everywhere, ancient trees, flowers and grass, lakeside springs, shrouded in dense fairy mist. The scenery is very beautiful. There were also several mysterious medicinal gardens with fertile soil, overflowing with essence and fragrance. Fixed eyes, can still vaguely see a lot of years on the year of the rare divine medicine. Born legs, in the field running happily, extremely bizarre. It's worthy of being the dojo of a great man of the Holy Land. It's full of grandeur. Lu Yuan's eyes were amazed as he surveyed all the way, silently sighing in his heart. Not much longer. The two walked into a deep hall. Master, I'm back. Gu Qinghuang turned toward the palace-suited beauty in front of her, slightly owing her body and respectfully saluting. When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately learned of this person's identity and also arched his hand, saying, "Late generation Lu Yuan, I have met the Supreme Elder. No need to be polite." Shangguan Ruo smiled back and revealed her true face. It was a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 30s. The skin was glistening, the features were beautiful, the body was slender, and the body was enveloped by mysterious light, like standing in the broad cold palace, holy and distant. If we hadn't met here, I'm afraid that no one could have imagined that this was a heavenly god realm powerhouse that had lived for 1 or 2,000 years. The desolate ancient sacred body. It really is extraordinary. Every inch of flesh and blood contains rolling essence, exuberant as a young true dragon. Truly astonishing. Shangguan Ruo's eyes were like electricity, sizing up the man in front of her with interest, and she couldn't help but open her mouth in admiration. Elder is flattering. Lu Yuan responded in an unassuming manner. At the same time, he was more convinced of one thing. As long as one doesn't actively operate the power of the origin, even a heavenly god realm powerhouse would have difficulty seeing through his chaotic body physique. It has the ability to isolate all prying divine thoughts. Since you've already bonded with Qinghua, you're also considered half a disciple of this seat. In the future, if you have spare time, you can come to Qixia Peak more often. As for the side of the Sacred Land's senior management, this seat will also try to negotiate with them to see if we can allocate some of the resources to try to cultivate a draconic ancient sacred body that is capable of cultivation. Shangguan Ruo smiled lightly and spoke in a calm, kind tone. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang's pretty face immediately surfaced with surprise, and she hurriedly tugged on Lu Yuan's coat corner to indicate. Many people knew what it meant to cultivate the desolate ancient sacred body. At least all of them need £1 million or more of source to see some results. Such a consumption is not surprising, though it is said that the matter is not always successful. But with her master's father leading the way, the Wanchu Holy Lord and all the elders would all give a few points. Even if it doesn't work out, there will be a modest amount of preferential treatment. All in all, a good thing. And right now, after Lu Yuan heard it, his heart was also greatly surprised. Unexpectedly, Gu Qinghuang's master teacher was quite optimistic about him. The first time they met, they promised a great gift. This gave Lu Yuan, who had been subjected to cold ice in the heavenly pool since he was a child, an unreal feeling of contrast. Thank you, Taishan Elder. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and solemnly thanked him. No harm done. Shangguan Ruo smiled faintly, then waved his hand and said, "The Holy Land Grand Competition has just ended. The two of you didn't have much time to get together earlier, so this seat won't keep you guys much longer. Go." Yes, disciple excuses himself. Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan gently nodded their heads and quickly walked out of the hall. Not a moment too soon, Lu Yuan then followed Gu Qinghuang and arrived at her residence, which was a gorgeous chambers covering a wide area. Here, Lu Yuan met Mu Linger once again. When the latter heard that Gu Qinghuang had been successfully ranked as a Wanchu Holy Maiden, she cheered with excitement and a smile spread across her small face. And the next words were even more shocking to Mu Linger. Auntie, did you really defeat the junior ancient god body and become the top-ranked inner disciple? Mu Linger stared at Lu Yuan with an unbelievable face and repeatedly opened her mouth to confirm. Yeah, don't you believe it? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Faith, Auntie, this is the thick and thin of it. Mu Linger nodded heavily. That naive and adorable appearance couldn't help but draw a light laugh from Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang. The atmosphere in the bedchamber became much more festive and cheerful. The next few days, Lu Yuan spends all his time on Qixia Peak. He and Gu Qinghuang discussed the Tao from time to time, chatted idly at other times, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the setting sun together. Spending time together, very cordial. The feelings between the two had heated up extremely dramatically and no longer seemed raw. Time passes quietly. This day was the day the divine pool of creation opened. In the morning, Lu Yuan woke up early. Gu Qinghuang, who was on the bed, was still asleep. Ever since his cultivation had grown, the power of his fleshly body, it had gotten stronger and stronger. Even a holy maiden of the cave heaven realm could not afford it. Each time, he ran out of energy and fell into a deep sleep. After Lu Yuan gently put on his clothes, he reached out his hand and 2 pages of parchment scrolls appeared in his hand. These 2 pages of parchment scrolls, one page was the Daoist Sutra Heart Method, and the other page was the Chaotic Divine Demon Viewing Method. All of them are unsurpassed dharmas that cannot be found in the world. It was also greatly beneficial to Gu Qingwang's cultivation. After placing the 2 pages of the parchment roll on the bed, Lu Yuan pushed open the door of his room, harnessed up a divine rainbow, and rushed away into the sky. Chapter 31 Opening of the Creation God Pool. A few moments later, Lu Yuan arrived at an ancient place that was off the beaten path as promised. At this moment, the top 8 of the intersect had almost all arrived. Mu Chong, the teenage ancient god body who had been beaten into a serious coma by Lu Yuan earlier, had also arrived early. It looked full of essence and the injuries seemed to be mostly healed. He glanced in the direction Lu Yuan had come from, his cold eyes flickering slightly for a few moments. After all, he didn't open his mouth to say anything, deliberately keeping a certain distance from the latter. On the other side, in addition to Han Jiang and the other inner disciples, there were also 4 sacred ground elders stopping to wait. Lu Yuan swept around and casually found a place to meditate quietly, until half an incense stick passes. The last man. Late. Everyone's here. Begin. A Holy Land elder slowly opened his eyes and spoke faintly. Yes. The other few elders nodded their heads and chimed in. Spinning the next instant, these 4 sacred land elders above the divine realm suddenly rose up and rushed into the sky, each occupying a side of the void, pinching their fingers and forming seals. Boom! Thousands of subtle and profound Tao lines intertwined together across the sky, erupting into a shimmering rumble. Seal this ancient land completely. Gather the spirits of the 8 directions, and change the sky and the earth. Immediately after that, the elders of the Holy Land waved their hands. Countless cultivation resources, treasures of heaven and earth, were projected out. Then, under the crushing of a terrifying force, it burst apart in an instant, lighting up an ancient divine pool not far away. Quickly, there, essence surged and aura overflowed, misty and dense to the point of almost liquefying into water. From time to time, there was a magnificent Taoist sound resounding, and from time to time, there was a splendid Rui Xia rolling and steaming, with 5 colors, divine and incomparable. The sacred pool is open. How much you can refine is up to your own destiny. An elder of the Holy Land opened his mouth and droned. Immediately afterward, the 8 inner disciples on the list understood and each rushed out as a beam of light, flying into the divine pool. The area inside the pool was so large that it was more than enough to hold 1,000 people without taking other factors into consideration, and it wasn't crowded. Lu Yuan picked a location in the southeast corner, quickly sat down and began to cultivate. Inside the divine pool of creation, the essence of the 8 directions converged, and the endless mist raged. The 4 elders of the Holy Land, each casting a spell seal, continuously poured in a large amount of cultivation resources to maintain the internal balance. Such consumption is as if it were staggering. If it wasn't for the sake of seeking benefits for the top inner disciple list of the Holy Land competition, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to see such a lavish way of cultivation. And right now, Mu Chong, Han Jiang, and the others, naturally knew that this opportunity was not easy to come by. Without saying a word, all of them sank into deep cultivation. Boom! At this time, the sky above the southeast corner of the divine pool steeply gave birth to a shocking change. Dozens of aura vortexes formed without warning, and then in an almost overbearing manner, crazily plundered all sorts of essence energy. That kind of spirit-gathering speed. Even the several Holy Land elders could not help but change their faces when they saw it. Such a means of spirit gathering. It's really something. Is it that Mu Chong kid? One of the elders opened his mouth in amazement, gazing intently into the pool. After all, Mu Chang's identity was well known. With the support of the Mu family and the Grand Elder of the Sacred Land, getting a spirit-gathering mystic art of an extremely high grade didn't seem to be a difficult task. Not Mu Chong, its sacred body Lu Yuan, another elder, with a powerful divine thought, pierced through the heavy aura mist and saw the true face of the seated figure, and spoke such truth. When these words came out, several other elders moved and looked surprised. It seems that this Daoist couple of Her Highness the Holy Maiden. I'm afraid it's not as simple as it seems. Someone opened their mouth and sighed softly, implying something inexplicable. The speed at which he devours. It's still accelerating. Don't be distracted. All of you. Be ready to put in a second batch of resources to maintain the balance of the spell formation. Yes. At this moment, The chaotic origin within Lu Yuan's body flowed crazily. Wisps of heaven and earth essence that were thick to the extreme poured in along his pores, wandering through his limbs and bones, and finally converging in the sea of bitterness. The chaotic chi shook, and the essence of the 10 directions was melted in an instant, transforming into a source of power for his own body, bubbling and flowing without the slightest delay. Such a horrifying cultivation speed. Looking at the world, I am afraid that apart from the chaos body, no one would be able to do so anymore. It was too amazing. Time rushes by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. At this moment, someone finally couldn't sit still and suddenly spoke. The resources I have here are about to run out. What about you guys? Mine's getting close. I guess it'll last less than a day? Hiss. The 4 Holy Land Elders couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they heard this. They thought, at first, that someone had been lazy and had not put in their quota, resulting in uneven consumption for everyone. In reality, it was that Lu Yuan kid who had absorbed too much, too quickly. This, cultivation resources that were expected to be enough to sustain the opening of the divine pool for a month were actually consumed in 7 days. What should we do? Is it hard for us to pay for it out of our own pockets? An elder showed a look of difficulty and communicated with divine thoughts. The source stones are fine. More or less. They can be taken out for emergencies. It's just that the kind of heavenly material that can cleanse the divine soul, where would we store it on us? After all, we have to go to the Holy Land Treasure House to dispatch there. Soon, after some deliberation, one of the elders quickly drew away and rushed to the Holy Lord's Great Hall, reporting the situation here. Oh, running out so soon? The 10,000 primordial Saint Lord was slightly surprised before putting on a smile. It seems that a physique like the desolate ancient sacred body lives up to its name, and the consumption is truly astonishing. That's just it. It's also because we didn't think it through well. You hold my oracle and go to the treasure vault to mobilize a batch of resources over there, to make sure that the divine pool can be maintained for a month. Yes, the elder responded respectfully and hurriedly left. It didn't take long. That elder went and returned, distributing a new batch of resources to each of them, and then continued to run the ancient earth formation. Time keeps moving. Lu Yuan sat withered like a wood. All over his body, golden essence flowed through his body. The light was brilliant, setting off his whole person as sacred. Until the 25th day, a terrifying aura abruptly erupted from Lu Yuan's body. Embodied spirit realm, great perfection. Lu Yuan's face showed a touch of joy, sensing how powerful he was at the moment. Take this opportunity to condense the divine palace in one go, he whispered to himself. Then with a single reach, he took out the 7 orifices Linglong Dan and quickly swallowed it before continuing his cultivation. Chapter 32 Breaking Through the Divine Palace. The elixir went down. A strong medicinal power instantly melted away. At this moment, Lu Yuan only felt that the 7 orifices were clear and the 100 thoughts were exquisite. All over his body, every inch of flesh, blood, bones, and meridians were being baptized by the medicinal power of the 7 orifices Linglong Dan, as if he had entered the middle of a deep metamorphosis. At the same time, Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness began to grow dramatically. Wisps of golden energy converged at the center of his brow, gradually condensing into a small, deep golden lake. Above the small lake, the prototype of a magnificent divine palace loomed, tall and majestic, on the verge of calling out. Soon, several more days passed. Until now, it had been exactly 1 month since the opening of the divine pool of creation. Almost. Stop it, an unhurried voice rang out. The 4 sacred land elders, joining hands and forming seals, dispersed the massive spell formation that enveloped the ancient land. The various energies within the divine pool immediately receded like a tidal wave, and the light diminished and subsided. Mu Chong, Han Jiang, and the other inner disciples came out from it one after another. Everyone, with a happy face, was glowing. Not a bad haul. Methinks, not bad. These few people, all of them have broken through to the divine palace realm and can be promoted to core disciples. A Holy Land Elder nodded approvingly with a sweep of his divine thoughts. This Mu Chong, having just entered the divine palace realm, is able to quench his divine sense so powerfully, and by the looks of it, is on the verge of having the level of the 3rd heaven of the divine palace realm. The other elder let out a light eep, his eyes flickering as he detected a few clues. Divine palace realm 3rd sky. Han Jiang and a few other inner disciples couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise when they heard this. The joy of having just condensed the divine palace was instantly washed away quite a bit. In his heart, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. Worthy of being an ancient god physique, in all aspects, they were not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Mu Chong, on the other hand, appeared indifferent to the sounds of awe and admiration coming from around him. Just glancing back towards the direction where Lu Yuan was, a flash of stern light surfaced. Lu Yuan, right? In the previous battle of the great competition, it was my carelessness that allowed you to win by a fluke. Now that you and I have both stepped into the Divine Palace realm, do you still dare to duel again? Mu Chong frowned and asked coldly. The words fell at the same time. Lu Yuan also slowly stood up and walked outside. After breaking through to the Divine Palace realm, his whole aura has changed dramatically. The muscles were brilliant and crystalline without casting, like a peerless treasure body, glittering and colorful under the sunlight. In the original calm and easygoing, there were also a few more points of intimidating sharpness, which made people not dare to look directly at them. You're no match for me. Lu Yuan glanced at him and spoke faintly. Now he felt stronger than ever. Whether it was the physical body or the divine sense, it had undergone a radical change. In a battle of the same realm, no one could make him tie his hands. It was the confidence of a strong man with a flawless Daoist heart. Humph, you're just a wasted body. Why are you so proud of yourself? Could it be that you're afraid? Mu Chong stopped him in his tracks and pinpointed. Defeated by the desolate ancient sacred body in full view of everyone. This was a disgrace for him, as well as the ancient god body. It was bound to be cleared at some point. Noisy! Lu Yuan frowned and gave a cold shout. A blazing divine aura abruptly rushed out from his brow. Faster than thunder and lightning. Brilliant and piercing, pouncing forward. Mu Chong was shocked and similarly used his divine sense power to counteract each other. However, he did not expect that with his divine thoughts, which were not weaker than those of the third sky of the Divine Palace realm, they actually fell apart in an instant and were crushed in all aspects. Mu Chang's face turned white and he was sweating coldly as a strong look of fear crossed his eyes. The power of the other party's divine idea power was far beyond his imagination. The moment they exchanged hands, it was as if they were facing an overwhelmingly sharp sword, piercing one's back. At this moment, the several sacred land elders on the side also sensed that Lu Yuan was powerful, far beyond the current Mu Chang's ability to defeat him. Surprised, he still didn't forget to come out and make a round up. Speaking, Lu Yuan, the two of you, both of you are outstanding disciples of my holy land. It is a trivial matter for young people to fight amongst themselves in a battle of wills. Do not make a big deal out of your god's thoughts. Otherwise, if you injure the sea of consciousness, the consequences will be endless. Yes, disciple knows. Lu Yuan sniffed and nodded, withdrawing his power. And then he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Elder, earlier the essence within the divine pool was slightly insufficient, and then it was quickly restored. But what has changed? After he asked that, the other few disciples present snapped back to their memories as if there had indeed been such a small interlude. Your cultivation. It consumes a great deal. The resources to open the divine pool for a month were not prepared enough, so we applied for another batch from the Holy Lord, delaying it for a while. An elder smiled slightly and spoke truthfully. So that's how it is. Thanks to all the elders. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments. For this person, the Wanchu Holy Lord, he had developed a lot of good feelings about his style of acting. After all, if it wasn't for the fact that the higher-ups of the Holy Land had temporarily added several times the amount of resources invested, he himself was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through to the Divine Palace realm that quickly. It's just a little thing. Several of you, after you break through to the Divine Palace realm, you can go to the intersect hall and be promoted to core disciples. Now that the ancient land is about to close, leave quickly. An elder waved his hand, not caring. Yes, the crowd responded, each rising up into the air and scattering as birds and beasts. Mu Chong, on the other hand, was directly taken away by several elders to the residence where the Grand Elder was. In mid-air, Lu Yuan rode the divine rainbow, looking down at the mountains and the earth beneath his feet, the wind and thunder scintillating, his speed extremely fast. After cultivating into the divine palace, his divine sense, incomparably sharp, was able to observe the 8 directions with his ears and perceive everything. That feeling, extraordinarily wonderful. After a few moments of hesitation, Lu Yuan did not immediately rush to the intersect hall, but first went to Qixia Peak. Soon, his form appeared in Gu Qingwang's chambers. Auntie, you're back. Mu Linger greeted her. Linger, where's the green phoenix? Lu Yuan asked. Miss, she is not in the peak. More than half a month ago, set off for the northern domain. Mu Linger responded. Oh, what's the point of going to the northern region? Lu Yuan was surprised. I don't know. Anyway, it left in quite a hurry. Mu Linger shook her head and said, Okay. Seeing this, Lu Yuan didn't ask any more questions. After all, Gu Qinghuan was now as the Wanchu Holy Maiden, and she certainly didn't have the leisure that she had when she was a true disciple, and there were many things that required her to step in. Afterward, Lu Yuan raised his feet and prepared to leave. By the way, Auntie, a few days ago, your clan came to visit. Mu Linger suddenly recalled and spoke out to remind him. Oh, who's coming? I don't recognize them either. An old man and a young man. They seem to be from the first line of the Lu family. But that old man, who has an old relationship with a Holy Land elder, was invited over to stay for a few days, and seems to be waiting for you on purpose. Chapter 33, The Family's Visit. Is that so? After Lu Yuan heard this, his eyes flickered slightly for a few moments. He had no good feelings at all towards the people of the Lu family's first line. The purpose of sending someone over this time is naturally needless to say. It was just to spy on the progress of his man-making with Gu Qinghuang. Good. Lu Yuan gently nodded his head, and after chatting with Mu Linger for a few more moments, he drew away from Qixia Peak. His current cultivation level, having stepped into the first sky of the Divine Palace realm, was already ready to be promoted to a core disciple of the Holy Land. However, to become a core disciple, it's not just a matter of attaining cultivation, you also need to complete a specific trial mission to be promoted. These are clearly documented in the Getting Started guide. Basically every inner disciple knew about it. Let's go back to the cave and get ready first. This trial is mostly going to be a long trip out. Lu Yuan thought darkly in his mind. Not much longer. He had then returned to his place of residence and was just about to step inside. Not too far away, a deep voice suddenly came from a deep drink. Lu Yuan. A young man wearing a brocade robe with an extraordinary appearance appeared and called out Lu Yuan's name with precision. Lu Yuan turned around, glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" The first three veins, Lu Yuan Long. According to clan seniority, you should call me cousin. Lu Yuan Long walked in large strides, his brows containing a prevalent arrogance, fatally scanning Lu Yuan, and opened his mouth. Oh, is it really the Lu family's people who have come? Lu Yuan frowned and didn't show too much of an unexpected color, but instead opened his mouth expressionlessly. What is it? Nothing much, just stopping by to see you at the behest of the family elders. Lu Yuanlong's eyes narrowed as he spoke with a smile. But by the looks of it, you seem to be having a pretty good time in the 10,000 primordial sacred land? As he spoke, a strand of divine thought power kept surveying Lu Yuan's body, although it was impossible to see through his cultivation at this time. But one thing is certain. That was that Lu Yuan was really able to cultivate just as the disciples of the Wanchu Holy Land had said, causing him to be a bit surprised. Look at me? Lu Yuan sneered and said nonchalantly, "Say what you have to say, there's no need to bend around the bush." When Lu Yuanlong heard this, his face gradually turned cold as he sneered. In the end, he's the intersect ranking leader of the 10,000 primordial sacred grounds. Ah, his speech has hardened quite a bit, but is this how you should treat your cousin? The heavenly pond is vast and has many veins. It's better for you not to climb relatives indiscriminately. As far as attitude goes, that's the attitude I have. It's the same for anyone. Lu Yuan was calm and collected, and spoke faintly. Humph. It seems that since marrying Gu Qinghuang, you've gradually forgotten your identity and mission. The family spent a huge amount of money to marry the Gu family, not for you to do these meaningless things. You're an ancient waste body. What can you do in the embodied spirit realm? And what can you do in the divine palace realm? They're all broken paths, and it's just a waste of time. Breeding divine fetuses properly for the clan is what you should do now. Lu Yuanlong's expression was cold, and he opened his mouth in a commanding manner. As he spoke, he took a few more steps forward and stretched out his hand. I heard that you obtained a 7 orifices Linglong Dan in the Holy Land competition. Give me that elixir, and I'll forget about today's matter. And by the way, I'll be able to put in a good word for you in front of the clan elders. Hear this. Lu Yuan could no longer hold back the anger in his heart and violently shouted. The tongue blooms with spring thunder, startling the flat earth. Ninth sky of the embodied spirit realm. Dog-like thing, how dare you flaunt yourself in front of me? In a flash, Lu Yuan probed his hand like lightning, grabbing Lu Yuanlong's palm and shaking it with force. Crunch! A terrifying force that crushed, directly pinched Lu Yuanlong's entire right palm out of shape, and even his bones crackled and burst apart. Ah! Under the severe pain, Lu Yuanlong couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. He simply didn't expect Lu Yuan to be so disobedient and dare to strike at himself. Lu Yuan, you seek death. Lu Yuanlong's face was hideous, and he couldn't care about the severe pain coming from the palm of his hand, and he violently raised his right leg, kicking out in a tricky and vicious manner. This force, powerful and extremely fast, set off an ear-piercing sonic boom. Only under the coverage of Lu Yuan's powerful divine sense, it was as slow as a child toddling around. Ka-ching! Another crisp bone crack sounded. Lu Yuanlong's right leg bone was also crushed by the kick, and blood splashed out immediately. Lu Yuan, you dared to hurt me. Wait for me to report to the family. Lu Yuanlong's face was pale, forcibly stabilizing his body. The resentment in his eyes overflowed, and he shouted in a stern voice. Just before he could finish his threatening words, Lu Yuan raised his leg and kicked again, shattering his left leg bone as well. Now that was completely unsupported. Lu Yuanlong's figure was short and he knelt down on the spot, with cold sweat running down his face and fear written all over it. He actually didn't dare to continue speaking for a while. Quiet. Lu Yuan lowered his eyes, indifferent to the situation. The entire person stood there calmly, like a lofty mountain standing with a great sense of oppression. Lu Yuanlong's face was unsightly, gritting his teeth and remaining silent. Kneeling down in front of a wasted body like this was humiliating to the extreme, more so than killing him. Right now, however, there was nothing he could do. Lu Yuan's strength was far more powerful than he had imagined. With the cultivation of the middle stage of the embodied spirit realm, winning the top spot of the intersect of the Wanshu sacred ground really wasn't an empty claim. The flesh body was comparable to steel and iron bones, and was even more terrifying than a magic treasure, and was definitely not an enemy of the current him, sidekick or not. First family. None of it is anything in my eyes. The important thing is, don't mess with me. A slight punishment today, leaving you alive. When you see me in the southern region in the future, bury your head down and keep a low profile. Lu Yuan's expression was cold as he spoke forcefully. The stern light that flashed in his eyes was so regal that people did not dare to look directly at him. Lu Yuanlong had a lot of fear in his heart and always kept his head lowered and gritted his teeth. Subsequently, Lu Yuan didn't stay here for long, and with a turn, he left. After this incident, he didn't have any thoughts of going to the cave to pack up his things, but instead rushed straight to the intersect hall. After all, this Lu Yuanlong didn't come alone, followed by a Lu family elder. If you get entangled, trouble is bound to ensue. So it was better to just go and collect the trial mission for promotion to core disciple and go out to travel. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 34, Trials. Psychic Magic Treasure. A few moments later, Lu Yuan had then arrived at the inner gate hall. This place was quite a bit more grandiose than the outer sect hall he had previously visited. The body of the temple was magnificent, with carved beams and painted buildings, and each place was inlaid with quite a few kinds of strange jade, crystalline and lustrous. Inside the main hall, there were countless papers and documents, and one could vaguely see the busy figures of a number of Holy Land disciples, burying their heads in organizing something. At the center, there was an old man with white hair, his eyes half open and half closed, sitting alone. Although it is old, it is not to be underestimated. Disciple Lu Yuan, here to be promoted to core disciple. Lu Yuan stopped and towards the old man in front of him, he arched his hand and said, "That old and decrepit sacred land elder." Hearing that name, raised his head in a rare glance. The top of the intersect competition, Saint Body Lu Yuan, to have broken through to the divine palace realm so quickly? Such a cultivation speed is quite different from the rumors. An aura flashed through the eyes of the intersect elder, revealing an unexpected color. Then after a moment of contemplation, he spoke faintly, "Outwardly release your divine sense. Let the old man examine it." Lu Yuan comprehended this and immediately communicated with the golden lake in the sea of consciousness, releasing the power of the divine palace. Well, it really is the divine palace realm. Moreover, the power of divine thoughts is quenched and powerful. The intersect elder opened his mouth and praised. However, it seemed as if he had remembered something, and he was a bit worried. The conditions for promoting a core disciple. You must have already known about them. One needs to complete a trial mission and succeed before being promoted. Only, you're a little late. The divine pool of creation was closed, and several inner disciples broke through the divine palace at the same time, and not long ago, they had pretty much picked all the existing trial tasks. Now, there's just one high level left. Speaking of which, the intersect elder added, "Of course, if you're not in a hurry, you can wait a bit. In perhaps 10 days, perhaps half a month, a new trial mission will be awarded from above." When Lu Yuan heard this, he pondered for a brief moment before opening his mouth and inquiring, "I wonder what that only remaining high difficulty mission refers to." "Chase and kill." The intersect elder replied. "What is the other party's cultivation level?" "Divine Palace Realm 5th Sky." Lu Yuan listened and pondered. This person is a famous roving bandit of the southern Domanian country generation, making a living by killing and seizing treasures. In the span of a few years, beheading several outstanding disciples of my holy land one after another, his strength has risen very quickly. It's just that the latest intel just came back not long ago, and I haven't had a chance to adjust it yet. After being stranded for a while, it will rise to the core disciples task list, the intersect elder patiently explained. And just then, the long-lost system voice suddenly resounded in Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Ding! The host's current experience has been detected and the option reward has been triggered. Accepting this mission will reward you with a psychic treasure. 2. Refuse to take the risk. Step by step. Rewarded with 10 caddies of frost iron. Please select. Lu Yuan's eyes couldn't help but stare at the sound. This time, the trial quest had unexpectedly triggered a system reward. Looks like something a little less unusual. And the option rewards, 2, are generous. The value of a psychic magic treasure was immeasurable. Looking at the entire 10,000 primordial sacred land among the many disciples, only those few true disciples will have it. Moreover, most of them were bestowed by the family elders or the higher-ups of the Holy Land. It could be said to be the strongest magic treasure under the God realm. If you get it, it's like a tiger with wings. This mission, I'll take it. Lu Yuan did not change his color as he calmly spoke. When these words came out, that intersect elder, greatly surprised, could not help but solemnly remind a sentence. Lu Yuan, have you thought about it? Once a trial mission is accepted, it cannot be abandoned for a short period of time. With your cultivation at the beginning of the Divine Palace realm, I'm afraid that it will be tricky to capture and kill a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm. Lu Yuan smiled blandly and said, thanks for reminding me, Elder, but my mind is made up. Seeing his determined look, the intersect elder let out a light sigh and then stopped persuading him. Then he reached out and handed over the latest information about that roving bandit. In that case, good luck. Oh, by the way, there's an extra added reward for this mission. After beheading this person, bring back the head and you will be rewarded with 2,000 pounds of source. Yes, Lu Yuan nodded, took the jade slip, and left in large strides. It didn't take long. Lu Yuan had then flown out of the sect's boundaries. He took out the jade slip and opened it to check it out. On it is recorded a map of Yen, as well as the appearance of the roving bandit called Ping, the exact location of his recent appearance and so on. Quite detailed. Regarding this person's cultivation level, Lu Yuan did not care about anything. With his current means, even if he didn't display the power of his chaotic body, it wouldn't be difficult to kill his enemies across several minor realms. Once he was found by himself, then Ping, basically, had no choice but to die. System, claim your reward, Lu Yuan whispered in his mind. In the system space, an artifact suddenly appeared. It was an irregular-shaped magic treasure overflowing with shimmering ebony light, with the appearance of what looked like a black mountain peak. Although it was only the size of a palm, it could bring an extremely heavy and intense sense of oppression. Prison Peak. Lu Yuan recited the name of this magic treasure silently. Immediately, without further hesitation, he forced out a drop of essence blood from his fingertip and sacrificed it. Buzz! In an instant, the prison peak began to tremble and hum. Its body was covered in dark light, emitting a powerful and terrifying aura. Half an incense stick later, the sacrifice is complete. A mysterious feeling surged through his heart. It created a subtle connection between him and the prison peak. Moreover, the latter was able to pass over some fluctuations of intent, which was quite divine. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this. This was because a magic treasure of this level was already psychic and possessed a not-so-weak divine intelligence. Even without instilling mana into it, it could kill the enemy on its own and was powerful. Soon after Lu Yuan familiarized himself with it for a while, he was able to manipulate the prison suppression peak as if it were his own. He arrived over an uninhabited mountain range and reached out. The small black peak between his palms flew high into the sky, instantly becoming larger, covering the entire sky, so huge that it covered the sky, and the whole body flowed with a pitch-black metallic texture, as if it was millions of pounds heavy. Go! Lu Yuan sighed and flexed his fingers. When the prison suppression peak received the command, it immediately shone brightly and pressed downward. Its sound was boundless, like a real demonic mountain, covering the top and approaching. At the same time, a strand of strange dark light flowed at the peak, actually imprisoning this void. Even the wind was still. It can be imagined that if used to respond to the enemy, the opponent will be unable to avoid, unable to escape, is really a great killing weapon. Boom! With the passing of a shimmering sound, the earth below cracked, the ancient trees were destroyed, and a huge crack was smashed out, a mess, and the power was terrifying. Immediately, Lu Yuan retrieved the prison-suppressing peak, smiled in satisfaction, and quickly departed from this area. Chapter 35, The Chase. The eastern wasteland is vast and its borders are boundless. I am afraid that an idle cultivator may not be able to walk out even after a lifetime of exhaustion. The southern region, on the other hand, was just a region of the eastern wasteland. A secular dynasty like Yen, placed within the southern domain map, is still a drop in the ocean, not knowing a few mortals, unable to get a glimpse of its full picture. Soon, several days later, Lu Yuan's figure then appeared in the territory of Yen. He groped his way according to the directions recorded in the map and finally came to a deep valley. There were quite a few demonic beasts in the vicinity of this place. Most hibernate in deep, ancient forests and vast wildernesses. From time to time, there were high-pitched animal roars that sent shivers down the spine. At the same time, there were not a few cultivators wandering in this valley. There were some people who came from Yan's cultivation families, the native sects, in groups of 3 or 2, in groups of 3 or 5. They were recognizable by their uniform attire. Lu Yuan stopped here for a while, and with a sweep of his divine thoughts, he failed to detect Ping's aura, and then continued onward and deeper. After a few weeks and hundreds of miles of road trips, Lu Yuan was finally in a piece of land and detected Ping's trail. That person's appearance, though, was slightly different from what was recorded in the jade slip. The breath, however, could not be concealed in the slightest. Lu Yuan was almost 80% certain that this person was the Ping he was looking for. And right now, that person also seemed to have sensed that someone was deliberately following behind, and couldn't help but accelerate his speed by a few points, rapidly traversing through the ancient forest and mountain streams, wanting to get rid of it. Half an incense stick passes. The two of them, one after the other, came to a place off the beaten path. Ping suddenly stopped and gazed towards the silent mountain forest in the back, smiling coldly. "Your Excellency has been following me for so long, and you still won't show yourself?" The words fell. Lu Yuan's figure slowly walked out from it. With a smile, if any, on his face, he spoke faintly. "Good alertness. Who are you?" Ping's eyes narrowed, flashing through a piercing aura. "Wanchu Holy Land." Lu Yuan didn't hide it and directly reported himself. "So it is." Ping's expression dawned as he listened. In these few years, he had killed no less than a handful of disciples from the Holy Land, and there was an endless stream of people coming after him. It was thought that his name had already been hung in that so-called mission list. However, at this moment, Ping did not see the slightest panic on his face. Instead, he lifted up an arc of sneer and mocked. "Is there no one left in your 10,000 primordial sacred land? Why did you send you, a divine palace realm first sky, over to die this time? Although my cultivation is not high, it's enough to kill you." Lu Yuan spoke faintly. Before he came, he purposely dispersed the chaotic chi that obscured the sea of bitterness, allowing his true cultivation to be revealed. The purpose is to get the enemy to let their guard down. It seems to be quite effective now. Disciples of the Holy Land have always viewed themselves highly, and you are no exception. I vaguely remember half a year ago, there was a flowery-looking intersect female cultivator who came thousands of miles to hunt me down. In the end, I was countered and toyed with for 7 days and 7 nights before I died with a grudge. Looking back on it now, it's still a bit of a long shot. Ping licked his lips, a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his face as his burly body gradually pressed forward, cruelly saying, "People who think too highly of themselves have to pay a price. So, I'll just laugh at the storage bag you're carrying." The moment the words fell, Ping suddenly stormed out, and with a flash of light, his figure ghostly disappeared, and then an arm, like lightning, probed out and grabbed towards Lu Yuan's heavenly aura. Lu Yuan's eyes were cold, his body's chi and blood surged, his 5 fingers connected to the sky, and he punched out. Boom! A dull, powerful voice rang out, a great explosion of terrifying force. When Ping was caught off guard, he was solidly hit by this, and his entire figure flew out backwards, crashing into a number of pale and strong ancient forests before he managed to stop. What a powerful fleshly body strength, comparable to a treasure body. After Ping stabilized his stance, he couldn't help but have a flash of color appear on his face. "No wonder you dared to come after me with just your body. You do have some skills, but unfortunately, you're still going to die." Noisy. Lu Yuan's expression was cold, unwilling to spend more time talking with him, and his sleeves moved, turning the whole person into a swift stream of light, rushing forward. Majestic blood chi escaped. and golden aura rushed to the sky, like an ancient fierce beast pressing down. Seeing this, Ping's figure instantly retreated violently. Just now, in a single glance, he let him suffer a considerable dark loss. How could he continue to fight with him in close quarters? In the next instant, Ping's divine power boiled over, and with a wave of his hand, it was a terrifying great killing art. Boom! A monstrous river of blood hung and surged out. Bloodlight covered the sky, and storms raged. It exuded a fishy and pungent odor, which contained an extremely corrosive power. Wherever it passed, the grass withered and instantly lost its vitality. It's not hard to imagine that if a casual cultivator is stained, he will have to take off a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. Sculpture. Lu Yuan coldly snorted in disdain, his hands resting on the top of his head in vain, holding open a hanging chaotic canopy. Within a radius of several feet, chaotic chi raged and all laws were inviolable. And then the entire person rushed directly into the river of blood, charging forward as if there was no man's land. What? Ping was horrified, and his uncomprehending gaze carried a strong look of shock. Such a means was unheard of and unheard of. To be able to isolate all Dao techniques, bizarre to the extreme, and just in the nick of time, Lu Yuan had already rushed out from the river of blood, his right hand swinging like a golden millstone, blasting away. Put! Ping's mouth sprayed blood furiously, and he was knocked into the earth all of a sudden. His bones were broken for an unknown number of times, and he kept spitting out broken pieces of his internal organs. At this moment, he was completely moved and immediately knew that the person in front of him was by no means an idle Holy Land disciple, a battle power that was extremely terrifying, possessing the qualifications to cross the level of challenge. Buzz! In an instant, a beam of light lit up at the center of Ping's brow, transforming into a stern heavenly blade that blocked Lu Yuan's advance. This was a powerful divine sense that belonged to the fifth level of the Divine Palace Realm Cultivator's condensation. Sharp, and also a strong killing tactic, invisible and elusive. As for Lu Yuan, he remained unimpressed. His physical body, draped in infinite holy light, was like a heavenly god descending to the earth, making it impossible for people to look directly at him. In the blink of an eye, rushed to the near front. 3 fists and 2 feet. All the divine idea attack will be crushed. Palm and finger crystal, transformed into a huge hand to cover the sky. Slapping. Boom! The valley shook endlessly. The earth cracked and the rocks crumbled, destroying everything around it. And the aftermath was horrifying. And after the dust cleared, he was unable to see Ping's corpse, shrinking into the ground. You know quite a few divine abilities. Lu Yuan had a calm face as he gazed at an open area hundreds of feet away. Kid, with the cultivation of the first heaven of the Divine Palace realm, to be able to force me to this point, you're enough to be proud of yourself. In return, I will sacrifice your corpse into a puppet that will live forever. Ping breathed heavily and uttered chilling words. Chapter 36, Beheading Ping. Secrets. The life-preserving divine ability that he had just performed had consumed Ping, which was really not small. Any further delay would be detrimental to the war effort, and it could only be resolved quickly. Buzz! Ping reached out and offered his own magic treasure. The silver aura of the pike crossed the sky, a big silver bell, manifested in heaven and earth, rumbling and chirping, the light blazing. The might was extremely not bad. This was a treasure that he had bought in an ancient city after killing people and robbing their homes and saving up for a long time. It was enough to be among the ranks of medium-grade magic treasures. In the midst of a duel between Divine Palace Realm cultivators, it was definitely considered a great killing weapon. Fabulous! Lu Yuan's eyes stared and saw the clues, but he remained calm and collected. Shun! Ping muttered incantations under his breath, imperiously moved his magic treasure, and lightly shouted. The silver-colored bell shone brightly, instantly enlarging several times, covering half of the sky, wrapping a strong pressure, suppressing towards Lu Yuan. Seeing this, Lu Yuan did not hide or avoid his Xian robe hunting. He took a step into the air and raised his fist to blast away. Clang! The golden fist, crashing on top of the ancient bell, emitted a metallic buzzing sound. At the same time, a piquant silver ripple lit up, transforming into a killing attack that swept across. Lu Yuan was impacted and thumped backward dozens of steps away. Other than a slight soreness and numbness in his arms, there was no harm done. This move is nothing more than an attempt to validate it. With his current physical strength, what level of magic treasure could he shake? Humph! Although your fleshly body is not badly tempered, it's a fool's errand to try to shake my magic treasure. Ping sneered, and his fingertip seals changed again. The silver-colored big clock glowed and once again flew up in the air, suppressing downwards. It's just a middle-grade magic treasure. What's it worth? If I want to fight, I can also shatter. Lu Yuan opened his mouth forcefully, his blood chi like a rainbow, slapping him head-on. Dang! Clang! Dang! The silver-colored bell kept on roaring, and was beaten to the point that it trembled continuously, giving birth to several cracks. Ni Ping revealed a shocked expression, especially shocked. A Divine Palace Realm First Sky Cultivator was actually able to use the power of his physical body to harden his own magic treasure, and it hit a few cracks visible to the naked eye. How terrifying a force must it be to do that? I guess no one would dare to believe it if they said it. Between the fear, Ni Ping knew that he couldn't go on like this, or else he would most likely end up in the gutter. In the next instant, Ni Ping used his mind in two ways, controlling the magic treasure to attack with his divine thoughts. The other hands quickly made seals and struck out a Xian art divine power to blast Lu Yuan. Boom! Boom! Divine energy boiled and mana poured out. Lu Yuan activated his floating light-swept shadow body technique, tossing and turning, illuminating back and forth in the void, dodging and avoiding the attacks. It seems that you are at your wit's end. That's just it. I won't play with you anymore. I'll send you on your way. Lu Yuan lost interest and with a wave of his hand, a palm-sized pocket-sized peak emerged between his palms. The void trembled and became dim for a split second. A pitch-black demonic mountain, under Ni Ping's terrified gaze, grew larger and larger, and in the end, it even covered half of the sky, vast and incomparable. With the might displayed by his silver-colored big clock, it was like the difference between heaven and earth, and the firefly was more than the sun and the moon. No way! What level of magic treasure is this? Ni Ping stood still and lost his voice, but there was no response. The prison peak fell, and the wind and thunder roared, like a Tarzan pressing down, drowning out all sound. In his haste, Ni Ping bit the tip of his tongue and spewed out a mouthful of blood, recalling the silver ancient bell and sheltering it above his head. Boom! The prison suppression peak pressed down and clashed violently with Ni Ping's magic treasure, shaking the heavens and the earth. The energy ripples that erupted out destroyed all of the ancient forest peaks in a circle of several hundred feet, creating a vacuum. And that silver-colored ancient clock, after holding on for an instant, also exploded. The pieces of the magic treasure flew in all directions and dimmed, completely reduced to scrap. Ah! Ni Ping yelled miserably, his hand covering his brow. The silver bell protected his body though, but that terrifying impact still shook him to the point where his 7 orifices bled and his internal organs shattered. If he were to take another hit like that, he would almost certainly die. No! Don't kill me! I know a secret story. A shattered small world will open up, containing the inheritance of a saint. Ni Ping cried out in panic, suddenly uttering such a remark under the intense shadow of death. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he raised his hand a little, retrieving the descending prison suppression peak into his palm. Broken little world. This news, not to say, is precious. One must know that in the world of cultivators, only the most powerful among the saint level can open up a side of heaven and earth and turn it into their own dojo. And this is the end of the age when there are already great emperors in existence. Living saints are not seen at all. Therefore, small worlds on the verge of breaking up were most likely left behind by characters who sat down tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer, and it was likely that they contained amazing inheritances. If the news were to leak out, it would be enough to cause countless Dao lineages in the entire southern domain to go crazy. Where? Lu Yuan's eyes lowered as he indifferently opened his mouth to ask, if I say it, you'll let me go? Ni Ping carefully tried. If the information is true, I can let you live. Lu Yuan said expressionlessly. Ni Ping's heart burst with joy when he heard this, but with a twinkle in his eye, possibilities came to mind. He had been mixing in the southern region for years, living a life of licking blood from the tip of a knife. Naturally, he wouldn't trust anyone easily, and after thinking for a moment, he spoke again through clenched teeth. You must make a heavenly oath not to kill me. Otherwise, I'd rather die than tell you this news. Are you qualified to bargain with me? Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward and approached. Stay back. Don't think about soul-searching. One more step forward and I will immediately blow up my divine palace. Ni Ping snapped, a look of determination on his face. Seeing this, Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks, and after his eyes flickered slightly for a few moments, he raised both of his fingers to the high heavens and made an oath of the heavenly Tao. However, he added a suffix condition. That is, if Ni Ping did not take the initiative to strike at him. Can we talk now? An impatient look appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Ni Ping listened and felt that there was nothing wrong with it before he revealed the secret. The Lianyun mountain range, 3,000 miles away from Yan's northern border. What time? 7 days later. After saying that, Ping let out a long breath of relief and was just about to get up, ready to leave. Lu Yuan's figure flashed and suddenly blocked his way. And then the golden lake of the sea of consciousness at the center of his brow shone brightly, instantly rushing out a terrifying fluctuation of divine thoughts that did not enter Ping's sea of consciousness, erasing all memories about himself. Ping's eyes were empty and he stood in a daze. It wasn't until a few moments later that he slowed down. He fixed his eyes on a strange man with a handsome face and a long body, standing right in front of him. Who are you? Ping asked drily. Roadrunner. Lu Yuan casually replied. What's in the hand? Psychic magic. This statement was made. Ping's heart shook, and a strong look of greed immediately appeared on his face as he grabbed forward with his large hand. A mere mole in the first heaven of the divine palace realm was worthy of holding such a heavy treasure? Bring it to you. Bold. How dare you strike at me? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and immediately raised his hand, slapping him to death. Then he rolled up Ping's head and left. Chapter 37 Lianyun Mountain Range. A few days later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Lianyun mountain range that Ping had spoken of. This place is quite remote. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, are not seen as city, and it's always shrouded in mist, misty and foggy. The march continued for half an hour. Lu Yuan went thousands of miles deeper into the mountain range, and finally, somewhere, he detected some unusual fluctuations. Dense Dao lines blocked the void. It seemed to be a huge forbidden formation. Lu Yuan stepped forward, a wisp of chaos chi quietly overflowing from his fingertips as he stroked forward. Giggle. Those obscure Dao patterns branded in the void immediately became dimmed and were torn apart by a gap. Lu Yuan made a sideways turn and quickly entered. When I came here, the situation around me changed dramatically. With a sweep of his divine mind, he was able to detect the aura of quite a few cultivators. Lu Yuan was secretly vigilant as he slowly moved forward and eventually came to an open area. As soon as his figure appeared, there were quite a few powerful divine thought fluctuations that swept over. Among them, there was no lack of people who were strong above the divine palace realm. The depth of cultivation was so deep that even Lu Yuan was unable to see through it. A loose cultivator of the first heaven of the divine palace realm. It's a blessing to find this place. An old man, after sweeping a glance towards the side, quickly withdrew his gaze. Although loose cultivators like Lu Yuan who came alone were rare, they were not completely absent. It's not really noteworthy, except for the fact that it looks young. At the same time, Lu Yuan was secretly sizing up the group of people around him. At this moment, a number of cultivators had already gathered near this open area. In bits and pieces, it can add up to 100 or so people. Most of them were cultivators from the local sects within Yen. They were easily recognizable by the uniform clothing they wore. It was thought that they had also gotten the news of the imminent opening of that broken little world in advance and were waiting here early. These native sects of Yen should have intentionally blocked the news. Otherwise, a small world opened up by an ancient sage coming out of the world wouldn't only have so few people gathered. Lu Yuan thought darkly in his mind. Yen, when looking at the entire southern region, is but a drop in the ocean, a small projectile. The number of powerful people they possessed was naturally far less than those great religions, ancient lineages, and holy land forces. If word gets out, I'm afraid to send a random powerhouse above the god realm. These guys, they don't even get soup. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan retrieved his thoughts, casually found an inconspicuous place, sat down, and waited silently. Time keeps moving. 2 days later, there was a sudden violent fluctuation from outside. Dozens of cultivators of uncommon realms used brute force to break through the forbidden spells and rushed in. Everyone here, all of them were startled, rising suddenly and looking in that direction. Upon getting a good look at the visitor, the faces of the 2 Yen native sect masters and the elders could not help but look unsightly. Old ghost son, you are indeed here. Within Yen, there is such a place of creation opening up, and you didn't say anything to notify Lousy, and making a bull **** spell formation to cover people's ears. Could it be that you want to keep it all for yourself? A middle-aged man with a rough appearance and a big grin just came in and shouted at the top of his voice. Humph, with your flamboyant character, wouldn't telling you be the same as informing all the forces in the southern domain? The Red Flame sectmaster let out a cold snort and said without any good humor, ******* your ass. Am I that stupid? The rugged big man yelled. If you weren't stupid, you wouldn't have brought a Bittersea realm disciple who had just been initiated for a few months. The other sect leader sneered nonchalantly. The three major native powers of Yen, Red Flame Sect, Hangu Hall, and Lingxiao Sect, a triple threat. The sect masters of each family were all cave heaven realm cultivators, and had always been divided into equal strengths. The opening of this broken small world may contain amazing inheritance and creation, but it may also be accompanied by endless dangers. It wouldn't hurt to have multiple well-informed sects to explore with. Just this Hongwu always acted ostentatiously, do things without considering the consequences, purely a crude martial artist, difficult to work together. If he was given advance notice, he would surely alert the snakes. Their two families, the people who came to the Lianyun mountain range this time, were carefully selected, belonging to the absolute beloved, the kind that would not leak the news. This Hongwu, on the other hand, was bringing even the Bittersea realm disciples who hadn't been initiated for a long time to grow their knowledge. Stupid or not, it's naturally obvious. Hongwu sniffed and was furious. There was more yelling for a while before it gradually quieted down. Lu Yuan only sat alone and watched with cold eyes, and in this regard, did not care about anything. Time passed, and a few more hours passed. Suddenly, in the distant sky, there was a rumbling. Dozens of hideous ancient beasts with ghastly scales and horns came stepping on the waves of clouds. On the back of each ancient beast sat a cultivator. Each had a remarkable breath, divine splendor within, and the row was very amazing. That's ancient family. Someone from the Meng family. Many of the cultivators present, upon seeing the visitor, all of their faces changed drastically, instantly becoming unsightly. There is no doubt that after all, paper can't hold fire and the news has leaked out. It drew a crowd of people from the ancient family, who came to fight over it. At this moment, in Lu Yuan's eyes, there was also a rare flash of gravity. The Meng family, also one of the ancient families of the southern domain, was almost on par with the Lu family and the Gu family in terms of strength. The clan was filled with experts, and there were a handful of powerhouses above the divine realm, a powerful force that could be compared to some of the great sects and Taoism systems, and the immortal sacred grounds, now showing up at this juncture. Surely he would not be passing through. He must have received some wind. As for the source of the leak, it's not easy to confirm. After all, there were quite a few cultivators here, and there were some scattered cultivators as well. It was not impossible to sell this piece of information to the ancient world family for a heavy price in exchange for favors. And just before the Meng family arrived, on the back foot, there was another powerful force that descended on this place. On top of a huge ancient ship, dozens of figures flew down one after another. There were a number of young faces among them, accompanied by figures from the older generation. Illusion Palace, you guys aren't moving too slow. An expert of the Meng clan stood out, his divine thoughts like a tidal wave, and with a sweep forward, he learned the identity of the person who had come, and opened his mouth indifferently. So it's fellow Daoist Mangrun, long time no see. A soft laugh came out from the ranks in the Illusion Palace. It made the atmosphere of the scene, at once, tense. As for the crowd of Yen native forces and scattered cultivators below, they were directly ignored by them, not even glancing at them. The Illusion Palace is here too. Now that's a tough one. The group of cultivators from Yen were bitter in their hearts. The Illusion Palace, also a great religious Daoist in the southern domain, was powerful. Trying to get a piece of the pie in front of such a behemoth is no less than taking food out of a tiger's mouth. But for now, it's just a matter of taking a step and seeing what happens. Chapter 38 Convergence of Parties. Since you and I, both of our families, have converged here, let's fight for it with our own abilities. However, to be on the safe side, I suggest that this mountain range be blocked off to isolate the footsteps of those who come after us. An expert from the Meng clan spoke out. Exactly. Such a thought coincided with the thoughts of a few of the Illusion Palace's powerhouses, because it happened in a hurry. They did not have any God Realm powerhouses following them on this trip either. If the news continued to fester, it was inevitable that some of the same ancient lineages as the Mang clan and the great sects and Dao lineages would send their people to fight over it. A scene like that is something many people don't want to see. With that, the two powers, one and all, directly sent out strong people to take action, each occupying a side of the void, hitting hundreds of subtle and profound Taoist patterns. The Lianyun mountain range this area, completely blocked, unless a powerhouse above the Tongshan realm came to explore in person. Otherwise, it would be hard to detect the abnormal spatial fluctuations here. Immediately afterward, all the cultivators present gradually quieted down and waited for the opening of the small world. 2 days later, boom! An extraordinary spatial fluctuation rippled through the area. The void trembled, and countless pitch-black cracks emerged, the great Tao laws modeled and hidden. forming an entrance. Open. The shattered little world opens up. Many of the cultivators present rose suddenly, excitement showing in their eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there were experts from the two major powers sitting here, I'm afraid that someone would have already rushed out. Wait. There's something weird. The eyes of an old Nirvana realm elder from the illusion palace flickered slightly for a few moments. Then with a wave of his large hand, a surge of divine power emerged and explored toward the void crack. The next moment, boom! The crack in the void violently twisted open, and in full view of everyone, it collapsed, swallowing that divine power completely. What? How did that happen? Many people looked horrified with a look of disbelief. It seems that it is the small world that has existed for too long. The laws are incomplete. The spiritual power is dissipating. It's about to collapse. The strongest member of the Meng clan, who had likewise seen a few clues, opened his mouth in a grave manner. Try again. Immediately after that, there were a few more people, one after another, striking out and continuously suppressing their own outwardly released divine power fluctuations, until half an incense burner later, they finally came to a conclusion. This side of the small world, broken too badly. It was unable to carry cultivators above the cave realm into it. If you forcefully trespassed, I'm afraid it would simply collapse. All the people inside ended up in the same place. Since that's the case, then we can only let the Divine Palace Realm disciples go ahead and explore. The old man from the Illusion Palace spoke. Aha! The strongest member of the Meng clan, too, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the people of these two major powers looked squarely at the crowd of yin cultivators below for the first time. This small world is too badly broken. Only cultivators below the cave realm can enter. For those who follow the disciples of my sect forward, the benefits will naturally not be spared for you. If you want to peer, bring someone. The old man from the Illusion Palace spoke with a kind brow. At the same time, the Meng clan's experts, too, were beginning to pull people together. After all, in that small world, one more person is one more power. If they encountered a dangerous place, they could still use these people as cannon fodder to explore the road. So why not? As for the treasures they got, once it's brought out, it's out of the hands of these small local ants. This statement was made. All of the cultivators present all had bitter faces, hearing the meaning of these two major forces. If you don't go in with their people, then no one can even have the slightest chance of getting in. And right now, the entire Lianyun mountain range was blocked, so it was a difficult task to leave. The practice of forcefulness, make it so that people don't even have a choice. The three great sect masters of the native sects of Yen sighed softly. One could only silently pick out the manpower below the cave realm and stand apart. Even Hongwu, who had always acted ostentatiously, obediently conceded and did not dare to make the slightest move. He was reckless though, but it really wasn't a cutie. With his cave heaven realm cultivation, he was still able to reign supreme in Yen. However, when placed amongst the two major forces, the Meng clan and the Palace of Illusion, it wasn't much different from a mole cricket. At the drop of a hat, you will have to be killed and fall on the spot. Soon, the 100 cultivators present all moved. These people, however, had varying levels of cultivation. After a careful selection, there were only 40 or so in the Divine Palace realm. It was divided between two major powers. As for those in the embodied spirit realm and those in the bitter sea realm, they were directly ignored. Such a person is too weak. It's not quantity that can make up for it. As for Lu Yuan, after thinking about it for a while, he remained silent and walked along with the crowd, towards the ranks of the Meng family's team. In the small world, the cultivation level of the entrant is restricted. This is ultimately a good thing for him. It was much better than eating dust behind a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Uncle Run, what's the point of getting these stinky fish and shrimp over here? If the ones from the Illusion Palace don't know better, I can send them on their way alone. At that moment, a young man of about 17 or 18 years old flipped down from a foreign beast with a long leap. His eyes were disdainful and sharp, as if he was a young god king, strolling through the crowd with an arrogant demeanor. This statement was made. The faces of the crowd of cultivators standing in the Meng clan's queue all turned ugly. There were a few Divine Palace realm old men whose old faces were even more unbearable. They were, by all accounts, elders of a faction of Yen, with high positions of authority. Now he was being called a stinky fish and shrimp by a junior who was a weakling. It's really a disgrace. Right now, though, the situation is overwhelming. No one dared to have an attack, but could only endure in silence. Lu Yuan also wanted to laugh a little, and gave that Meng clan teenager a deep look with inexplicable meaning. Jia, do not take the enemy lightly. Meng Ren shook his head helplessly. still giving a serious admonishment. Meng Zhao was unimpressed and continued to do what he was doing. Soon, of the two major powers, both were picking out candidates to enter the small world. This time, the Illusion Palace had brought over a dozen Divine Palace Realm disciples, all of them young in appearance and with an unassuming temperament, not something that could be compared to cultivators from a small place like Yen. Standing together with those people, it was immediately like a crane standing out from the others. On the Meng family's side, there was a big difference in terms of numbers. There were 11 sons of the Meng family walking out. The leader of the group was the arrogant young man, Meng Zhao. But although this son is arrogant and untouchable, but the cultivation talent was, indeed, amazing. At this age, there was a cultivation level of the sixth sky of the Divine Palace realm. Even when looking at the younger generation in the various Holy Lands, they were among the leading figures. Well, everyone's here. It's too late. Let's go. Yes, the words fell. Dozens of figures, each riding a divine rainbow, rushed up into the sky and did not enter the void rift above. Chapter 39 Dragon Scale Grass. After entering, the scene in front of him instantly changed drastically. The gray sky was filled with an ancient and barbaric atmosphere. The laws were patchy and slightly depressing. Lu Yuan, like the other cultivators who came in, used his divine thoughts and swept around, observing the surrounding terrain. This small world, which was not small in size, could not be seen at a glance, but it is indeed broken beyond recognition. The grayish-brown rocks, the stark ground, lacked life and greenery. Even if it wasn't opened, it was thought that it wouldn't be long before it completely collapsed and dissipated into the void turbulence. This place is vast and there are only a few dozen of us. To make a difference, you should split up. At that moment, a young disciple of the Meng clan opened his mouth and proposed. This statement was made. A single gaze was projected towards Meng Zhao, and the meaning of the inquiry was obvious. Could be. Each of you pick 2 followers and explore separately. Meng Zhao nodded his head and said indifferently, 2 for 1? What about you? The other asked. No need. Just tired. Meng Zhao waved his hand. Extremely conceited. And then, without waiting for the crowd to say anything more, he directly rode up a brilliant divine rainbow and swept off into the distance. Just as well. Several of the Meng family's children let out a light sigh, thinking that they already knew Meng Zhao's character very well. He wouldn't give face to anyone except his brother and the respected clan elders. You, come with me. A young disciple of the Meng clan extended his finger, pointing at the 2 of them, and said in a cold voice. With that, the other few people also picked them out in a hurry. In the end, Lu Yuan and an elder from the Lingxiao sect were chosen by a man named Meng Yifan. Go. Meng Yifan glanced at the duo and spoke expressionlessly. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments. With a sweep of the powerful divine thought, this person's cultivation was at a glance. Divine Palace Realm. 3 heavens. Compared to that Ni Ping, there was still a difference of 2 small realms. Such a character could be slapped to death with the flip of his hand. There was nothing to care about. It's just that right now, with all the people, it's not a good time to make a move. Wait until the people of the 2 forces have completely separated. He then has nothing to worry about. Immediately afterward, a group of 3 people, each harnessing a divine rainbow, swept away into the distance. A long way to go. Fast and deep. Most of the places they pass are the Lus Gobi. There's nothing to explore. Until after traveling for half an hour, the 3 came to a valley. Just as he walked into the entrance of the valley, there was an overpowering and incomparable killing aura that greeted him. That aura was extremely terrifying. Just being close, it stabbed one's face with raw pain, as if there was a heavenly sword gulping out absolute sharpness. This place is extraordinary. There are definitely treasures. Meng Yifan's eyes lit up, immediately surfacing a few fiery colors. Immediately, he took out a secret treasure, emitting a soft curtain of light, sheltering his own body within it, and spoke. Go in and take a look. When Lu Yuan saw this, he also came to be a bit interested. With a thought, the chaos origin in his body flowed, breaking those harsh killing breaths that invaded his body in no time. It was just that elder of the Ling Xiao sect didn't have that many tricks up his sleeve. He appeared to be struggling to walk under this strong pressure, and his withered arms were spilling threads of blood in a very sorry state. Meng, little friend, with my cultivation, I'm afraid that I won't be able to get close to this valley. When Meng Yifan heard this, he glanced back at him and cursed. What a waste. Come here and follow me. Many thanks. The old man smiled sarcastically, and then hurriedly stepped forward and walked into the soft light curtain. The pressure around him was suddenly reduced, causing him to let out a long breath of relief. What about you? Meng Yifan looked at Lu Yuan. No need. Lu Yuan spoke indifferently. After Meng Yifan heard this, his eyes flickered slightly for a few moments, and he couldn't help but look at him a few times more highly. The cultivation level of the first heaven of the divine palace realm in the district, without the aid of any secret treasures, it was surprisingly able to withstand the pressure of this valley. This person, it seems, should have some secrets. Right now, though, he didn't have time to think too hard about it. Grabbing and exploring the valley is the top priority. With that, the three gradually went deeper. The valley was in a state of disrepair, devoid of any life. But soon, a low-lying patch of dark brown soil caught the trio's eye. Above that soil, dozens of strange-looking grasses grew. The grass was born with 3 leaves, golden yellow all over, with irregularly shaped blades, like dragon scales spreading out and gnarled dragons lying on their backs, gulping out amazing sharpness. It was the valley chi that started it all. Dragon scale grass. Meng Yifan's eyes stared, and he couldn't help but pass out a cry of surprise. I didn't realize that this kind of heaven and earth wonders really existed in the world. Legend has it that this grass is only rooted in the bitter cold land of the ancient times, and can innately gulp the essence of heaven and earth to nurture itself. Moreover, if it was swallowed, there was a certain chance that it would be able to allow the devourer's body to nurture the imperial Dao dragon chi, killing and shocking, no less than practicing a kind of ancient scripture of the Geishur. This is an absolutely amazing creation. Thinking of this, Meng Yifan's breathing became quite thick. He was just about to step forward, but then he stopped abruptly. As I recall, ancient records say that this dragon scale grass is incomparably violent, not only affecting its surroundings, but also capable of killing on its own. If that's the case, the chi that has been condensed over these tens of thousands of years would be terrifying. Meng Yifan stood still, secretly thinking, at the same time, glancing his eyes to the duo behind him. At this moment, Lu Yuan naturally recognized the dragon scale grass, earlier in the Lu family, although he was unable to cultivate. But all kinds of ancient books are not less read. In terms of insight, it was no shallower than some disciples of ancient lineages. You, walk over and look. Meng Yifan reached out and pointed at the old man from the Lingxiao sect and spoke. Ah, this. The old man was immediately startled, and a cold sweat could not help but break out at his forehead. How could he not see that this Meng Clan Jr. was trying to get him to go over and scout the way? The murderous aura of this place is so strong. If one were to break away from the shelter of this secret treasure, there would definitely be great danger. Go if you're told to. On the count of 3, if you don't move, you will die. In Meng Yifan's eyes, murderous intent was revealed as he spoke indifferently. The old man sniffed and screamed in his heart. After letting out a long sigh, he resolutely rushed towards the location where the dragon scale grass was rooted. Boom! The old man had just come closer. In an instant, nearly half of the dragon scale grass steeply glowed, from which surged out an incomparably thick and powerful sword on, like a great dragon coming out of the world, with its head held high and its tail swinging, attacking and killing towards him. The old man let out a miserable scream, and his entire body exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Ha ha ha, it's true. After consuming the chi that has been nurtured above the dragon scale grass for many years, it can be safely harvested. Meng Yifan was overjoyed, and was completely unconcerned about the death of the Ling Xiao sect's old man, and then he immediately turned around and opened his mouth to Lu Yuan and commanded, "You, go over there." "Well, you go over." Lu Yuan nodded. "I'll let you pass." Meng Yifan froze. "That's right, it's you who went over." Lu Yuan smiled faintly. The next moment, in Meng Yifan's eyes, murderous intent was dense. Chapter 40, Beheading. Imperial Wei Dragon Chi. You're a humble loose cultivator and you dare to disobey my Meng family. Living out of your mind, are you? Meng Yifan's eyes were stern with a shocking killing intent as he spoke indifferently. It seems that at the drop of a hat, he is going to kill the person in front of him. Just you? Lu Yuan's expression was indifferent, unimpressed, and very calm. Toast to the world. Looks like it's still going to be necessary for me to break your entire body's bones and throw you over there myself. As the words fell, Meng Yifan suddenly rose up and attacked, the divine splendor flowing between his 5 fingers, intertwined with silver radiance, like a mountain of 10,000 pounds, pressing down. Lu Yuan didn't dodge or avoid, running at extreme speed, transforming into a golden stream of light, charging over in a single step, waving his golden fist and slamming it down blatantly. Boom! The terrifying collision of power caused this side of the void to shake. Meng Yifan's entire figure flew out backwards, as if he had received a violent shock. He showed a shocked look, incredulous to the core. This person clearly only had a cultivation of the first sky of the divine palace realm, but to be able to temper his fleshly body to such an extent was truly astonishing. And the next moment, before Meng Yifan could make a move, Lu Yuan once again revved up his extreme speed and rushed over. Large golden hands, intertwined across the sky, shone brightly, like a round of golden millstone, covering the sky and the sun. Buzz! Meng Yifan was shocked and used his full power to activate that protective secret treasure. In an instant, the soft light curtain became much more agile, blocking out all the killing machines in the sky. Useless! Lu Yuan sneered, as if he had expected it. As the golden hand pressed down, a strand of dark and treacherous chaos gas was draped between the palm and fingers. It contained a terrifying demonic power that seemed to be able to break all things and all laws, and was unstoppable. Boom! That soft curtain of light was torn open with a huge gash the moment it just touched the chaos gas. Then the golden hand crushed down without any obstruction, heavily bombarding Meng Yifan's body. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out. Meng Yifan's figure shortened, turning into a bloody man in an instant. It was just one strike, but it directly broke all the bones in his body, answering the earlier words. Ah! Meng Yifan emitted a painful scream. Just how long before that scream could get out? Lu Yuan's big hand fell, directly picking him up by the neck and casually flinging him to the other side of the dragon scale grass rooted. Giggle! Giggle! A thick and powerful light, clanging, ran through Meng Yifan's body, like that old man from the Ling Shao sect, exploded on the spot and died. Do everything! Lu Yuan reached out and took the storage bags of the two of them into his bag, and then looked toward the depression in front of him. Now it seemed that the killing power of the dragon scale grass, which had been stored up for countless years, should have dispersed and could be picked by hand, but just to be on the safe side, still have to do some protection. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan catalyzed the power of his chaotic body, holding open a hanging black canopy as he slowly paced forward, until he walked to the dozens of dragon scale grasses 10 feet away. There was still no strange changes occurring. Only then did he gradually relax his vigilance and bend down to pick it. It didn't take long. Dozens of dragon scale grasses, all of which had been pocketed by Lu Yuan, in his pocket. It's a good sign that you just came in and had such a great haul. However, right now, Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to swallow the dragon scale grass. Instead, he stood still, sensing the spatial changes around him. He suddenly realized that while he was imperiously moving the chaotic chi, this side of the void became extremely unstable. Perhaps, if one holds out a little longer, it would be able to make one of the spaces in this small world break up in advance and evolve a new spatial passage. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he even increased the operation of his chaos power by a few points and began to try it out. After all, the entrance to the small world, the experts from the two major forces, the Illusion Palace and the Meng clan, stopped there to wait. Moreover, the entire Lianyun mountain range was blocked off by a huge spell formation. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to get out of here without God's knowledge, but he would have been able to verify his earlier suspicions. All problems, then, are watertight. Giggle, giggle. Thousands of strands of chaotic chi were born from Lu Yuan's palm. The laws of the 10,000 ways wailed. The void was violently distorted. After an incense stick, the small piece of emptiness completely collapsed, and cracks emerged, forming another passageway connecting to the outside world. It really works. When Lu Yuan saw this, his face was suddenly delighted. That way, he has no worries. Even if they killed the core figures of these two powers in the middle of a fight, they would be able to retreat in one piece and find another way out. Afterward, Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts and thought no more. With a wave of his hand, he took out a strain of dragon scale grass and swallowed it on the spot, starting to refine it. The blade enters the mouth and a bitter flavor spreads. Immediately after that, it was a majestic power of chi and blood that surged out in his limbs and bones. Lu Yuan sat on the ground, holding his yuan, and orderly guided this chi and blood force to quench his flesh orifices and body. A plant, two plants, sanshu, shikoku, a strain of dragon scale grass. It was quickly swallowed by Lu Yuan. His chi and blood power was also climbing crazily at an astonishing speed. This was due to his already powerful sacred body physique and the sea of bitterness that far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, if other people swallowed it like this, I'm afraid that they would have already been propped up and burst to death. Time passes. Until the occasion of swallowing the 13th dragon scale grass, Lu Yuan's entire aura was even greater. All over his body, golden aura flickered and his chi and blood were like rainbows. crystal jade-like muscle, even began to dazzle the terrible dragon gas. Contains a kind of heaven and earth. Only I am the majesty of the imperial way. Divine palace realm. Second heaven. Lu Yuan steeply opened his eyes and shot out a stern and unrivaled essence, piercing through a huge rock not far away. Dragon scale grass is rare though, but take too much and you can develop resistance. In terms of effectiveness, it is far inferior to the previous few plants. However, that legendary imperial Dao dragon chi seems to have some eyebrows. Why don't we take advantage of this and cultivate it in one go? In his heart, Lu Yuan secretly thought. Afterward, he took out all those remaining dragon scale grasses and continued to take them. 3 days later, a high-pitched dragon's roar abruptly erupted from the valley, causing the crimson earth to tremble. Lu Yuan stood with a long body, his eyes blazing, and his entire aura, terrifyingly incomparable. Golden-colored dragon chi, strands and clusters of it surrounded him, setting him off as if he were an imperial Dao powerhouse. A terrifying aura that pierced through the heavens, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. Divine Palace Realm. 3 Heavens. Chapter 41. Who's for it and who's against it? The cultivation level had risen another small step, and he had successfully cultivated the Emperor's Way Dragon Chi and added it to his body. Such a harvest is not to be taken lightly. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt, like never before, all over his body, his blood chi surged with amazing power. In terms of physical strength alone, perhaps it was no better than that of a juvenile true dragon, and there was a qualitative leap in battle power. Afterward, Lu Yuan did not continue to stay in this valley, and with a flash of his body, he swept away into the distance, all the way forward. And I don't know how many miles I've traveled. Lu Yuan was passing through a desert. Suddenly heard, not far away, a fierce fight. Boom! Boom! In the void, divinons flashed and blazing thunderbolts intertwined, shaking the 8 directions. Apparently, there were quite a few people engaged, and it was chaos. Lu Yuan stopped his steps, his eyes flickering slightly for a few moments. In this small world, where there are people fighting, there will be heavy treasures coming out. Since he had stumbled upon it, he naturally would not stand idly by. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan's sleeves spread out, and he accelerated his speed by a few more points, drawing closer to the center of the battle group. It didn't take long. An ancient hall standing in the desert came into his eyes. This ancient hall was not grand, but it was instantly recognizable as extraordinary. It seemed to be crafted from some rare divine iron. Even after tens of thousands of years of change, it still had a metallic luster, bringing a majestic sense of oppression. In the center of the ancient hall, there was a plaque. It was inscribed with Divine Soldier Pavilion. 3 big words, the Court of Divine Warriors. This ancient hall is actually that saint's place for refining soldiers. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This kind of place for refining soldiers was an important place no matter which power it was among. What's more, it was left by a saint. Even if there are no molded weapon roughs, some of the edges and corners of the refinery were left behind, all of which were rare materials of immense value. It was no wonder that it had attracted the Illusion Palace disciples and the people of the Mang clan outside the hall to fight for their lives. Right now, there were 6 people in total, mixing it up outside the temple. That young woman from the Mang clan, and the cultivator from the Palace of Illusion, fought like hell. The other few fights, on the other hand, seemed painless. The arcane arts and Dao methods used were mediocre, and the divine power and fleshly body quenched were flabby. At a glance, one could tell that they were cultivators from Yan's native sect. Was forcibly dragged into this fiasco. 1,000 illusion shadow kill. A deep voice fell. That young man from the illusory palace. His feet pranced about, seemingly illusory, and he instantly condensed several illusory spirit bodies in the void, following his main body in rhythm. Both arms swung and chopped, merging their fingers into swords, cutting out an astonishing sword on. Boom! The overwhelming attack was dense and sweeping. The earth below cracked and rolled high into the sky. The power was amazing. Go! And the woman from the Mang clan who responded to the battle didn't seem to be anything mundane either. She opened her mouth and let out a light shout, and a crimson cauldron flew out from her brow, blossoming with thousands of haze lights, silky and pervasive, covering the heavenly dome. Boom! This void trembled and clanked as a terrifying wave of energy erupted. The two each took a few steps backward, and neither one was able to help the other. Meng Qian, you and I are both at the 5th heavenly level of the Divine Palace realm, so it's hard to distinguish between a winner and a loser for a while. Why don't we split the refining materials in this ancient hall equally and each take a step back? The young man from the illusory palace, after stabilizing his stance, opened his mouth and proposed. When Meng Qian heard this, her beautiful eyes phased and flashed with a flash of hesitation. This Feng Shui was not a top 10 disciple of the Illusion Palace though, but a body of war power. Really cannot be underestimated. Controlling several strong divine abilities, even she was not confident that she would be able to defeat him. As for the other side of the battle, there was little to be expected. They are all muckademucks who won't fight for their lives, and it's hard to determine the winner. And just as Meng Qian fell into deep thought, Divine Mind suddenly detected the fluctuation of another person's aura. As she turned around and gazed up, she recognized Lu Yuan. It's you! You're the loose cultivator who followed Meng Yifan. Where is he? Meng Qian revealed a joyful expression and hurriedly asked after him. The moment these words came out, Feng Shui's face, too, changed. Immediately afterward, a powerful divine thought belonging to the fifth sky of the divine palace realm stretched out in all directions, just checking out half the time. He didn't even realize where Meng Yifan was hiding. It seems that only one person came. As for Lu Yuan, in the face of Meng Qian's inquiry, he only glanced at her lightly and did not speak. Then with a vertical flash, he swept straight towards the ancient hall. Such a scene, the few cultivators present all froze, feeling especially shocked. This kid, what's he up to? Ignoring the questioning of the people of the Meng clan, not to mention, he even took the initiative to march into the ancient hall. He's not going to, take food from under the noses of these two, is he? A few native yin cultivators couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. Though, that said, such thoughts have happened to anyone, but outside the entrance to the small world, the strongest of the two forces of the Illusion Palace and the Meng clan were stationed there. Even if they did manage to fight for their lives to capture one or two heavy treasures, they would still be unable to preserve them. It's just a pointless move. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Meng Qian was ignored by a casual cultivator from a small place, and her face immediately became unsettled. Exasperated, she clenched her silver teeth, and an awe-inspiring killing intent surfaced in her beautiful eyes as she coldly asked. And at the moment, Lu Yuan's figure had landed lightly at the entrance of the ancient hall. With a sweep of his divine thoughts, he detected quite a few rare materials piled up in the hall. Even the refining materials that could be sacrificed for divine weapons were few and far between, valuable and extremely precious. Not bad, not bad. Another great catch. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. And then, with a turn of his body, he looked toward the murderous Meng Qian outside the ancient hall and spoke faintly. Meng Yifan, who you just asked, is dead. What? Dead? Meng Qian was shocked when she heard that. Who killed him? I killed it. Lu Yuan spoke calmly. Ha, just you? Meng Qian smiled coldly. Hearing this, she probably understood that this person was bluffing her. Meng Yifan's strength, although not very strong, but it was always a direct descendant of an ancient family. The arcane arts and Tao laws that were mastered were not at all comparable to these crude loose cultivators. Being in the same divine palace realm triple sky, their battle strengths could be said to be vastly different. So how could they be in the gutter? What's more, there were still her Meng family elders guarding outside. Which loose practitioner has such guts? Could it be that he had fallen to the side of the Palace of Illusion, breaking away from Meng Yifan's control? Meng Qian's eyes flickered as she secretly analyzed it in her mind. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lu Yuan put on a smile and didn't say much, and then he moved his own muscles and bones, and immediately there was a crackling sound like frying beans. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that earlier. I'll take everything inside this ancient hall. You guys, who's in favor and who's against? Chapter 42, Sweeping. A calm voice fell, but it was as if it had set off a shocking wave. All of the cultivators present all froze, as if they had heard something unbelievable. No, how dare he? A few native yin cultivators felt a heavenly spin. I've never seen such a bold monk. He dared to call out the two young experts of the Illusion Palace and the Meng clan in public. If this was put on them, it would be a catastrophe that would wipe out their family and sect. At this moment, Meng Qian's pretty white face was covered in frost, staring at Lu Yuan without a moment's pause. Her killing intent intensified. Feng Shui of the Illusion Palace on the other side was also infuriated and laughed angrily. Yes, yes, yes. Here comes one who's not afraid to die. I'd like to see how you can take food from a tiger's mouth. You count as a tiger? Lu Yuan slanted his eyes. Seek death. Feng Shui's face was unsightly as he immediately let out a deep cry. The fluttering figure, in a flash, killed close to the front. His 5 fingers bent into claws, wrapped in a whistling wind, covering and pressing. Such an attack seemed simple and direct, but it contained amazing power. It was easy to obliterate a Divine Palace Realm 3rd Sky Cultivator with a single strike. Out of your depth. Lu Yuan's face was expressionless. His golden fist swung around, draped with wisps of Imperial Dao Dragon Chi, stern to the extreme, not dodging, not avoiding, and blasted out with a punch, a great explosion of terrifying power like a flooding beast. This void was shaken by the beating, and several relatively weak areas were pierced through by the Imperial Dao Dragon Chi, revealing dark and treacherous void turbulence. Boom! Fengshuo's body flew out horizontally as if he had been hit hard. Such a terrifying power was too much for him to bear. In one shot, it was a big loss. What? A young expert from the Illusion Palace was sent flying in a single strike? Someone exclaimed in shock, an incredulous look on their face. It's not just them. Even Meng Qian, whose eyes were glazed over, was particularly surprised by the battle prowess of this arrogant loose cultivator. What strong brute force! You are by no means nameless. State your name. Fengshuo's heart chilled as he colorfully asked. As he spoke, his right hand, which was behind his back, was drenched in blood and couldn't help but tremble in spasms. Even half of his hand bones were shattered. With your strength, you're not qualified to know. Lu Yuan spoke lightly, his eyes looking disdainfully, not putting him in his eyes at all. Arrogant to the core. No matter who you are, I'll make sure you don't walk out of the Lianyun mountain range. Fengshuo was furious at being belittled like this, and then, with a turn of his head, he looked at Meng Qian on the side and transmitted his voice with divine thoughts. This person's fleshly body is quenched and extremely powerful, no less than the top masters of the younger generation. If you stand as a spectator, you will return empty-handed. Why don't we join forces and kill him first before we talk about distribution? Good. Meng Qian agreed dryly, nodding her head immediately. In the next instant, these two people turned on each other, simultaneously striking out and attacking towards Lu Yuan. Witness the latter's terrifying physical strength. No one would be foolish enough to fight with it in close quarters. Fengshuo's mind moved, and an incredibly powerful magic treasure longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. With the infusion of majestic mana, the longsword suddenly flourished with cold light, freezing 1,000 miles, causing the air around it to plummet to freezing point. Immediately afterward, a lifelike hideous ice dragon, condensed out, hissed and roared towards Lu Yuan, attacking and killing. Other side. Meng Qian's hands pinched up the Dao seal, the imperial movement of the big tripod above his head. Thousands of xia light dropping down, transformed into a gorgeous beam of light that covered the sky, and pierced through like a tidal wave. These two were both from the top forces of the southern domain. At the Divine Palace realm, it was not uncommon to be able to possess a magic treasure in one's possession. A shot, is the most violent offense, is bound to be in front of this foreign variables. Remove the kill, then a magic treasure? Lu Yuan sneered, his eyes flashed, and the prison suppressor peak flew directly out of his sea of bitterness, then rushed into the sky in a moment. The great mountain was like the sky, towering high, crushing down heavily with an overwhelming and unrivaled posture. Boom! The haze dimmed and the ice dragon exploded. The offense blossomed from the two major magic treasures was directly crushed by the destruction, and it was not at a level at all. What? Psychic magic treasure. You, a Divine Palace realm cultivator, can even possess a psychic magic treasure. Meng Qian and Fengshuo, alarmed, in a state of panic, each used extreme means to resist the violent impact of Zhenjiao Peak. One breath later, the two each coughed up blood and flew out backwards, their breath wilting quite a bit. With his cultivation, he won't be able to catalyze the psychic magic treasure several times. Don't give him a chance, Fengshuo shouted, and just as he stabilized himself, there was a powerful divine ability that blasted over. Meng Qian also understood the reasoning here, and with her hand lightly raised, her divine light brimming with light, she executed a style of the Meng family's mastery. In a flash, the offense resumed. The divine light was monstrous, filling the heaven and earth, containing endless killing opportunities, wanting to completely put Lu Yuan to death. It's hard to compete with the white moon by the light of a glowing fire. Lu Yuan whispered a sentence. Light blazed at his brow, and a magnificent Tao sound suddenly flowed through his heart. With a flip of his left hand, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the power of the five elements flowed and blossomed with brilliant five-colored divine light, condensing the divine ability of the five elements' great handprint, which was augmented with dozens of great Tao ancient characters, rumbled, and rumbled, and rumbled towards Fengshuo and slapped him down. His right hand was raised high, and he flexed his finger to point. The wind and thunder roared, wrapped in the sharp and overwhelming Imperial Dao Dragon Chi, piercing out. Boom! In the center of the battle group, The light shone brightly. Wind, thunder, finger. 5 elements, great hand seal. These 2 divine abilities had long been cultivated by Lu Yuan. Now that his cultivation had stepped into the 3rd sky of the divine palace realm, his power was incomparable. Not to mention the power of the Dao scriptures and the enhancement of the imperial Dao dragon Qi. It should be a force to be reckoned with and crush everything. No. After a few breaths of stalemate, Fengshuo steeply emitted a mournful cry, and all of his means, all of them collapsed. The entire person's body, which was heavily crushed by the 5 elements' big hand, burst into a mass of blood mist on the spot, with no bones left. On the other side, Meng Qian's body stiffened in place, her eyes terrified. A bloody hole suddenly appeared at the white forehead, gurgling blood. The blow was unstoppable. It actually pierced through her divine palace completely. Anyone who comes along will be unable to return. Bang! Meng Qian's body fell straight into the earth. It was accompanied by a mournful shower of blood, a shocking scene that sent chills down the spine. Gobble. The few remaining Yan native cultivators present all had numbskulls and terrified gazes, not even daring to take a breath. Now, they finally knew what kind of ruthless person the Lianyun mountain range was mixed in with. The young experts of the 2 major powers were cleanly killed in a few rounds. A battle power that was simply so powerful that it was suffocating. The dust has settled. Lu Yuan's eyes swept to the side, and after hesitating for another instant, he did not continue to strike after all. He's not a murderous man. There's fighting in the back. Sooner or later, the matter of decapitating the illusion palace and the Meng family would be exposed. There's not much point in killing people and hiding their tracks. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan waved his hand and rolled up all the weapon refining materials within the ancient hall, as well as the storage bags of those 2 people afterward. Under a crowd of horrified gazes, it sailed away. Chapter 43, Gossip Inheritance Platform. The trip was rewarding, to say the least. The ancient hall was stacked with a wide array of weapon refining materials. Many of them were precious treasures that could be sacrificed to divine weapons. Even if you can't use it, you can sell it for a sizable number of sources. In addition, there were also the riches in the storage bags of those 2 big power disciples, which were thought to have quite a bit of value. Only, Lu Yuan now didn't have much time to check. This small world, on the verge of breaking, had been open for several days. The most precious of them was the saintly inheritance that might exist. Now, the palace of illusion that didn't appear. The core figures of the Meng family most likely had already entered the deepest part. To make a difference, you have to make time. Immediately afterward, the divine rainbow under Lu Yuan's feet suddenly flashed, and he accelerated his speed by a few more points as he swept towards the depths. Other side, where the vast expanse of heaven and earth ends, a shattered and magnificent temple stood there. Around the temple, 8 towering, ancient altars were cast. Above it, divine radiance dazzled and Dao rhythms flowed. After all these years, it still exudes a shocking majesty. At a glance, you can detect the extraordinary. At this moment, there were already quite a few figures stopping by in this area. People from the Meng clan, and disciples from the Palace of Illusion. All of them had people walking here. This is Bagua Inheritance Formation? Some cultivators with good insights shuddered out, and after surveying for a long time, they finally saw the doorway of these 8 altars. It was rumored that during the ancient years, some beings who were among the level of saints would cast such 8 altars in their old age. The purpose is to leave a legacy that will not be broken. But the nature of those who have the fated method to enter the small world in the latter days cannot be clarified. A murderous person, if he were to obtain all of the saintly creations, I'm afraid that he would create monstrous killings. Therefore, some ancient sages would divide their inheritance into several parts. The 6 palaces legacy formation, Bagua inheritance formation. On the other hand, it is the more common inheritance formation table, and right now, 8 altars towered over it. The name of this formation was naturally self-explanatory. That's a bit of insight. And recognizing the 8 trigrams inheritance table, at that moment, a 17 or 18-year-old teenager swept in from the distant sky and landed slowly. Meng Zhao, he's coming too. A few disciples of the Illusion Palace, their eyes abruptly condensed, and they could not help but retreat a few steps back. This Meng Zhao should be the strongest person of the younger generation in the Meng family's trip. According to rumors, he had a battle record of killing a cave realm first heavenly realm cultivator. When looking at the southern region, it all had a notable reputation. In addition, his biological brother from the same mother was the contemporary sequential divine son of the Meng clan, who was famous in the eastern wasteland. With the addition of several identities, few people dared to mess with them easily. And at the moment, Another young expert from the Illusion Palace descended in the distance. Senior Brother Xiahou. Senior Brother Xiahou. One by one, the disciples of the Illusion Palace arched their hands and saluted, making way for a young man to walk to the front. The young man, around his early 20s, dressed in a blue shin clothes, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. His features were handsome, and he had an offbeat temperament that was as ethereal as an immortal, which was exceptionally eye-catching. Xiahou Qing, long time no see. Meng Zhao glanced toward the side and gave a rare greeting. Indeed, it's been a long time. Xiahou Chang smiled faintly, his words easygoing and without a tit-for-tat tone. When he sensed Meng Zhao's current cultivation level, he couldn't help but open his mouth and sigh. It seems that you've gained quite a bit of fortune in this sage relic. Divine Palace Realm 7th Heaven. Breaking through a small layer of realm is just nothing. Meng Zhao arrogantly smiled. Then his eyes narrowed as he looked at him and said, the 8 trigrams inheritance stage has appeared. Are you interested in competing with me? Things that are passed down have their own destiny. If you and I were to choose a place together, a fight would naturally be inevitable. If not, there is no need to fight. Xiahou Cheng calmly spoke out. Humph, boring. Meng Zhao hummed. He also knew that the 8 trigrams inheritance table, one person could only get one inheritance. You can't open it until you have 8 people. As to whether the inheritance received is strong or weak, it all depends on one's own intuitive choice. The chances of Xiahou Cheng colliding with him were not great. Now, 8, that's enough. Begin. Meng Zhao swept a glance to the side and spoke faintly. When these words came out, some people in the arena immediately showed joyful colors, just before they could be happy for long. Xiahou Cheng immediately poured a pot of cold water and said, the people of the Illusion Palace and the Meng family together are still less than 8. There would be no need for these Yen native cultivators and casual cultivators to receive the inheritance. There's no point in getting it and going out and having your soul searched. Why don't you give the people of your own power some chance? What a nuisance. A look of impatience appeared on Meng Zhao's face, but there was no rebuttal of anything to that. Immediately, he gradually closed his eyes and began to feel the Tao rhythm breath flowing from the 8 altars in front of him, to see which one was more compatible with himself. The 8 trigrams of the formation platform, respectively, Qian, Kuan, Jun, Sun, Can, Li, Burgundy and Tue. A few breaths later, Meng Zhao steeply opened his eyes and leapt to the top of the departure platform. Off stage? Xiahou Cheng's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments before he similarly probed out his divine thoughts, sensing the Tao rhythms on the 8 ancient altars. A few moments later, Xiahou Cheng also flew up and landed on top of the dry platform. For the remaining 6 seats, you're each on your own. Of course, if anyone wants to challenge me, feel free to take the stage as well. Xiahou Cheng looked at the crowd on the stage and opened his mouth. The words fell. The few Illusion Palace disciples present, members of the Meng clan, all understood. After sensing each, they flew towards a high platform on one side. It's just that there aren't many of them right now, so no one is breaking out into a fight for the time being. But over time, one after another, people from the 2 major forces rushed to the deepest zone. A slight understanding of the rules immediately set off a dragon fight. The Palace of Illusion fights the Palace of Illusion. The Palace of Illusion fights the Meng family. And the Meng family fights the Meng family. There were no forces apart, all fighting for the sake of ascending the stage and competing for the saint's inheritance. One time, all sorts of divine light flashed, all sorts of techniques came out frequently, and violent ripples of energy continued to spread. It wasn't until a few hours later that the 6 seats were gradually finalized. The people standing above were undoubtedly powerful existences from both parties. No one dared to go up and challenge again. As for that last Koan stage, 2A stage, the Divine Palace Realm battle was still being staged. After it had completely calmed down, the final saintly inheritance could be opened. And just as the battle was scorching, a slender figure, from the distant sky, sped over. Chapter 44, The 9 Secrets. On stage, the 8 trigrams inheritance table. Lu Yuan dropped down and peered forward, also recognizing the name of this altar at a glance, and couldn't help but be pleased. And right now, only the last 2 seats remained vacant. Several Illusion Palace, Meng clan cultivators, were on the stage, fighting hard. Ha, fellow Daoist, you actually came alone? At that moment, a Xian clothes cultivator at the side, looked at Lu Yuan and opened his mouth in surprise. Lu Yuan glanced at him and nodded gently without explaining anything. This person he remembered a little, also like that in I Ping. He belonged to the Yen scattered cultivators who had learned the news by chance. The cultivation level of the second sky of the Divine Palace realm was mediocre and unremarkable. Now that you're here, sit down and watch the show. The saintly inheritance is destined to be unattached to us loose cultivators. Seeing him looking toward the stage with great interest, the Xian-clothes cultivator couldn't help but shake his head inside out softly. Oh, why is there no fate? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Xiahou Qing of the Palace of Illusion said just now that if someone who isn't one of the two major forces ascends the stage, even if he gets the inheritance from one of them, he'll be targeted for soul searching when he goes out. Instead of taking such a risk, it would be better to stay here honestly and break your mind. Otherwise, there will be a bloody disaster. The Xian-clothes cultivator whispered a reminder. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments as he heard this. Then without saying a word, he probed out his divine thoughts and swept toward the 8 altars in front of him, and began to feel the strange Tao rhythms permeating above him. And just then, an icy system tone resounded in his sea of consciousness. Ding! The host's current experience has been detected and the option reward has been triggered. 1. Take the stage. Reward one of the 9 secrets of Taoism. The secret of fighting. 2. Capture Qian Tai. Reward the ancient emperor's secret art. Jin Tian Dao. 3. Occupy Kuntai. Rewarded with a divine bird. The 8 precious chickens. 4. No stage. 5. 000 pounds of source. A series of system beeps rang out one after another. It couldn't help but make Lu Yuan, his heart shake. The 9 secrets of the Daoist family were the most powerful secret arts that had been lost for a long time in the Eastern Wasteland. Each of them, representing the extreme of a domain, was incomparably powerful. The Do-Zi secret, in turn, was called the Do Battle Sacred Law. It is a world-defying divine art among the 9 mysteries that masters killing and destroying. Once cultivated, it would definitely allow his battle power to increase exponentially, like a tiger adding wings. The second option, chopping heaven's way. Again, it was an amazing divine ability. It enables the caster to seize the origin of heaven by means against the heavens. The power of attack, the power of control, and the power of God were all fully elevated, entering an extremely terrifying state. As for the last 2 options, on the other hand, it was directly ignored by Lu Yuan. It wasn't even comparable to an emperor-level secret art. After a few moments of thought, Lu Yuan makes a choice. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a swift stream of light and flew directly to the top of the departure platform. What? The Xian-clothes cultivator was shocked when he saw this. Completely unanticipated Lu Yuan's sudden action. He didn't just take the stage, and it was the same altar where Meng Zhao was. In the eyes of outsiders, it's basically no different than sending someone to their death. At this moment, Meng Zhao, who was sitting on the departure platform, also sensed that someone was approaching over, and couldn't help but flash a brilliant aura in his eyes as he snorted. A mere loose cultivator of the 3rd heaven of the Divine Palace realm, who also dares to stand alongside me. What a death wish! In an instant, a brilliant divine aura rushed out from Meng Zhao's brow, transforming into a 7-colored heavenly blade that clanked as it killed Lu Yuan. Giggle! Lu Yuan's golden lake of the sea of consciousness, similarly boiled, rushing out a large area of golden light that swept away like a tidal wave. Boom! The 2 distinctly different divine idea powers, colliding together, exploded with a loud bang, all splashing a watery ripple in the void, spreading at a rapid pace. This strike was actually an even fight. It failed to block Lu Yuan's figure, allowing him to land smoothly on top of the departure platform. What? Someone climbed off the stage to challenge Meng Zhao? The battle on this side was immediately noticed by the surrounding people, all of whom revealed shocked expressions. And when they got a good look at the other figure, they couldn't help but have a different color appear on their faces. Not someone from the 2 major forces. It seems to be a casual cultivator. Has he eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall to seek death? Many people were surprised. Even Xiahou Qing, who had been resting his eyes on the dry stage, opened his eyes and gazed away, looking very surprised. Kind of. The divine sense quenched by the 3rd heaven of the Divine Palace realm was able to withstand one of my strikes. It seems that you have quite a secret on you. Meng Zhao licked his lips and surveyed the person in front of him with interest. This leaving platform inheritance. I'll take it. If you don't want to die, find another place. Lu Yuan stood with his hands in the air and opened his mouth expressionlessly. Ha ha ha, searching all over the southern region. It's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this. You mustn't be too weak. Otherwise, it would be no fun to kill you with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Meng Zhao couldn't help but laugh maniacally at his words, and then his face revealed a hideous, bloodthirsty color. As you wish. Lu Yuan smiled blandly. spinning around. The next instant, he stomped his toes, running in astonishing speed, and rushed over. Praying mantis. Meng Zhao let out a cold laugh, and with a sway of his body, he similarly greeted them. In an instant, the two collided together, their fists and feet dancing and attacking ferociously. Boom! Boom! A loud, shimmering sound came out from the departure platform, and the battle was completely fought. Lu Yuan's body was filled with surging qi and blood as he swung his golden fist and kept waving it, a terrifying power that rolled through the high heavens and earth, shaking the entire altar. Each punch was like 10,000 horses galloping and a dragon coming out of the sea. The momentum and power were all in unison, extremely amazing. And Meng Zhao, on the other side, was no mere mortal, coming from a top-tier ancient family. He had taken countless heavenly materials and treasures, and had tempered his body with various kinds of true blood, so his fleshly body was equally extraordinary. His muscles were crystalline and his divine light was brilliant, and when he punched, he rolled the high heavens and shook the world. The two of them touched each other in a tit-for-tat fashion. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two of them had fought dozens of short rounds. Looking at many of the surrounding cultivators, their hearts jumped. This kind of terrifying physical strength, if a punch hit their body, there must be no possibility of survival. The body should be split into pieces and explode into blood mist. However, Meng Zhao was nothing more than that, being a famous teenage expert in the southern region, who had a record of fighting off cave heaven realm cultivators. But that other person, who was able to briefly contend with Meng Zhao, was truly impressive. Enough! At that moment, Meng Zhao steeply bellowed, his eyes cold and stern, engaging a nameless person for so long and still not taking him down. For him, it was an absolute disgrace. One move to end you, shattering you. Meng Zhao's breath was even greater, and with one punch, there was a majestic aura of mountains and rivers, collapsing and crashing, sweeping across. Lu Yuan's eyes were ancient and wave-free. His arms shook, and thousands of strands of imperial Dao dragon qi wrapped around his body, and then wrapped in a heaven and earth. Only I am the majesty of the imperial way. Hit a blazing fist light, sweeping everything. Chapter 45. Boom! The light of the Gaijin's fist, straight to the dragon. It directly tore apart that majestic mountainous momentum and ran through forward. Bang! Meng Zhao's body flew horizontally tens of feet away, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but overflow with traces of crimson blood. How is this possible? Meng Zhao has actually fallen into a disadvantage? At this moment, everyone present was all shocked. Meng Zhao's power was obvious to all, and his reputation was far-reaching. Even the cultivators of the Illusion Palace had to admit it. Other than their Illusion Palace's top 10 experts of the younger generation, they were afraid that no one would be able to suppress Meng Zhao. If Brother Xiahou goes on, he may not be able to win. But now, he was injured by a nameless person, which was unbelievable. Imperial Dao Dragon Qi, you cultivate a type of emperor scripture? As soon as Meng Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he coldly gazed at the youth in front of him and drank. Have to say, this man is powerful. His fleshly body was tempered to be comparable to that of a juvenile pure-blood great fierce, and he was actually able to cross 4 small realms and defy him. It is by no means generalized. What do you say? Lu Yuan was non-committal, always maintaining a breezy demeanor. Very well. I was worried that I didn't have a killing and powerful technique to cultivate. In your hands, it would only be a pearl. I'll just laugh it off. A flash of fire flashed in Meng Zhao's eyes, not hiding his purpose. In the next instant, he held it in one hand, and a glazed pagoda glowing with 7-colored divine light appeared. Giggle! Pagoda autonomy to hide in the air. The light is great. An invisible heavy pressure. Thousands of strands of pressure down, like 1,000 mountains instantly cover the top. To suppress everything, a psychic magic treasure. Lu Yuan's eyes stared, and then without saying a word, he summoned the prison suppression peak and fought against it head-on. Boom! The prison peak erupted with a shocking might, and the ripples flashed, imprisoning the entire void and blocking the pagoda's might. You actually have a psychic magic treasure as well. Meng Zhao changed color slightly, and in his heart, he was even more certain that this person was not some ordinary loose cultivator. Then let's see, whose magic treasure is better. As the words fell, each of the two sent commands to the file. The glazed pagoda and the prison suppression peak rose up in the air together, engaging autonomously and crashing madly. Clank! Clank! Shocking sounds continuously resounded from above the sky dome. The two great psychic magic treasures each bloomed with terrifying divine might. The void there shook and was a blur, and all that could be seen was a surging haze of light and ripples of aurora shimmering energy steaming and churning. Kill. Seeing that the battle of the magic treasures could not be divided into winners and losers in a short period of time, Meng Zhao again bullied his way to kill. Lu Yuan's sleeves spread and his black hair fluttered as he took a step across to the center of the stage. Waving his vertical fist and slamming it down on his head, his body shone with golden light, and his attack was wide open, just like a heavenly god descending into the world. Unstoppable. Boom! A dozen moves passed. Meng Zhao was again beaten and returned coughing up blood. Completely furious. Great heaven intercepting finger. A cold voice filled with a morose killing intent resounded. It caused all the cultivators present to change their faces. The great sky-cutting finger. The Meng family's untold secret. The supreme avatar. It was rumored to have been created by the third-generation ancestor of the Meng family. A great saint. With his heart and soul. Cultivated to the extreme realm. Even the sky can be cut off. Extinguishing all life. Very terrifying. Is Meng Zhao actually being pushed to such a point? Even the Jin clan's Jedi technique has been exerted. Xiahou Cheng couldn't calm down anymore and stood on the dry stage with a grave expression on his face. This move was said to be Meng Zhao's base card for killing Cave Heaven realm cultivators across 5 or 6 minor realms. Even the current him wasn't sure he could take it, and would more than likely end up seriously injured. Go to hell. Meng Zhao's eyes were cold, and his fingertips were crystalline, gulping in 10,000 divine radiance before he flexed his fingers. That finger, dramatically enlarged, exuded an intimidating and terrifying aura. The divine light as thick as a mountain, crushing down, simply to cut off this dome of the sky. Great heaven cutting finger? That's a good name. Unfortunately, you haven't practiced enough. Between Lu Yuan's eyes, a chaotic beam of light quietly flashed past. At this moment, he pushed the Tao scripture to the extreme. A grand Tao sound resounded within his body, like a great bell that shook the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, countless ancient characters of the great Tao rushed out from Lu Yuan's brow, densely packed, each one of them, expounding on the wonderful principles of the world and the true meaning of cultivation, was close to the Dharma, close to the Tao. Finally, it was draped over the golden holy fist and blasted out. Boom! The golden fist light mingled with the heavenly voice of the great Tao, displaying unparalleled might as it collided with Meng Zhao's great heavenly interceptor finger. The void above the departure platform collapsed in pieces, surfacing bizarre spatial turbulence. The latter's attack was also blown away in a devastating manner. Bang! Meng Zhao suffered a heavy blow, and his blood gushed wildly. This strike had directly broken his bones and torn his body. The whole person fell off the high platform like a kite with broken strings. Meng Zhao. At this moment, all of the Meng clan's children present all had their pupils shrinking and lost their voices as they shouted, fearing that he would die here just like this. As for the other cultivators around the altar, their faces were all frozen. Even the few people who were in the middle of the fighting engagement stopped. Ahem! Meng Zhao arched his body and coughed out several more large mouthfuls of blood. He snapped his head up and looked at the figure above the offstage. No, that's not right. My Meng clan's supreme divine art is not weak. You also cultivate a kind of great emperor ancient scripture. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. A single gaze converged on Lu Yuan. One person, cultivating 2 great empress ancient scriptures? What kind of creation is this? Even people from the top families could hardly imagine it. Kill him for me, all of you together. After Meng Zhao thought about it, he suddenly reached out and shouted in a stern voice. The words fell. After those few Meng clan children's faces changed color a few times, they steeply bellowed out, kill. 7 or 8 figures, flying out together. There were those who moved horizontally from the high stage and those who rose up from the stage. All of them erupted with astonishing power and killed Lu Yuan together. Humph. There's a way to heaven you don't go, and there's no door to hell you barge in. Lu Yuan let out a cold snort as he stomped his toes and rushed into the sky. A turbid green lotus emerged beside him, the chaotic chi raging, covering the sky and the sun. The visions were amazing. The 3 leaves gently shook, and the terrifying chi, which filled the 8 directions, directly fixed everyone's figures. What is this? Several people from the Meng clan, all of them were terrified and appalled. No matter how much they struggled, they were unable to break free of their bonds. What? Could this be the legendary holy body vision? The chaotic seed green lotus? Meng Zhao was similarly shocked, terrified beyond words, and lost his concentration as he opened his mouth. Right answer. But there's no prize. Only death. Chapter 46. Lu Yuan's expression was cold as he crossed his hands in the shape of a cross and made a light stroke. The green lotus swayed, vibrating out terrifying chaotic chi that washed over everything. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of the Mang clan's children, who didn't even have time to let out a single scream, burst into a cloud of blood mist on the spot, all of them dead. Seeing such a bloody scene, all of the cultivators present had their hearts pounding. No way! The world knows that the sacred body cannot be cultivated. How could you cultivate to the divine palace realm? Meng Zhao's voice trembled, still feeling incredulous. Noisy, Lu Yuan grunted, and without asking or answering, he directly took a step to approach him. I am a direct descendant of the Meng family. If you dare to kill me, you will be bloodily liquidated. For the first time, Meng Zhao was afraid and felt death. His figure constantly retreating backwards, his mouth still releasing threatening words, but Lu Yuan completely ignored it and just raised his hand, flexing his fingers. Giggle! A blazing divine light that penetrated his body directly pierced through Meng Zhao's brow, and his divine palace exploded, completely killing him. Gollum! At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, their faces unable to hide their fear. A generation of teenage pride. Meng Zhao died just like this. Even the divine palace had collapsed, and there was categorically no possibility of resurrection. They could almost already predict how the Mang clan powerhouses waiting outside the Lianyun mountain range would be furious when they learned of this bad news. Giggle. Meanwhile, with the death of Meng Zhao, his piece of glazed pagoda also dimmed in an instant. The magic treasure has a spirit and wants to escape. However, he was detained by a large hand that Lu Yuan had transformed into, along with the storage bags of all the Mang clan's children present. They were pocketed together. After doing everything, Lu Yuan's figure flickered and returned to the top of the departure platform. His eyes swept to the group of Illusion Palace disciples at the side. Everywhere they passed, they lowered their eyebrows. No one dared to meet his eyes. I'm afraid I'm going to get killed for this. Even Xiahou Chang, who was in the 8th heaven of the divine palace realm, had a chill surging from his head to his feet and kept his mouth shut. At this moment, he had probably guessed Lu Yuan's identity. Although the desolate ancient sacred body, in this era, had been reduced to a wasted body, but still, not a single one of them has been visible for 10,000 years. Looking at the entire eastern wasteland southern region, it seemed that it was only the Tianqi Lu family that had a sacred body. Moreover, some time ago, the matter of the marriage with the divine daughter of the Gu family, Gu Qinghuang, was a big deal, and there were very few people from the big powers who didn't know about it. It follows from this. This person was, more than likely, the one from the Tianqi Lu family, not some loose cannon. There are also forces behind it, intertwined. And just as Xiahou Chang was in dark contemplation, a gaze cast toward him. Illusion Palace, you're in charge? Lu Yuan opened his mouth and asked. Xiahou Chang pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Sort of. Inheritance stage, 4 seats are now vacant. You pick someone on. When it's over, I want 2 of those legacies. What do you think? Lu Yuan spoke calmly. As soon as these words came out, a few of the Illusion Palace disciples under the stage immediately showed a look of ecstasy on their faces. The men of the Meng family, all of them were wiped out. Places naturally became vacant. It was a fight that could not be fought, but now there is an opportunity. This was a great opportunity for them. Naturally, Xiahou Cheng didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. The scattered cultivators and the native cultivators of Yen, who got the inheritance, could not bring it out. Even if the Meng family doesn't search their souls, the elders of their illusion palace would also be unable to press on. So, this is the best solution at the moment. Han Jiang, you go to Sunday. Xu Fu Gu, you go to the Burgundy Terrace. Li Wenxin, Tu A Tai. Wu Yunshan, Kun Tai. Yes, the 4 illusory palace cultivators whose names were called had happy faces. Hurriedly, each of them leaped and flew to a high platform on one side. Begin. As the voice fell, the 8 ancient and simple altars, glowing together, connected to a dusty and mysterious spell formation that had been sealed for a long time. Boom! The void shook, and this part of the world looked like it was about to collapse as it crazily poured energy towards the spell formation, erupting with incomparably bright light. These 8 people, each sitting on their own, began to receive the saintly inheritance. When the crowd of cultivators under the stage saw this, their faces all showed envy. Unfortunately, there was no chance for them to participate in such a great creation. You can only be a spectator. I don't know how much time has passed. The light faded and calm was restored. Lu Yuan, who was sitting in a coiled position, steeply opened his eyes and flashed through a stern light. Not bad for a prompt option given by the system. The inheritance contained in this should be the greatest creation in this small world. It was clearly another one of the 9 secrets. Line word secret. This secret art was claimed to be the ultimate speed in the world, unrivaled in the world. Being able to ignore any formations and travel across the sky, cultivated to the extreme realm. It was even able to break the rules of time, ignoring space and time and distance. Extremely terrifying. Looks like this is the right trip. Lu Yuan couldn't help but silently sigh in his heart. The 9 secrets of the most powerful. He had obtained 2 kinds at once, which could be called an overwhelming great creation. In the meantime, the crowd of Illusion Palace disciples on the altar had also finished accepting the inheritance, and each of them exuded a look of surprise. Thinking about it has been very beneficial. Your Excellency, please. Xiahou Chang didn't dare to go back on his word and arched his hand towards Lu Yuan. Kuan, 2A. Lu Yuan spoke. Yes. Xiahou Chang sniffed and swept a glance towards the 2 Illusion Palace cultivators. Those 2 immediately understood and each took out a blank jade slip, branded the inheritance technique into it, and then threw it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took it, immersed it with his divine thoughts, and carefully examined it. The technique was subtle and obscure, indeed the handiwork of a saint. And just then, boom, boom, the sky shook in the distance, and the altar at his feet began to collapse rapidly, rumbling. Law energy depletion. This little world is going to collapse. Move. Xiahou Chang gave a deep drink. Then all the people present, suddenly startled, got up, harnessed their divine rainbows, and ran wildly toward the entrance from which they came. At the same time, Lu Yuan also moved quickly and swept away. Only the direction he went was the complete opposite of the crowd. On the other side, a few moments later, Lu Yuan rushed to an uninhabited area, and with a wave of his arm, the chaos origin in his body began to flow crazily. Thousands of strands of chaotic chi escaped, breaking the surrounding void with overbearing power. It didn't take long. The void twisted and was torn through a gap 1 person wide. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan drilled in with a flash and quickly disappeared. Chapter 47, The Wrath of the Meng Family. Outside the Lianyun mountain range, the spatial fluctuations intensified, sweeping through the surrounding void like an ocean. This small world is about to collapse. They're about to come out too. Many of the strongest members of the Meng clan, sensing this strange movement, couldn't help but have a few looks of anticipation appear on their faces. On the other side, the illusory palace's men and horses were equally agitated, their gazes staring at the gap in the void without a moment's notice, ready to step in at any time to receive them. Another half hour passed. There's finally movement inside. Fixed eyes. It was a group of young disciples from the Illusion Palace that rushed out from it. Among those people, Xiahou Chang was at the head. As soon as they came out, they stood in a tight formation and swept towards the direction of their own forces without stopping. Well, how was the harvest? The several old generation powerhouses of the Illusion Palace, seeing the smiles spreading on each of their faces, had their hearts shaken and immediately greeted them, unable to wait to open their mouths to inquire. Inside is the 8 trigrams inheritance table. I, a disciple of the Illusion Palace, get 7 copies. Xiahou Chang's lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice with divine thoughts. This statement was made. The group of powerhouses from the Illusion Palace were instantly ecstatic. With their experience, they naturally knew what the 8 trigrams inheritance table was. It was just that I never thought that Xiahou Chang and the others would be so competitive. 8 legacies. 7 of them alone. It's a big win. No. Where's the Meng family? I remember that the Meng family has a powerful junior named Meng Zhao. Is he the only one who got a copy of the inheritance? Everyone else returned empty-handed? Someone's eyes flickered, sensing that something was a bit off, and they hurriedly opened their mouths to inquire. Men of the Meng clan. All of them were wiped out. Xiahou Chang solemnly said. What? A few of the Illusion Palace's powerhouses revealed shocked faces and instantly tensed up. Xiahou Chang, but did you make the move? No. Xiahou Chang shook his head with a bitter smile and transmitted. Within the small world, there are other variables. It's too much to say in a few words right now. It is imperative that we leave as soon as possible, lest the Mang clan go crazy and spill over to us. Well, that makes sense. Go back first. Immediately afterward, a few of the older generation powerhouses from the Illusion Palace immediately stepped in and began to break the ceiling dao patterns of the Lianyun mountain range. Not far away, the Meng clan's strongest members saw this and became even more annoyed in their hearts, with a vague sense of foreboding arising. Even Yan's native cultivators and scattered cultivators had come out in large numbers, but still, none of them, the sons and daughters of the Meng family, stepped out. The matter is just too fishy. Bang! In the next instant, a Nirvana realm powerhouse from the Meng clan finally couldn't hold back. With a big hand forward, he directly grabbed the cultivator whose gaze was evasive, and coldly asked, "Where is my Meng family?" The cultivator, his face white with fear, swept a glance in the direction of the illusion palace before he stammered and spoke. "Dead. All dead." "What?" The moment the words fell, it was like a bolt from the blue that slammed into the Meng family crowd. "This can't be right." An old man from the Meng family lost his temper. Veins rippled at his forehead. Divine light shone brightly between his 5 fingers, and he probed out like lightning, directly clasping onto the cultivator's heavenly aura and began to search his soul. "Ah!" The latter instantly let out a mournful scream, and just hearing it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. "Move faster." Seeing this, the eyes of the several powerhouses of the illusory palace flickered, and they even sped up the speed of breaking the prohibition by a few points. A few breaths later, boom! The roiling Dao pattern that covered half of the Lianyun mountain range crumbled into bits of divine splendor, dissipating into the heavens and earth. In the meantime, the cultivator who had his soul searched, his head also cracked in response to the sound, exploding like a watermelon, red and white things bursting out. The scene was bloody and incomparable. Well, many Meng clan experts gathered around. Meng Zhao and the others, all dead. The old man's words were chilling, and his expression was hideous. Who killed them? Desolate ancient sacred body. What? The desolate ancient sacred body? The one from the Tianqi Lu family? Isn't this physique incapable of cultivation? The Meng clan's experts were shocked and all moved. You ask me. Who do I ask? The old man of the Meng clan responded coldly, before he said with a murderous aura, no matter who he is, if he dares to kill a direct descendant of my Meng clan, it's necessary to let him die without a burial place. After he finished speaking, he seemed as if he had remembered something again as he jerked his head up and looked toward the huge ancient ship summoned by the illusion palace, and coldly shouted, "In the small world, there is the 8 trigrams inheritance stage. The man from the palace of illusion. Fight 7 of them alone. Stop them." Shasta. The divine light was monstrous and rushed up into the sky. Several Nirvana realm cultivators and more than a dozen cave heaven realm cultivators, together, made a move to intercept the illusion palace's centaurs. Clank. The 3 Nirvana realm powerhouses of the illusion palace, having prepared for this, joined forces to catalyze the protective spell formation on the ancient ship, which suddenly glowed. A huge curtain of holy light emerged, sweeping across the 8 directions, stopping all attacks before the disciples boarding the ship were robbed. Men run. What do you mean? After searching your soul, I'm sure you know yourself well that the entirety of your Meng family's men were wiped out, and it has nothing to do with my illusory palace. Why did you start up again if you didn't go after them? The illusory palace powerhouse stood out with an angry face and coldly asked, "Humph, who says there's no semblance of a relationship? You, illusion palace, are clearly colluding with that man to deliberately victimize my Meng clan's children. Otherwise, how would he give up the inheritance stage for you and the others?" Mengren took one step into the void, his entire body radiating extremely terrifying power fluctuations, his face extremely impolite. "Put your mother ********** ing ass on the line. You can't learn the art yourself, and you're blaming the others? Is this the temperament of the ancient family of the southern region?" The illusory palace's powerhouse snorted and sneered nonchalantly. "Cut the crap. Leave half of your inheritance behind, or no one will leave." Mengren spoke forcefully. "Dream on." The group of powerful people from the illusory palace, naturally, could not easily spit out the inheritance that had come into their hands, immediately pulling back and getting ready for battle. "Humph. Toast to toast." Mengren snorted coldly, the killing intent in his eyes intensifying as he droned. "You guys, keep an eye on the exit. Don't let that kid escape in the dark. The rest of you, follow me and kill them all." "Yes." The Meng clan's group of experts responded with a shout. The next moment, a great battle erupted. The 2 parties, in an instant, were engaged in battle, and the chaos was incomparable. The Lianyun mountain range, with birds and beasts flying about, collapsed in pieces. The divine light blazed, and the pressure filled the heavens. The Nirvana realm was already the strongest under the God realm. Once a fight breaks out, the power is unfathomable. Chapter 48, The Fifth Sky of the Divine Palace Realm. Other side. Lu Yuan had already managed to walk out from the gap in the void. He took out the map of Yen and looked around. It probably dawned on him that he had already left the Lianyun mountain range by hundreds of miles. However, with such a long distance apart, the aftermath of the battle over there could still be perceived by him. It was thought that the illusory palace's men, and the Meng family, had clashed and were fighting. In this regard, Lu Yuan was not surprised in his heart. He had wanted the people of the Palace of Illusion to distract the Mang clan and stop pouring their efforts into hunting himself down. As for those Illusion Palace disciples who had received the inheritance, how many of them would survive would depend on their destiny. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan no longer continued to linger here, and with a flash of the divine rainbow under his feet, he swept away towards the distance. An hour passed. Lu Yuan had already flown thousands of miles away, finally sort of came to a safe zone. He bent his form and landed quickly. Boom! A punch was thrown, and rocks flew horizontally in all directions. Lu Yuan opened up a simple cave in the mountain. Then he sat down and began to count his loot from the trip. Right. System, claim your reward. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and suddenly muttered to himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing option 1, obtaining one of the 9 secrets, the secret of the fighting word. As the tone fell, in the system space, a golden book page suddenly appeared. It was similar to the Emperor's scripture Heart Dharma Dao scripture he had obtained earlier. All are such bearers. It was densely filled with small, extremely obscure letters. Fighting word secret, traveling word secret. If I cultivate these 2 supreme secret arts, the world will be as big as I want it to be. Fearless of spell formations, fearless of blockades. Even if a Nirvana realm cultivator arrives in person, they may not be able to keep me. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's heart was on fire, and he immediately activated his chaos origin and began to enlighten himself. Fighting character secret, supreme killing secret art, not limited to fists and fingers, not limited to legs, no moves, back to basics. After cultivation, every part of the muscle, even a single strand of hair, could explode with amazing combat power. It can also harness and evolve the offensive and destructive means of others, and it is terrifyingly incomparable with 100 thoughts and 100 techniques. Time passes. A single arcane ancient character, a paragraph of obscure catchphrases. In Lu Yuan's eyes, decomposition, arrangement, combination, alternating evolutions, and constant enlightenment. Until 3 days later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and realized in a flash of clarity and experience. Immediately after that, he continued his cultivation and began to comprehend the secret of lineage. This one is much better to practice compared to the golden pages. Within the saint's inheritance, a light mass of consciousness was left behind within his sea of consciousness. The divine mind touched it slightly. Above the golden lake of the sea of consciousness, an indefinable and mysterious light appeared. Begin to rehearse the essence of the secret of the line. Shrinking the earth and stepping on time, the laws are intertwined, and the wonders are revealed. Lu Yuan looked mesmerized. The comprehension of the secret of the lineage word was also getting deeper and deeper. 2 days later, Lu Yuan awoke from his cultivation. The whole thing was glowing and quite uplifting. 5 short days, he had then mastered these 2 major secret arts. Want to cultivate to a high level. It's also just a matter of time later. Next, it was only then that Lu Yuan focused his attention on his loot this time. First, he took out a large pile of weapon refining materials that he had collected in that ancient hall. Among them are Yuan magnetic iron essence, 1000 illusory star sand, fire god stone, silver moon divine jade, withered dragon wood and so on. There were a few more, ones he couldn't name, but it's not thought to be anything mortal. The starting point was divine rank smithing materials, or even saint ranked materials. Yuan magnetic iron essence, claimed to be the size of a soybean grain, is 10,000 pounds heavy, contains immortal iron essence, and has an amazing texture. If I fuse it into my prison suppression peak, it might have extraordinary miraculous effects. Lu Yuan secretly murmured in his mind. He was not versed in refining though, but a simple magic treasure melting could still be done. Not a difficult task. Soon after, Lu Yuan took out the prison suppression peak, Yuan magnetic iron essence, and a hot flame abruptly rose between his palms as he began to offer and refine the magic treasure. Snort! The Yuan magnet iron essence gradually melted and turned into a silver shiny strange liquid. Under the guidance of Lu Yuan's power, it quickly merged with the prison suppression peak. It made the small, ebony, shimmering, pocket-sized peak give off a mysterious metallic luster, heavy texture that pounds away. Great job! Lu Yuan's heart was happy, tried to imperial movement, and indeed the power was even more than before. The killing power increased greatly. I'm afraid that it's not far from the realm of divine magic weapons, when it is a mass murderer at this stage. Immediately after, Lu Yuan reached out and waved his hand. A large pile of storage bags came into view. Among them, they were basically the storage bags of the Mang clan's children that he had decapitated, and only one of them belonged to a disciple of the Illusion Palace. he took the lead in picking up Mang Zhao's storage bag and carefully examined it. In addition to that psychic dharma treasure-ranked glazed pagoda, there were quite a few other treasures. The source alone was nearly 20,000 pounds of it, and it was quite rich. In addition, Lu Yuan also found a divine book in his storage bag, inscribed in gilt and wrapped in jade, which was sold as extremely extraordinary. It was clearly that mastery of the Meng family, the great heaven-cutting finger. That's a good technique, I'll just laugh it off. Lu Yuan would smile and pocketed it, and then in turn, the storage bags in front of them, one after another, were opened and subdivided into categories. In the end, he obtained a total of more than 28,000 pounds of source, a number of spiritual herbs, a number of pills, and a number of magic treasures. As for some useless things, they were all put into a storage bag that he casually threw aside. After taking inventory of a bunch of loot, Lu Yuan roughly calculated that the source on his body was almost 60,000 pounds or so. Even if he consumed himself incredibly, it was still enough for him to cultivate for a while. Immediately after, with a wave of his hand, he set up a few layers of simple forbidden spell formations outside the cave to isolate the external atmosphere, and then he prepared to start cultivating. Tens of thousands of pounds of source, spread out on the ground, piled up into a small mountain, emitting a glittering spiritual light, and a rich heaven and earth essence that was almost ready to liquefy into water. Dense as immortal mist filled the air, as if it were a real immortal's cave. Afterward, Lu Yuan didn't hesitate and directly urged the chaotic qi to hegemonically melt the essence qi of the 10 directions. Boom! Boom! A stream of pure heaven and earth essence was absorbed by him crazily. The body is like a bottomless pit, the sea of bitterness rolls over, and the electricity flashes in unison, strewn with its magnificent and astonishing visions. Time passes quietly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Lu Yuan, who was sitting withered like a log, slowly opened his eyes. He felt the surging divine power rushing through his body. He couldn't help but reveal a smile of satisfaction and muttered, "Divine Palace Realm 5th Sky. It's done." Chapter 49, The End, The Departure. In the meantime, Lu Yuan also practiced 2 other Xian arts. One of them was the Mang clan's great heaven-cutting finger. Secondly, it was the Kuntai inheritance, the Phoenix Jia regeneration technique. This was an extremely subtle divine ability. As long as one's own mana is not depleted, it will be able to quickly recover from its own injuries. As a strong card in a long-lasting battle, it has the miraculous effect of turning the tide of the battle, and is extremely heavenly. As for the other 2A Tai legacy, on the other hand, it was a saint-level technique, the Tai Ching Xian Dian. It is about a desirelessness, sealing the heart and locking the mind, and too much forgetfulness. It's not bad though, but it wasn't suitable for Lu Yuan to cultivate, and was set aside by him. More than 20,000 pounds left source. That's all for now, and it's time to go back. Lu Yuan muttered a sentence, then got up and walked out of the cave, and with a flash of divine rainbow under his feet, he didn't enter the sky. One day later, Lu Yuan's figure appeared in a large city in Yen. On both sides of the street, there was a lot of traffic and people coming and going. The figures of the cultivators, too, were not few. Lu Yuan casually found a restaurant, ordered some food, ordered a pot of wine, and sat down. Cultivate to a realm like his. It's long since repudiated. Mouthfuls are thin on the ground though, but it's good for the occasional flossing. Hey, have you guys heard? Some time ago, in the Lianyun mountain range in the northern realm, a shocking event occurred. At this time, not far away from the wine table, a few loose cultivators of the realm of embodied spirits sat around and talked in low voices. Oh, what's the big deal? Someone was puzzled and opened his mouth to inquire. It said that a broken small world has opened up, containing a saint's chance. All the experts from the 3 major sects of Yen went there, and the cave realm's patriarch led the group, and froze without even having a mouthful of soup. A few people died and then came back gray. A loose cultivator gloated. What? In that hole of a place, there's even a saint's chance to come out. Several people were all shocked in their hearts, and then hurriedly asked after them, but what powerful forces have gotten the news? So much so that even the sect masters of the 3 major sects have eaten their dust? Humph. The 3 great masters are nothing. The Mang clan and the Palace of Illusion both sent people there. There are 7 or 8 Nirvana realm powerhouses alone. Hiss. A few people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. In the southern domain, the Illusion Palace and the Meng family's reputation was loud and clear. It could almost be compared to the several great holy lands, and was considered the topmost power. What happened afterward? What heavy treasures came out? Someone continued to pursue the question. What treasures there are, I don't know, but it's certainly not unusual. Otherwise the experts of the Meng clan and the Palace of Illusion wouldn't be fighting to the death. That battle leveled the Lianyun mountain range. 100 miles in every direction was scorched earth. The battle was extremely tragic. I later heard that only one Nirvana realm expert from the Illusion Palace, and a young disciple named Xiahou Chang, survived, and the rest, all of them, died in battle. The Meng family, too, is almost exhausted, and not many have returned alive. The man spoke with a palpitating face. Alas, the world of cultivators is so cruel. This kind of chance, my generation of casual cultivators can't afford to dip into it. Even if you get it, you won't have a few days to live. So it's better to cultivate step by step and live a peaceful life. Someone muffled a large gulp of wine and sighed silently. And such whispered conversations. Naturally, he couldn't hide it from Lu Yuan, who had powerful divine thoughts. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at such news. It seemed that he was indeed the biggest beneficiary of the opening of that small world. Those who received the inheritance, except for Xiahou Chang, basically all died out. The two major legacies of this Tai Ching Xian Dao and the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique also ended up being orphaned. There is one thing, though, Lu Yuan could confirm it in his heart. That would mean that the Illusion Palace and the Meng clan, more than likely, already knew his identity. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this Yin territory would have already been plastered with his own portrait, offering a reward to thousands of cultivators to apprehend him. Although he was in the Lu family, he was not powerful. But on the surface, it was, after all, a bargaining chip for the Lu family to spend huge amounts of resources to join forces with the Gu family. Gu, Lu, and the people at the top of the two major powers. No one was willing to see his corpse until they had seen the divine fetus come out. Therefore, as strong as the Meng clan was, it didn't dare to publicly offer a reward and call out the two major ancient families of the southern domain at the same time. But in the dark, it would be impossible to say. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan didn't really care. He drank 2 more cups of Chen Quan's fine wine, settled the payment for the wine, and then walked towards the outside of the city. The mountains and the earth underneath his feet retreated rapidly. Lu Yuan sped in the direction of the 10,000 primordial Holy Land, until after traveling for half an hour, he suddenly stopped. The powerful divine sense cultivated with the chaotic divine demon viewing method told him that there seemed to be someone following him. The Meng family? Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments, and he was secretly on guard. And then his feet stepped on the line secret, and his speed instantly skyrocketed, transforming into a golden light that disappeared into the heavens and earth. Soon, that feeling of being followed disappeared completely. But, before Lu Yuan could continue walking up for long, that feeling, again, followed. He can sense my location? Lu Yuan frowned, and after a few breaths of silence, he once again operated the Xingzi secret and disappeared in this territory. A few breaths later, a middle-aged cultivator wearing a black robe descended on this place. He glanced around and sensed the situation before revealing an even more surprised look. A divine palace realm cultivator can possess such terrifying speed. It seems that Meng Zhao's death at his hands was not unjust. Afterwards, the middle-aged cultivator quickly pinched up a seal in his hand, preparing to continue tracking. And just then, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from not far away. How did you find me? Lu Yuan stepped out, carefully sizing up the person in front of him. When the middle-aged cultivator heard the voice, his face changed drastically, and then without saying anything, he harnessed the divine rainbow and disappeared into the distance. Set. Lu Yuan was prepared for this and lightly scolded. The Yuan magnetism prison suppressor peak rushed into the sky and gently shook, blocking off this void. Then, in the middle-aged cultivator's terrified gaze, he instantly zoomed in and suppressed it. Bang! The middle-aged cultivator's body exploded on the spot and was crushed into a cloud of blood mist, without the slightest ability to fight back. Sure enough, it's someone from the Meng family. Lu Yuan rummaged through his storage bag and finally confirmed his identity. Just now, hiding in the shadows, he noticed that the glazed pagoda within Meng Zhao's storage bag had some strange movements and was being communicated with by a special secret technique. That's why it's possible to lock yourself in all the time. However, this person only had a cultivation level of the first heavenly realm of the cave realm. It was thought that there was little certainty of a tackle. He himself followed and sent a message back, wanting to mobilize the Meng family's experts to surround and kill them. A psychic treasure. It's risky to hold. Don't even bother. After thinking everything through, Lu Yuan took out Meng Zhao's storage bag and casually threw it into the depths of the mountain forest. then continued to march towards the 10,000 primordial sacred land. Traveling away. Chapter 50 Promotion to Core Disciple. News from the northern region. The journey was uneventful. A few days later, Lu Yuan returned to the Wanchu Holy Land. Without stopping too much, he went directly to the inner gate hall. At this moment, it was still that intersect elder sitting here. When he saw Lu Yuan approaching, his eyes couldn't help but stare. Elder, the trial mission. I have completed it. As he spoke, Lu Yuan reached out and waved his hand, and a rounded human head appeared on the ground. The intersect elder's divine thought swept and probed, and he said in surprise, "It's really an I Ping. Good boy. Well done." The intersect elder couldn't help but praise it. Having just stepped into the divine palace realm, he was able to kill a divine palace realm 5th sky cultivator, worthy of the legendary kind of physique. The battle power was heaven-defying, and the challenge of crossing levels was like eating and drinking. At the rate things are going, even if Lu Yuan's cultivation in the future stopped at the cave heaven realm, the dharma phase realm, he could also make a good job in the Holy Land, not counting as a wasted body. The elder is flattered. I wonder if I can be promoted to core disciple. Lu Yuan arched his hand and said, "Sure." The intersect elder nodded with a smile and with a wave of his big hand, he put away Ni Ping's head, and then he got up and began to inscribe the core disciple's identity nameplate, as well as record the dossier. Half an incense stick later, all business taken care of. The inner gate elder handed over a storage bag and said, "Core disciples, as the name suggests, are already the mainstay of my Wanchu Holy Land, and the benefits, too, are different from the past. In addition to the embedded dragon stream, the hidden scripture pavilion, and so on the upper limit to raise, there are also independent spirit peaks to live in. The location, the array disk are in this storage bag. In addition, the additional 3,000 kilograms of source rewarded for completing the trial mission is also included." "Thank you, Elder." Lu Yuan's eyes lit up and he quickly took it after saying thanks. "But you've become a core disciple at this juncture, so I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the sect for a few days. There are strange movements in the mines in the northern region, and all the major powers are constantly sending people to the northern region. My 10,000 primordial sacred ground is also in a shortage of manpower right now, and I believe that some of the disciples will have to be called forward within the next few days." The intersect elder pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to remind him. "Oh, the northern region mining district is moving?" Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments as he heard this. In the northern domain, there was a large forbidden area of life called the Taiu ancient mine, which was known throughout the world. On the outskirts of the forbidden zone, source mines were everywhere, too numerous to count. Even divine origin veins were not very rare. This was a huge treasure that could not be ignored for any top power in the eastern wasteland. Therefore, the outskirts of the Taiu ancient mine had been divided by the major powers of the eastern wasteland and encircled a long time ago. It is not uncommon for bloody fights to break out in order to compete for benefits. Gu Qinghuang had hurriedly rushed to the northern domain earlier, so it must have been for this matter. "I just don't know. That strange movement, what exactly does it mean? The specifics, I'm not really sure. It's probably the depths of the forbidden zone." The intersect elder shook his head. Speaking here, he seemed to have remembered something as he continued. "By the way, this time, the trip to the northern region was led by Elder Shangguan himself, the Sacred Maiden Senior. With your status, if you want to know in advance, you can just go and ask Elder Shangguan directly." "So it is." Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, then turned around and left without further words. Not a moment too soon, Lu Yuan then arrived at Qixia Peak. Not that I really want to ask for clarification. Rather, it was to look for Mu Linger on the way. After all, one was about to move into a new spirit peak to live. As a matter of fact, I have to inform that girl about it. Soon, in one of the chambers, the two met. "Auntie, you said, you've broken through to the Divine Palace realm and been promoted to core disciple?" Mu Linger's big eyes fluttered and she lightly covered her small mouth, looking very surprised. "Yeah. The 8 people who entered the divine pool of creation to cultivate have all broken through to the Divine Palace realm now." "What's so strange about that?" Lu Yuan sat down with a big grin, took a sip of tea, and opened his mouth without caring. "Auntie, you're not like them. How long have you only started practicing this?" Mu Linger said while pinching up her fingers and counting. 7 months. It's less than 7 months since the marriage was consummated in Tianqi, and you broke through from immortal to the current Divine Palace realm. With such a cultivation speed, I'm afraid that it's far inferior. The more Mu Linger spoke, the more excited she became, her pretty face overflowing with excitement. "Well, don't brag. Come on, let's take you to my new cave. Lu Yuan paid a smile and did not explain too much. Immediately, with a wave of his big hand, he directly rolled up Mulinger and flew towards the outside of Qixia Peak. A few moments later, the two of them arrived atop a spirit peak with a beautiful scenery. Giggle! Mana was poured into it, and a dazzling light flashed up on the array plate. The curtain of forbidden light covering the entire spirit peak dispersed in an instant, revealing the full picture. Wow! It's so beautiful. Mulinger's beautiful eyes glowed as she cheered. At his feet, the spirit peak was beautiful and misty. Above the top of the mountain stood several fine pavilions. Pavilions? Water pavilions? Rockeries, pools and springs, all have a pleasant view. It was like a world away from the simple cave that Lu Yuan had lived in before. It made him sigh in his heart as well. That's what strength brings. Subsequently, the two of them will be this spirit peak, slightly cleaned up, but also to do a lot of things. Finally a decent place to stay. Lu Yuan sat under the stone pavilion and chatted with Mulinger for a while, finally mentioning the trip to the northern region. Auntie, you're going to the northern region as well? Mulinger was surprised. Too. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, Miss is in the northern domain and won't be back anytime soon. That's why I'm also going over there. Mulinger nodded her head. Oh, that would be just right to get together. The sect called for core disciples. I have no reason to refuse. Think of it as just an experience, Lu Yuan said without caring. Cough. Auntie, don't blame Linger for not reminding you. If you go, you might be in quite a bit of trouble. Mulinger coughed lightly, looking less than natural. What kind of trouble? Lu Yuan came to have a few moments of interest. The young celestials from all the major forces in the eastern wasteland are basically gathered there right now. A number of these, among them, were Mrs. Suitors back in the day. If you show up, I'm afraid someone will deliberately target you, Mulinger said with slight concern. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh dumbly at his words. He thought it was some kind of trouble, but it turned out to be a so-called former love rival. With his current cultivation level, although it was said that there was still a considerable gap between him and the top of the younger generation, but cultivation was cultivation, and battle power was battle power, and they could not be mentioned in the same breath. There's no harm. I'm fearless. Chapter 51, Traveling to the Northern Region. A coat of calm words fell, manifesting a powerful aura. It made Mulinger's eyes, couldn't help but brighten up a few points. Yes, Auntie is, now, not what she used to be. The shackles of the desolate ancient sacred body were as if they didn't exist on him, and he was still able to ignore the restraints and advance courageously. I believe that in the near future, it will definitely be able to shine, not weaker than those heavenly pride generation. In a flash, several days passed. Lu Yuan sat on the top of the spirit peak, and at the center of his eyebrows, wisps of golden energy converged, a blazing, golden light brimming. During the weekdays, while he was raising his cultivation level, he never put down his cultivation of the power of divine sense, chaos divine demon viewing thoughts. This God-refining method was extremely powerful. Cultivating to this day was enough to make the strength of his divine sense several times that of a cultivator in the same realm. Wonderful in the midst of an engagement. And just then, not far away, the void suddenly rippled. Immediately afterward, a beautiful woman in a palace dress, lordly and curly, stepped on a cloud wave and came. Greetings to Elder Shangguan. Lu Yuan noticed something and hurriedly got up, arching his hand and said, "No need to be polite." Shangguan Ruo smiled faintly and landed down slowly. She could not help but reveal a few strange colors as she felt the strands of divine thoughts fluctuating in the void that swam around her. For one, he was surprised that Lu Yuan's cultivation level had risen so quickly. Secondly, he was surprised at his divine sense, which was so condensed and powerful that it was no longer even inferior to that of an ordinary cave realm cultivator. It seems that you have quite the affinity with the Chaos Stone tablet of this sect. Not only was he able to comprehend the above cultivation method on his own, but his attainments are quite impressive, truly astonishing. Shangguan Ruo had a soft smile on her face and a calm voice that seemed to have a strange magic power that could wash one's heart. Elder Shangguan has flattered me. When these words came out, Lu Yuan immediately understood. The matter of herself passing on to Gu Qinghuang, the Tao scripture, and the chaotic divine demon viewing system's two major teachings, had already been informed by her to Elder Shangguan. You don't have to be modest. Almost half of the cultivation methods at the highest level of the Holy Land Scripture Pavilion are from above the Chaos Stone Tablet. Only few disciples are able to cultivate them successfully. It's enough to see that your enlightenment is, well, amazing. Shangguan Ruo nodded approvingly, and then as if he had remembered something, he opened his mouth and said, As for the matter of the cultivation resources mentioned by this seat last time, it has yet to be permitted by the higher-ups, and it is being deliberated on many fronts. However, if you are able to excel in your performance this time when you travel to the northern domain, this seat may take the liberty of gathering 9 chaos stone tablets with great mana for you to comprehend. I'm sure that with your enlightenment, you'll definitely have a lot to gain. Know that the scriptures that one has realized are far superior to the laws copied by those who have gone before. After Lu Yuan heard this, his eyes involuntarily flickered a few times. Before he even joined the 10,000 primordial Holy Land, he had heard about it. This Holy Land, which specialized in the way of chaos, might possess a volume of such an ancient scripture. Now it seems that the rumors are true. If he was able to comprehend the 9 chaotic stone tablets at the same time and gather all the scriptures, he would more than likely be able to cultivate successfully. At that time, when the power of the chaotic body was displayed in front of people, when there were not so many concerns, it could be concealed. It is not a great opportunity to create. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan bowed from the bottom of his heart and said a word of thanks. The core disciples who have answered this call to go to the northern domain have almost been assembled. It's time for us to depart. Shangguan Ruo waved his hand, and then took a peek into the pavilion not far away. The void cracked and the Dao shook. Directly rolling up Lu Yuan and Mu Linger, they traveled towards the outside of the mountain gate. After a moment of heavenly spinning, the three of them had already appeared on top of a huge ancient ship. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. The several elders and deacons who were stationed on the deck waiting, as well as a group of core disciples, saw the visitor and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Are all the people here? Shangguan Ruo swept a glance around and opened his mouth to ask. Reporting to the Supreme Elder, all have arrived. An old man responded to the drink. Okay, let's go. The words fell. The ancient ship departed, traveling through the void and heading into the distance. Moving forward with great vigor, Lu Yuan and Mu Linger casually found a seat and sat down. At this moment, there were quite a number of core disciples on the deck. There were also a few that were familiar faces to Lu Yuan. For example, the ancient god-body teenager, Mu Chong, Han Jiang and a few other disciples from the top 8 of the intersect. They were also similar to Lu Yuan. Having just been promoted to core disciple not long ago, they were summoned by the sect to travel to the northern region. And just a few months away, Mu Chang's cultivation level was also greatly improved. Having reached the 3rd heaven of the divine palace realm, he was still in the same overbearing and arrogant manner, meditating alone in a deserted area. It was only when he looked at Lu Yuan that his gaze was narrowed, as if he had sensed something and was quite scornful. As for the other few, aside from Han Jiang, who was in the 2nd heaven of the divine palace, the rest of them were all treading in the 1st heaven, standing together with the other veteran core disciples. They all belonged to the bottom of the pile. To this, Lu Yuan didn't care too much about anything, occasionally chatting with Mu Linger and occasionally meditating on his knees to cultivate. 2 days later, the ancient ship sailed to a large city that was famous in the southern domain. Just after arriving, a number of people from the Holy Land stationed here came out to greet them. The eastern wasteland was so vast that it was impossible to count how many kingdoms there were. The southern domain and the northern domain were also separated by an endless distance. If one were to rely on flight alone, an idle cultivator might not be able to arrive for several years. Therefore, at this time, it was necessary to utilize that kind of mega space spell formation that could span across a domain. However, such a mega space spell, the cost of building, stabilizing, and subsequent maintenance is extremely high. It is not usually located within a clan. Instead, they were built in certain large cultivator cities. In addition to their own use, they can also give some small and medium-sized forces or scattered cultivators a convenient, after collecting a good number of sources, help them cross the void. Of course, maybe once a month, it would only open once, and it would take getting enough people together to run it. And right now, when the Supreme Elder of the 10,000 primordial sacred ground arrived in person, naturally, there were not so many rules and regulations to bind him. The cross-domain phalanx soon opened. The ancient ship weaved in and out in a flash. All of a sudden, there was a dim, dappled light. It was as if time and space had stood still. Absolute silence, without any reference. I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Yuan's vision gradually brightened. His spirit lifted. The northern territory, he knew, had arrived. Chapter 52 Northern Divine City. Ancient mining tidal wave. The ancient ship shuttled and came across the domain gate, descending over an ancient city in the northern domain. In a flash, thousands of gazes and divine thoughts converged, setting off quite a stir. It's someone from the 10,000 primordial Holy Land. They've already gained a lot from the last tidal wave. Now there are quite a few more young experts mobilized from the southern domain. It seems that this time, it is also imperative. More than the Holy Land of the beginning of the world, the other great sects, the major ancient families, are all sending people over one after another. There is no one who could not be moved by such great wealth before them. Many of the native cultivators of the northern domain gathered together and whispered. Other side. The ancient ship disappeared, transforming into a stream of light and disappearing into Shangguan Ruo's hand. And then a group of people. Their figures quickly landed in a corner of the city. This ancient city was called the Northern Region Divine City. It was the closest place for cultivators to gather. From the taiu ancient mine, it is guarded by all the top powers. Together, the size of the city was no less than a small continent. Restaurants, inns, moonshine places, cultivators' chambers of commerce, auctions, folk markets, and so on. There are all kinds of things, and it's very prosperous. It was almost always the figures of monks moving about, and very few mortals could be seen, especially now. At this juncture, the major powers are dumbfounded. The city is crowded with people, so it can be called a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Maybe some mediocre old man is the elder of a sect, a divine realm cultivator that would make the northern region tremble 3 times if he stomped his foot. Therefore, many people acted cautiously and did not dare to clash with people at will. Other side, Lu Yuan and the others, along with Shangguan Ruo, soon arrived at the divine city residence where the Wanshu Holy Land was located. A group of elders, one after another, walked out to greet them. Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and several other true disciples were likewise in this group. Last tide, how was the harvest? Shangguan Ruo looked at the elder in charge of the northern region's mining area and opened his mouth to inquire. Reporting to the supreme elder, the last tidal wave, gained ordinary source, more than 2,300,000 pounds, gained divine source, 15 pounds. An old man in a Daoist robe reported truthfully. Aha! Shangguan Ruo sniffed and nodded thoughtfully, then continued. When will the next tidal wave start? About 7 days later. Alright, this seat knows. Let's settle these disciples down first. Tomorrow, send some more people and explain to them about the tides of the ancient mines. Yes, the Dao-robed old man answered, and then immediately ordered a few disciples to settle the newly arrived fellow disciples. Soon, a group of core disciples, scattering as birds and beasts, left one after another. Miss, over here. Mu Linger stood on her tiptoes, beckoning and waving. Gu Qinghuang glanced in this direction, and after seeing the two, her beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly walked over. Months gone, her cultivation, it seemed, had refined again. Walking lightly, immaculate, raising his hands and feet, flowing a natural and mysterious Taoist rhyme. Temperament ethereal and dusty. You guys are here. Gu Qinghuang spread a smile. Aha! Lu Yuan took a few steps forward, with a smile on his face, and asked softly, You're over here, is everything alright? It's fine. There aren't many trivial matters other than guarding the mines. Gu Qinghuang talked with a light smile. After a period of time spent together at Qixia Peak, the two of them had dramatically warmed up their feelings, and were no longer as raw as before, but rather looked no different from any other Dao couples who were in love with each other. Mu Linger on the side, who hadn't seen Gu Qinghuang for a few months, was also pulling on her hand and chattering away. The three of them came together and the atmosphere was cordial. And just as the matter of promotion to core disciple came up, Gu Qinghuang then noticed Lu Yuan's current cultivation level. She lightly covered her red lips, and a few shades of surprise surfaced in her beautiful eyes as she said in astonishment, You broke through to the 5th sky of the Divine Palace realm so quickly. Remember that before I came to the northern domain, you were less than the 6th level of the embodied spirit realm. Lu Yuan smiled at his words and said truthfully, Within the divine pool of creation, it has benefited me so much that I have directly broken through to the Divine Palace. When I went to complete the core disciple trial mission, I got some more chances. Therefore, Gu Qinghuang listened and nodded thoughtfully. Still, that stunningly beautiful pretty face had a joyful expression that was hard to hide. At this rate of cultivation, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before Lu Yuan would be able to catch up with himself. At the age of 20-something, stepping into the cave realm, wherever you go, you will not go unnoticed. The name of the ruined body will also dissipate, shrouding the aura of heavenly pride. The three of them chatted for a while longer before. At this moment, not far away, a young man with a plump god like jade came striding. It doesn't bother you guys, right? Yin Tiandu smiled brightly, like a breeze on his face. Senior brother Yin, Is there something important for the sect to discuss? Gu Qinghuang said with a straight face. That's not true. Just came over to take a look at this sacred body, Master. Master Lu, we meet again. Yin Tiandu looked at Lu Yuan on the side and spoke with a smile, without the slightest trace of a saintly son's demeanor. Very easygoing. Well, meet Senior Brother Yin. Earlier when we met at the top of that mountain, I still have to thank Senior Yin for his words of guidance. Lu Yuan arched his hand and said, no harm done. It's just a small matter. Yin Tiandu shook his head and said, ha, you guys know each other? Gu Qinghuang was surprised. There was a meeting at the Chaos Monolith. At that time, I could tell that Master Lu was by no means mortal. It was only later, on the occasion of the great competition, that I realized that it was Senior Sister Gu's Dao partner. Nowadays, it looks like the two of you, the groom and the daughter, are quite a good match. Yin Tiandu uttered an exclamation. Obviously, he also saw Lu Yuan's current cultivation level. Such a terrifying cultivation speed spared him, and he was all flabbergasted by it. So that's how it is. Gu Qinghuang's complexion dawned, and she instantly thought of the divine refining technique that Lu Yuan had left for her. Well, I just came by to say hello, so I won't get in the way of your little gathering. In a few days, when the tides of the ancient mines begin, we may still have a chance to fight side by side. After saying that, Yin Tiandu smiled and did not stay any longer, arching his hand to leave. Lu Yuan looked at the departing back, and his eyes flickered slightly for a few moments. He could sense that this saint son of the Wanchu Holy Land was mysterious and powerful. Moreover, it seemed that he was interested in befriending him, and had no malicious intent. Signorine grew up in the Wanchu sacred land since he was young, and several Wanchu sacred lords have come from their family. That's why the development of the sect is regarded as his own responsibility and he is extraordinarily attached to it. He deliberately befriended you, and it seems that he also saw your potential. Gu Qinghuang reminded gently from the side. Lu Yuan sniffed and gradually understood somewhat, and then stopped thinking about it. Oh, right. What was that he just said? The ancient mining tides? The exact source? I'm not really sure. Just know that there will be tides of ancient mines a long time apart. At that time, the powerful beings within the ancient mines will draw closer to the depths of the ancient mines, from thousands of miles in the short term to tens of thousands of miles in the long term. And the great land that they retreat this distance from is pregnant with countless source mines, which becomes a key resource for the major powers to fight over. However, people with too powerful a cultivation level wading into that land will still trigger the hostility of the Forbidden Zone's living beings. That's why all the major powers will allow disciples of the younger generation to enter. As for the source, it's to rush out as many as can be brought out before the Forbidden Zone beings return. And the true purpose of our trip to the northern region, Gu Qinghuang patiently explained. Chapter 53, Traveling with Beauty. Storm. So it is. After listening to Gu Qinghuang's explanation, Lu Yuan's face, too, became a few points heavier. The Forbidden Zone of life is mysterious. Looking at the 5 regions of the world, more than one place exists. The origins of each were extremely old, enough to be traced back to the ancient years. It is said that extremely terrifying beings lie dormant in it, and are feared by the world. But right now, ancient mining tides are coming. It was only within 10,000 miles of entering the ancient mine of Taiu. Rather, it doesn't appear to be much of a risk. Competing with the people of the major powers for the source mines was perhaps the main event. Lu Yuan thought darkly in his mind. The divine city is vast and prosperous, with many rare spiritual objects that cannot be seen in the southern region. There's nothing to do right now, so why don't we go for a walk? Gu Qinghuang smiled coquettishly and looked at the two of them, opening her mouth to propose. Yes, yes, yes. These months in the 10,000 primordial Holy Land have suffocated me. When you first come to the northern region, but you should take a good stroll around this divine city. Mu Linger, who was on the side, heard this and her eyes glowed, and she couldn't sit still, and quickly spoke out in agreement. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh dumbly when he saw this. It looks like it's a woman's nature to love shopping, no matter what world she's in. This is something that even monks are not exempt from. Okay, let's go. Soon, a group of 3 people walked out of the compound and headed towards the main street of God City. The old streets are wide and people come and go. Cultivators from all the major powers and disciples of ancient families could basically be seen here. There were also quite a few highly recognizable demonic cultivators walking around. They look strange and carry some racial characteristics. As soon as they walked, demonic aura filled the air and the fury was astonishing, causing many of the passing crowd to frequently glance sideways. Demon cultivators, not the same as demonic beasts. In the world of the demon race, bloodline is king. Powerful demonic races evolved through the evolution of their bloodlines over countless years. The innate spiritual intelligence is high and not weak. When one cultivates to the second and third great realms, one is basically able to take human form at will. And those demonic beasts that roost and drank blood and hid among the mountains and forests were not seen by them as their own kind. Up and down, the hierarchy is extremely strict and not comparable. Looking at the entire eastern wasteland, there were also a few powerful forces that were dominated by demonic cultivators. Therefore, appearing in the northern divine city wasn't anything too new. Lu Yuan and Mu Linger, who were new to the city, marched all the way over, looking around and around, looking very new. On both sides of the street, temples and buildings stood in abundance, with all kinds of places for cultivators, all of which were extremely luxurious. There were even some top-tier forces that had established immortal queer divine palaces in the heavens in order to show off their status. Looking up from the ground, it looks like a row of sacred purgatory that will never fall. Beautiful and magnificent. Isn't that the contemporary saintess of the 10,000 primordial Holy Land? Gu Qinghuang? Claimed to be one of the few most beautiful women in the eastern wasteland. She is cold and unforgiving to any male heavenly pride. Now, she's walking alongside a young man on the street, and by the looks of it, behaving intimately? Oh my god. Not far away, a sharp-eyed cultivator soon recognized Gu Qinghuang's identity, and a look of disbelief immediately surfaced on his face as he let out a gasp. And this cry of alarm immediately attracted the attention of many people around them. A line of gazes were projected towards the three Lu Yuan people. Yeah, it is indeed the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 beginnings. That kind of aura and divinity that belongs uniquely to the innate Dao fetus. It's hard for other women to possess. Someone spoke with conviction. Since it's the Holy Maiden herself who has descended to Divine City, how could she be so intimate with a young man? In full view of everyone? Who the hell is that kid? Many young cultivators, pounding their chests, their eyes wanting to spew out fire, cried out in unwillingness. If eyes can kill, then I'm afraid Lu Yuan would have died 1,000,000 times already. Fellow Daoists, be at ease. At a glance, you are the native cultivators of the northern domain, oddly ill-informed. The Wanchu Holy Maiden Gu Qinghuang, more than half a year ago, was already married, and was coupled with someone, and naturally, there is no need for me to say anything about the identity of that man. A knowledgeable person next to him revealed in a whisper. What? Married? For a while, many people felt incredulous and immediately came closer, inquiring. But it's not that hard to understand. Gu family and Lu family marriage. The status of the two people are not equal, and the intention is too obvious. To say, is really not very good. That's why the wedding reception in Tianqi wasn't too loud. Only a few of the larger religious powers that the two families were closer to sent people to the scene. So much so, that the news had yet to spread throughout the northern region. Furthermore, at that time, Gu Qinghuang was not yet the holy daughter of the 10,000 primordial Holy Land. There's no such thing as 1,000,000 eyes on it as there is now. But soon, with the revelation of some people in the know, Lu Yuan's identity, too, cried out to be known. Sacred body Lu Yuan has come to Divine City. Moreover, it's still a desolate ancient saint body that can be cultivated. It didn't take long. This piece of news, like a hurricane blowing through, flew to the various zones of the northern domain. Many people were shocked, and the older generation was no exception. The desolate ancient sacred body is actually enough to cultivate? This is really a news that shakes the 8 directions. Moreover, it was said that the cultivation level was not low. In his early 20s, he had the middle stage of the divine palace. It was not even comparable to the outstanding disciples of some of the top powers. Could it be that, after several eras, the power of the heavenly Tao yoke has declined? This invincible physique, is it going to rise again? Among the various forces, there were quite a few strong people who were deep in thought and secretly marveled. A group of 3 people, strolling within the divine city, received much attention. Miss, a lot of people are watching us. Mu Linger's cheeks puffed out in anger and she muttered in a small voice. Gu Qinghuang seemed to have gotten used to this a long time ago. Afterward, she looked to Lu Yuan at the side and softly said, if you don't like it, we can change to a less crowded place to stroll around. Or, directly return to the resident? Lu Yuan sniffed and smiled carelessly. No harm done. In the middle of talking, the 3 of them had unknowingly walked to the front of a majestic pavilion. Green Phoenix, what is this place? It looks very grand. Lu Yuan raised his eyes and inquired after a few glances. Oh, this is the Celestial Star Chamber of Commerce. It's also the only top-tier power in the divine city that doesn't belong to a holy land, a great religious Dao lineage, or an ancient lineage. They have always stayed out of any fights and just focused on business. The scope of the force is very wide, spreading across the 5 domains of the world and encompassing almost all the large cities and pools. In terms of wealth alone, I'm afraid there's no Dao lineage that can be compared to it. Mentioning the heavenly star chamber of commerce, Gu Qinghuang's stunningly beautiful face couldn't help but show a few solemn colors. Chapter 54, Heavenly Demon. Star Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yuan secretly mused and memorized the name. And just as the 3 stopped in place for this moment, a wonderful woman, followed by several servants, walked out from the building. Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Primordials, Fairy of the Gu family, is here in a big way. What a way to go. With a soft smile on her face, the marvelous woman slightly owed her body and exhaled her breath like an orchid as she opened her mouth. The woman, with her beautiful appearance, the skin was snowy, as if it was carved out of sheep's fat white jade, eyebrows like a faraway diaper, red lips and teeth, God show within, bright and colorful. A snow-white flowing cloud immortal dress outlined a concave and convex delicate figure that was incomparably moving. This kind of city posture. Enough with Gu Qinghuang. Phase of comparison. Let a person cannot move away from the gaze. Wow, what a beautiful woman. Mu Linger, who was on the side, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as her eyes glowed. Ha, Miss Yi, you actually came to God's city as well. Gu Qinghuang's face revealed a different color, looking a bit surprised. Yeah, just arrived not long ago yesterday. Yi Qingli smiled softly, with a kind of affinity that made people feel like spring breeze. Immediately, she looked at Lu Yuan on the side, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly for a few moments as she said, if I'm not mistaken, this is Fairy Gu's Dao couple? Precisely. Gu Qinghuang nodded her head lightly, then introduced for Lu Yuan. This is Miss Yi Qingli. She is in charge of all matters of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce in the Eastern Wasteland. After Lu Yuan heard this, his eyes couldn't help but stare. This woman looked like she was only in her 20s. Surprisingly, he was able to grasp all the business of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce in a large domain. The head, I'm afraid, is extremely shocking, and is by no means an idle woman. Ancient rumor has it that the desolate ancient sacred body is invincible in the same realm, with a peerless physical body that is comparable to that of a true dragon. It's really extraordinary to see it today. Even with deliberate internalization, this exuberant chi and blood is secretly frightening. Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of purple intent, seemingly cultivating some kind of supreme pupil art, able to survey the delusion, directly pointing to the origin. This woman is awesome. Lu Yuan's divine sense, which was equally sharp, was aware of it in an instant. But fortunately, she was so measured that she just took a quick glance and withdrew her gaze without deliberately prying. Miss Yi is being overly complimentary. Lu Yuan arched his hand and spoke calmly. After a few pleasantries, Yi Qingli spoke out in invitation. The auction organized by my Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce will begin in a few hours. There are quite a few heaven and earth divine objects among them, all unearthed during the last tidal wave of ancient mines. I wonder if the two of you are interested in participating? When Gu Qinghuang heard this, a slight hesitation appeared on her pretty face, and then he looked to Lu Yuan for his opinion. It's better to come early than late. Since we're all here, let's go in and take a look. Lu Yuan nodded gently. Good. Then I'll be obliged to Miss Yi. Gu Qinghuang smiled faintly. Fairy Gu doesn't have to be polite. Uncle Fu, arrange a heavenly box room. Yi Qingli turned around and ordered. Yes, ma'am. Both of you, please follow me. An old man at the side respectfully answered, and then led the 3 of them, Lu Yuan, into the auction venue. Soon, the 3 of them were brought to a richly decorated compartment. It's a great location, right in the center of the auction floor, overlooking all the corners. Just after sitting down, a few maids walked in with spirit fruits and spirit tea, and after giving a graceful salute, they turned around and left again. The service was very considerate. Lu Yuan picked up the teacup and took a shallow sip, warm and refreshing, with a sweet aftertaste. After entering the abdomen, there was actually a trace of divine power that trickled through the limbs and bones. Obviously not something mundane. Qinghua, you and this Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce, are you very familiar? That's a good deal for us. Lu Yuan asked casually. Not very well acquainted. Just had a few encounters. However, both the 10,000 primordial sacred lands and the Gu family are inextricably linked with the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce and interact closely. Maybe that's what it looks like. Gu Qinghuang thought for a moment and opened her mouth to respond. So it is. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Time passed, nearing the opening of the auction. One after another, there were cultivator figures that walked in from outside the pavilion and stepped into the venue. Only very few people could ascend to the heavenly room on the third floor. Most people, who were treated the same, sat in the lobby. Among them, there was no lack of including some great sect elders and powerful loose cultivators. Nirvana realm, Tangshan realm cultivators, all have no privileges. It was enough to see that this heavenly star chamber of commerce's power was so great and its bottom line was so sufficient that it was definitely not inferior to any ancient lineage in Holy Land. Not much longer. A surging demonic aura appeared within the venue. A silver-haired man with incomparably handsome features and a demonic aura stepped in. Behind him, there were also two strong-bodied demonic cultivators. The two of them were all ferocious and demonic, their demonic aura rolling around. Their aura was very astonishing. The demon god palace is coming. That's the demon god palace's young palace master, the heavenly demon. Following behind him are also the two top experts of the younger generation of the demon god palace, Inkbrand and Bai Luang. Many cultivators' faces changed when they saw the visitor, and a few scornful looks could not help but appear in their eyes. The demon god palace was a local force in the northern domain, the top level of the clan. All of them were from the demon race. They have always acted ostentatiously and arrogantly. Few human cultivators dared to mess with it, and their demon god palace's young palace master of this generation was even more famous in the northern region, carrying the demon race's most powerful physique, the heavenly demon body, and taking the name of heavenly demon, by the demon god palace's old palace master, and a group of elders with high hopes. The strength is outrageous, once called by many, the future king of the eastern wasteland, and now, it's the end of the age when there are great emperors surviving, the laws of the emperor's way, suppressing everything. How hard is it to cut down the road? 500 years may not even see a king prosper. It was enough to see that the name of the heavenly demon was so big that it was scary. Gentlemen, please go up to the third floor. A steward of the heavenly star chamber of commerce politely led the way. Aha! The heavenly demon nodded indifferently, and as he traveled, his icy eyes swept towards the top, stopping for a slight moment in a certain heavenly chamber, with inexplicable meanings. This scene was immediately captured by a number of thoughtful people present. They couldn't help but recall a current hidden secret of the demon god palace. The heavenly demon body, the supreme physique of the demon race, cultivated to the realm of great accomplishment, was claimed to be comparable to the immaculate great accomplishment's sacred body of the ancient era. The strength of his fleshly body was comparable to that of a legendary true dragon, impeccable and extremely terrifying. It was only in the area of Taoism that there was a shortcoming. At that time, the old palace master of the demon god palace heard that in the southern region's Gu family, there was an innate Dao fetus coming out. Just want to combine the advantages of these two major physiques, will be the supreme heavenly demon bloodline. Continue. However, he had never thought that he would be rejected by the Gu family's holy lord, who had excused himself on the grounds of race. It made the demon god palace lose a lot of face, and not so long ago, the Tianqi Lu family, which held the same purpose as the old palace master of the demon god palace back then, had succeeded in marrying the Gu family with a desolate ancient sacred body that had long since withdrawn from the stage of cultivation history. And as it happens, right now, the rightful owners are all here, in a rather dramatic fashion. Let a lot of monks, are secretly alarmed, vaguely aware of the air, seems to have a smoke-filled. Chapter 55, Auction. That kid is the so-called desolate ancient saint body? A mere divine palace realm 5th heavenly cultivation. I can slap it to death with a single slap. It seems that old undead of the Gu family, is his vision not good either? Mo Ripple stood in a heavenly compartment, holding his arms and looking away, and in his icy beast pupil, a flash of violent color flashed. His essence, it seemed, was some sort of powerful tiger bloodline. The body was well built, the muscles were high and bulging, and the torso seemed to be poured out of steel juice with a sense of power. Between distant looks, Inkbrand noticed a gaze cast across the room and couldn't help but snort, making a neck-wiping motion that was flamboyant and incomparable. What was that? Lu Yuan looked at the opposite side's provocative movements, frowned, and inquired. His name is Inkbrand. It's a figure second only to the heavenly demon among the younger generation of the demon god palace. This Daoist system has quite a grudge against my Gu family, acting and always bossy, so don't bother with them. Gu Qingawang's red lips gently opened as she sat serenely, an ethereal aura of the sky collapsing and not being shocked pervaded. Kind of. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed slightly, coming to a few points of interest. So far in his cultivation, he hadn't fought a demonic cultivator. If I had the chance, I would have to see what makes this tiger so different. The time for the auction gradually approached, and the news fermented in Divine City. There were more and more cultivators, pouring into the auction venue, taking up the seats in the hall, almost completely. In the meantime, one after another, there were also people from the major top powers descending here. For example, several ancient families in the southern domain, the Lu family, the Gu family, the Meng family and so on. There were also the Kanglan Holy Land, the Great Diffusion Holy Land, the Daoist Holy Land, the Illusion Palace, and other Holy Land great religions that were stationed in the heavenly compartments. Greetings to Sister Green Phoenix Clan. Meet the goddess. The Gu family's line of several people, after seeing Gu Qinghuang's figure, walked straight up to the third floor and came over to say hello. At the head of the group was a young man in his mid-20s, sword brows and starry eyes, and an extraordinary organization, with a cultivation level of the second heaven of the cave realm. Even if it wasn't the leader of the Gu family's younger generation, it wasn't far off. He brought a few clan elders behind him and arched his hand in greeting. As for Lu Yuan's side, he gently nodded his head in greeting. The attitude wasn't exactly eager, and it wasn't exactly cold. Xingha, several clan elders, no need to be polite. The auction is about to start. Go ahead and take your seat, Gu Qinghuang said with a faint smile. Good. Gu Xinghan nodded his head before turning around and walking out, heading to another heavenly hall. Here, the Lu family, too. Since the union, the relationship between the two ancient families was delicate. Characters of the younger generation walk around quite a bit. That saint body of your Lu family can indeed be cultivated. Moreover, the cultivation is not weak, and it is not as bad as it is said to be. Gu Xingha sat down as if nothing had happened, standing side by side with one person, lightly drinking a mouthful of tea, and faintly said, "It's just a flash in the pan, not much use." Lu Changqing shook his head and spoke calmly. "Don't you want to try?" Gu Xingha looked at the man beside him with an intriguing smile. Cultivating the desolate ancient sacred body is easily 1,000,000 pounds of source. Give him a try. What am I going to eat? Lu Changqing frowned and asked in return. Oh, that's right too. Gu Xingha drifted off and said nothing more. Another half hour passed. The auction, finally, begins. Welcome, fellow Daoists, to my heavenly star chamber of commerce. The auction, now officially begins. Here it is, the first lot. Yi Qingli lightly landed on top of the auction table. A white dress, floating like a fairy, graceful posture, the face of the city, so that the 100 flowers are to be eclipsed, exceptionally absorbing. However, of the many cultivators present, few dared to stare straight at her. The odds are that it's known. This woman, she's not some pool animal, she's coming from a very big place. There are few men in the world who can handle it. The words fell. A woman with a thin veil covering her face, holding a brocade box in her hand, walked onto the high platform. Ginseng fruit. Beings under the true God realm can increase their lifespan by 500 years after taking it. Starting bid, 100,000 pounds of source. Each time the price is raised, no less than 5,000 pounds of source. Please bid. Yi Qingli's clear and cold voice spread throughout the venue. All of a sudden, at the hall, there was a clamor. Many of the older generation cultivators all had excited looks on their faces. Extending one's life by 500 years. Such a divine medicine could be encountered but not sought, and was extremely rare, worthy of the Star Chamber of Commerce. The first lot that just came up was this extraordinary. As for truth or falsehood, no one bothered to doubt it. On the stage, no one even probed out their divine thoughts. The 4 words Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce were the gold standard, with 5 domains under the sky, all over the place. No one will question what they have. 150,000 pounds of source. Soon enough, someone couldn't wait to make a bid. 1,100,000 pounds of source. 120,000 pounds of source. Voices rose and fell from all parts of the auction venue, competing to be the first to bid. As for the heavenly hall, there was no sound coming out. Obviously, this kind of thing was not the least bit appealing to young cultivators. In the end, the ginseng fruit, sold for 135,000 pounds of source, was auctioned off by a powerful casual cultivator. The second lot, the golden plumed divine feather. The true feathers left behind by the Green Luan clan's God Realm powerhouse who sat down and died may contain a racial inheritance. Starting bid, 50,000 pounds of source. The moment this object came out, many of the cultivators in the arena, their eyes flickered. The Green Luan clan is among the Demon clan, a large and powerful clan, with many experts. If an idle person gets this true feather and leaks out, I'm afraid there is some risk that it will be forcefully withdrawn. Still, someone tried to call out the price a couple times, but with the entrance of Bai Luang from the demon god palace, it quickly subsided. In the end, Bai Luang took the true feather for 80,000 pounds of source. Then the third lot, and the fourth, followed. Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang talked while staring at the auction venue and did not find anything worth buying. Lot 5. Sealed within the source. Uncertainty. Yi Qingli reached out and a fist-sized pure source stone appeared in her hand. The source, shaped like amber, had a stone skin sealed inside, making it impossible to see. But it's a safe bet that there's something in it. Value randomized. Starting bid, 20,000 pounds of source. The crowd of cultivators in the arena were all a bit hesitant when they heard this. It's not a rare lot to see sealed objects in the source. Sort of an alternative gamble. If there is something good, it is a big profit. If the years erode and the essence is depleted, it is a bloodbath. Still, some people were willing to go for a small price and immediately started shouting upwards. And just then, the system's beep suddenly resounded in Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Chapter 56, Targeting. Ding. Host's current experience detected. Triggering option reward. 1. The winner of this item will be rewarded with purple mansion liquid. 2. No bidding. Rewarded with a healing demigod medicine. Note, purple mansion liquid, refined by the essence of the innate, can wash the cultivator's spirit, quench the divine palace, and enhance the power of the divine sense. Please select. Trigger option rewarded. It seems that what is sealed within this source is unusual. Lu Yuan's eyes stared, and after a little contemplation, he immediately made his choice and shouted, 35,000 pounds of source. This statement was made. In the auction venue, many gazes were projected towards the heavenly room. Even Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger, who were on the side, were slightly side-eyed and somewhat surprised. You're interested in what's in here? Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes flowed, revealing a smile as she opened her mouth to inquire. Well, want to cut it up and take a look? Lu Yuan nodded. Good. If the source isn't enough, I have it here, Gu Qinghuang said in a generous manner. And that's when, in the hall, another shout came out. 40,000 pounds of source. The bidder was a young cultivator who had obscured his appearance with a secret technique, but one or two could be discerned from his voice. 45,000 pounds. Lu Yuan continued to raise the price. There was a silence in the arena. Many people shook their heads. 5,000 pounds of source increases the price once. Shouting further up, it's 50,000 pounds of source. Not a big gamble. And the odds are that this top lot was unearthed during the last tidal wave of ancient mining. While the cultivators of all the major powers entered the taiu ancient mine to scavenge for source minerals, it was inevitable that some people would enrich themselves and bring out some personal goods. It's more than safe to put your own workshop to cause trouble and put it to the heavenly star chamber of commerce for auction. After a round or two of testing, the chances of being able to open a large value spirit item were already low, so there's not much need to raise the price. At the same time, the young cultivator, too, fell silent and stopped shouting. 45,000 pounds of source at a time. 45,000 pounds of source twice. 45,000 pounds source. And this was the moment to finalize the deal. An untimely voice came out from within another heavenly hall. 50,000 pounds of source. The demon god palace's ink line suddenly shouted out the price before gazing ahead. The corners of his mouth hooked into a teasing color. 55,000 pounds of source. Lu Yuan glanced at him and expressionlessly continued to raise the price. 60,000 pounds. 65,000 pounds. 70,000 pounds. Inkbrand continued to bite and lazily opened his mouth. At this moment, anyone could tell that he was not interested in this lot. It's just a simple attempt to raise the price and disgust people. This demon god palace's people are truly detestable. Auntie, don't fall for his tricks. Mu Linger, who was on the side, clenched her teeth in anger and reminded in a small voice. No harm done. Lu Yuan waved his hand. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he continued to shout. 80,000 pounds of source. Directly increased the price by 10,000 pounds of source. The total price came to 80,000 pounds. It has gone beyond the normal price range for this lot, and is really a bit of a loss. At this moment, quite a few cultivators at the auction venue detected a flavor of saber rattling. 80,000 pounds of sources. TSK. Worthy of being the son-in-law of the Gu family, really rich and generous. Since you like it so much, take it. With a derisive smile on his face, Inkbrand mocked in a conspiratorial manner. This dog, I must kill him when I find a chance. Lu Yuan didn't move on the surface. but his heart was filled with killing intent. This person had cost him tens of thousands of extra pounds of source for no reason. Though when it comes to things in the source, it's definitely worth every penny, but it's also hard to swallow. Subsequently, Yi Qingli saw that no one continued to bid, and directly started counting down. 80,000 pounds of source at a time. 80,000 pounds of source twice. 80,000 pounds of source 3 times. Deal. In the end, Lu Yuan was able to successfully take the lot. Immediately afterward, the auction continued. The 6th lot was also a heaven and earth divine artifact unearthed in the tides of an ancient mine. It was an ancient divine medicine that had been sealed for a long time. As soon as it was taken out, it was subjected to looting by all forces. There were people shouting out bids in the heavenly halls of the Daoist Holy Land, San Lan Holy Land, and Great Diffusion Holy Land. After several rounds of competition, it finally went to the Great Diffusion Holy Land. It was taken by a young man draped in holy light. The 7th lot, and the final lot of this auction, taiu divine marrow. The most and cold thing can help cultivators cultivate ancient scripture techniques of the same attribute, understand the mysteries, and have many wonderful uses. Starting bid, 150,000 gene source. Yi Qingli's words fell. It was in the arena, and caused quite a commotion. Many cultivators, staring at the stage, their eyes burning. Even Gu Qinghuang, who had been maintaining a wait-and-see attitude, had her beautiful eyes condensed and flashed through a brilliant light. 180,000 pounds of source. The person from the Daoist Holy Land was the first to shout. As soon as he opened his mouth, he added 30,000 pounds of source. Obviously, trying to get some people to know what to do. 190,000 pounds of source. Gu Qinghuang, who had been silent, opened her mouth for the first time to bid. Want you holy maiden Gu Qinghuang? She's also interested in this taiu divine marrow? Someone was surprised and muttered in a low voice. Aren't you full of crap? The 10,000 primordial sacred grounds, which specializes in the law of chaos, is known throughout the world. Taiyin and Sun transforming chaos, as she is the holy maiden of the 10,000 beginnings. She must have cultivated Taiyin. Sun, such an ancient scripture. A well-informed cultivator on the side opened his mouth, revealing the sky with a single word. At this moment, Lu Yuan also understood. He had seen Gu Qinghuang use the Taiyin technique against Lu Hong at the Holy Land competition. It should be the supreme secret technique recorded in the Chaos Stone Tablet. Therefore, the taiu divine marrow, for her, was something that was in great need. 200,000 gene sources. On the side of the Holy Land of the beginning, there was also someone who participated in the bidding. 211,000 pounds. Gu Qinghuang said in a cold voice. 240,000 pounds. One after another. There were bids from the several great holy places. Gu Qinghuang, however, was still determined to win, gritting his teeth and shouting out a high price of 250,000 pounds of source. It was almost all the savings she could come up with at the moment. The price is high though, but if one could obtain the taiu divine essence, it would be worth it. Upon hearing the price of 250,000 pounds of source, the voices within the several heavenly halls gradually fell silent. Those few shook their heads and sighed softly in regret. This number of sources, even for a holy son or daughter of a holy land, it was not a small amount of money. Once it's taken out, it's bound to hurt. 250,000 pounds of source. Anyone else want to bid? Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked towards the 3rd floor's heavenly room and inquired. There was a silence. A silence. 250,000 pounds of source. Once, Yi Qingli saw that no one had made a sound and started counting down according to the rules of the venue. And just then, the demon god palace's young palace master, the heavenly demon, leapt up and spoke indifferently. 260,000 pounds of source. Chapter 57, A Strong Strike. It's someone from the demon god palace again. Many of the cultivators present were all staring. It's well known. The heavenly demon was the personal disciple of the old palace master of the demon god palace. Now this kind of behavior was almost like putting the grudge between the demon god palace and the Gu family on the table. More than 200,000 pounds of sources say take it out. Worthy of being the successor of a top power. Many of the older generation's powerhouses sighed and watched the scene with interest. At the same time, Gu Qinghuang's pretty face, too, gradually became icy cold. She stared across the street at the skybox and said nothing. After finally hesitating for a few breaths, he gritted his teeth and gave up. 250,000 pounds of sources had been her last line. Moreover, Lu Yuan had spent 80,000 pounds of source on the item sealed in the source that he had previously auctioned off. She had to take that amount and set it aside. If they tried to be brave and continued to raise the price, they would not be able to pay it at that time, and they would have to borrow money from Gu Xinghe and these maternal family members. It's a big shame. She has always been high-minded, going out and representing the reputation of the Wanchu Holy Land. Naturally, I don't want to see that happen. 260,000 pounds of source. One time, at this time, Yi Qingli, who was on the stage, saw that no one continued to raise the price. As a rule, the countdown began, tugging at the heartstrings of many. The heavenly demon had a slender figure and stood with his arms folded, and on his handsome and demonic face, he set off a touch of mocking color, as if he had already won. Miss Mu Linger, who was infuriated and clenched her silver teeth, wanted to say something. It's just something that's dispensable. The bidding has exceeded the value of the taiyu divine marrow by now, and it's not worth sulking with the demon god palace. Let him be. Gu Qinghuan guffawed, revealing a look of disinterest. Seeing this, Mu Linger's face darkened, as if she understood something, and after a light sigh, she said no more. 260,000 pounds of source. Twice, Yi Qingli's gaze swept towards the third-floor compartments and continued counting down. After seeing that no one was interested, he was about to call out a third time. A calm voice suddenly came out. 270,000 pounds of source. Lu Yuan opened his mouth. This statement was made. The entire auction venue was suddenly silent. Gazes of shock, disbelief, doubt, and surprise were projected towards Lu Yuan. Even Yi Qingli, her beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. They, the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce, were not only popular in business, but all kinds of intelligence news also covered the 5 regions of the world. She also knew the details about the marriage between the Gu and Lu families. It was completely unexpected that a desolate ancient sacred body that was not powerful in the Lu family. Surprisingly, he had such a bottom line, daring to shout out a price of 270,000 pounds of source. Lu Yuan, we don't have that much. Gu Qinghuang was instantly startled, her pretty face embarrassed, and she hurriedly opened her mouth. Just before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lu Yuan waving his hand. It's fine, I'll give it to you. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes surprisingly calm, as ancient as a deep, cold pool. Ha! After listening to him, Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger all froze. Miss, Auntie said that it's going to be for you? Does he really have that many sources? Mu Linger had grown up in the Gu family since she was young. Although his cultivation level was not high, he still had a concept of the source. Not to mention the direct lineage heavenly pride within the race like Gu Xinghe. Even some of the clan elders might not be able to take out so many sources. Even if he could take it out, he would have to sell all sorts of magic treasures, which is a move to lose his family's money. I don't know. Gu Qinghuang's stunningly beautiful face revealed a complex expression. But for now, what's said is spilled. At this point, it seems like we can only trust him. Right now, the auction venue was abuzz with excitement. Not only the heavenly demon, the Daoist sacred ground, the Great Diffusion sacred ground, the Illusion Palace, Gu Xinghe, Lu Chongqing, and the others were all very surprised. Kind of interesting. It was only until this moment that the heavenly demon first looked squarely at this human youth who had the hatred of taking his wife, and an intriguing smile could not help but appear on his face. 270,000 pounds of source. The 10,000 primordial sacred land. When did it become the turn of this kind of little shrimp to be the master? Bai Luang, one of the 3 great demon generals of the demon god palace, laughed out coldly and sneered without any concealment. Ha ha ha, it seems that the desolate ancient ruined body really can't be cultivated indiscriminately. Practicing too much is bad for the brain. It's just an auction, and the sanity has already begun to be misplaced. 270,000 pounds of source. Do you know what that is? It can buy you 10 lives. The ink pattern on the side, similarly cajoled and laughed, wantonly mocking, arrogant to the extreme. Where are the 3 or 2 kittens from that dare to yell at me? In the next instant, Lu Yuan stood up in a flash, and the golden lake of the sea of consciousness at the center of his brow boiled with a great deal of light, revealing his strong divine sense power. From between his eyes, 2 strands of imperial Dao dragon chi burst out abruptly, combining with his divine thoughts and transforming into 2 powerful and incomparable golden heavenly blades that swept across. Giggle! A terrifying imperial Dao dragon might spread, deterring the 2 major demon generals, Inkbrand and Bai Luang, in a matter of moments. This was a kind of suppression originating from the level of the bloodline, directly pointing to the soul's origin, causing them to be unable to move, and they took a divine sense attack solidly. Ah, Inkbrand and Bai Luang. Each screamed in shock and planted themselves on the ground. Caught off guard, the sea of consciousness was traumatized. Blood dripped from all 7 orifices, and he almost lost his form and spirit. At this moment, the whole room moved. What? A cultivation level of the 5th sky of the divine palace realm can quench such strong divine sense power. What was that dragon-shaped golden light just now? It made me perceive a world-defying offensive aura that is no less than the ancient scripture mysteries. A crowd of cultivators, with shock surfacing on their faces, felt extremely puzzled. Imperial Dragon Chi. A flash of light flashed in the eyes of the heavenly demon, recognizing the means that Lu Yuan had performed. And then he turned back and swept a glance at the 2 of them lying on the ground and wailing. His face became even colder, and his words were chilling. Are you challenging the majesty of my demon god palace? I'm not challenging the demon god palace. I'm just challenging you. Lu Yuan stood with a long body and opened his mouth indifferently, his words strong and incomparable. Seek death. The heavenly demon's eyes became even colder, and a monstrous and terrifying demonic aura was about to explode out of his body. And just as the swords were drawn, another terrifying aura, from the depths of the auction venue, swept in, suppressing all divine fluctuations and sweeping them away. God Realm Powerhouse. Someone exclaimed with a scornful expression. Do you all treat my heavenly star chamber of commerce as nothing? If you dare to disrupt the order of the meeting again, you will suffer the consequences. Yi Qingli's pretty face sank as she spoke indifferently. The warning was obvious. Even the heavenly demon would not dare to ignore the heavenly star chamber of commerce and fight here. Why don't you take a look at your men? Once the sea of consciousness collapses, it returns to its roots and becomes a grassy beast. I'm afraid I won't be able to strut my stuff in the future, and I'll only be able to use it to pull carts. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth lifted up in a sneering arc. Good. Very good. If you have the guts, enter the ancient mining tide. I'll be there, waiting for you. The heavenly demon laughed angrily and spoke coldly, and then he grabbed the ink patterns and Bai Luang on the ground, and swept away towards the outside of the venue. Chapter 58 Lu Yuan's Big Spending. Demon God Palace Young Master. Heavenly Demon. Eat your heart out. Just gone. Surprised everyone. However, what made people even more surprised was that the Lu family's desolate ancient saint body was so strong. A mere divine palace realm cultivation dared to call out the top powerhouses of the eastern wasteland's younger generation in public. I really don't know if it's ignorance. Or do you want to retrace the old path of the old days of the great success sacred body? Looking back to the past, almost every generation of sacred bodies was born out of nowhere. With a pair of iron fists, he hardened himself and pierced through the emperor's path, enemies of the world, and then finally killed to the silence of the world, never taking half a step back. The Daoist heart is tough, and the faith is invincible. Leave a colorful mark on that piece of ancient history. In retrospect, one cannot help but be enthused and sigh. And just then, all the thoughts of the crowd were brought back to reality by a voice. 270,000 pounds of source. Are there any more Daoists who want to bid? Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes looked around as she continued to maintain order in the venue. 270,000 pounds of source. One time, 270,000 pounds of source. Twice, 270,000 pounds of source. 3 times. Deal. The words fell, representing the auction. It is officially over. Immediately afterward, one chamber of commerce steward, one after another, sent the previously sold lots to various parts of the field, ready to complete the delivery. As for Lu Yuan's side, because he was the biggest auctioneer of this auction, 2 lots, led by Yi Qingli, were delivered personally. This is the item sealed in the source that fellow Daoist Lu previously auctioned off. 80,000 pounds of source. This is the taiu divine marrow. 270,000 pounds of source. A total of 350,000 pounds of source. Please pass. Yi Qingli smiled and opened her mouth, signaling the 2 maids that were holding the brocade box to walk forward and let the guests inspect the goods. At the same time, within the various heavenly halls, as well as the halls within the venue, there were also gazes of uncertainty thrown at them. Many people wondered how Lu Yuan, a sacred body that was not allowed to be powerful, was able to take out such a number of sources. Gollum. He shouldn't make us look too bad, should he? Mu Linger looked nervous and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. On the other hand, Gu Qinghuang on the side appeared calm, sitting demurely and drinking tea. For one, she trusted Lu Yuan's character and wouldn't believe and talk big. Secondly, even if there were some changes, she could diffuse them with ease. Exceeded the budget but 20,000 pounds of source. Casually take out a magic treasure. Can be offset? not to go to others to borrow. Thank you, Ms. Yi. Lu Yuan's divine thoughts swept, and after confirming that those two things were correct, he arched his hand and said, I wonder if it's okay to barter. Of course. Yi Qingli smiled warmly. Afterward, Lu Yuan reached out his hand and several types of weapon refining materials that emitted a strange metallic luster suddenly appeared in his hand. This is. Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes lit up and she hurriedly took it to check it out. 1,000 illusory star sands. Vulcanite. Silver moon divine jade. Withered dragonwood. They're all rare divine-ranked weapon smithing materials. Yi Qingli was in charge of all the matters of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce in the Eastern Wasteland. Her vision was so poisonous that she recognized all of these refining materials with a single glance. Will this be enough to cover that 350,000 pounds of source? Lu Yuan inquired. According to the normal purchase price, there is still a difference of 50,000 pounds of source up or down. Yi Qingli gave a response after carefully calculating it. For the rest, settle with the source. At this moment, Gu Qinghuang moved her lotus steps lightly and walked over, opening her mouth to propose. It's okay, I still have it. Ha! There's more. Gu Qinghuang's expression was stunned. Lu Yuan knew that she was afraid that she didn't have enough source in her body, so without saying anything, he flipped his hand, and another palm-sized piece of crystalline divine iron appeared in his hand. That piece of divine iron, snow-white in color, as crystal clear as sheep's fat white jade, contained extremely rich divine essence, causing the several people present to all have their eyes lit up. 9 heavenly white jade divine iron, sage-level weapon refining materials. Yi Qingli's expression was slightly moved. This was a treasure that had a price. Saints do not lack sources. That's why materials of this grade rarely circulate in the market. Is fellow Daoist Lu going to sell this item? The value of this piece of divine iron is much more expensive than those earlier. Yi Qingli said with a straight face. How much can it be worth? Lu Yuan asked. Tell you what, the difference between the two previous lots will be cancelled. How about the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce, pay you another 500,000 pounds of source? Yi Qingli thought for a moment and said generously. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded his head and said dryly. This kind of material was rare, but for the current him, he couldn't use it yet, so there's no need to hide it. It's only hard to switch to source-assisted cultivation. Fellow Daoist Lu is quick enough. Men, go get the source. Yi Qingli smiled softly, and then hurriedly ordered her men to go and load 500,000 pounds of source over. Not a moment too soon, a heavy storage bag, as well as the other 2 lots, were handed over to Lu Yuan, and the deal was concluded. On the other side, there were quite a few cultivators within the venue, all looking up, although it was impossible to see what Lu Yuan had taken in exchange. But what did happen was that a deal was struck, throwing away 270,000 pounds of source to wrestle a beauty? The sheer magnitude of the handiwork is not to be sniffed at. After the people from the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce left, inside the compartment, it exploded. With a look of adoration on her face, Mu Linger gathered around and chirped with questions, and Gu Qinghuang was also filled with curiosity, her watery eyes blinking as she stared at him for half a day. Just a little chance. Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled without explaining too much. Then, handing over that taiyu divine marrow, he said, Here, this is for you. Gu Qinghuang looked complicated, and after biting her lip, she still took it and said thank you. She didn't realize that it had only been a short while, and the two of them, it seemed, were just as good as the other way around. Rather, it was as if she had become the vulnerable one, the one who needed to be helped. The rapidity of the transition was a little too much for her to take in for a while, but all of them are monks. She also knew that there were some things that could not be asked in detail, so it's just a quick aside and not mentioned again. Not much longer. A group of 3 people walked out of the auction venue and returned to the 10,000 primordial sacred lands residence in Divine City. Lu Yuan found a secret room and settled down. After taking out the purple mansion liquid from the system space, then he began to cut through the source stone in earnest. Ka-ching! A thick layer of stone skin, after being slowly peeled away, a golden fruit with a rounded body, filled with the power of oozing vitality, instantly came into view. Fruit of life. There really is something good. Lu Yuan's face was delighted. This fruit, within it, contains surging life essence. Not only could it replenish longevity, but it could also strengthen the physical body, which had immeasurable benefits for cultivators below the god realm. This 80,000 pounds of source was not a bad spend at all. Fruit of life, strengthen the flesh, purple mansion liquid, quenching divine sense, plus With my chaotic body, there is no cultivation bottleneck. Perhaps, to be able to break into the cave realm in one fell swoop. An exquisite aura flashed through Lu Yuan's eyes, and then with a wave of his big hand, he completely closed the secret room. Tens of thousands of pounds of source clattered out. The aura was dense, so thick that it could not be melted, and immediately filled the entire space. Chapter 59, Cave Heaven Realm. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Inside the divine city, an ancient ship, spirit boat, and chariot crossed the sky, one after another driving towards the direction of the taiu ancient mine. This tidal wave of ancient mines is about to begin. Therefore, the men and women mobilized by the major powers were closing in on their own mines in preparation. And on the side of the Wanchu Holy Land, it's also ready to go. A group of core disciples, one after another, boarded the ancient ship. At the bow of the boat, two silhouettes stood in a pavilion. Auntie, he has been in seclusion for 5 days. I don't know if I'll be able to catch up. Mu Linger muttered in a small voice. Gu Qinghuang smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if you can't make it in time. Just station yourself at the back of the mine. There aren't too many chances to enter the periphery of the Taichou ancient mine. It's just a matter of carrying the source or with human power. Oh, that's true. Mu Linger nodded her head gently. Another 2 hours passed. Inside the chamber, there was finally movement. A slender figure covered in chaotic aura quietly opened its eyes. The brilliant divine aura cut through the darkness, more piercing than lightning. At this moment, look within and go. Inside Lu Yuan's body, a deep cavern formed. Golden blood chi and pitch-black chaos, alternating with each other, misting and rumbling. It was like a hanging yin and yang Dao diagram that kept flowing in the body. The divine energy surged. The power was amazing, and it was extremely divine. In the next moment, Lu Yuan pushed open the stone door and walked out of the secret room. The whole person exuded an ethereal and unearthly transcendental aura, especially that pair of pitch-black eyes. Between the flashes, it was intimidating and overpowering, making people not dare to look directly at it. Cultivation is only 1 year. He then went from being a mere mortal to reaching the current cave realm. Finally, he had caught up with the footsteps of the young generation of the Eastern Wasteland, the most powerful group of people. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, I'm afraid that no one would dare to believe it when it was said. But the truth, that's it. With his battle prowess, he could truly stand proudly against his generation, fearless of any enemy. After feeling some of his own power, Lu Yuan probed out his divine thoughts and cruised around, easily spotting the huge ancient ship hanging above the compound. It looked like an ancient mining tidal wave was approaching. The people of the 10,000 First Sacred Land are ready to depart. Immediately, Lu Yuan didn't hesitate and directly harnessed up a divine rainbow and rushed up to the sky. A few breaths later, his figure had landed on the deck of the ancient ship. Auntie is here. Mu Linger's eyes lit up when she saw the visitor. Gu Qinghuang, who was on the side, also greeted him. She had just gotten closer when she detected a surge of chi and blood power that surged to an astonishing level, coming at her head. You broke through to the cave heaven realm? Gu Qinghuang lightly covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with an unbelievable expression. I'm in luck. What's sealed in that source is indeed something good. After refining it, it allowed me to open up the cave in one fell swoop. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and spoke. Hearing him admit it himself, Gu Qinghuang was even more astonished in her heart. Was this still the desolate ancient saint body she knew? Not only was there no heavenly yoke to bind him, but the momentum of cultivation, on the contrary, was even swifter, as if breaking through without any bottlenecks. It was just too amazing. Is the ship about to sail? Lu Yuan digressed and swept a few glances towards the side, realizing that the core disciples who had accompanied him all the way from the southern domain had almost all arrived. Well, it's getting close. No more than half an hour at the most. We'll arrive at the outer mines of the Taichu ancient mine first, and then we'll be assigned tasks. Gu Qinghuang said with a light nod of her head. So it is. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, but then quickly frowned. He suddenly realized that quite a few of his fellow disciples here were quietly sizing themselves up with a strange gaze. Is it because of what happened at the auction? Lu Yuan secretly murmured in his mind. And just then, a young man's figure appeared on the deck. Senior brother Lu, Wanchu's sacred son, Yin Tiandu, rushed in with great strides. Senior brother Yin. Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang arched their hands when they saw the visitor. Senior brother Lu, I've heard about what you did at the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce. Only I didn't expect that you and that lunatic Meng Yao seems to have a not-so-small grudge as well? Yin Tiandu inquired with a cry. Meng Yao? Senior brother Yin, what does that mean? Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes stared as she hurriedly opened her mouth to ask. A day ago, the Meng family sequence, Meng Yao, and the Demon God Palace Young Master, Sky Demon, each released the news that as long as they could provide Master Lu's location in the tidal wave of the ancient mines, they would all be entitled to a reward of 100,000 pounds of source. Yin Tiandu said with a solemn expression. This statement was made. Lu Yuan immediately understood and laughed unconcernedly. There are 100,000 pounds of source to take for providing information. This duo, they are quite generous. That said, there is indeed some animosity. Meng Yao's own brother should have been killed by me. Gu Qinghuang and Yin Tiandu couldn't help but have shocks appear on their faces as they listened. Meng Yao's own younger brother, seemingly named Meng Zhao, in the southern region, also has a notable reputation as a teenage genius. I didn't expect to die at the hands of Lu Yuan. No wonder that Meng Yao has been acting like a mad dog lately, biting people on sight. However, at the same time, he was targeted by two of the top experts of the younger generation. Lu Yuan was still able to talk, laugh and be calm. This heart alone was enough to throw off the vast majority of Holy Land disciples. Even Yin Tiandu couldn't help but look a little sideways. Meng Yao and the Heavenly Demon are both arrogant and domineering people who will do anything to achieve their goals. With 100,000 pounds of source in front of us, many people may not be able to hold on to it. I suggest that senior brother Lu should not go on this trip. Yin Tiandu's words were a kind reminder. Thank you, senior brother Yin, for your kind words. But there's no harm. I'm still going to the ancient mine. Heavenly Demon or Meng Yao, I'll kill anyone who comes after me. Lu Yuan waved his hand. His eyes flashed with a stern essence light, surging, killing, intense, surging in a moving manner. This, okay. After hearing this, Yin Tiandu's face changed color a few times, so he didn't open his mouth to persuade more. But with his cultivation, he could naturally tell. The current Lu Yuan's strength was again refined. Even compared to the true disciples of the major powers, it wasn't much different. Perhaps, he was truly confident that he could fight it off. Immediately afterward, the few people talked for a while longer before Yin Tiandu excused himself and left. It didn't take long. With the sound of several elders answering the call, the ancient ship slowly launched itself towards the outskirts of the Taichu ancient mine, quickly shuttling away. Chapter 60, Entering the Ancient Mine. The distance between Divine City and the Taichu ancient mine was not that far, but in an hour, it had arrived. As far as the eye could see, the earth was pale and stark, without any green. Looking deeper, there was a thick layer of black mist that enveloped the mountains, making it impossible to see the reality. Even divine thoughts couldn't penetrate, like a magic land, palpitating. Subsequently, a group of disciples from the Wanchu sacred land, led by several elders in Shangguan Ruo, disembarked one after another and entered the mining area. This mining area, a vast area, front and back, across thousands of miles without end. There are countless veins buried underground, rich in source stones. Until today, there has been no sign of it going dry. It was enough to see how rich this outskirts of the Taichu ancient mine was. It is worthy of being the place where all the major forces of the eastern wasteland, the soldiers, must fight. Immediately after, the elders gathered a group of disciples who were going to enter the Taichu ancient mine and explain some important matters. Here, there weren't just core disciples of the Divine Palace realm. In addition to the two of them, Gu Qinghuang and Yin Tiandu, there were also a few other true legends present. They failed to compete for the position of the Holy Son and Daughter though, but the potential of the whole body is still not to be underestimated. In the Holy Land, it had a status far beyond that of an ordinary disciple. Between the lectures, the elders gave each of the new disciples another secret spatial treasure. This secret treasure was different from an ordinary storage bag. The storage bag's capacity was limited, and apart from some miscellaneous objects, it could at most hold large hundreds of thousands of pounds of source. And this valuable spatial secret treasure had a capacity that was more than 10 times larger than a storage bag. However, the source mines within the ancient mines were different from the pure sources used by cultivators. It was covered with a thick layer of stone. Usually 100 pounds of source ore, knocked off the edges, would yield only 5 pounds of pure source, and it's time-consuming to polish. Ancient mining tides that lasted, at most, no more than 3 days. Usually it's, bring out as much as you can. Of course, there is a struggle between the major powers. It's up to each person before the source mine. Some people are loaded. Some are empty-handed. There were also some unlucky people who completely folded in. Anything is possible. After the lecture, the elders of the Holy Land then said no more and each left. The rest of the day was spent in the mines, quietly waiting for the tide to come in. Lu Yuan, are you really not traveling with me? Gu Qinghuang spoke helplessly, and a few moments of worry surfaced in her beautiful eyes. The heavenly demon of the Demon God Palace and Mang Yao of the Mang clan were all top-notch figures of the younger generation. If they found the trail, they would definitely not stop, and there was going to be big trouble. It's fine, those two alone can't help me. The Taichu ancient mine has always been mysterious, and now that I have this opportunity, I naturally want to explore it. Lu Yuan smiled blandly and spoke confidently. He knew that Gu Qinghuang had another duty on her as a Wanchu holy maiden. Mostly, they would go to guard some of the large source mines that were discovered to buy time for other disciples to mine, and there was no way to move around. However, with her strength and physique, she must be safe to protect herself, and there was no need for her to worry about anything. Well then, take care of yourself. Gu Qinghuang knew his character, so she didn't say anything more. Aha! Lu Yuan nodded gently. Time passes. I don't know how long it took, but in the depths of the Taichu ancient mine, there was finally a movement. Boom! A shimmering voice came out from that pitch-black demonic soil. Terrifying power of laws intertwined and infinite Tao rhythms filled the air. With that, the group of powerful auras hibernating in the outskirts of the Taichu ancient mine began to retreat towards the depths of the Devil's Earth in an orderly manner. Like a wave, with the tide rising and falling. The tide is starting. Depart. Remember, within 3 days, you must return. Several sacred land elders glanced back, and a bellowing cry came out steeply. Yes, between the fall of the words, hundreds of elite disciples from the 10,000 primordial sacred lands each harnessed their divine rainbows and rushed out into that thick mist. At the same time, the minds of the major powers shook. Thousands of cultivators, like locusts crossing the border, swept out quickly and didn't enter the Taichu ancient mine. A few moments later, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang, among others, had then entered the outermost demonic soil. Here dense mist filled, shrouded in all directions. Even the divine sense cannot penetrate. At most can only probe out a zhang away. Very strange. Old rules, each lead a group of fellow disciples and split up. Everyone, be careful with everything, Yin Tiandu said in a deep voice. Yes, a few true disciples of the cave heaven realm, responded with a shout, and randomly selected dozens of people, each heading in a direction. Exploring, Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan, followed by dozens of disciples behind them as well, sped in another direction. It didn't take long to march. Just along the way, several small source mines were discovered. Gu Qinghuang immediately arranged for several disciples to stay behind in mine. The others, however, continued on with the procession. However, Lu Yuan didn't follow Gu Qinghuang and the others for too long. After going a few hundred miles deeper, they had parted ways and left alone. He didn't want to expose his whereabouts and cause trouble for the team mining the source ore. In addition, Lu Yuan was also eager to find out where the Demon God Palace's men were. It would be great to run into that tiger, that bird, and that sky demon. A direct killing spree to clear the previous bad luck. But unfortunately, the outskirts of this Taichu ancient mine were shrouded in mist all year round. Without divine sense to probe the path, it was similar to being blind. I'm afraid it's not that easy to find a few people. Ugh, there's still time anyway. Let's look for the source mine first. We can't return empty-handed. Lu Yuan rampaged within the mists, looking for half a day without seeing a single figure. So he stopped being eager and looked for the origin mine to come. After all, he hadn't forgotten Gu Qinghuang's master's promise. If he performed well in this ancient mining tide, he would have the opportunity to go directly to the 9 chaotic stone tablets. Once one obtained the chaotic ancient scriptures, the means one could utilize in front of people would be even richer, without the need to deliberately hide the chaotic body and tie one's hands. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan had found a sourced microsmall source mine on a pitted ground. He roughly estimated that even if he polished them all, he would only be able to get just 10,000 pounds of source. Don't bother with that. Spinning the next instant. Giggle. The Yuan magnet heavy prison peak manifested in the void and smashed down with a loud bang. The earth was instantly smashed out of a deep pit, and the sources within the micro-small source mines, along with the stone skins, were all reduced to pieces. Surging heaven and earth essence filled the air in an instant. Lu Yuan recklessly catalyzed the chaotic origin, opened his mouth and sucked in a torrent of essence, all of which did not enter his mouth and nose, surging towards the sea of bitterness. He did not stop his footsteps, rapidly melting with the chaos method while moving forward and continuing his exploration. Chapter 61, Encountering Inkblot again. This land, dead, grayish-brown rocks, pitted with the source of origin, can be found almost everywhere. It was also unknown how many such tides had been experienced in the long history of cultivation, and how many beings have set foot on this land. Lu Yuan harnessed the divine rainbow and flew at a low altitude, traveling all the way to the northwest, until after traveling 200 miles, he finally sensed some movement. Within the thick mist, the outlines of several figures were phantom. From time to time, there were sounds of metal clashing, such as clanking and clanging. It should be there. Stripping the stone skin from the source ore, Lu Yuan's heart stirred as he stepped forward. The vision is becoming clearer. Two parties, officially meeting. What came into view was a few demon race cultivators. After taking human form, the racial traits are still evident. One had a head with two horns, one had greenish-blue skin, and one, a thick serpentine tail grew behind it. From this, it could be seen that it wasn't any powerful demon bloodline, and at the moment, those few demonic cultivators, too, saw the visitor clearly. For a moment, all of them froze in place, and even the movement of peeling off the stone skin in their hands stopped. Gollum, the demonic cultivator with the snake tail, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. Looking nervous, after just a brief breath of confrontation, the demonic cultivator with two horns snapped to his feet and shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you? This source mine has already been occupied by us, so I advise you to quickly retreat and not to ask for trouble." When Lu Yuan heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly and he gave him a deep look. It wasn't hard to see that these were all people from the Demon God Palace. It was just that his cultivation level was not high, only the Divine Palace Realm 6, 7 heavens up and down. A small demon of this level, he could exterminate it with his hand right now. However, looking at the change in the other two demons' expressions, it was obvious that they recognized him, but now they were holding back, which was really intriguing. Just passing through. Take it easy. You guys go ahead. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, then without saying a word, he lifted his leg and left, until his form disappeared completely from the mist. It was only then that those few demonic cultivators took a long breath of relief. Big brother, isn't he the sacred body Lu Yuan that the young palace master and the 3 Lord Demon Generals are looking for? Why didn't you step in and kill him just now? The demon cultivator with greenish-blue skin hurriedly came up and said with a murderous air, "Kill, kill, kill, kill your ing head. You really think he's a wasted body? In the Divine City, this person nearly strangled the sea of consciousness of Lord Zingstripe and Bai Luang with the power of his divine sense alone. If it wasn't for the young palace master's timely rescue, the 2 adults would have been afraid that both of them would have folded there. And where would we, the people, have been his opponents?" The Longhorn Demon Cultivator spoke with a palpitating heart. "So, now what?" another asked. After a few moments of contemplation, the Longhorn Demon Cultivator glanced at the 2 of them and said, "You two, stand guard here while I return to the stronghold to report the news." "Good." The 2 demons nodded heavily. With a look of obedience, the words fell. The Longhorn Demon Cultivator sensed his bearings, and with a stomp of his toes, he traveled rapidly towards the mist. Only, what no one realized was that a wisp of chaos chi had long been quietly attached to the surface of his body. Alas, Big Brother acts, or is too cautious. Even though this person has some skills, in the end, he is just showing off his divine sense. As long as our senses are defended in advance, the 3 of us may not be unable to encircle and kill them. This is a great achievement with the young palace master. A chance to soar. I'm not happy to miss it like this. The green-skinned demon cultivator grumbled and opened his mouth as he peeled off the stone skin. Between the words, there was quite a bit of resentment, causing the force to intensify, and the pure sources within the source mines were cracked open by a not-so-small gap. Humph, don't complain. This is the most stable way to do it. Besides, there's a reward of 100,000 pounds of source for providing information, so it's not like we're going home empty-handed. The snake-tailed demon cultivator snorted coldly and rebuked. And just then, not far away, there was another cracking sound. "Who?" The second demon was startled and immediately stood up, shouting coldly. In the next instant, Lu Yuan's figure, stepping out from it, went and returned. At the center of his palm, there were dark and treacherous spirit threads churning, as if he was sensing something. "Going to report it? Moving pretty fast?" Lu Yuan looked at them with a smirk and teased. "You." The 2 of them were shocked at the words. They knew that the matter had been revealed and it was bound to be a big battle, and they immediately prepared for battle. "Just you guys?" Lu Yuan let out a cold smile and gently raised his hand, flexing his fingers to count in succession. Giggle, giggle. 2 chaotic beams of light instantly burst out from his fingertips. The 2 demons' pupils shrunk, and they reacted swiftly. demonic qi filling their bodies in an instant, shielding the important sea of consciousness. But it was all in vain. Those two chaotic beams of light were terrifying to the extreme. All of the demonic qi was shattered and dissipated into nothingness. And then, in a lightning-fast manner, it penetrated the center of the two demons' eyebrows. At the heart of the two demons' eyebrows, blood of different colors flowed out, and with a strong sense of fear and unwillingness remaining on their faces, they collapsed heavily backward. After easily killing two people from the demon god palace, a spatial secret treasure appeared in Lu Yuan's hand and he waved his hand. The unstripped source minerals on the ground all clattered in. After doing everything, Lu Yuan's footsteps did not stop and he went straight towards the direction where the longhorn demon cultivator had left, quickly chasing after him. It didn't take long. That demonic cultivator had then arrived at a stronghold. The heaven and earth essence here was exceptionally dense, and there was a small mountain on the ground that emitted glittering light, which was clearly a medium-sized source mine. There were quite a few demonic cultivators from the demon god palace all gathered around, either with a magic treasure, or with a hardened fleshly body impact. It quickly peeled away the source or skin. As for the most central position, there was a sturdy and tall body lying on its side, with a demonic aura filling the air. Lord Inkbrand! Lord Inkbrand! The longhorn demon cultivator traveled at a rapid pace and shouted, What is it? Inkbrand's eyes opened, and a stern aura erupted. I just ran into sacred body Lu Yuan. The longhorn demon cultivator hurriedly spoke. Where? After hearing this, Inkbrand stood up with a prancing voice and pressed the question aggressively. Over there, about 200 miles. The longhorn demon cultivator reached out and pointed. Yeah. Finally, I've caught it. A desolate ancient wasted body. And you dare to injure me. Let's see where you'll run this time. Emori's face was hideous. A flash of bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes, and he lifted his foot and was about to swipe towards that direction. But the next moment, a slender figure was already slowly stepping out of the mist. He glanced around, his gaze finally settling on Inkbrand, and said with some disappointment, So it's you. Chapter 62, Beheading Inkblot, wiping out the whole army. The words fell. All the demonic cultivators present all stopped their hands and projected their gazes. What? I can't believe he followed me. Lord Inkblot. The longhorn demon cultivator's face changed drastically as he stammered and opened his mouth. Just before he could finish his sentence, he was pushed away by Inkbrand. Ha, something that doesn't know how to die. How dare you come and actively seek death? Could it be that you really think that you are a match for me? Inkbrand let out a loud laugh, his voice so wild that it rumbled one's eardrums. As he stepped forward and closed in, he cast a secret technique to protect his sea of consciousness. The cultivation of the demon race in terms of divine sense was indeed lacking, but once the mind is on the defensive, it will be very difficult for the divine mind to surprise and overcome the enemy. That's exactly what I was going to say. You're just a tiger demon. In my eyes, you're just a cat or a dog. What's that? Lu Yuan stepped on the void and looked down from above, looking down disdainfully. This demon god palace as one of the three great demon generals was quite a bit stronger than the true disciples of the Wanshu Holy Land, with a cultivation level of the fourth heaven of the cave realm. However, ever since he stepped into the cave heaven realm, he was confident that he could push through all the enemies in this realm, and he had no fear at all. Bold, with you dare to disrespect Lord Inkbrand. Kneel down and kowtow quickly, and I'll leave your body intact. Compare the ink pattern to a cat or a dog. Such arrogant words directly enraged the crowd of demon god palace's demonic cultivators. They all stepped forward, glaring angrily, and coldly drinking with murderous anger. Get out! Lu Yuan's eyes were cold, and without saying a word, the five elements' great hand seal intertwined across the sky, five-colored divine light flowing as it slapped down. Boom! The giant hand that covered the sky was terrifyingly powerful and extremely fast, striking heavily head-on. Immediately, there were no less than 5 or 6 demonic cultivators emitting miserable screams. Their demonic bodies split apart on the spot, their heads exploded, and they could not die anymore. Among them, there was even a powerful demonic cultivator of the cave heaven realm who had similarly failed to escape this calamity. You seek death. Inkbrand was startled, and then his face instantly grimaced. From the beginning to the end, he did not see Lu Yuan make a seal. The speed of the spell casting, it was ridiculously fast. After a bellowing cry, the ink pattern wrapped in monstrous demonic chi and attacked towards Lu Yuan. Between his 5 fingers, purple light filled the air, giving birth to cold and stern claw blades that covered and pressed down. This strike was powerful and heavy, as if it was going to pierce through the void, possessing unrivaled killing power. Lu Yuan snorted, not dodging or avoiding, his golden exuberant chi and blood, bursting out, like a coiled pale dragon, draped around the sides of his body. Boom! Lu Yuan took a step and threw a punch. The mountains and rivers trembled, and the terrifying divine power shook the void. It directly deformed the bones of Inkbrand's hand, and it was a bloody mess. Ah! Inkstripe cried out miserably, and his sturdy demonic body instantly flew out backwards, embedding itself in the mountain. The first head-to-head encounter had left him at a huge disadvantage, and it was still on top of the fleshly body realm that demon cultivators were so proud of. It made all the demon god palace cultivators present feel shocked beyond measure. Compete with me in the flesh? You're not in your right mind? Lu Yuan smiled coldly. Return the words on the auction block unchanged. Boom! Inkbrand's body shook, the mountain collapsed, and the chaotic rocks all turned into pieces. His eyes were red, like a beast that chose to devour others, and he was completely frenzied. I'll kill you! Inkbrand's complexion became even more hideous, and after shouting furiously, he cast a demon race secret art. It made his physical strength and physique, which was born several steps higher, and his demonic chi rolled, with a momentum like the Yangtze River. Giggle! A stream of light flashed, and a 10,000% heavy mountain opening blade appeared in Emoru's hand, sweeping vastly towards Lu Yuan. Boom! Boom! The two fought in a short battle. Lu Yuan used the purest strength of his physical body to harden his demonic magic treasure, but he did not lose the slightest bit of ground. Just like a golden god of war, wherever his fists and feet passed, golden light rushed into the sky, erupting into a blinding light that was incomparably compelling. Clank! Clank! After a few rounds, the mountain opening sword had been broken out of multiple gaps by Lu Yuan, and the light of the magic treasure was dimmed. Demon god transformation. The more Mo Ripple fought, the more frightened he became, and without further hesitation, he immediately bellowed, and executed another demon god palace jutsu. A huge demon god's dharma body towered into the clouds, unable to be seen in its entirety at a glance. Endless demonic power converged, blowing away a lot of the mist on the outskirts of the taiu ancient mine, and then it transformed into a terrifyingly large hand that sank down from above the firmament and blasted towards Lu Yuan. Sculpture! Lu Yuan's eyes flashed as he poked out his right hand, and his fingertips instantly became as crystalline as jade, erupting with divine haze and blazing light that enveloped everything. Great heaven intercepting finger! A finger surrounded with brilliant divine splendor was like a great mountain with a potential weight of 10,000 pounds crossing the sky. Terrifyingly incomparable. This was the Meng clan's mastery that he had obtained from Meng Zhao by beheading him, cultivated to the state of great accomplishment. It is claimed that even the sky can be cut off. Now that it had resurfaced in the hands of Lu Yuan of the cave heaven realm, its might was incomparable. Boom! The huge demon god dharma body collapsed in an instant, turning into bits of light and dissipating into the heavens and earth. What? Inkbrand exclaimed, terrified to the core. And just in the nick of time, Lu Yuan's footsteps phantomed, stepping up the line secret. The whole person was like a ghost, instantly disappearing. When Inkbrand reacted, a golden divine fist with radiant holy light was already dramatically enlarged in his pupils. Boom! Bone stubble flew horizontally and blood soared. A bloody fist, running from Inkbrand's forehead to his back, punched out a shockingly huge bloody hole. And even the vibrantly beating heart was shattered into pieces by the violent divine power. Ro's eyes widened in anger. His fear was hard to hide, and he kept spitting out broken pieces of internal organs from his mouth as he stretched out his palm, trying to grab towards Lu Yuan, but before he could raise himself a few inches, he hung down helplessly and died of gas. This can't be. Inkbrand. Lord Inkbrand died in battle? At this moment, all the demon cultivators present were all scared to death. Fearful to the extreme, as if the sky had collapsed. In the demon god palace, the demon general Mo, whose status was second only to the young palace master sky demon, was just killed by a human with 3 punches and 2 kicks? Who'd believe it? No need to rave. I'll send you on your way together. Lu Yuan drew back his fist, his eyes indifferent, and casually threw Mo Yuan's body down high into the air, and then without saying a word, he rushed into the crowd below and attacked ferociously. The crowd of demon god palace's men and women continued to let out miserable screams. With their divine palace realm cultivation, they couldn't resist Lu Yuan at all. Wherever the golden divine fist passed, there would be a human body blowing up, blood mist drifting, like paper mache, being slaughtered one-sidedly, until a dozen breaths had passed. This battlefield, completely calmed down. One of the strongholds of the demon god's palace was completely wiped out. Chapter 63, The Gathering of the Powers. The dust settles and the scene is bloody. Apart from Lu Yuan, there were no more signs of life at the scene. Giggle. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan ingested the storage bags of a group of demonic cultivators, a large source that was in his pocket. But with the previous lesson from last time, dharma treasures and a host of other artifacts were not taken at all. It was impossible to say that any of the magic treasures was sacrificed by a demonic powerhouse that could sense the location and cause trouble for himself. Do everything. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the medium-sized vein in front of him. Those from the demon god palace had almost stripped down a third of the pure source. There were stone skins and fragments all over the place, but they did the work for his disciples. Divine power surged within Lu Yuan's body, and with a wave of his large hand, he fell down blatantly. Boom! The mine cracked in response and was split into several parts. Lu Yuan activated his spatial secret treasure and loaded that one shattered source mine in one piece. The ancient mining tides will not last more than 3 days at most, and time is running out. He didn't have that kind of effort to slowly strip the pure source down. It had to be all packed away. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan departed from this area and continued on his way. The forbidden zone is obscure and misty, a slender figure, quickly weaving through the thick mist. Until after advancing a few hundred miles, Lu Yuan suddenly stopped, realizing that there was a seemingly illusory curtain of forbidden light that blocked his steps. Palace of Illusion. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly for a few moments. He had been in the Lianyun mountain range before, and had come into contact with the people of this Daoist system. A very similar aura was detected on the forbidden light screen. After pondering for a few breaths, Lu Yuan operated the lineage character secret. His feet interlaced with Dao patterns, and he took a step inside. Lineage secret, the supreme secret art of the Eastern Wasteland. It was claimed to break the bonds of time and ignore any formations. It's not just talk, it really does work that wonders. Lu Yuan was in this area, driving long and straight. After traveling for 5 or 6 miles, he finally discovered where the people of the Illusion Palace were. Right now, however, there is more than just this force entrenched here. In addition to the Illusion Palace, there were also people from the Daoi Holy Land, people from the Tianqi Lu family, and quite a few people from the Demon God Palace. So hilarious? Lu Yuan was a bit surprised and took a big step forward without fear. The eyes swept around recklessly. Of these forces, there were people that were familiar faces to him. For example, the young expert of the Illusion Palace who had previously received the saint's inheritance together in that shattered little world, Xiahou Cheng. It was also the only one besides Lu Yuan who had gotten the inheritance and walked out alive. It seemed that the creation Xiahou Cheng had received was not small. His cultivation level rose and he broke through to the cave realm. The other was by Luang from the Demon God Palace, who also appeared here. Beside him, there was a woman of the demon race, standing side by side with him. The status should not be low. Perhaps it was another of the 3 great demon generals of the Demon God Palace. As for the Lu family side, among the 7 or 8 people, only one person Lu Yuan recognized. At his wedding banquet with Gu Qinghuang, he had thrown his weight around and greeted the young guests from several powers for the Lu family. It was clearly one of the sequences of the Lu family. Lu Changcheng. Someone's coming in. In the meantime, the crowd of young powerhouses that had gathered here had all discovered Lu Yuan, the uninvited guest. Who is this man? It's a bit of a talent. It can break through the forbidden spell formation I laid down. A young man with an extraordinary aura from the illusory palace was slightly surprised and looked deeply for a few moments. Senior brother Qin. His sacred body Lu Yuan. Xiahou Qing, who was standing behind him, changed his expression slightly, revealing a few shades of gravity as he stepped forward to remind him. Apparently, before in the Lianyun mountain range, Lu Yuan had beheaded the Mang clan's talented youngster, Meng Zhao. In front of him, in the end, he was able to retreat in one piece again under the eyes of the experts of the 2 major powers. It cast a considerable shadow over him, and was regarded by him as a formidable figure to be closely guarded. Oh, he's the desolate ancient saint body that can cultivate. Essence flows and the cavern sky becomes its own. And it has even come this far. Qin Hanfeng muttered as an aura flashed through his eyes. It's Lu Yuan. I can't believe he found this place. The few young experts of the Lu family were a bit nonplussed, not knowing what they were thinking. On the contrary, it was Lu Changcheng, who looked calm and self-contained, and just swept a glance before withdrawing his gaze. So it's you, dog. The young palace master was looking around for you, but I didn't expect you to come to the door on your own. Truly there is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you barge in. Luang's complexion was first stunned, and then immediately surfaced with an icy murderous look. His body was on one side, and a demonic aura filled his tall and majestic body. Intimidating. This person is the sacred body that the young palace chief is looking for? Doesn't look like much. You and Inkbrand, you're really getting back to life. Disgracing my demon god palace. The woman demon general spat out her scarlet tongue and sneered after. Rolling demonic chi surged in his palm, similarly ready to strike. And just then, a stern divine aura suddenly swept in from not far away. Swish! Bai Luang and the woman demon general each took a step back to avoid the attack. Lu Chongqing, you're going to step in to protect him? Both of them had sunken faces and spoke coldly. After all, he is a member of my Lu family, so I naturally won't stand by and watch. The grudge between you is nothing more than a verbal dispute at the Divine City auction. In this case, I'll have him apologize to your demon god palace and let this matter go. On the side of the heavenly demon, let me do the talking. Lu Chongqing stood with his hands behind his back and spoke faintly, and in his tone, there was an unquestionable dominance. When these words came out, the faces of Bai Luang and the woman demon general both became a little ugly. This Lu Chongqing is not an ordinary person. In the southern region, there were not many people who were able to prey on their sharp edges. A year ago, he had fought with the young palace master, Sky Demon. The great battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end, it was just one move that was lost. The strength was extremely powerful, and it was by no means something that the current them could fight against. If it was really necessary to preserve sacred body Lu Yuan, there really wasn't much that could be done. Bai Luang and the woman demon general gaze uncertain, in the heart of a decision to enter and exit. In the meantime, Lu Chongqing's gaze projected towards Lu Yuan and transmitted his voice in a commanding tone. The family is in a bad situation at the moment and is very short of sources. Since you have embarked on the path of cultivation, you should know how to advance and retreat. Don't erect a strong enemy for the family by virtue. Apologize, and I'll handle the follow-up. Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown at his words. He had been watching from the sidelines earlier with his arms folded, waiting for these two demon generals to come over and send them down to be reunited with Inkbrand. Who knew a stirrer would come out of nowhere? This Lu Chongqing, who was a noble Lu family sequence, had never crossed paths with him on weekdays, and he thinks highly of himself and can't see more than a few people in his eyes. The only reason he stood up for him now was that he was afraid that if the family hierarchy knew about it, they would criticize him for seeing death and saving him. But that's not a good way to hold up your back. Soft or not, hard or not, it is wasteful to look ahead and look back. You might as well mind your own business. Where is the strongest enemy when you know what's coming in and what's going out? Just a few mole crickets. I can destroy them with the flip of my hand. Lu Yuan didn't even bother to transmit his voice and directly shouted in a cold voice, not giving him any face at all. Spinning around the next instant, he stomped heavily, and the cracks in the earth under his feet spread and collapsed inch by inch. The entire person transformed into a golden lightning bolt and attacked straight towards the demon god palace's centaurs. Chapter 64. What? He still dares to take the initiative? At this moment, all the powerful people present were startled. Only the two major demon generals of the demon god palace, with a happy face, exclaimed, "See, it's his own fault for seeking death, so it's not our fault. Kill him." Bai Luang and the woman demon general laughed coldly, all running at a rapid speed, and Lu Yuan charged head-on. These two, both of them were at the 4th heavenly level of the cave realm. Looking at the entire younger generation, it was also the best. Apart from the sequence of the major powers, the holy sons and daughters, basically rare to be able to compare. Now that they were joining forces to attack, the sound was even more amazing. Boom! In an instant, the three of them battled together. The demon race, known for their strong physical bodies, had a natural confidence in whoever they were. Spare the legendary human race's strongest kind of physique in close combat and dare to compete with it. But soon, Bai Luang and the woman demon general sensed something bad. Lu Yuan's chi and blood power was simply too terrifying. It was as if a volcano was erupting and raging, and the fist could shake the mountain, and the force could overturn the sea. The large golden handprints, slapping across the sky, struck their bodies, causing them to tremble violently, and their bones to crackle. Bang! Another large golden handprint was slapped out, blooming with 10,000 lights and drowning everything. It directly shattered one of Bai Luang's secret treasures, exploding on the spot and reducing it to scrap, causing him to cough up blood and fly backwards. Fresh! Bai Luang was shocked and furious, no longer leaving any strength left. After a cry, changed into his body. The huge feathered wings covered the sky and the sun, like green-colored divine gold. shimmering and glittering, powerful and extraordinary. This was the green Luan bird, which was also a powerful bloodline in the demon race community. After becoming a god, the plume is like a divine sword, indestructible, incomparably sharp, and extremely terrifying. Kill! Bai Luang shouted angrily, his body glowing with light as he swooped down. Weedy birdman! Lu Yuan disdained it. The sea of bitterness shook and tumbled, and without applying Zuanjutsu or secret techniques, he rushed close in a single step and raised his fist to slam it down. Clank! The clanging sound of metal colliding rang out, and the void shook violently. Even though Bai Luang had turned into his own body and his power had increased greatly, he still couldn't fight against Lu Yuan in the field of physical body. With this punch alone, many of the wing bones were broken, and his body fell one after another, falling into a critical situation. And just then, the other side of the attack had also killed. The blue sky was clear, and the green splendor was torrential, like 1,000 waves and 10,000 waves, sweeping towards Lu Yuan. Humph! Lu Yuan let out a cold snort as he glanced at the afterglow. In an instant, chaos gas raged in the void, and a green lotus, accompanied by 3 leaves, shook at the side. Boom! The monstrous green aura, like ripples of water, all collapsed, and recoiled. Holy body vision. Chaotic seed green lotus. The woman demon general was so shocked that she couldn't dodge in time and was directly fixed in the void, unable to get out. But her offense failed to work though. But it gave Bilwan the chance to get away. The latter lifted his wings and flapped them to escape, forcibly distancing himself from Lu Yuan. Want to go? Lu Yuan turned back. His eyes flashed with a refined light, and his large millstone-like hand probed ahead, violently pulling hard. Rip! The entire green Luan wing, even the bones and flesh, were all torn down by Lu Yuan, and a large amount of blood rolled down and fell into the sky, just like a bleak rain of blood. Ah! Bai Luang screamed miserably, sensing the terrifying threat of death. The only remaining wing immediately glowed greatly and slashed down horizontally. The demonic power was monstrous and powerful, and it was wrapped in the power of a strange divine Dao law. Lu Yuan's expression was cold, still did not hide or avoid. Met the front. Big hands flowed 5-colored divine light, set off gusts of wind and thunder whistling, shaking the heavens and moving the earth. Boom! Ruthless big hands, pushing everything horizontally, all kinds of attacks, all unstoppable, directly with a destructive momentum, shocked away all, straight pressed on by Luang's head. Bilwan was terrified to the core and struggled desperately, but it didn't get half a response. Lu Yuan's 5 fingers, gripped with force, Bai Luang's head instantly exploded, with red and white things splashing and blood spilling. Bai Luang! The woman demon general shrieked when she saw this scene, completely moved. The other powerhouses present also changed color individually. Cavernous Realm 1 Heavens kill Cavernous Realm 4 Heavens, as if chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Successive exchanges of only 3 or 5 strokes will have killed Bai Luang under the palm. Such a strong battle power was really beyond all of their expectations. Humph! Golden plume divine feather. Nothing more than that. It's still the same dirtbag. Lu Yuan's face was expressionless as he looked at a golden plume that pierced through his right palm and violently pulled it out, tossing it aside like it was trash. This was the one that Bai Luang had spent 80,000 Jin Yuan on at the auction, and it was left by a strong member of the Green Luan clan above the passing god realm. If not, this Bai Luang was afraid that it would be a fool's errand if he wanted to injure his own flesh. In the next instant, Lu Yuan stomped his toes and attacked towards the woman demon general. When the latter saw this, he was immediately startled and sprayed 3 large mouthfuls of essence blood, manifesting his own body and breaking free of the green lotus vision. It was a huge snake demon with a pitch-black body with variegated patterns. The huge snake head shook dramatically and opened its mouth to spit. Black mist rolled out and horrible toxins filled the air, wanting to burn down the void to block Lu Yuan's footsteps. Stupid! Lu Yuan laughed coldly and only walked into the poisonous fog, quickly moving forward. The desolate ancient holy body, which restrains visions and prevents all evils from being invaded. District snake venom is like child's play in front of him. Lu Yuan operated at extreme speed, killing close to him in one step and raising his fist to blast. Boom! The huge snake's head exploded on the spot. The last remaining demon general of the demon god palace also died. At this moment, the crowd of demon god palace centaurs below all panicked beyond measure, scrambling to escape first. The 2 demon general lords were easily killed by this man. Who could resist? Only before those people could run a few feet away. A pitch-black mountain with a flash of ebony ons fixed all the people of the demon god palace before crashing down. The earth trembled as the terrifying force slammed down heavily. Blood of various colors gurgled out from underneath the Yuan magnetic prison town peak, converging into a small stream. The scene was bloody and incomparable. At this point, another group of demon god palace centaurs was completely wiped out. After doing everything, Lu Yuan turned back and walked to a deep pit as if nothing had happened, raised his head and swept a glance at the crowd, and faintly said, "Whatever you guys were assigned before, I'll take half of the taiu lifestones here. Who has a problem with that?" Chapter 65 Deterrence. Arrogant words, like muffled thunder, exploded in the ears of the crowd. "What? He wants half? How dare you ask for a lion's share?" The Illusion Palace, the young powerhouses of the Dao One Holy Land, exploded with indignation. The group of people from the Tianqi Lu family also looked at them angrily. Lu family sequence. Lu Chongqing, at this moment, his face, was even harder to see. His earlier move was meant to reconcile the conflict between the Demon God Palace and Lu Yuan. Who would have thought that in just less than a year's time, the latter had already grown to such heights? Not only did he disobey himself, but he also killed the people of the Demon God Palace. Cleanly, the two major demon generals died on the spot. Now that's a deadly feud. With the character of the heavenly demon, it would definitely not stop. And right now, it's going to take away half the number of taiu lifestones here. It was a slap in his face. Killing two major demon generals of the Demon God Palace in a row is indeed a bit of strength. But even so, isn't it a bit too arrogant for your excellency to open your mouth and ask to seize half of the taiu lifestone? Do you regard me as nothing? A disembodied mocking voice came from the crowd of the Daoi Holy Land. If you want to talk, stand up and talk. Hide and seek. Rat bastard. Lu Yuan's divine sense was so powerful. Even though he was suppressed by the environment of the Taichu ancient mine, he was still above the cultivators of the same realm, and with a sweep of his eyes, he sought out the source of the sound. Giggle! A golden heavenly blade condensed with a powerful divine idea suddenly sprang out of his eyes, wrapped in an overpowering and incomparable imperial Dao dragon chi, and swept away. Bang! A young man in the Daoi Holy Lands team screamed miserably, his face instantly paling down as blood dripped from his brow. "You still dare to show off?" he exclaimed in fear, and just when he was about to say something else, he met an icy gaze head-on, frightening him into swallowing his words. "Again! Raw! Ha! A desolate ancient sacred body that can be cultivated. What a great honor, to be so arrogant just after crossing into the cave heaven realm. If you were to become a god, what would happen? Anyone who dares to injure my Dao One Holy Land will not die well." At this moment, a young powerhouse from the Daoi Holy Land stood out and went toe-to-toe. He looked like a youth in his 20s, with sword brows and starry eyes, and an imposing aura that vaguely exuded a terrifying aura all over his body. It was clearly a cultivation level of the fifth sky of the cave realm. At such a realm, it was definitely one of the greatest figures in the Holy Land. "You're the Dao One Saint's son?" Lu Yuan slanted his eyes and glanced at him. Second true biography. Zhuo Changfeng, the visitor introduced himself, and in his tone, there were a few hints of arrogance. "Never even heard of it." Lu Yuan did not give the slightest bit of face. Golden blood chi, flowing body surface, raised his hand and struck a blazing fist light. Boom! Zhuo Changfeng's face changed, and a blinding light abruptly bloomed between his 10 fingers, condensing into a light screen that resisted his chest. After a breath of stalemate, it couldn't be resisted after all. The power of the fist was too fierce, destroying the world, and the divine energy was vast. The light curtain collapsed inch by inch, and Zhuo Changfeng thumped backward several steps away. "You!" Zhuo Changfeng's face was grim and murderous. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. "Again! Who has an opinion? Stand up and talk, as many as you want." Lu Yuan's cold eyes patrolled the 8 directions, and his words were resounding and strong to the extreme. He had already stepped into the cave heaven realm, carrying 2 of the most powerful physiques, and practicing the Emperor's scripture heart technique, 2 of the supreme 9 secrets, truly possessing that invincible self-confidence that could stand proudly against the masters of his generation. Damn! This saint body is just too arrogant, makes you want to slaughter him. Many people in the Illusory Palace's team hated each other's guts, but they only dared to curse in their hearts for fear of following in the footsteps of the man just now. The battle record of dry crushing the 2 major demon generals of the Demon God Palace in 3 to 5 moves was there. Desolate ancient sacred body, a legend of invincibility in the same realm. It wasn't just words. There was indeed that kind of terrifying battle power that could not be defeated by a non-extremist heavenly pride. At the same time, a number of gazes have toward the foremost silhouette, projected, inquiring meaning, very obvious. "Xiahou Qing, do you think He has the guts to kill all of us? The leader of the Illusion Palace, the man known as Senior Brother Qin. At this moment, his face was uncertain, and for a moment, he was deterred by Lu Yuan's powerful aura, and was in a dilemma, so he quietly transmitted his voice to the side. Xiahou Chang was silent for a split second, recalling what had happened within the Lianyun mountain range, and solemnly responded, "He really dares." When Senior Brother Qin heard this, his thoughts became even more hesitant and silent. Lu Chongqing, the people of your Lu family, so majestic, seem to not have put you, the sequence, in their eyes at all. Shouldn't you say something in this situation? Zhuo Changfeng's face was as gloomy as water. A photo. Ate a small loss. The heart naturally cannot swallow this bad breath. He looked at the Lu family team on the side and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. There's no need to get into a war of words between the same clan over a few pieces of taichou lifestones. I am naturally indifferent if you all agree. There's no need to pick a fight. Lu Changqing's state of mind recovered, still with the same bland look of not being shocked by the collapse of the sky, and calmly opened his mouth. When these words came out, the group of young Lu family experts behind them all looked stunned, though unintelligible, but no one dared to refute it. Lu Changqing was, after all, a family sequence with an amazing status that carried such weight. When Zhuo Changfeng saw that his mind was seen through, his face became even more ugly. The Illusion Palace was being ridden on its neck, and the goons couldn't even let out a single fart. It wasn't like Lu Chongqing was going to make a move on his own. He was afraid that he would not be able to accomplish anything. Even if they could win, they would most likely be seriously injured. By that time, these two families will really be mute if they jump out to fight for it again. Thinking of this, Zhuo Changfeng's eyes couldn't stop flickering, and he finally forced this breath to be swallowed without further words. Poof! Lu Yuan grunted in his heart, rather contemptuous. The fact that these three major forces, after such a long stalemate here, had yet to finish dividing up the taichou lifestones in the pit was enough to see. All of them are forward-looking and fearful, and are not to be feared. With that, Lu Yuan didn't hesitate and probed out a large golden hand, grabbing it towards the pit. 16 pieces of taichou lifestones were directly rolled away, 8 of them, and then with a bang, the Yuan magnetic prison suppressing peak vanished into thin air and flew back into his palm, rolling up the storage bags of the two major demon generals, in full view of the public. He left. Chapter 66, Meeting a Fellow Scholar on the Road. The Taichou Destiny Stone, a special product of the Taichou ancient mine, could not be found elsewhere. It was said that it was tainted with the ancient intent of the Taichou above it, which could fight against the erosion of the ages, and was extremely valuable for beings above the divine realm, as it had unspeakable benefits. This crooked, coincidental collision resulted in an 8-piece haul. Moreover, he had also decimated the 3 major demon generals of the Demon God Palace. All of them. It was a pleasant surprise. Subsequently, Lu Yuan also did not continue to stay here for a long time, and with the wind beneath his feet, he traveled towards the depths of the Taichou ancient mine. One day after another, Lu Yuan walked and stopped, traveling forward for an unknown number of miles. On the way, one could occasionally bump into some other forces. For example, the Tsong Lan Holy Land, the Taichou Holy Land, and the disciples of other great sects and Taoist traditions and so on. However, none of those people's cultivation levels were high, with most of them in the Divine Palace realm. The ones that occupied them were also small source mines that could at best strip out a few tens of thousands of pounds of source. Lu Yuan couldn't look at it and skimmed right over it without any fight. Right now, there was a loud boom. The Yuan magnetic prison suppressor peak glowed and crashed down from the sky, crushing a small source mine below, into pieces. A dense heaven and earth essence filled the air. Lu Yuan did as he had done with the chaos method, opening his mouth and swallowing it into the sea of bitterness, quickly refining it. If a regular person cultivated with the source, he or she would not meditate and slowly absorb it, which was as concise as Lu Yuan, directly overbearingly melting. As soon as he walked through, surging heaven and earth essence entered his body, enhancing his strength with incomparable convenience. If it were not for the fact that the tides of ancient mines lasted for a limited period of time, this place was definitely a treasure trove of cultivation that Lu Yuan could ask for and receive. And just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, up ahead, there was a sudden commotion. A man and a woman, rushing out of the thick mist, fighting fiercely, their divine light brimming. All sorts of subtle techniques were coming out, with great killing power and strength. However, the woman who was fighting with someone, her long skirt was bloodstained and torn in many places, revealing her fair skin, and she had obviously fallen into a disadvantage. Is this the only level of a true legend of the 10,000 primordial sacred land? You don't even know the Tai Sun method. How disappointing. The Shen-robed man's face was cold as he spoke with contempt. Berserker. Die. The woman drank in a clear and cold manner, and the 3-foot green blade in her hand, with its murderous aura, swiftly swept out thousands of piercing swordlights. Sculpture. Great heaven intercepting finger. The Shen-robed man's body moved and leapt up. His fingertips were as crystalline as jade, dazzling with infinite divine radiance. And a finger pressed down. Boom! A terrifying energy storm raged, drowning everything. The thousands of swordlights, instantly dimmed, then burst into pieces, turning into points of divine splendor that dissipated into the heavens and earth. At the same time, the terrifying impact force even shook the long-skirted woman to the point that she flew backwards, crimson blood spilling out from the corners of her mouth. Her pretty face was grave and she looked angrily ahead, a few scornful colors emerging vaguely. The Mang clan's untransmitted mastery, the great heaven-cutting finger, was said to have been created by a great saint. I didn't realize it possessed such power. It's true to its name. And just then, the two of them finally sensed this place, and the presence of another person, and immediately cast their gazes away. It's you! The long-skirted woman exclaimed, recognizing Lu Yuan in an instant. The other Shen-robed man also had his eyes condensed, and then a few smiles suddenly appeared on his cold face. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there would be a windfall. You wasted body. You're quite good at hiding. Hiding here. Lu Yuan glanced at him expressionlessly. Although he didn't recognize this person, he knew that it was someone from the Meng family. That great heaven-cutting finger just now said it all. As for the long-skirted woman, she was also someone he was familiar with. It was clearly one of the true disciples who had once competed with Gu Qinghuang for the position of Holy Maiden. Lu Hong, do you need help? Lu Yuan looked at Lu Hong and raised an eyebrow. Lu Hong's pretty face was instantly delighted when she heard this. She had heard a little about the deeds of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce in Divine City. Knowing that the holy body is not what it used to be, it seems to have some strength. Many thanks to senior brother Lu for his righteous assistance. You only need to help me block him for half an incense stick of time. Lu Hong looked solemn and quietly transmitted her voice. After Lu Yuan heard this, he gently nodded his head without saying anything more, and with a flash of his body, he had already appeared on the opposite side of the Shen-robed man. Lu Hong, on the other hand, took the opportunity to take out a precious elixir and quickly swallowed it, recovering from her injuries. Humph. Help. Just you? A mere cultivation of the first heavenly realm of the cave realm, and you dare to be my enemy. But that's good. It saves you from having to hide like a rat. That guy Meng Yao said that this head of yours is worth 300,000 pounds of source, so I'll take it with a grain of salt. The Shen-robed man hummed and spoke disdainfully. Finished with your last words? Lu Yuan held his arms and looked away, his gaze indifferent, looking at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Seek death. The Shen-robed man was furious, and his body shook as he charged over with lightning speed. Between the lines, the residual shadows were heavy and the lightning intertwined, as if they were shuttling through the void at a rapid speed. It was clearly a body arcane technique of not bad grade, and before he could charge to half the distance, Lu Yuan instantly operated the Xingzi secret, his feet interlacing with the Dao patterns, and he arrived close to him in a single step. The speed was just too fast, as if it had crossed time and distance, so that it was too late to react. What? The Shen-robed man was shocked, and just as he was about to cast a spell, a fist draped in radiant holy light grew larger and larger in his eyes. Boom! Terrifying power, surging and erupting, like there was a lofty mountain, crashing head-on, directly smashing the Shen-robed man's figure, from high in the sky, into the ground, smashing out a huge deep pit. What kind of speed is this? The Shen-robed man coughed up blood in a large mouth, and a look of unbelievable fear was written all over his face. With a flourish of his aura, he shook away the chaotic rocks piled on top of him and rushed out from the ground. Without a moment's pause, he summoned his magic treasure and infused it with divine power, as the infinite killing machine pierced towards Lu Yuan. Boom! Boom! Lu Yuan's figure, prancing from side to side, his pace like a dream, had been mixed with a mysterious Daoist rhythm that was hard to conceal, and he traveled through the roiling killing light with ease. Finally God swooped down and bullied his way to the kill. Great heaven interceptor. The Shen-robed man was already on guard and violently bellowed. Only before he could shout out that fourth word, a large millstone-like hand had already probed at him like lightning. With one hand, he grabbed the fingers of the Shen-robed man and broke them with force. Crunch! Ah! The Shen-robed man let out a miserable scream. and the finger bones of his left hand were clenched into bone powder, mixing with the blood. I'm more familiar with this technique than you are. Classy, Lu Yuan sneered disdainfully, unwilling to tangle with him anymore. A strand of treacherous chaotic qi, following his left hand, quietly disappeared into the body of the Xian-robed man, domineeringly destroying all his vitality. Bang! The body of the Xian-robed man fell straight backward, completely out of breath. This battle, before and after, added together, totaled no more than 3 breaths of time. What? This? How is this possible? Lu Hong, who was on the side, had her eyes wide open and froze in place for a while. Let him hold on for half an incense stick. In less than 3 breaths, you've been killed? You know, the elixir she just swallowed. The medicinal power has not yet melted away. Chapter 67, Chaotic Battlefield. Lu Yuan arrives. The scene before us. For a time, Willow Rainbow felt incredibly dreamy. Thinking back to the Holy Land competition a few months ago, Lu Yuan was still just a nameless disciple of the Inner Soul sect. How long has it been? The battle power had surprisingly surpassed his own. Such a terrifying cultivation speed. Looking at the 5 domains of the world, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find a few people who could match it. It was too astonishing. Other side. After dryly resolving the Xian-robed man, Lu Yuan turned his head to look at him and asked, "He's from the Mang clan, right? Why are you being hunted?" It was only when Lu Hong heard the voice that she slowed down and hurriedly responded, "Your Highness, Holy Maiden, Your Highness, Holy Son, a large source mine has been found in the depths of the ancient mine. It contains divine source crystals inside, and its value starts at over £1 million of source, but news has leaked out, and now it's not just the Meng family, people from the Demon God Palace, and people from several great holy lands are all fighting over there, fighting in a very chaotic manner. This person has blocked and chased me all the way to this point, a large source mine that contains divine origin." Lu Yuan's eyes couldn't help but stare as he heard this. Divine origin was the purest, most original essence of heaven and earth. In addition to aiding in cultivation, it was extremely valuable as it could also seal powerful lifeforms from passing on vitality. 1 pound of divine source could be worth 50,000 pounds of pure source. It was enough to see that the preciousness of that large source mine had attracted young powerhouses from all walks of life, who had gone to fight for it. "How is your injury? Can you lead the way?" Without thinking too much, Lu Yuan eagerly asked. Because it was about Gu Qingwang's safety. "It's not a problem. I can recover as I go." Lu Hong nodded, her gaze firm. "Yes." As the words fell, the 2 figures, each rose up into the air and swept towards the depths of the Taichu ancient mine. The majestic great mountains are joined together in a single piece. The most central one, glittering and emitting precious light, was in the form of an arching moon. Such a terrain was rare and peculiar in the outskirts of the Taichu ancient mine. Right now, the surrounding void was divided into dozens of battlefields. The shouts and killings here shook the sky, and the void shook violently, almost wanting to collapse from the fight. Infinite secret techniques surfaced, one after another. Divine light and magic treasures intertwined, and waves of energy were everywhere, chaotic and incomparable. Boom! Shocking sounds rang out. The Daoist Holy Sun, his entire body bloomed with radiant holy light, light that was all over the place and misty, setting him off as if he were a divine king on the threshold of the world. He reached out and probed the sky, enveloping half of the firmament, and in the end, he actually transformed into a mysterious Tao diagram that shrouded down and suppressed the 8 directions. On the other side, in the Meng family sequence, Meng Yao attacked with a cold smile, and thunder flashed between his palm and fingers, interweaving into a vast sea of thunder, containing extremely violent and destructive power that poured down. These 2, both of them, were among the most powerful few in the younger generation. Once he struck out, his might was terrifying and unimaginable. Giggle. Yin Tiandu remained calm and collected under the duo's siege. His left hand acted out the taiyin and his right hand transformed into the sun, alternating black and white energies, abruptly blossoming into infinite killing machines that swept through everything. Boom! A deafening roar came out, and energy ripples spread like water waves, causing everything around them to become blurred. Daoist Sage Sun, Meng Yao, thumped back a few steps, each revealing a different color. The Taiyin Sun Law of the 10,000 primordial sacred ground lives up to its name. It's almost certain that these are 2 volumes of the most powerful ancient scriptures. The Daoist Sage Sun's face was grave as if he was facing a great enemy. "It's just a bit of a doorway." Meng Yao snorted and laughed, his bloodthirsty gaze looking ahead as he said, "Yin Tiandu, in the 10,000 primordial sacred ground, you're the only one who still counts, but with you alone, You want to eat the entire mine. Aren't you lifting yourself up too much? Success or failure? We won't know until we've fought. If you have the ability, come and take it. Yin Tiandu's face was expressionless as he spoke coldly. Humph. Seeking your own death. Mang Yao grunted, and without saying a word, he once again leapt forward to kill. The Daoist saint's son similarly struck out, his mana surging as he imperiously moved an incredibly powerful psychic magic treasure and blasted over. With millions of pounds of source ore in front of them, no one could be unmoved. If it was brought back to the sect, it would definitely be a great achievement with boundless rewards. Other side, the Daoist holy maiden, the taiu holy son, the heavenly demon, and the second of the top 10 young experts of the illusion palace, Gu Qinghuang and the others, all battled together, fighting to the death. It's a big mix-up. All people, except your own forces, are enemies. It's all about who can hold out until the end. As for the various battlefields in the periphery, the people at war were not weak either. The ones that were close to the mine started out at that level of true disciples of the major powers. A clear line of cave heaven realm cultivators, monstrous mana surging, countless divine awns across the sky, as if they were going to illuminate the entire outskirts of the ancient mine, dispelling the mist and turning it into day. Boom! The Daoist holy maiden covered her face with a white veil. Her body was exquisite, and with a flick of her veiled hand, the holy light was monstrous, sweeping through the sky and the earth, attacking indiscriminately. The saint's son of the beginning, his cheekbones glowing, rushed out countless arcane Dao patterns, forming a horrifying killing formation, 10,000 swords roaring, clanging, and a murderous aura rushing into the sky. The two top powerhouses of the illusory destruction palace similarly activated their sex mastery, their bodies transforming into thousands, their illusions intertwining, making it difficult to distinguish between illusion and falsehood. The heavenly demon's expression was cold. Purple intent flowed from his tall body. His demonic aura was astonishing, and when he smashed his fist, the mountains shook and the ground shook, and all attacks were eclipsed, manifesting the terrifying physical strength of the heavenly demon body. Gu Qinghuang's back was against the mines, and the attacks she suffered would be a bit more, but coping with it, it still seemed to be a breeze. Her pretty face was calm, divine life phantomed in her beautiful eyes, and with a clap of her jade hand, the power of taiu surged, like a monstrous river running through the ancient and modern worlds crossing over, with a shocking coldness. Ever since obtaining the taiu divine essence gifted by Lu Yuan, her attainments in the way of the taiu grew deeper and deeper, and that took an ancient scripture and cultivated it to an extremely profound level. Sparing the top figures among the younger generation, they all did not dare to be careless in the slightest and were incredibly scared. After all, with a near Dao physique like the innate Dao fetus augmenting it, no Dao could be treated with equanimity, enough to turn decay into magic, to merge with the void, innately invincible, extremely difficult to deal with. And just as the battle was being fought around the mine, the figures of Lu Yuan and Lu Hong also appeared in the neighborhood. Such a violent energy fluctuation, which filled the front, was too obvious. At this moment, there was finally no need to let Lu Hong lead the way. I'll go first. As the words fell, Lu Yuan operated the Xingzi secret, catalyzing his extreme speed, and transformed into a brilliant golden light. He rushed over. That terrifying speed, which Lu Hong had seen with her own eyes, wasn't as shocking, but it's a very different story when witnessed by someone else. It looks like something's coming? In the middle of the battlefield, there were exclamations of shock, only to see a golden light raged, rushing into the battlefield with lightning speed, like a real dragon that had taken off its reins. It rushed across, and the young powerhouses of the major forces flew in a flurry. Some people were knocked into the sky, some people were smashed into the ground with a punch, and even hardened magic treasures of uncommon quality were shattered quite a bit. Hard and fast, he killed a path to heaven on the chaotic battlefield. It caused countless people present to be shocked and moved. Chapter 68. Let him come. What is this man? What kind of speed is that? Many of the young experts who had been knocked off their feet struggled to stand up, their gazes dull, their faces unable to hide that shocked look. I recognize him. He's sacred body Lu Yuan. From nowhere, a sudden shriek came out, completely revealing the identity of the visitor. The moment these words came out, even the center battlefield was silenced. Gu Qinghuang waved her hand to isolate the attack in front of her, and when she looked back, a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face, and at that moment, that brilliant golden light had already arrived in front of her. Is everything alright? Lu Yuan looked up and down, his expression slightly slowed down, and he asked softly, It's fine. Gu Qinghuang guffawed. kind of. You wasted body, how dare you appear before me? But it's just as well. It saves me from having to send someone to find you again. This is where you will be buried. The tall body of the heavenly demon took a step forward. His eyes were compelling, exuding a demonic power that sent chills down one's spine. Send for me? Oh, you're afraid you have no one to send now. The so-called 3 major demon generals of the demon god palace. I've already sent them on their way. Hold your horses. It's your turn. Lu Yuan glanced at him and said with a cold smile, "What did you say?" The heavenly demon was shocked at his words, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Logically, Inkbrand, by Wang and the others, should have received the news long ago, and should come here for support, but he had fought alone for so long without seeing a single person. Could it really be as he said it was? The heavenly demon guessed at such a possibility, and his eyes suddenly became even colder, his killing intent unrivaled. Even the Daoist holy maiden, the taiu holy son, and the 2 top experts from the illusion palace at the side all had their eyes glazed over. The 3 demon generals, all killed? Really? If that was the case, then the demon god palace had, this time, lost too much. And just as the crowd fell into a moment of hesitation, not far away, a stern voice suddenly came. Lu Yuan, kill my brother, take a life and give it back. Meng Yao's eyes were bloodshot, and when he saw his enemy, he instantly fell into a state of insanity, and his entire body seemed to go crazy as he pounced over from the other side. However, Yin Tiandu had long been aware of the feud between them. The moment he saw Lu Yuan arrive, he was on the defensive. Meng Yao, your opponent is me. Yin Tiandu gulped softly and his eyebrows glowed, with his left hand Taiyin and his right hand Sun, interweaving terrifyingly incomparable chaos chi. His large hand blasted out, blocking Meng Yao's path forward. Roll! Meng Yao's eyes were violent, and a vast amount of divine power surged out wildly from within his body as he pressed down furiously with a great heaven-cutting finger. Boom! This void shook violently. The great heaven intercepting finger, which was claimed to be able to intercept even the heavens, failed to intercept the chaotic river displayed by Yin Tiandu, and still blocked his footsteps, unable to advance by half a step. Tai Yin and Sun into chaos. Yin Tiandu has cultivated that half-volume of chaotic ancient scriptures from the 10,000 primordial sacred land. The crowd of top powerhouses of the younger generation changed color. The chaos law, which could be called the origin of all things and the end of all laws, was extremely difficult to begin. Rarely did the 10,000 primordial sacred land master half a volume of ancient scriptures. Since the establishment of the religion, not even a few people have been able to practice successfully. I didn't expect that Yin Tiandu would do it. Truly a heavenly talent. A terrifying figure that had to be faced squarely. What about the chaos law? Are you seriously trying to block me? Meng Yao was cold and had an amazing killing aura. The Eucharist killed his own brother. All parents mourn and all elders weep. If he didn't take this revenge, he would be a Meng family sequence in vain. You have the cultivation of the 7th heaven of the cave realm, while Master Lu's cultivation time is still short, and he can barely enter the cave realm, using power to oppress others. I naturally won't stand idly by. Yin Tiandu's face was calm as he spoke faintly. Fine, then I'll kill you first. After hearing this, Meng Yao knew that wanting to cross the barrier of Yin Tiandu to kill the sacred body had become impossible. There could only be a chance to slaughter the Swanshu Saint's son first. You can come and try. Yin Tiandu was very calm and responded strongly, with the invincible qualifications of the young generation's most powerful person. As the words fell, the atmosphere froze, and a terrifying aura gradually rose up. It made the distant mountains and rocks start cracking by inches and ancient trees explode. Many were horrified, seeing that this was the top few of the younger generation. It was time to get real. It was a duel between the future kings of the eastern wasteland. Just the aura alone could make an idle cave realm cultivator feel palpitations. On the other side, the Daoist sage Sun, his face was similarly grave, ready to respond to the outbreak of a great battle. And just when the crowd was all tense, a light word suddenly came out from the other side of the mine. No harm done. Signorine, let him come. Lu Yuan stepped on the void, his sleeves spreading, not seeing the slightest bit of fear on his face. Instead, he hooked his palm to Meng Yao. The holy body is so crazy? The heavenly demon wants to kill him, and so does Meng Yao. Still want to fight 1 against 2? Many of the people present moved, secretly saying that this was another madman. You can do it? Don't be a hero. Meng Yao and the heavenly demon are not idle. Yin Tiandu frowned and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Lu Yuan looked at him and paid him a smile, still nodding his head firmly. Yin Tiandu's gaze flickered incessantly, And in the end, he sighed softly and still dispersed the chaotic river. It was because he knew that the truly strong ones had been honed and transformed through blood and fire. Since he has such confidence, let's give him a chance to let go. Ha ha ha. Interesting. So much fun. Though I don't know where you got the confidence to be able to rival me. But trust that I'll find the answer when I've cracked every bone in your body. Without the chaotic river in his way, Manhwa laughed maniacally 3 times, stepped heavily, and swept toward Lu Yuan with a monstrous and terrifying might. A wasted body is not false, and arrogance is truly arrogant. Seeing this, the heavenly demon on the side couldn't help but raise a sneer arc on his face. Can you cope? Gu Qinghuang transmitted her voice, slightly worried. No problem, take care of yourself. Lu Yuan replied back, and then without saying a word, he flew high into the air. With a lift of his right hand, he struck out a great heavenly interceptor finger towards Manhwa, who was swooping in, with full provocative intent. And then with a slap of his left hand on his waist storage bag, he flung out 3 bloody demonic beast heads towards the sky demon. Inkbrand, by Wang, Snake Mei. You, the heavenly demon was furious. Manhwa's fist shattered the great intercepting heavenly finger attack in front of him, and in an instant he thought that he had gotten it from Meng Zhao, and his eyes turned even redder as he shouted, "Ah, I'm going to kill you, come on." The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth hooked up into a smile as he stepped on the lineage secret and turned into a golden light, rushing towards the middle of the connected mountains. Behind them, there were 2 furious figures, frantically chasing after them. Chapter 69, 1 against 2. A fierce battle. 3 figures, forested in the void, divided another side of the battlefield. The terrifying killing opportunity almost condensed into substance, and the mountains trembled in shock. Lu Yuan stood long and calmly. This was the first time he had fought the top of the younger generation of the Eastern Wasteland. Both of them were at the 7th Heavenly Cave Realm cultivation level, far superior to him. No fear though, only excitement and belligerence. Golden blood chi flowed over his body, his bones were clanking, and a shocking battle intent emanated from his body. Kill. No unnecessary bull ********. The heavenly demon and Manhwa, who had long since been unable to hold back the killing intent in their hearts, each transformed into a stream of light and instantly killed over. Bang! Initial exchanges of hands and physical confrontations erupted in the void with deafeningly loud sounds. Lu Yuan was surrounded by Emperor Dao Dragon Qi. His qi and blood erupted, and his millstone-like golden hand slapped across the sky, rumbling continuously. His offensive force was severe to the extreme. The celestial demon's eyes were glittering. His demonic aura was majestic, and he was not the least bit afraid of the desolate ancient sacred body's physical strength. Fighting with it in close quarters, clashing fists to flesh, it was Manhwa, on the contrary, who was unable to match the duo in this area. Between a few rounds, he was shaken back, and his arms were sore and swollen, as if a few moves had struck the immortal gold and divine iron. Boom! Boom! The heavenly demon and Lu Yuan, their fists and kicks fell like a blizzard, fighting madly. Each collision could strike the void and shake it violently, almost collapsing. That kind of power, unimaginable. Clank! A thick sword entwined with purple thunder swept over from the side, so loud that it was boundless, to drown everything. It was a great killing art, an indiscriminate attack. As a sequence of the ancient family, Manhwa naturally wouldn't have much fear of the heavenly demon and wanted to pit the 2 of them against each other. The 2 sensed the incoming thunderous sword awnings, and their respective eyes flashed as they briefly separated. Giggle! Lu Yuan's brow blazed with a magnificent Dao sound flowing through his heart, and a glowing ancient character of the great Dao suddenly rushed out, transforming into a golden ocean that traversed the area. The heavenly demon, on the other hand, took a step backwards, and with a flash of purple aura in his eyes, he opened his mouth and spat out a piece of innate essence chi, which spewed out wildly. Boom! Purple thunder, golden oceans, and innate essence with purple intent, flooded this side of the void, completely, piercingly incomparable. Lu Yuan catalyzed the Xingzi secret and was the first to rush out from the massive light. His speed was extremely fast. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist with divine light, and toward Manhwa's head, he blasted down with a single punch. Boom! Manhwa's face changed, shocked at such speed. However, he was also a person who had been through 100 battles, and in an instant, he summoned a defense-type psychic magic treasure to resist in front of his body. Clank! A terrifyingly huge force, destroying everything, like a comet, smashed down heavily. Even with the resistance of the psychic magic treasure, Manhwa's figure still plummeted, and his entire body was like a cannonball as it crashed into the top of the mountain. smashing a number of boulders before it managed to come to a halt. Cough. Mang Yao's internal organs shook and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. But the next instant, before he could catch his breath for more than a moment, a pitch-black mountain peak emitting flickering black light instantly enlarged in the void, with a momentum like 10 million pounds, covering the sky and the sun, and heavily pressing down. Boom! The Yuan magnetic prison suppressing peak smashed down, the mountains and rocks exploded, the ground shook, and the sky shook, drowning Mang Yao's figure. Lu Yuan gained momentum and followed closely again. Bang! 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 Stomped on the prison suppression peak 3 times in a row, his moves containing a terrifyingly huge force, hardening and flattening a lofty mountain. A figure embedded in the mountain was directly pressed into the earth, smashing out a deep pit, alive or dead. Clank! At this time, the heavenly demon also rushed out from the light mass. As fast as lightning, 5 fingers bent into a claw, blooming out 5 severe green light, forcefully splitting heaven and earth. Snort! Blood splatters flew up, and several shocking blood marks appeared on Lu Yuan's chest. But his body didn't retreat. He just turned back, not wanting to not think. Without saying a word, he swung his right fist and blasted towards the sky demon's head. Bang! The heavenly demon suffered a heavy blow and fell back tens of feet away. However, he was a heavenly demon body, which was claimed to be the most powerful physical body among the demon race. This injury was not enough to make him bind his hands. Kill! I will bathe in holy blood to become a king. The heavenly demon went berserk and roared out with an astonishing aura as his entire body pounced over once again. The two of them fought short-handedly, their fists and feet clashing, fighting from the sky to the ground, from the void into the mountains. Wherever it passed, the mountains, rocks, grass and trees all crumbled, a scene of devastation. Buzz! The heavenly demon's eyes were intimidating, and purple intent flowed from his brow, instantly rushing out a single demonic ancient character that was stroked with dragons and snakes. And the same magnificent Tao sound resounded through the heavens and earth. This was a demonic text, and it was also a supreme ancient scripture left behind by a demonic great emperor who had once become a Taoist, with a killing aura that was incomparably terrifying. Lu Yuan did not dare to be careless. The divine palace glowed, the golden lake of the sea of consciousness boiled, and the dragon chi of the imperial Tao entwined. And with the divine idea, it was condensed into a golden heavenly blade that swept away. Clank! Clank! The void clanked, and the violent energy fluctuations, like water waves, splashed ripples and spread outwards. At the same time, only a rumbling sound was heard, and the incomparably heavy Yuan magnetic prison suppressing peak was directly lifted off the ground. Mang Yao, who had been suppressed for a moment, broke free from it. He was filled with berserk thunder power. His face was icy cold, and he was murderous. Being suppressed by a psychic magic treasure was not even a problem. But also being heavily stepped on by a foot several times was a strange shame. In the next instant, Mang Yao reached out and waved his hand, and a spear condensed with the power of thunder suddenly appeared in his hand. Purple furious arcs of electricity twined and hissed, emitting a frighteningly terrifying aura. This was also a powerful secret art that was not comparable to a simple spiritual power transformation. That's something, but that's as far as it goes. Mang Yao took one step, and the earth cracked under his feet, instantly transforming into a sea of thunder pools and electricity, like a god of thunder in the world, holding a hunting spear as he leapt forward to kill. Kill! On the other side, the heavenly demon was also unwilling to show any weakness, emitting an oceanic and majestic blood chi, with a frighteningly ferocious aura, and once again charging towards Lu Yuan. Big talk, watch me waste you. Lu Yuan's black hair fluttered about and his eyes were compelling as he stepped into the void with a single step. His hands paddling in an extremely subtle gesture that seemed to be the starting stance of a gaijin's secret art. Finally, he overlapped his hands and this heaven and earth shook violently. A large black mountain actually fell down from above the firmament. Above the mountain, ancient trees and wolves, silver waterfalls and horses, great rivers, birds and beasts running, incomparably real, like there is really a mountain, falling down from outside the domain. The momentum is boundless and terrifying. What is this? Even the heavenly demon, Mang Yao's generation, was startled by this scene, and a look of fear surfaced in their eyes. Chapter 70 Do Shang Fa, Taboo Domain Battle Power. Everyone knows that a mountain cannot fall from the sky. It must have been evolved by a secret technique, but it's so real it's unbelievable. Boom! The black pressurized great mountain crossed the sky, towards the heavenly demon and Mang Yao duo, pressing down. The mountain was so vast that it was almost unavoidable and could only be carried hard. So what if it's true? I can also punch through heaven and earth. The heavenly demon hissed like a wild beast, his aura instantly flourishing. The entire person traveled against the sky and rose up against the odds, his demonic body blossoming with precious light, his two fists constantly waving, and huge chaotic rocks flying horizontally in all directions, actually being hardened by him to make a path. On the other side, Manhwa was likewise not going to sit around and wait for death, and in an instant, he operated a kind of supreme ancient scripture, his body's cavernous heavens rumbling and roaring as he pushed the power of this realm to the extreme, holding a thunder spear and slamming it through the air. Humph, can you block it? Lu Yuan's eyes looked out of the corner of his eye, looking down from above. As he spoke, his hands continued to paddle, constantly urging the battle's sacred law, turning his hand to the clouds, turning his hand to the rain. The great mountain is majestic, and his power is like hanging in the sky. Boom, boom, a black pressurized piece of great mountains, one after another, smashed down from above the firmament, and this piece of heaven and earth seemed to be shaking. Cultivators knew that trying to catalyze such a huge art, the consumption of one's mana was also extremely terrifying. However, the mana in Lu Yuan's sea of bitterness was as if it was endless, not caring and attacking recklessly. The successive strikes, all of which were wide-range killing divine arts, were shocking to watch. Over there, what happened? Around the mines, the young powerhouses of the major forces were all moving in their expressions, even though several Saint Sun-level figures stopped their hands briefly, and a look of shock could not help but appear in their eyes. Terrific! 1 against 2 and still managed to gain the upper hand. The battle power has almost stepped into the forbidden realm. Raoing Tiandu was marveling from the bottom of his heart. Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes were even flashing out channels of color. Feeling awestruck, a few takedowns down, the two of them, Sky Demon and Manhwa, were not doing very well. Each face was pale and their bodies were broken, especially Manhwa, who was not a heavenly demon body. Saint body, a powerful physique known for its physical body, was almost smashed with broken bones and tendons, and his internal organs were dislocated, and his injuries were not light. The seventh heavenly realm of the cave heaven realm is only this level of power? Lu Yuan's eyes lowered as he spoke coldly. It's just a half-wasted physique. The heavens won't let you become a Daoist. How dare you be arrogant? I will remove your head and hang it on the doorwall of the demon god palace. The heavenly demon was indignant, and as conceited as he was, there was no way he would admit his defeat. It's just seen as a shame, and shame, to be washed away with blood. I don't believe you can perform that technique indefinitely. A mere cave realm first sky, compared to being strong in mana, you're still far from it. Let's see who runs out of steam first. Manhwa was also unconvinced. His eyes blossomed with icy killing intent, and he let out a loud voice. Kill! Lu Yuan no longer bothered with more words. His body dropped, stepped on the Xingzi secret, running at extreme speed, and rushed towards the two of them. Boom! Boom! The figures of the three of them were once again engaged in battle. Only this time, Lu Yuan's attack was an unknown number of times more furious than before. Raising one's hand and throwing one's feet are all arcane techniques, and with a flick of one's hand, it is a killing technique with astonishing power. His left hand was golden and radiant, like a golden sun, rising up and slamming out, which even had 8 points of the sun ancient scripture divine rhythm that Yin Tiandu had mastered. The cold light of his right hand was brimming with ice, sealing 10,000 miles, and his taiu aura pounced on his face, several times desiring to freeze one's divine palace, and his monstrous killing chance was unstoppable. Put! The heavenly demon was struck by a terrifyingly powerful sun saint fist, coughing up blood in a large mouth, and he didn't even know how many bones were broken. The thunder spear in Manhwa's hand was even hit so hard that it was blown apart, purple arcs of electricity flying everywhere as his body flew out backwards. Boom! Lu Yuan gained momentum and pushed his extreme speed, once again running a gaijin attack. Fists and fingers, shoulders, elbows, knees, and even every strand of hair, were all gulping in harsh divine auras, changing in 1,000 different ways. On his entire body, divine light flourished, his aura was unrivaled, his essence was highly condensed, and his battle prowess had truly been ranked at the taboo realm level. Bang! Bang! A few rounds later, the heavenly demon was beaten back. Even his powerful flesh body could not withstand it, and began to crack, and in some parts, even exposed the white bone stubble, shocking to the eyes. In the end, a large hand like a millstone, but also deadly buckle on the skull of the sky demon, huge force crushing, just want to pinch his skull on the spot burst. Ah! The heavenly demon's eyes were crimson and he roared crazily, as strands of purple haze rushed out from his heavenly soul cap, containing an overbearing demonic power that bounced Lu Yuan's large hand away from him alive. And then, running his extreme speed, he stormed backward, trying to gain a few moments of respite for himself. Want to leave? Lu Yuan's eyes were cold as he raised his hand and picked up a crystalline hair, evolving it with the dueling victory technique, suddenly transforming it into a golden spear and hurling it towards the heavenly demon. Put! The spear entered his body, bringing out large swathes of flesh and blood. The heavenly demon's figure flew out in a smooth manner. Even the man and his spear were all nailed to the body of a mountain that towered over a large mountain. His blood, gurgling down the mountain below, pooled into a small stream. Die for me! And at that moment, a sudden bellow came from behind him. Mangyao saw the right moment to build up his strength and unleash a thunderous strike. On top of the spear condensed with the power of thunder, it carried a kind of ancient scripture power that was incomparably violent, wrapped in a world-defying divine might, and came through. Put! Lu Yuan sensed the unorthodox nature of this attack, and his figure moved half a body length away horizontally at a tricky angle. However, the thunder spear, still sliding like a swimming dragon, ran through his shoulder blade with great force, splattering a large amount of blood. Ha ha ha, die! Mangyao laughed maniacally, gripping his spear tightly as thunder pulsed between his eyes. A wave of destructive chi following the spear blade and pouring into Lu Yuan's body. He was a thunder god body, controlling the power of the supreme thunder Dao. Once it was struck into the enemy's body, it could destroy all life in a matter of moments. And just at this moment of life and death, instead of fear, Lu Yuan lifted a mocking smile. With a thought, the chaos origin within his body swept. All the thunder power with a destructive aura was broken and wiped out. He approached forward in a smooth manner, the thunder spear running through his shoulder with more than half of his flesh and blood, all completely unconcerned. And then he turned and grabbed forward with his backhand, clasping Mangyao's arm in one hand. Mangyao was shocked, his pupils contracting dramatically as if he had seen something unbelievable. In the next instant, a pain that pierced his heart and bones came from his arm. Rip! The entire arm was directly ripped off by Lu Yuan, soaring up blood. The scene was bloody and incomparable. Chapter 71, The Tide Ends. Force can shake mountains. Ah! Mangyao roared in pain and was very decisive, directly abandoning that arm, transforming into a thunderous light and storming backward, pulling away from Lu Yuan by a short distance. On the contrary, Lu Yuan, with his long and robust body, still stood in place, like an unattainable and untouchable mountain, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Thumbs up! The thunder spear, which was entwined with purple arcs of electricity, was pulled out alive by Lu Yuan, and with a forceful pinch of his 5 fingers, it exploded. In the next instant, green splendor flashed, and an oozing force of vitality appeared at his shoulder. The wound wriggled, and the blood stopped flowing. He was recovering his injuries at an astonishing speed. The Phoenix Robbery Regeneration Technique. This was a kind of Gaijin secret art in the inheritance of the saints. Now that it had been cast out for the first time in Lu Yuan's hands, it really did have amazing miraculous effects. What? He also has recovery-type holy arts. Mangyao covered his broken arm, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. And then when he saw that the injuries on Lu Yuan's body were rapidly recovering, a look of fear appeared on his face. Even as conceited as he was, he had to admit it. Lu Yuan's battle power was simply too terrifying. With one foot already stepping into the taboo realm, it was actually able to cross 7 minor realms and defy him. Moreover, the physical body, divine sense, arts, and ancient scriptures were all flawless, with no shortcomings in any aspect. Now it was showing the holy art of recovering the injured body so quickly. To put it crudely, it's almost invincible. Thinking of this, in Mangyao's heart, for the first time, he began to develop a sense of withdrawal and felt a sense of frustration. While keeping his guard up, he turned his gaze towards the other side, only to see that demon, who was equally miserable. The entire human body were nailed to death on the mountain, constantly struggling and roaring. The wounds have long been stirred blood and flesh, but still cannot get out. Once Lu Yuan freed his hands, there was a risk of falling. The scene fell into a dead silence. A dilemma. The wounds on Lu Yuan's body had already scabbed over and were about to completely heal. And just then, rumble! The earth in the distance suddenly shook violently, as if there were 1,000 armies galloping. Infinite black mist, from the depths of the taiu ancient mine, swept in. In that black fog, one could even see the headless horseman, as well as the silhouettes of some ancient beings, jingoistic, holding mottled and broken long swords and war spears, wielding them to kill. The ancient mining tide is over. Lu Yuan fixed his eyes and his face changed. Not far away, the heavenly demon, Meng Yao and the two of them were equally shocked when they saw this scene. It was completely unexpected that the ancient mining tide, which lasted for 3 days last time, had ended early on the second day this time. Once they were entangled by those bizarre beings, they would inevitably die in the forbidden zone of life. Ah! The heavenly demon no longer cared about its own injuries and violently erupted into a roar. One hand gripped the spear tightly, and the entire person directly broke free from the mountain, splattering a large amount of blood, and swept toward the outskirts of the taiu ancient mine, storming away. Sacred body Lu Yuan, count yourself lucky. Next time we meet, I will take your life. Meng Yao also no longer hesitated, and with a clench of his teeth, his body transformed into purple thunder around him, and he fled out like the wind. Is the ancient mining tide coming to an end? At the same time, the cultivators of the major forces who were fighting fiercely near the mines were also aware of the strange changes in the depths of the ancient mines, and they all moved. Ha! There's someone coming over there. That's Demon God Palace's young palace master, the heavenly demon. He actually had a spear sticking out of his chest, and at the other end of the spear, there was a small mountain hanging from it. Is this a big loss? Many people were horrified and let out gasps of shock. The heavenly demon's face was icy cold and his eyes were eerie as he swept a glance towards the crowd not far away, and then without saying a word, he left in a longitudinal manner. Meng Yao, the Meng family sequence Meng Yao has come out too. What? He's actually missing an arm? The major power cultivators present were all shocked. Even the sacred sun level was no exception. You can imagine the battle over there, how tragic it was. The top two of the young generation were returning with such injuries. Meng family members listened to the order. Quickly exit the taiu ancient mine. At this moment, Meng Yao didn't care about the crowd's strange gazes and let out a loud shout. In a flash, a group of people from the Meng clan, clouded with jing from, disappeared into the void. Go! A deep drink fell. The Meng family was the second to bow out. Immediately afterward, a golden light, rushing out from the mountains not far away, appeared near the mine. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. Lu Yuan did not have any too obvious injuries on his body except for his tattered robes, and he still looked dragon-like and sharp. In a fight between three people, the highs and lows could be judged immediately. The Daoist Holy Sun, the Taichu Holy Maiden, the young powerhouses of the Illusion Palace, Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and the others all looked sideways, their hearts pounding at Lu Yuan's strength. Senior brother Lu, are you alright? Yin Tiandu's lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice. Gu Qinghuang also spread her dress and dashed to Lu Yuan's side, carefully inspecting. I'm fine. It's them who are fine. Unfortunately, the ancient mine tide ended early, allowing them to pick up a life. Lu Yuan shook his head. Once these words came out, Gu Qinghuang let out a huge sigh of relief. Dao 1 disciples, retreat with me. The Daoist saint's son took one last look at the mines and sighed softly. Then without further hesitation, he directly ordered a retreat. At the same time, the centaurs of the Taichou Holy Land, and the Illusion Palace, also gathered and drove towards the outskirts of the ancient mine. It's good that Master Lu is fine. Let's withdraw too. Yin Tiandu gazed far and wide at the terrifying black mist that was coming closer and closer from the depths of the ancient mines, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Yes, 10,000 primordial disciples, withdraw from the Taichou ancient mine. Gu Qinghuang nodded her head. Her divine thoughts swept to the 8 directions, and Yang drank. In an instant, one by one, the core disciples of the Wanshu Holy Land gathered over, ready to retreat at any time. This large mine that contains divine origin is just given up? Lu Yuan opened his mouth as he stared unblinkingly at the mine. Ugh, no way. There isn't that big of a secret space treasure that can fit the entire mine in. It's too late to cut now, and too late in time. Once you are entangled by the bizarre beings in the black mist, it will be too late to leave. Yin Tiandu said with a light sigh of regret. Let me try. Lu Yuan flickered and arrived at the bottom of the mine. Ha! Gu Qinghuang froze. Yin Tiandu also had a puzzled look on his face. Lu Yuan, what is he going to do? It's not like you're trying to lift this mountain up, is it? The eyelids of the crowd of disciples from the 10,000 primordial sacred grounds involuntarily twitched a few times, having an ominous premonition. Crazy. Mu Chong, the ancient god-body teenager, skimmed his lips and snorted coldly. Giggle. Lu Yuan ripped off the broken Xian robe on his body as he did so. His upper body was naked, revealing his long and strong physique. Boom! With a single step, the earth collapsed by inches, and Lu Yuan's feet plunged deeply into it. Spinning around the next instant, His 10 fingers spread out like 10 sharp heavenly swords, plunging straight into the mountain. Ah! Lu Yuan shouted violently. His body's muscles gnarled and bulged high, and his terrifying blood qi, like a true dragon reviving, spread out like an ocean. Within his sea of bitterness, visions were intertwined and penetrated the heavens. Every inch of flesh and blood was glowing, and for the first time, the power of the sacred body was pushed to the extreme. Boom! A deafening sound came out, and the entire mine began to shake violently as boulders rustled and rolled off the ground. Ah! Lu Yuan's black hair fluttered about, looking like a god and devil. He roared. His power exploded once again, and with a lift of his arms, he was able to lift the entire mine up and resist it on his shoulders. At this moment, the whole room was shocked. Chapter 72. The mountain has become a spirit? How much can this mine, with its source and stone skin, weigh? Regular people can't even imagine it. But that's how it was, carried alive by Lu Yuan. Senior Marshal Brother Lu. Yin Tiandu revealed a shocked expression, wanting to speak. Gu Qinghuang on the side was also startled. A pair of beautiful eyes, opened wide, veiled hand lightly cover the red lips, shocked to the extreme. This is human? A crowd of Wanchu disciples, jaws agape and mouths wide open, looked up at the mine. There were even quite a few core disciples who had just stepped into the divine palace realm and were so scared that they fell on their asses. I was once on the same stage as someone like this? Han Zhang's mouth went dry as a feeling of vertigo surged through him. Mu Chong, who was on the side, was even more alarmed, half speechless. Go! A bellowing voice pulled the crowd's thoughts all the way back. Lu Yuan shouldered the mine and took one step. The earth collapsed and rumbled, cracking like a spider web. Move! The black mist is coming. Yin Tiandu and Gu Qinghuang immediately came back to their senses and quickly drank. In the next instant, all the disciples of the 10,000 primordial sacred land present all rose into the air and swept towards the outskirts of the ancient mine. Boom! Boom! A loud rumbling sound continuously emanated from below the void. In the eyes of others, it looked like a huge mountain that had given birth to its own feet and was running wildly on the ground. A big scene like this creates a visually stunning experience. Lu Yuan shouldered a huge mountain, and with each step, the ground shook. Everywhere it passed, there was ruin. Not an inch of flat ground to speak of, but run and run. Lu Yuan's speed, it was getting faster and faster. After a few breaths, it didn't look so strenuous anymore, and his feet were prancing and fit as a fiddle. The traveling speed was not even weaker than the flight of some divine palace realm cultivators. The power of the sacred body, it's truly terrifying. Master Lu was truly a heavenly being. Yin Tiandu sighed from the bottom of his heart as he rode the divine rainbow. This line, the shock that Lu Yuan brought to him was too much. The mere carrying back of this mine is a credit beyond measure. Even the Holy Lord had to look sideways. The outskirts of the Taichou ancient mine, the strongest of the major powers were eagerly awaiting it. Even for heavenly god realm cultivators, their divine thoughts were unable to penetrate that layer of mist. Therefore, no one knew what was happening inside the ancient mine and could only wait quietly. And just then, not far away from the mine, a sudden cry of alarm came out. Out! Someone's coming out! In an instant, a strong divine thought fluctuation, in that direction, peered over. He's the sky demon, the demon god palace's young palace master. Oh my god, why is there a spear sticking out of his chest and it's still dripping blood? This young man is claimed to be one of the most powerful few in the northern region. Who could injure him like this? Many figures of the older generation had their faces changed, their hearts filled with doubt, just before those divine thoughts could linger for long. Then a great man from the demon god palace descended. With a casual cold snort, he shook away all the surrounding divine thoughts. Who hurt you? Where's Inkbrand, Bai Luang, Snake Mei and the rest of them? The great man from the demon god palace asked urgently. All three of them are dead. The others don't know. Between words, the heavenly demon sprayed out another large mouthful of blood, and the entire person nearly fainted. His injuries were too severe. His chest was a blur of blood and flesh. Even the beating heart could already be seen, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. Go back first. The great figure from the demon god palace was shocked and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he directly rolled up the heavenly demon and swept towards the demon god palace's mining area. It didn't take long. A group of young disciples from the Meng clan also rushed out from the Taichu ancient mine. The others seemed, well, unharmed. It was just that the leader, the sequence of the Meng family, Meng Yao, had an arm that was empty and looked shocking. Meng Yao, your arm. The few Meng family elders that arrived, their pupils suddenly shrunk. and they opened their mouths in shock and trembling. Who is it? Not dead yet. I'll take this revenge myself. Go back. Meng Yao's face was as gloomy as water, and he raised his only remaining arm, signaling several elders to take them back to the mine. Immediately after, the Daoist Holy Land, Song Lan Holy Land, Tai Chu Holy Land, Illusion Palace, Lu family, Gu family, and other forces all had large groups of people rushing out of the ancient mines one after another. There were also scattered disciples from the Demon God Palace, as well as disciples from other forces scattered and ran out. After casually grabbing over people and asking them, the great figures of many forces realized that the black mist had swept back from the depths of the ancient mine, causing the tidal wave to end prematurely. No wonder there were so many people rushing back at the same time. Only the disciples of the Wanchu sacred ground, on the contrary, were delayed. Even the figure of Saint Sunin Tiandu and Saint Daughter Gu Qinghuang were nowhere to be seen. It's not going to fall in there, is it? There were quite a few people who were secretly gloating. If that was the case, then the 10,000 primordial sacred land would have to lose a lot of money. At this moment, a group of elders from the Wanchu sacred land, as well as Shangguan Ruo, were all in the sky above the mine, waiting anxiously. The mighty divine thoughts of the great god realm powerhouses, majestic divine thoughts that directly covered a distance of 10,000 miles, had been observing the winds and grasses in the ancient mines. Supreme Elder. Still no movement. An ominous premonition vaguely rose in someone's heart, and his voice slightly trembled as he opened his mouth. What's the panic? Shangguan Ruo's eyebrows clustered as she chided coldly. Yes. The man bowed his head, said no more, and continued to wait. And just then, dang, dang, a dull sound suddenly emanated from within the ancient mine, getting clearer and clearer from far to near, until a few breaths later, the sound was actually getting more and more voluminous, and the entire piece of earth in front of him was trembling violently. What is this? It looks like something is coming out. The pupils of some Holy Land elders shrank as they uttered out in shock and trembling. Could it be the bizarre beings hibernating in the forbidden area? Look at this. It's coming towards our mine. One time, the entire mining area of the 10,000 primordial Holy Land was agitated. The earth rumbled and shook violently, and many inner disciples and outer disciples who were digging underground rushed out, shouting in fear, Elder, earthquake, earthquake, the mine is going to collapse. Prepare the formation. Shangguan Ruo also looked grave as he let out a deep cry. The forbidden zone beings, none of which belonged to this era, were too terrifying to be taken lightly. Yes, several sacred land elders above the divine realm, each occupying a side of the void, divine light shining in their hands, ready to strike at any time. Only the next scene made everyone present all dumbfounded. The ones who were the first to rush out of the mist were their holy sons and daughters of the 10,000 primordial Holy Land. Then there were those few true disciples, and those core disciples, until finally, a huge mine actually followed their footsteps and rushed out of the mist. What? The mountains in the ancient mines of Taichu have all become sperm, hunting down my Holy Land disciples? Someone screamed and rubbed their eyes. Don't be ridiculous. Look, down that hill. There's a man. It's Lu Yuan? Chapter 73, The Eight Directions Shake. In an instant, shocking waves were set off within the 10,000 primordial sacred lands mining area. Quite a few deacons and elders with sharp eyes could tell at a glance that it was a mine. On its mountain, essence flowed and was alive, glistening with a glittering luster. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary mine. It may contain a stunning divine source. Lu Yuan he actually moved a mine. This is just amazing. Several elders above the god realm could hardly calm down when they saw such a scene, not to mention those inner disciples and outer disciples. Such power was simply unimaginable, causing all of them to drop their jaws. The people from the 10,000 primordial sacred land have come out. What's that? A junior, carrying a mountain out? Strong people from all the major powers probed with their divine thoughts, and their faces revealed looks of movement. Mountain? The crowd of young powerhouses, hearing their elders say this, froze at once. In the next instant, the Daoist sacred son, the Taichu sacred maiden, Meng Yao, and the others who had participated in that battle, almost at the same time, guessed at that possibility, and their pupils couldn't help but suddenly shrink. Who carried it out? Was it a young man? Several people, in different locations, followed up in unison. That's right, it's a young man. A few big names nodded their heads. Lu Yuan. It must be him. Other than the sacred body, it's impossible for anyone else to possess such physical strength. Not even Yin Tiandu. Several Saint Sun level figures were all shocked. What's that mountain? a Meng family elder asked. The thing we fought over together earlier. A large source mine containing divine sources, Meng Yao said through gritted teeth. What? The Meng family executives were all shocked. Other side. This was because forces such as the Gu family, the Lu family, and the Songlan Holy Land did not participate in the mine scramble. So all of them were confused about the situation on the side of the Wanshu Holy Land. Quickly, he withdrew his divine thoughts, not caring too much. Who? Lu Yuan's face turned red as he panted heavily. Even with his physical strength, carrying the mine here was already the limit, and it would be difficult to move an inch further. And just then, giggle! Several brilliant divine lights swept out from within the mine. Lu Yuan instantly felt that the burden on his shoulders was loosened, removing all the pressure. Well done, little one. The figures of several sacred land elders manifested in the void. Each of them had kind brows and looked at Lu Yuan with a look of approval. Greetings to all the elders. The crowd of disciples from the 10,000 primordial sacred land hurriedly bowed and saluted. No need to be polite. Xinghua, you help him back to the mine first. An elder waved his hand and spoke. Aha! Gu Qinghuang nodded, and with a flash of her delicate body, she took out a wide robe out of thin air and draped it over Lu Yuan. And then he took Lu Yuan on his arm and flew towards the mine. But the next moment, boom! The void above suddenly cracked open. A sky-covering hand intertwined with the terrifying power of the laws poked out from the crack and grabbed blatantly towards the duo of Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan. Heavenly God! The faces of several elders changed drastically, and they just wanted to make a move to fend them off. Not far away from the mine, a hanging divine furnace flew out and crossed the sky, blossoming with 10,000 feet of light. The smoke and haze were brilliant, and the red waves were like monstrous waves, bursting out with a terrifying aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Boom! The sky-covering giant hand that had come across space burst apart in an instant, turning into bits of light that dissipated into the heavens and earth. Master! Gu Qinghuang's pretty face was delighted as she raised a cry. Demon God Palace! How dare you! Is it to start a war with my Wanshu Holy Land? A beautiful woman in a palace dress, stepping from that end, her jade feet stepping on the void, collapsing by inches. The heavenly god Dao rules surrounded her, oppressing the heavens and shaking the sky, setting her off like a god. Humph. So it's fellow Daoist Shangguan, after not seeing you for 1,000 years, your Dao, it seems, has improved again. In the void, cold words came out, cold and unfeeling, as if they did not carry a single fluctuation of emotions. It's you old fart. Thousands of years of Dao and still striking out at juniors. You're really getting more and more alive. Shangguan Ruo's gaze was icy cold, and he did not let his guard down. A strong person of the heavenly god realm could kill the enemy across a distance of 100,000 miles with a single thought, and his methods were unpredictable, so he had to be on guard. Just giving him a warning. Arrogant youngster, take care of yourself. The demon god palace's great figure snorted coldly, no longer ready to strike after one blow failed. The terrifying power receded like a tidal wave. The cracked void, too, gradually closed up. Lu Yuan looked up at the sky with his head high, his eyes cold, not knowing what he was thinking. Okay, it's okay. My master's father is stationed here and won't let anyone hurt you. I'll help you back to rest first. Gu Qinghuang whispered softly. Well, when you see Elder Shangguan, ask him for me. What was it that struck just now? I'll kill him sooner or later. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he whispered. Good. Gu Qinghuang nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. As he spoke, his speed accelerated even more. It didn't take long before Lu Yuan had been brought back to the mine. After swallowing a few more recovery-type elixirs, Lu Yuan could no longer hold back his exhaustion, and in one of the compartments, he fell into a deep sleep. A series of big battles, plus forceful resistance to the mines, has made his physical strength exhausted. Really need to take a good rest. It didn't take long. A group of Holy Land disciples who had come out of the Taichu ancient mine converged together. Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, all the great elders, as well as Shangguan Ruo, were all here. Wow! Endless source minerals, like a flood, emerged from their respective spatial secret treasures. It piled up into one small mountain after another, and the surging heaven and earth essence almost atomized the area, dazzling the eyes, plus the large source mine that Lu Yuan had carried back. This time, the harvest was even several times that of the first ancient mining tide. Call it a bumper crop. Not bad. All disciples, all of you have worked hard. After the tally is complete, the sect will hand out rewards based on each of your contributions. A satisfied smile appeared on Shangguanru's pretty face as she opened her mouth approvingly. Thank you, Taishan Elder, the crowd said in unison. Oh, right, Green Phoenix. What else happened in the ancient mine? Lu Yuan actually managed to lure a heavenly god to strike at him, and his ambition is not in the mines. Shangguanru was puzzled and asked what several elders wanted to know. He almost killed the heavenly demon. Gu Qinghuang pondered slightly and spoke out. At the same time, Yin Tiandu, who was on the side, did not forget to add. Not only that, Meng Yao also had an arm broken by senior brother Lu, and wanted to die several times. Chapter 74 Famous, Unlucky Kanglin Holy Land. 1 against 2. A Holy Land elder's expression moved as he pursued the question. Yes, Gu Qinghuang nodded her head, rather proudly, after receiving a definitive answer. Shangguanru, as well as those few sacred land elders, were all a bit unable to sit still. Heavenly Demon, Meng Yao, all of them were top figures of the younger generation. It was completely no less prestigious than the Holy Sons of the Great Holy Lands, but now the two of them had joined forces to attack Lu Yuan, who was at the first heavenly realm of the cave realm, and yet they still ended up like this, almost dying. Such battle power, just hearing about it was enough to shock people. Sacred body, worthy of being a supreme physique from the ancient era. Once he sets foot on the path of cultivation, he is swift and unstoppable, and has the talent of being unrivaled in his generation. An elder of the Holy Land couldn't help but utter an exclamation. Unfortunately, sacred body's subsequent cultivation is still bound by the yoke of the heavenly Tao. Becoming a god is a major difficulty. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one has been able to break through that heavenly barrier. Off to the side, another person sighed silently as if remembering something. Ever since this physique was cursed by the heavenly Tao, it wasn't that there weren't top-tier forces that tried to cultivate a saint body in hopes of recreating the glory of the ancient past. According to legend, even the endlessly wealthy Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce had such a secret plan, pouring in untold resources. But in the end, it ended in failure. All of them fell under the heavenly tribulation of ascending to the passing god realm and were turned into flying ashes, never to be recovered. Unfortunately, it's lamentable. Well, that's enough of this topic, for now. In any case, it couldn't be clearer that Lu Yuan has made a great feat for my Holy Land on this trip to the tides. It is up to the Holy Lord to decide how it should be rewarded. Shangguanru waved his hand, interrupting the conversation of several people, before opening his mouth and commanding, organize the disciples of the various mines to strip the source stones as soon as possible. Return to the southern region in a few days. Yes. A few elders hurriedly responded with a shout and hurriedly went down to make arrangements. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. There are no impermeable walls. The battle of the ancient mine tidal wave was witnessed by disciples of the major powers, and it quickly spread out. After a few fermentations, countless cities in the northern domain, large and small sects, all learned of this news and shook. Meng Yao was fine, being a heavenly pride originating from the southern region, but the sky demon was different. He was the chief of the northern domain's native sect, the demon god Palace. He was defeated by the holy body, and with a spear, he was almost nailed to death on top of a mountain cliff. This caused countless northern region demon cultivators who worshipped the heavenly demon. It all feels like the sky is falling. After all, the heavenly demon body was known to be the most powerful physique of the demon race's physical body. In this realm, a battle with the human sacred body, it represents more than just one person's honor or disgrace. It's about a certain amount of racial strife. For a while, once the demon cultivators walking in the northern land had a verbal fight with someone, the matter would be mentioned by the human cultivators, causing them to lose face. But it was difficult to refute it. Sacred body Lu Yuan's name. It was also getting louder and louder in this desolate and pale land. Even the southern domain, as well as the central part of the eastern wasteland, were known to many people. It can be famous, and according to rumors from the grapevine, the Tianqi Lu family, also because of this matter, had held many high-level meetings with heated discussions. Only, for several days in a row, there were no rumors circulating. Anyone with a heart knows that. The higher echelons of the Lu family still had little confidence in cultivating a sacred body to rise to power. It ends, more often than not, with nothing. Ancient family forces, though bloodlines are connected, but no more than a clan. How much simpler. Even the Holy Lord of the ancient family might not be able to make a decision with a single word. It would be checked and balanced by the great elders of the major lineages. Generation and power are so intricate and complex that it is difficult to explain them in a few words. But justified Lu Yuan's deeds. while the taverns and teahouses in the major cities of the northern region were being talked about. Another shocking piece of news circulated, shaking the entire northern region. The mining area of the Kanglan Holy Land was brutally bloodied overnight. Not only the elders above the Tonshan realm, but even the supreme beings of the heavenly god realm, all bled in them. There were only a few sporadic outer disciples that ran out from it. When the Kanglan Holy Lord learned of this, he was immediately enraged. At great expense, he led a large number of powerful people from the central belt of the eastern wasteland, crossing the domain gate to descend into the northern domain. The few outer disciples were soon found. It was only after careful cross-examination that I realized the root cause of the blood scourge turned out to be from the ancient mining tides. It was said that there was a disciple who, in a secret place, had found a divine origin the size of a human head. The value of such a block of divine origin was incalculable. That San Lan disciple was naturally overjoyed in his heart, so he brought it back to the mine and gave it to the elders of the Holy Land to check. After some deliberation, the divine source was cut open. I didn't realize that the head of a great success king was sealed inside. The king of Deshang. What's the concept? You can physically travel the stars and set foot in the universe. A single sweep of divine thoughts could cover half of the ancient star of life. He is a rare and gaijin character in the end times. Once it was released, the 5 domains of the world would be shaken, and all the great holy lords would be emboldened, and no one would be able to stop it. After the human head of that Deshang king reappeared in the sky, he sensed the surrounding heaven and earth and realized that it was still the age of the end of the dharma. The Tao marks of the ages eroded, and the longevity drastically drained away, immediately becoming resentful. In a fit of rage, he bloodied the entire Kanglan Holy Land's mining area. The heavenly gods all suffered blood tribulations and were unlucky enough to fall. In the end, that head flew back to the taiu ancient mine with a fury. Hearing news like this, the countless living beings in the northern domain were all horrified. How terrifying was the might of a great successful king. A head is just a head that can slaughter heavenly gods and true gods at will, like grass. If the body was intact, it would be unimaginable to imagine what kind of divine might it would display. In these few days, the minds of the Kanglan Holy Land began to recast in an orderly manner. Again, from the central zone, many disciples were mobilized. The faces of the San Lan Holy Lord and other high-level officials were as unpleasant as eating a dead fly. The head of a Deshang king, or a character hibernating in the ancient mines of Taichu. Revenge. There's no way to tell. It was impossible to invite out the old ancestors sealed in the divine origin and lead them to attack the Taichu ancient mine because of something like this. It's no different than getting killed. Nor is there any ancient fossil-like figure who would be willing to come out in the end times for such a thing. In the end, it can only be mute and supine. It was reduced to a talking point for all the major powers and countless cultivators. In the meantime, the sleeping Lu Yuan had long since awakened. The sense of injury and exhaustion on his body was swept away. His realm is also slightly refined. He had broken through to the second level of the cave realm. The large amount of source stones brought back from the ancient mine had also been stripped today, all loaded onto that ancient ship. Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and a group of true disciples and core disciples who had come to support them, led by Shangguan Ruo, entered the domain gate and returned to the southern domain. Chapter 75, Returning to the Southern Region for the Peaches. The ancient ship crossed the sky and turned into a swift stream of light, shuttling into the divine city's interdomain spatial spell formation and passing away in a flash. It didn't take long. A group of people had then returned to the southern domain. Endless greenery, linked mountains, magnificent earth, and infinite landscapes. Compared to the northern region's vastness and barrenness, it was like two worlds. On the deck of the ancient ship, Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghuang, the figures of the two of them stood in a forest at the bow of the boat, overlooking the beauty of the mountains and rivers at their feet, and the atmosphere was harmonious. From time to time, there were gazes of awe, envy, and admiration that were projected towards the side, which was striking. After a battle with an ancient mining tide, Lu Yuan's name was considered to be completely famous. In the hearts of many Wanchu disciples, it was almost a supreme figure that was able to sit on an equal footing with the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Rarely did those few true transmitters, in front of Lu Yuan, they no longer dared to call themselves senior brothers and sisters, and they were very cautious in their speech and demeanor. Right, Green Phoenix. Where is Elder Shangguan now? I have something to find her. Lu Yuan seemed to have suddenly opened his mouth as if he had remembered something. Master is in the uppermost cabin. Gu Qinghuang heard this and without hesitation, she stretched out her slender, onion-white finger and pointed it toward the top. Aha! Lu Yuan gently nodded his head before striding towards the uppermost cabin. In the tides of the ancient mines, he had obtained 8 pieces of taiu lifestones. This was something that was of great benefit to beings above the god realm, but it's of little use to him now. Moreover, the sacred body's flesh is strong, its vitality is amazing, and its lifespan is even a great deal more than that of an ordinary cultivator. Even in later years, you can't use this kind of thing. And Gu Qingawang's master teacher had always taken care of him. A few days ago, he had even made a move to help him defuse the killing chance of a demon god palace powerhouse. This love, Lu Yuan would naturally keep it in his heart, solely gifting these pieces of taiu life stones to Shangguan Ruo, throwing in the towel. Elder Shangguan, disciple Lu Yuan, something to see you. Lu Yuan stood outside the cabin, arched his hand and raised his voice. Come in. A calm voice came out, and Lu Yuan pushed the door open. Shangguan Ruo is still dressed in a palace dress, without powder. The skin is still glistening, glossy, and you can't see the traces of age. I think it is middle-aged. Practiced some kind of secret art to stay in the face, or ate some kind of exotic fruit, to be able to stay young forever. Ha! You little fellow, after not seeing you for a few days, your cultivation has actually improved again. It's reached the 2nd level of the cave realm. Shangguan Ruo's eyes flickered as she gazed at Lu Yuan and spoke in slight surprise. There are great opportunities between life and death. If you don't get tired of being tired, you will get something, Lu Yuan said with a smile on his face without being humble. The heart of the way is commendable. Shangguan Ruo nodded silently in admiration. A heavenly god realm powerhouse, personally attacking and killing, the great Tao laws rumbling, the void collapsing and destroying. How great was the sound? If it was an idle cultivator with a weak heart, he was afraid that he would have been scared out of his wits. On the path of cultivation, shadows are left behind and planted as demons in the mind. This, however, didn't seem to exist at all when it came to Lu Yuan. He had the qualifications to ascend to the most powerful one. With a tough Tao heart and invincible faith, fear is not going to scare me at all. Even, she had the disciple of hers take the initiative to inquire about the name of the heavenly deity who had struck out from the demon god palace. Retaliation is obvious. It didn't stop her, a veteran heavenly god who had read countless people, from being impressed. Lu Yuan, you've come to find me, but is there something you want? Shangguan Ruo inquired. The words fell. Lu Yuan directly opened the door, and with a wave of his big hand, 8 pieces of peculiar ores glittering with glittering spiritual light flew forward. Shangguan Ruo took it and carefully examined it, and then his eyes abruptly condensed and said in surprise, the taiu life stone. Having been initiated for nearly a year, I am indebted to Elder Shangguan's care. These 8 pieces of taiu lifestones are considered a small token of appreciation from the late generation. Lu Yuan arched his hand and spoke sincerely. This, Shangguan Ruo's face showed a few moments of hesitation. Accepting a gift from a junior like this was ultimately not quite in line with her status. However, this taiu lifestone was indeed something she needed very much. It was something that could not be bought by a source, or even a divine source. It was only produced in the ancient mines of Taichu, and was incredibly rare. In that case, then this seat will be honored. In the end, Shangguan Ruo weighed his options and accepted Lu Yuan's gift. After pondering for a few breaths, she looked out into the sky and continued to speak. This time, you've made a great deal of credit for this ancient mining tide. That large mine alone, the divine origin, pure origin that was stripped out, added together is worth millions of pounds. I know that sacred body cultivation is very costly. Therefore, at the high-level meeting, this seat will do its best to obtain the maximum amount of resources tilted on your behalf. Of course, this seat's earlier promise to you about the Chaos Stone Tablet will be honored along with it. After Lu Yuan heard this, his face was instantly happy and he once again arched his hand and said, Many thanks to Elder Shangguan. That half-volume of chaotic ancient scriptures from the 10,000 primordial sacred land was of vital importance to him. If you are able to practice successfully, he would be able to mix the chaos laws and move across the world, no longer bound by his hands. You're welcome. Shangguan Ruo's face softened as he smiled and opened his mouth. Immediately after, the two talked a few more times. Lu Yuan slowly exited the cabin and returned above the deck. The ancient ship shuttled quickly. In just 2 hours, they had reached the 10,000 primordial sacred land. A group of disciples who had returned from the northern domain disembarked one after another. Gu Qingwang, Mu Linger, also at Lu Yuan's suggestion, followed him to the spirit peak where the promoted core disciples were assigned. And it didn't take long. Lu Yuan's deeds in the divine city and his battle achievements in the Taichu ancient mines were then heard in the 10,000 primordial sacred lands. Countless outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples were shocked, setting off a frenzy of discussion. Even many of the Holy Land elders were all shocked and amazed at Lu Yuan's speed of growth. Immediately after, as millions of pounds worth of source clattered off the ancient ship, the crowd of high-ranking figures from the 10,000 primordial sacred lands were all wide-eyed with surprise. Such a harvest, several times that of the first ancient mine tide, exceeded everyone's expectations. Subsequently, after learning of the situation, the Wanshu sacred lord also immediately gathered the top echelons of the sacred ground together, sat around in a circle, and began to discuss the resource distribution plan. Chapter 76, The Great World is About to Begin? Decision-Making in the Holy Land. Sacred Lord Peak, Council Hall. A crowd of high-level elders from the 10,000 primordial sacred grounds were present without a full house. Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man with a face like a crown of jade, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, the heavenly god laws were intertwined with divine light, dazzling one after another, making for a terrifying sight. It was clearly the 10,000 primordial Holy Land, the contemporary Holy Lord, 2 tides of ancient mines, my Holy Land, a total of source stones, more than 8 million pounds, nearly half of this, was brought back by Lu Yuan. How it should be distributed, tell us all. The 10,000 primordial sacred lord, his eyes glancing at the people present, calmly opened his mouth. The words fell. Inside the great hall, a murmur of discussion was set off. The elders of the Holy Land, each looked at each other, their meanings unclear. There were also some people who were secretly transmitting with their divine thoughts and exchanging opinions, until a few breaths later, an old crone with white hair, took the lead to speak, reporting to the Holy Lord. According to my opinion, the harvest of this trip should be half filled into the clan treasury, and the rest of the amount, according to the contribution of the head of the person, evenly distributed. As for the sacred body Lu Yuan, he can get more at his discretion, with an additional reward of 300,000 pounds of source. 300,000 pounds? The 10,000 primordial Holy Lord frowned in disbelief and continued to look his eyes toward the others. At the Divine City auction, Lu Yuan's taiu divine marrow alone, which he gave to my disciple Hua, was worth 300,000 pounds of source. Elder Hua, don't look at people too shabbily. Shangguan Ruo glanced at her and spoke indifferently. Oh, there's such a thing. That would be the old me being alone. Forgive me, Taishan Elder. The old woman's dry face shook unnaturally a few times as she made amends. The Holy Lord's intention. This seat will open the door and say it straight. It's not for you to discuss the distribution of these 8 million pounds of sources, but rather, what are your views on the matter of cultivating the sacred body? Shangguan Ruo's face was expressionless. When he opened his mouth, as a heavenly god realm powerhouse, one could already ignore some rules, speak and act without so much as a second thought, take the question directly, and put it on the table. This statement was made. The faces of the elders, too, gradually became grave. Cultivating the sacred body, this is no small matter. With millions of pounds of sources slammed in at every turn, there might not be much of a wave to make, and a careful decision was needed. Anciently, there are established examples that since the yoke of the heavenly Tao descended, no saint body has been able to successfully become a god, or they are destroyed by the innate Tao diagrams, or under the 4-9 heavenly tribulations, they are turned into flying ashes. Cultivating the sacred body to start a momentum is really more than worth it. Grand Elder Mutonghai, after sitting in silence for a little while, spoke with a dignified expression. Furthermore, the northern region storm ended. Spare Lu Yuan showed a shocking battle power. The Tianqi side have not made any moves, obviously also not at all optimistic. And why should we take such a risk? Speaking here, Mu Tomhai's tone gave a beat as he continued to add, of course, the ancient mine tide line, Lu Yuan has a lot of credit, so he can be given 1 million pounds of source as a token of appreciation. The elders present nodded their heads after hearing this, feeling that it made sense. 1 million pounds of source. For a cave heaven realm cultivator, it was considered to be a heaven-splitting richness, and it was definitely quite a lot. Although Lu Yuan himself had hard-backed a mine worth more than 4 million pounds of source, but the Holy Land contributed just as much. There were no heavenly god realm supreme elders sheltering around. Let him have all the power in the world. It was also impossible to occupy such a number of sources under the eyes of the major powers. Elder Shangguan, what do you think? The Wanshu Holy Lord inquired. Less. Shangguan Ruo shook his head and said faintly, the path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. In the terrifying world, only one person will achieve the Tao. One person will become an emperor. and the rest of the people will all be accompaniments and be turned into withered bones. Who says he can see the future at a glance? The precedent of those who have gone before may not be unbreakable. Spare the strongest physique recognized in the world and cultivate it with all your efforts, and it may die prematurely on the emperor's path. This seat has a lot of confidence in Lu Yuan. Let's not talk about whether or not he can break his shackles and successfully become a god in the future. From another perspective, if this seat's disciple, Xinghua, can give birth to an innate saint body Dao child, and as both parents are pivotal figures in my 10,000 primordial Holy Land, the divine child must be close to us. With such a physique, becoming a saint is almost a nail in the coffin, not a few million pounds of source that can be compared. Shangguan Ruo's words heard many of the elders present, with helpless faces. It's all hypothetical. Suppose Lu Yuan could become a god, assuming that Gu Qinghuan was able to give birth to a divine child. To be honest, it's no different than gambling. However, those who could cultivate to this realm must be at least 1,000 years old, and each of them was a human spirit. Clearly, in Shangguan Ruo's words, he captured a few unfamiliar words: becoming a Tao, the path of the emperor, the future, Holy Lord. Several true God realm great perfection elders smelled a few clues and looked at the Wanshu sacred lord together, their gazes flickering with inexplicable meanings. Seeing this, the 10,000 primordial Holy Lord no longer hid it. He slowly stood up, walked to the entrance of the great hall, looked at the sky, stood with his hands in the air, and said, "Yesterday, the old ancestor passed on his thoughts to me. Recently, the laws of heaven and earth have slightly weakened. There are only two possibilities, according to the ancient examples of the past. 1. The lifespan of the great emperor of the day is exhausted and he is about to be seated. That supreme being, having become a Daoist for only 7,000 years, is still in the prime of his life and is accompanied by an immortality pill. That, almost impossible. 2. The great emperor of the day intends to decapitate himself and transform into a forbidden supreme being to return the way to heaven. Old ancestor speculates that the second possibility is very high. In a short period of 30 to 50 years, in a long period of 100 years, the laws of the imperial way will be dispersed, and another great world will soon open." This statement was made. The elders present all had their faces changed. There were also quite a few people who stood up with a prancing motion, their eyes flashing with essence. Such news is not shocking. The sacred ground ancestors, all of whom were saint-level existences, had the keenest perception of this great Tao. Even when he was self-sealed in the divine source, he could still detect changes in the heavenly Tao. The words spoken are definitely not empty, and the great world of the emperorless era was also called the Golden Great World. At that time, there would be countless heavenly prides that would emerge and compete on the cruel emperor road, competing for a new emperor. The heavens, which are about to be in turmoil, and the saintly kings, who will also reappear in the world, filled with many uncertain variables. The sacred body happens to rise at this time, perhaps, can really give it a try. Someone reminisced about the ancient past and muttered something. Elder Een, what do you think? The 10,000 primordial sacred lord looked back, his gaze landing on an immortal old man. Tendu returned from the northern region a few days ago and spoke extremely highly of the sacred body. I suppose one could give it a try. The old man's eyes remained closed as he spoke faintly. The voice was calm, but no one dared to ignore it, because this was the previous generation of the Holy Lord of the 10,000 primordial sacred land. Well, in that case, my mind is made up and there is no need for further discussion. Before the passing God realm, to Lu Yuan, till 3 batches of resources. For the first time, 1 million pounds of source. For the second time, 3 million pounds of source. For the third time, 5 million pounds of source. Tomorrow, open the lowest level of the embracing dragon stream, summon the 9 chaotic stone monuments, and block the dragon veins of heaven and earth. In addition, all registered outer disciples, inner disciples, offerings go up by double. Core disciples, 3 times, true disciples, 5 times, holy sons, holy daughters, 10-fold. The great world is about to begin. Prepare early. The 10,000 primordial Holy Lord, with resounding words, resolved down immediately. Chapter 77, Entering the Stream, Dragon Vein of Heaven and Earth. Yes, the 2 holy lords, both spoke like this. This matter, which has been finalized, leaves no room for further discussion. The elders present, who had risen, responded with a drink. Afterward, their respective figures flashed and departed from the council hall. Soon, the news of the rising offering spread throughout the entire 10,000 primordial sacred land, and all parties shook. After a night of warmth, Day 2. Shangguan Ruo logged in early, found Lu Yuan, and conveyed the results of the high-level meeting, down the line, and handed him a spatial secret treasure, which was stacked with heaps and heaps of source stones, and with a single sweep of his divine mind, there were no less than 1,000,000 pounds of them, dazzling the eyes. Even Lu Yuan could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. In addition to that, the space at the lowest level of the embracing dragon stream will be opened for you alone. The 9 chaotic stone monuments, too, will be called upon to block the dragon veins of heaven and earth for a period of 1 year. Lu Yuan, prepare yourself and follow this seed over. Shangguan Ruo spoke with a smile on his face. The lowest level of the Yunlong stream, and the chaos tablet. After Gu Qinghuang heard this, her beautiful eyes stared and lightly covered her red lips, looking very surprised. Such treatment, even she, the holy maiden, had never had it before. It seemed that the higher echelons of the Holy Land were determined to cultivate the sacred body. But it's clear, her master, Shangguan Ruo, must have contributed a great deal to this. Many thanks to Elder Shangguan. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and solemnly arched his hand in thanks. No need to be polite. This seat has said that since you have become a Daoist couple with Qinghua, then you are considered half of my disciple. Naturally, there will be more benefits for you. Shangguan Ruo waved his hand and said with a faint smile, all right, it's time to depart. There are still a few elders waiting over there. Qinghua, you go back to Qixia Peak first. I have something to tell you later. Yes, master. Gu Qinghuang nodded her head, and after ringing bowed, she went to the back hall to find Mu Linger, and left with a long stride. A few moments later, Lu Yuan followed Shangguan Ruo and arrived at the Yunlong stream. At this moment, the valley, which was originally bustling with activity and long lines of people all day long, seemed unusually cold. There were only several elders with unfathomable breaths, stationed here. As a chaotic body, Lu Yuan naturally knew a lot about the power of the chaotic stone tablet. 9 chaotic stone monuments blocked the dragon vein of heaven and earth, used the power of chaos as a boundary. Fearfully, not even a single trace of heaven and earth essence could be leaked out. The outer layers of the embracing dragon stream are bound to lose their effect as well, to be stranded for a year. This was enough to be able to see the sincerity of the higher-ups of the 10,000 primordial sacred land. It made Lu Yuan can't help but feel grateful. People are here. Let's do it. Shangguan Ruo swept a glance towards the side and spoke calmly. Yes, Supreme Elder. Several true God Realm elders nodded their heads. Spinning around the next instant, each struck out. Boom! An unimaginably astonishing greatness erupted from the elders. As soon as he struck out, the great Tao laws rumbled, the void collapsed, and the heavens and earth seemed to split apart. Beings who had reached above the God realm were already initially involved in the power of the great Tao laws, transcending the mortal world and sublimating the level of life, and were terrifyingly incomparable. Giggle, giggle. 9 ancient stone monuments, breaking through the distant void, were summoned. Then each of them turned into a dark light and sank into the ground, blocking the dragon veins of heaven and earth. Lu Yuan, go! Shangguan Ruo signaled with his gaze and lightly bellowed. Aha! Lu Yuan nodded heavily, his feet pranced and his body flashed, turning into a golden beam of light and rushing into the ground. After that slender figure completely disappeared, several elders simultaneously withdrew their mana, and the Yunlong stream regained its calmness. 1 year. Let's wait and see what heights the sacred body can grow to. The underground world is not dark, but extremely bright. The earth's dragon chi was raging, and divine power flowed like there was really a true dragon hibernating here. Phew! Lu Yuan looked around and casually inhaled a breath, and there was an endless amount of heaven and earth essence that surged in. It was so dense that it could not be described in words, as if it was in a sea of sources. It's worthy of being a dragon vein of heaven and earth that can only be nurtured by countless years of age. It's really amazing. Lu Yuan's heart shook, and then his gaze went to the side, looking away. 9 chaotic stone monuments, in 9 directions, stood in all corners of the underground world. Above it, dark light shimmered, chaotic chi flowed, and there was a mysterious and incomparable inscription that loomed. The stone monument in the southeast direction, the inscription branded on it, Lu Yuan was incomparably familiar. It was the one that had allowed him to realize the chaotic divine demon viewing thoughts earlier. Meet again. He had grown from an outer disciple of the bitter sea realm to a cave heaven realm cultivator that could now be compared to the various holy lands, at the level of the holy sons and daughters. There's a sense of déjà vu fatalism that comes over the heart. However, Lu Yuan knew that this was a resonance between the chaos stone and his chaos body. The stone tablet was not psychic, it was just a carrier of the Tao. Immediately after, Lu Yuan no longer thought much about it, casually found an open area, sat down, and began to cultivate. Boom! The chaos origin in his body slightly operated. There was an endless amount of dragon vein essence that came surging in, transforming into one torrent of energy after another that was visible to the naked eye, madly surging into Lu Yuan's mouth and nose. His sea of bitterness was golden, with furious waves, lightning, and thunder, as if the waves were beating against the shore, one after another, rolling directly up to the high heavens. In the sky above the sea of bitterness, a green lotus appeared, its leaves gently shaking, and the chaos chief filled enraged, in the power of the vision, helping him to refine the massive amount of life essence pouring into the sea of bitterness and nourish his body. In the meantime, the cavernous sky within Lu Yuan's body also began to grow dramatically. Surging power, pure life essence, unstoppable, hit his body like a wave, washing every inch of flesh and blood. Even the bones gradually became crystalline, as transparent as jade, and looked filled with a divine aura that was incomparably majestic. Boom! Boom! A single ancient character of the great Tao and a grand Tao sound resounded in this underground world, drowning Lu Yuan's entire figure. This was the ancient emperor's scripture heart method, which would allow him to lay an incomparably solid foundation, expound on the true meaning of cultivation, and gain insight into the source of power. At the same time, the imperial Tao dragon chi that Lu Yuan had refined before seemed to have, with this place, undergone some sort of incredible resonance. It was gradually growing, becoming more and more solid, like a small golden dragon circling and flying, draped around his body, powerful and unparalleled. Chapter 78, 1 year, 4th sky of the Dharma realm. Time rushes by. In a flash, 6 months passed. In that area of the underground world, grand heavenly sounds resounded non-stop, divine auras overflowed, light rushed to the sky, and the scene was amazing. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! A voice that shook heaven and earth resounded abruptly. A terrifying aura of supreme strength and saintliness erupted. The huge silhouette intertwined in the sky above, draped with holy light of 10,000 paths, and infinite Tao rules raging, like a true immortal king, landing in the 9 heavens and looking down on the mortal dust, astonishingly incomparable. The second vision of the sacred body, the immortal king is in the 9 heavens. It's done! Lu Yuan opened his eyes and shot out a piercing light that seemed to illuminate the heavens and earth. This also meant that he had officially stepped into the next realm of the cave heaven realm, the Dharma phase realm. Dharma, as the name suggests, cultivators use themselves as a medium to communicate with heaven and earth, cultivating the divine power of the Dharma and adding it to their own bodies, i.e., the Dharma realm. However, special physiques like the sacred body, the divine body, and other special physiques were unique in this realm, where the Dharma was the vision. Cultivating the second stage of physical vision was the sign of stepping into the Dharma realm. Phew! Lu Yuan stood up, moved his muscles and bones, and all over his body, a crackling sound like fried beans immediately came out. At this moment, he felt stronger than ever. When he slightly clenched his fist, a majestic blood chi escaped, and the feeling of the power of 10,000 horses galloping filled his heart, as if his fist could break down this side of heaven and earth. It is an unparalleled and powerful conviction. A perfect illustration of the forbidden realm of warfare. Afterward, Lu Yuan got up and lowered his eyes. The source stone powder piled up on the ground was several feet thick. It's been 6 months. He cultivated with the help of the heaven and earth dragon vein while melting the pure origin stones in the space secret treasure. The number of consumption, probably around 700,000 pounds of source. From the second level of the cave heaven realm, he had broken through to the first level of the Dharma realm in one fell swoop. It can be described as a rapid progression. Moreover, no bottlenecks were encountered on the way to cultivation. Everything seemed to fall into place. This was the terrifying aspect of the chaotic body. Immediately after, Lu Yuan's figure flickered and arrived in front of a chaotic stone monument and sat down. He began to refer to the arcane inscriptions recorded on the stone tablets one by one. An obscure ancient character, a symbol of the great Tao, flew across Lu Yuan's eyes, light and shadow overlapping and glittering. Under the continuous decomposition, reorganization, arrangement, and combination of the chaotic origin, it quickly fell into a state of metaphysical enlightenment. 2 days later, Lu Yuan got up and began to enlighten the second stone tablet. 5 days later, the third stone tablet began to be enlisted, and so it goes, week after week, until half a month later, Lu Yuan had already melted through all the inscriptions recorded on the 9 chaotic stone tablets. His hands were constantly paddling. presenting the great momentum of the circumference of the sky, showing the marvels of the ancient scriptures. From time to time, the power of taiu manifested itself, sealing 10,000 miles in ice, and the coldness was like falling into the underworld of hell. At times the power of the sun was in the air, terrified as the great sun of heavenly might, shining through the ages, blazing beyond compare. The power of two distinctly different types of arcane ancient scriptures changed one after another in Lu Yuan's hands, and divine light vaporized. I don't know how long I've been in meditation. Lu Yuan steeply opened his eyes, and a terrifying chaotic chi overflowed from his pitch-black pupils. And then, like a tidal wave, it surged away in all directions. In an instant, the 9 chaotic stone monuments, all of them glowed and shone, as if they had produced some strange resonance. The void violently twisted apart, faintly emitting the wailing sounds of the 10,000 laws, terrifying to the extreme. So it is. This is that volume of chaotic ancient scripture. Lu Yuan's face was delighted. The sacred land of the 10,000 beginnings was famous for practicing the taiyin, sun, and chaos laws. Only, generations of sages had passed away, and they still hadn't been able to completely break through the marvels of the 9 chaos stone tablets. It was a pity that only half a volume of mutilated ancient scriptures had been deduced. But nowadays, Lu Yuan had already grasped all of the inscriptions, deducing them with the chaos origin and completing them, obtaining a truly complete chapter. Later on, find an opportunity to pass down this dharma. It's also a way to return the favor of the Holy Land. Lu Yuan thought darkly in his mind. Immediately after, wow, the space secret treasure glowed. And what was left inside? All the sources, all of them surged out like a flood. The flat ground of this subterranean space was covered with several layers. The pure heaven and earth essence flooded the entire space with extreme luxury. Most of the 700,000 pounds of source consumed earlier were the savings in his storage bag. It was the resources issued by the 10,000 primordial sacred land that were being used now. Less than half a year had passed since the closure of the Yunlong stream. Lu Yuan wanted to break through to a higher realm as much as possible at this node. After all, such a cultivation treasure could be encountered but not sought. There was nothing to hesitate about. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan closed his door once again and fell into deep cultivation. This time, however, there wasn't just one type of Dao scripture heart technique in operation. Taiyin ancient scripture, sun ancient scripture, chaos ancient scripture, all sorts of ancient characters of the great Dao flew out, and all sorts of beams of light flew, intertwining and buzzing together. A magnificent and incomparable Dao sound was emitted, resounding through the heavens and earth. It was like the morning bell and the twilight drum, a great bell that shook one's mind. And the sight was extremely amazing. A person who practiced the 4 great ancient scriptures at the same time. How strong will the roots be? Such a bottom line is impossible to fathom, and is described as rare in the world. Time is passing in a hurry. The source is depleting. Lu Yuan's strength, too, was advancing by leaps and bounds. There was no bottleneck in his cultivation, though, but it can be clearly perceived. As his cultivation grew, the source he needed to consume was even more. This physique of the holy body was like a bottomless pit. The later it gets, the more you realize that powerlessness, it's not about heavenly shackles. Rather, it is the root cause of this physical power. At each minor realm, the physical body had to be tempered to perfection and flawlessness before one could advance. So is the sea of bitterness, so wide that you don't know the other side. The strength of mana was also difficult to measure with cultivators of the same rank. But for Lu Yuan, not that he felt like a drag. One had the system in addition to the chaos body. As long as you keep traveling into the world, you can always trigger the system's option rewards. Even if it's a bottomless pit, one day it will be filled. So there's nothing to worry about. In the blink of an eye, another half year had passed. On the empty ground, there was no more half a kilogram of source, all of which had been reduced to pieces and consumed. In that center area, the divine haze shone and the essence vaporized. A slender body with black hair draped over its shoulders sat there withered like wood. There were 99 or 81 large golden dragons around his body that were draped across the sky, gulping down chaotic chi, a sight that was amazing to the extreme. And just then, a powerful divine thought fluctuation, from above, slowly descended. The 1-year period has expired. Lu Yuan, it's time for you to come out. The words fell. With a rumble sound, all 991 great dragons were transformed into a piercing golden aura, and were not incorporated within that slender body. Lu Yuan slowly stood up, dispersing the chaos around him with a single glance, then took out a clean robe from his storage bag and changed into it. The entire person's body was crystalline, emitting precious light, with a bright and flawless ethereal temperament. Just like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal world, Dharma realm, fourth heaven, Lu Yuan whispered, before taking a step and rushing up to the sky. Chapter 79, This Era. About to go berserk. His speed was extremely fast, like a golden light rushing out from the underground world and cutting through the sky. At this moment, there were not a few silhouettes outside the mountain stream. There were only 3 elders, who stopped by. Lu Yuan has come out, one person exclaimed in a low voice, and the other two, cast their gazes away. These 3 sacred land elders, Lu Yuan had seen them before. It was the ones who had summoned the Chaos Stone Tablet together with Shangguan Ruo a year ago, blocking the dragon vein of heaven and earth. In terms of strength, the starting true god, not an idle position as an elder of a holy place. Afterward, Lu Yuan's figure flickered and came close, arching his hand and saying, "Greetings to all the elders." No need to be polite. Among the 3, the leader was an old man with white hair. With a smile on his face, he waved his hand, signaling that Lu Yuan did not need to care about the red tape. And just for the moment, when probing Lu Yuan's cultivation with his divine thoughts, the expressions of the 3 sacred land elders all stared, and they couldn't help but emit a cry of alarm. Your cultivation? Broke through to the 4th level of the Dharma realm? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded gently, looking calm. After receiving a definitive answer, the eyes of the 3 elders became even more astonished. In 1 year's time, from the 2nd level of the cave heaven realm, he had broken through to the 4th level of the Dharma realm. In between, there was a difference of 11 minor realms, plus a barrier of 1 major realm. Even with the aid of millions of pounds of source and the heaven and earth dragon vein, such a cultivation speed was also definitely called terrifying. Could it be that there is a complete lack of cultivation bottlenecks after a sacred body re-steps onto the path of cultivation? Not to mention the battle power. Just this age and this cultivation level are enough to proudly look down on people of the same generation and be on par with the holy sons and daughters of the major powers. The 3 elders were all moved, until after a few breaths of silence. Only then did the old man at the head of the group open his mouth in admiration. Well, Lu Yuan, you have truly lived up to the Holy Land's expectations of you. Well done. When I came here, the Holy Lord had asked the old man to pass on a message, promising that the last 2 batches of your cultivation resources could be allocated to you at any time, and that you would only need to give a single word. Okay, thanks for the reminder, elder. But for now, it's not going to be used. Lu Yuan once again arched his hand and thanked him. Wanting to be quick is not good enough. He knows this truth. After a year, his cultivation, which had risen too rapidly, caused his mind to be somewhat unable to keep up. It takes a while of inward traveling to sink in, so there's no rush for this moment. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan opened his mouth to inquire about the recent situation of Gu Qingwang, Yin Tiandu, and the others. The several elders were knowledgeable and patient in explaining this, and when Lu Yuan heard that the environment of heaven and earth was subtly changing, and that the golden age was coming, his eyes still couldn't stop flickering a few times. He is not from an unusual small power. There is also some knowledge of the golden age. It was a time of strife where heavenly pride came forth and the greats rose up. The seat of the great emperor is about to be vacated. For the next 100 years, or even 1,000 years, there would be endless battles stretching across the land, jockeying for new emperors and kings to reign over the world. And the facts of the moment were indeed similar to what Lu Yuan had imagined. Gu Qingwang, Yin Tiandu, and some of the true legends in the Holy Land that could be named basically went to travel to the central part of the eastern wasteland. All the major ancient families, immortal holy lands, great sects and Daoist systems, etc., also had their snow-hidden supreme generation prides come out at this time node. There were even supreme figures from tens of thousands of years ago who had broken through the divine origin and walked out, to rely on the accumulation of several lifetimes to compete for the throne of the current emperor. King body, Dao body, God body, and other supreme physical qualities that fleetingly appeared in the age of the end. Now there are endless layers, all converging. It was called a heavenly pride and extremely bright. 8 words to sum it up. These times, they're about to go berserk. After digesting the most recent year's information, Lu Yuan also made an immediate decision in his heart to go to the central zone for an excursion. Because it was the central hinterland of the eastern wasteland, there were even several Dao lineages that had once produced great emperors. The great world is about to begin, and it is undoubtedly the most exciting place to be. You're going to the middle belt too? After hearing Lu Yuan's thoughts, the sacred land elder at the head of the group hesitated slightly before nodding to himself and saying, "This is good. A single bitter cultivation is equivalent to closed-door cultivation. Traveling in the world is beneficial to improving the state of mind. Wait a moment. I'll go find a few Nirvana realm deacons to travel with you. There's no need. I can do it alone. Lu Yuan shook his head and said in a firm tone. Several holy land elders, with helpless faces, saw that he was so determined, so they did not say anything more, but it was still a serious admonition. Be careful of the Meng family and the demon god palace. That Meng Yao and the heavenly demon were both unruly and untamed. After suffering such a big loss in the northern region last time, his reputation was ruined, and he was bound to not let it go. According to what people had heard, the two of them, more than half a year ago, had broken through to the Dharma realm. The real cultivation level now, perhaps not much different from Lu Yuan. No harm done, just a defeated man. Lu Yuan had an ancient well in his eyes and just smiled blandly. Before, when his cultivation lagged behind the duo by 6 or 7 small realms, he was able to fight 1 against 2. Now that the cultivation levels were even, the fight would be without suspense. God stops God. Devil stops devil. Whoever comes dies. After a few more conversations, without further ado, the 3 Holy Land Elders began to work on restoring the opening of the embracing dragon stream and unraveling the spell formations connected between the 9 chaos stones. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, returned to the spirit peak where he resided, and after simply packing up, he officially set off on his journey. The mountains and the earth under his feet flew backwards. Lu Yuan moved his feet, weaving in and out of the void, traveling quickly. The eastern wasteland is vast. The distance between the southern region and the central zone was still very far. If an idle cultivator were to rely on flight alone, it would take at least several months to arrive, requiring the use of a large spatial domain gate to cross over. 2 days later, Lu Yuan's figure appeared in a large city in the southern domain. There were spatial domain gates here that led straight to the central zone, constructed by the Celestial Star Chamber of Commerce. It opens once a month and charges 20,000 pounds of source. This amount was not worth mentioning to Lu Yuan, so he simply stopped here and waited. Only just after staying for half a day, he realized that there seemed to be more and more young heroes gathered here, as if they weren't simply waiting for the opening of the spatial domain gate. This old man, is there any event in Guizhen City recently? Lu Yuan sat on the second floor of a restaurant and summoned the shopkeeper to inquire. Little brother is asking why there are more and more young experts in this city, right? The innkeeper of the restaurant smiled mysteriously. He. Drunkenness is not in wine, it's in beauty. The big shot of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce, Miss Yi Qingli's warship, sailed all the way from the far south. It is said to be free to carry young heroes from all walks of life to the central belt. Many of the people here are actually not short of that 20,000 pounds of source, staying here, mostly because they want to catch a glimpse of that absolute immortal face. Chapter 80, The Emperor Selection Plan. Yi Qingli. After Lu Yuan heard this, his eyes flickered slightly for a few moments. This woman. He had seen her at the auction in the northern region Divine City. Indeed, the likeness is outstanding and the temperament is superb. Even compared to Gu Qinghuang, it wasn't the slightest bit weaker. Looking at the entire eastern wasteland, I'm afraid there are not many women who can compare. And the identity background, it's so big that it's amazing. No wonder it caused such a big stir in Guizhen City. And just then, an abrupt mechanical voice quietly sounded in Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Ding! Host's current experience detected. Triggering option reward. 1. Take Yi Qingli's warship and head to the central zone. Rewarded with a divine artifact. 2. Ignore. Still waiting for the opening of the cross-domain spatial array? Rewarded with a strain of ancient divine medicine. Trigger reward. Lu Yuan's eyes stared and hesitated slightly. A divine spirit artifact was a weapon refined by a cultivator of the passing spirit realm. Upwards, there are 2 more equal steps. True divine magical artifacts. Celestial divine magical artifacts. It's well understood. Weapons that had reached this level had already intertwined Daoist intent. Powerful and powerful. It was not comparable to ordinary psychic magic treasures and was of precious value. As for the second item of the swift pill, mostly, it would be the effect of healing, increasing longevity, or perhaps enhancing cultivation. For the current Lu Yuan, the use wasn't great. Think between 2. In his mind, Lu Yuan had already made a trade-off, and then he continued to sit on the second floor of the tavern, drinking to himself. 2 days later, the void above suddenly cracked open, and a huge ancient ship shuttled out from the crack. The ship's hull was huge and seemed to be built from a strange material, emitting a shimmering dark light and bringing a heavy sense of oppression. At the very top was a large flag erected, depicting the intricate patterns of the stars of the heavens, with an astonishing aura. The Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce's warships are here. So big. It's even more grand than our patriarch's palace. Within Guzan City, a commotion was set off. Many young cultivators were dazzled and shocked. Humph. Unseen bumpkin. What kind of small, unorthodox sect dares to be compared to the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce? At the side, a not so uncommonly dressed son of a worldly family sneered nonchalantly. You. That young cultivator was so angry that his face turned red, and he just wanted to have a fit. But when he saw the two fierce guards standing behind him, he immediately swallowed back the words on his lips and lowered his head resentfully. With the arrival of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce's warships, the entire Guzan city was suddenly bustling with activity and was surrounded. There was a huge crowd of people. Many people stood on their tiptoes and gazed into the distance, wanting to catch a glimpse of Yi Qingli's face. At this moment, Lu Yuan also walked out from the restaurant and swept upwards with his divine thoughts. However, his mind was different from the crowd. Just curious, why would the Celestial Star Chamber of Commerce not do business, carrying some cultivators for free to the central zone? Of course, Lu Yuan was not the only one who had such doubts in his mind. Many cultivators were puzzled and were murmuring. 1 man, 20,000 pounds of source. 100 people, that's 2 million pounds of source. Is this charity by the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce? Someone scratched their head and did some serious math. You, Junior, are full of thoughts on the source, and your gaze is too short-sighted, so naturally you cannot think of deeper things. Next to an old man dressed in a Taoist robe, the duster in his hand swung, faintly opened, all a worldly superior appearance. Oh, Senior seems to know some hidden secrets. May it be heard. When that person heard this, he wasn't annoyed, but instead his eyes lit up and he came over, looking like he was vainly seeking advice. The business scope of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce extends far beyond the 5 regions of the world. On the many ancient stars of life outside the domain, they are also all over the place, enough to be able to imagine what a staggering fortune this is. And in the world of cultivators, the weak are the strong, and if you want to keep your wealth, you must have a gaijin strongman in your seat. The fact that the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce was able to prosper to the point it is today is, to a certain extent, related to the Choose an Emperor program. The Dao-robed old man clouded over and uttered such a remark. Choose the emperor. Quite a few cultivators around them, hearing this word, all had their faces changed, and then hurriedly asked after them, Senior, what is the emperor selection plan? The golden great world, the vast universe, only 3 or 5 people will be chosen in a generation. The Dao-robed old man said solemnly. Once these words came out, the crowd also instantly understood what it meant to choose an emperor. Throughout the ages, has there ever been a truly great emperor who had a connection with the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce? Someone continued to ask. If old me knew, would I still be here gossiping and farting with you juniors? Long ago, he broke away from the ancient star and traveled to the Sea of Stars. The Dao-robed old man blankly glanced at the person who had asked and said without a good mood, Turns out it's a half-assed one. I thought it was a master. Bah! A few people came in on the fun and left, cursing and swearing, and this conversation. Naturally, he could not escape Lu Yuan's powerful divine sense, and had already received all the information in his ears. The Emperor's Choice Program. That's kind of funny. Lu Yuan thoughtfully nodded his head gently, probably understanding the Sky Star Chamber of Commerce's unusual move. And just then, a beautiful voice that sounded like heavenly music came down slowly from the ancient ship. Fellow Daoists, the ancient ship will depart for the central zone of the eastern wasteland. Those under 30 years of bone age who are capable of flying themselves aboard may ride for free. Time limit. 1 incense burner. The words fell. The countless southern region talents in Guzan City all boiled over. This was a valuable opportunity to gain the favor of Miss Yi Qingli of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce. No less than a path to heaven. Naturally no one wants to miss the opportunity. Shasta. Countless figures rose up in the air. Divine rainbows streaked across the sky, and light shone brightly as they all rushed towards the warships above. However, just when he had sprinted to half of his height, there was an invisible and terrifying pressure that enveloped him. Boom! Many young powerhouses, unable to bear the burden, their bodies instantly became unbalanced, and like dumplings, they fell down from the heights with a clatter. Among them, there were not even a few cultivators of the cave realm. Bang! Bang! A figure fell, crashing eastward into the city. There were also 3 or 5 people who smashed straight towards where Lu Yuan was. Lu Yuan frowned, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted out from within his body. Like a shockwave, It shook the surrounding crowd away. And there were even quite a few cultivators of the Yumming Spirit Realm and Divine Palace Realm who were directly intimidated by the aura and knelt down on the ground. What? Dharma Realm? Immediately, a horrified cry of shock came out from the crowd. Such a young Dharma Realm cultivator? Which great sex saint sun level figure was this? Or which hidden ancient fossil's personal disciple had come out of the world? For a time, countless gazes were cast, extremely shocked. In response, Lu Yuan didn't pay half a mind to it. And with a single step of his feet, the verdant stone ground cracked by inches. The entire person transformed into a golden beam of light and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Then it was as if it had not encountered the slightest pressure obstruction. Within 3 breaths, the ship was boarded without incident. On the deck, there were a lot of people. A lot of young masters who came on board from other places. Lu Yuan looked around and suddenly detected an awe-inspiring killing chance and a majestic demonic aura pressing towards him. Bang! Lu Yuan's body shook, dispersing all the killing machines easily. And then he walked straight to the man's side and sat down with a large horse, the corner of his mouth grinning a morose smile. Hello? Chapter 81, Encountering the Heavenly Demon Again. The Revenge of Becoming a God. You wasted body. How dare you appear in front of me? The heavenly demon turned his head sideways, his face cold, his eyes with violet intent were as oppressive as a blade. It seems like a big fight is going to happen here at the drop of a hat. A year gone, the heavenly demon's injuries had long since healed, and his cultivation had also grown completely, breaking through to the 3rd heavenly realm of the Dharma phase realm, becoming even more powerful. Humph! How dare you show off even if you are defeated? If we weren't on the ship of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce, I would have killed you right now. The smile on Lu Yuan's face did not diminish, but his words were extremely strong. Crystalline flesh and blood, glowing all over. The monstrous and terrifying power of chi and blood seemed like a volcano that was about to erupt and spurt, weighing people down. It was my carelessness in the battle in the northern domain last time. You won't be so lucky this time. Get off the boat. You'll die for sure. The heavenly demon's killing machine was revealed, and he opened his mouth in a chilling manner. Recalling the battle of the ancient Mind Tide, his face became extremely ugly. Conceited as he was, he must have regarded it as a great shame to be washed away with blood. Junior. Human madness will surely be collected by heaven. Offend my demon god palace and you have no future to speak of. Behind them, 2 old men dressed in gray robes, with unkind gazes, spoke coldly in a threatening tone. These 2, although not very eye-catching, with the appearance of a healed old slave, but a surging demonic aura is hard to hide. Wild and untamed aura coexist. At the very least, they were all northern region great demons that had gone through 2 or 3 transformations of nirvana, which made people not dare to underestimate them in the slightest. Lu Yuan stared back, glanced at the 2 of them, and couldn't help but snort. Does the demon god palace have no one left? Just send 2 old demons of this caliber to protect you? It must be at least the Tangshan realm to keep you from dying. Sharp-tongued, the 2 nirvana realm great demons, being taunted and mocked to their faces, couldn't keep their faces up, and between their palms and fingers, divine light dazzled with astonishing killing opportunities. At this moment, the many young experts on the deck all smelled the strong smell of gunpowder over here. There were also quite a few people who recognized Lu Yuan's identity on the spot and were shocked. The holy body is here. He's heading for the middle belt, too. It's not too far from what the rumors say. Mad. Is really mad. The moment he came up, he sat beside the heavenly demon and provoked him, treating the 2 major protectors of the demon god palace as if they were nothing. His vigor is really not small. Many people's expressions moved and they moved unnaturally, fearing that these few people would not be able to control their emotions and suddenly launch into a frenzy that would affect them. And just as the swords were drawn, a soft, silver bell-like laugh came out from the deep cabin. Fellow Daoist Lu, what a life! We meet again after a long time since God City. Yi Qingli walked up in a graceful manner, wearing a gorgeous long dress, outlining the delicate and moving curves, which was exceptionally sunny. Miss Yi. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and nodded in greeting. Why? The 2 of you seem to be picking on the narrowness of my Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce's warships? 2 great Saints Sun-level heavenly pride figures are actually squeezing together to take their seats. Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes looked around and opened her mouth with a flirtatious smile. Hearing Yi Qingli's intention, the 2 Nirvana realm protectors of the Heavenly Demon and Demon God Palace didn't dare to act too recklessly. Making a move on a warship was undoubtedly provoking the majesty of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce. No one would be stupid enough to do that. Miss Yi is joking. The face of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce, naturally, must still be given. The Heavenly Demon spoke indifferently. giving the duo behind him a winking gesture, and the latter immediately collected their aura. Afterward, he turned his eyes toward Lu Yuan at the side and said indifferently, "The grudge between you and I will be settled in the center. Make the most of your last moments alive. You too, prepare your last words, and when you get off the ship, I'll send you on your way." Lu Yuan paid a smile and spoke with a calm face. "Poof," the heavenly demon grunted, unwilling to continue to show off his tongue here, and with a wave of his hand, he took the two major protectors behind him, and went to take a seat elsewhere. The heavenly demon body and the sacred body, in the ancient era, were also usually deadly rivals. One represents the strongest physical body of the demon race, and the other represents the extreme end of the human race's physical body. It's really rare to see these two physical qualities battling it out in today's era. Yi Qingli said with a soft smile, "Oh, Miss Yi seems to know quite a lot about the sacred body lineage?" When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately came to have a few moments of interest. "Sure, the ancestors of my heavenly star chamber of commerce have also cultivated a sacred body. It's no secret." As she spoke, Yi Qingli's eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Yuan for half a day before speaking out again in invitation. "If fellow Daoist Lu wants to know about the great tribulation of the sacred body becoming a god, I can also tell you for free." Lu Yuan pondered slightly. He didn't know what the woman had in her gourd though, but it was good to get some more information, so he didn't refuse. "All right, fellow Daoist Lu, follow me to the inner hall." Yi Qingli made a leading gesture. In the meantime, one incense stick of time had passed. The warship of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce slowly started, sailing towards the next large city in the southern domain. The number of people who boarded the ship from Guzan City was not large, only a few 3 or 5 people, but there is no doubt that they are all the best of the young generation, and there were 1 or 2 people with unfamiliar faces and mysterious identities, not like well-known figures in the major powers, but at this point in time, some hidden ancient fossilized stone disciples also came out one after another, which was not considered a rare thing. Soon, Lu Yuan followed Yi Qingli and arrived at the inner hall on the warship. Ancient colors and luxurious decorations. Just after settling down, there were maids serving spiritual tea and fruits, and the service was quite considerate. What exactly does Miss Yi mean by the great god formation tribulation that she mentioned just now? After Lu Yuan lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, he opened his mouth to inquire. 2 great catastrophes. The innate Tao diagram and the 4-9 heavenly tribulations. The 4-9 heavenly tribulations bombard the flesh. The innate Tao diagram hinders the Yuan Shen. Yi Qingli traced the ancient records and silently spoke. Hard? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Very hard. It's basically certain death. Yi Qingli gently shook her head before speaking solemnly. The same body that my heavenly star chamber of commerce cultivated at the time was similarly astonishing, rising from a small, barren place, singing all the way to the top, and later beating up everyone under the divine Tao realm without an opponent. But sadly, it still fell under the Great Tribulation. He has almost crossed the 49 heavenly tribulations, and his fleshly body has stepped into the realm of the passing God. However, the innate Tao diagram, which carries the will of the heavenly Tao, will have the divine chain of order descending and obliterating everything, and it's simply not something that Nirvana realm beings can resist. I see. Lu Yuan listened and nodded thoughtfully, his face still calm. This is not a problem for him. The way of chaos is above all ways, powerful to a certain extent. Even the great emperor's imperial Tao laws could not be suppressed, able to break through the shackles and forcefully witness the Tao. A mere innate Tao diagram was naturally not placed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Become a god without hindrance. Chapter 82 Divine Spiritual Artifacts. The end of the battle will begin. Originally, I thought that when fellow Daoist Lu learned of such a hidden secret, he would inevitably be terrified and have some concerns. And yet, still so calm, his face unchanged and unperturbed. Such a strong Tao heart is truly admirable to Qingli. Yi Qingli carefully observed Lu Yuan's expression and felt a few more surprises. Ms. Yi is fallacious. It's just that there's nothing to be gained by thinking about it more than the car. Lu Yuan sipped his tea with a bland ease and said with a faint smile. The two of them then chatted for a few more moments. Yi Qingli instructed her subordinates to arrange a superior compartment for Lu Yuan so that he would not be disturbed by the outside world. Such treatment is really not low, and there was no mention of fees at all. It left Lu Yuan feeling confused. However, he didn't push back and accepted Yi Qingli's goodwill graciously. After Lu Yuan left from the inner hall, a hale and hearty crane-haired old woman appeared quietly and unnoticed behind Yi Qingli. Miss, a mere saint body of the end times deserves to be treated differently by my heavenly star chamber of commerce? The crone's eyes flickered, again unable to comprehend. The first time I saw him in the northern region, I had a strong intuition. This person is not as simple as he seems. It's not a bad thing to sell him a personal favor on something small and inconsequential. In general, Yi Qingli's onion white jade finger, gently tapping the desktop, uttered intriguing words. Oh, what kind of intuition? When the old woman heard this, her expression immediately became a few points more solemn. She knew that her own young lady had practiced a gaijin pupil technique, being able to detect things that normal people can't perceive. It must not be empty. I don't know. Unable to see. Yi Qingli shook her head. It just feels unfathomable. The old woman nodded thoughtfully before speaking. This junior's cultivation isn't weak. The fourth sky of the Dharma realm, not counting those ancient freaks sealed in the divine source. When you look at the young generation of the eastern wasteland, you can be considered in the first echelon. Do you know what cultivation level he was at when I met him a year ago? In the northern domain? Yi Qingli smiled. What cultivation? The crone asked. Cave Heaven Realm First Sky. Yi Qingli said. The old woman's face couldn't help but change. In 1 year's time, a full 12 minor realms had been raised. Such a cultivation speed was described as terrifying, especially when placed on a sacred body that consumed huge resources and possessed a heavenly Dao shackle. It's even more incredible. Could it be that Miss has the intention to make him a candidate for the Choose an Emperor program? The old crone thought for a while and spoke speculatively. No. Yi Qingli shook her head and answered dryly. The previous lesson of cultivating the sacred body was there. At the Presbyterian level, no resolution will be passed. It's just a useless move. Besides, the Golden Great Age has yet to truly arrive. And it's too early to mention the Choose an Emperor program. It will take at least a few more walks up to the ancient planet of life to get a preliminary candidate and program. Well, that's right too. The crone mused for a moment before saying no more. After coming to the upper class compartment on the ancient ship, Lu Yuan probed out his divine thoughts and looked around. Not only was the place lavishly decorated, there were also quite a few spirit-gathering formations as well as forbidden formations to isolate the power of the outside world. The aura was rich and quite quiet. A good place to meditate and cultivate. Afterward, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on top of the bed and silently whispered in his heart. System, claim your reward. Ding, congratulations to the host. Completing option 1. Rewarded with a divine spirit artifact. The tone had just dropped. An additional weapon was then created in the system space. Giggle. Lu Yuan's mind moved, and the divine spirit artifact appeared in his hand. It was a blazing war spear. The whole body is golden and full of color, just like gold casting. The blade of the war spear was incomparably sharp and contained an overwhelming edge. The coldness and murderous aura that came over him was frightening. There is also a modeled ancient Daoist rhythm, intertwined and flowing. Among divine spirit magic artifacts, it was also definitely among the ranks of the finest. It seems to be the will of God. Lu Yuan looked at the spear body and couldn't help but sigh. Previously, in the northern domain's Taichu ancient mine, he had evolved a golden spear with the dueling victory technique and nearly nailed the heavenly demon to death on the side of a cliff. This time, the system had given him a real war spear divine soldier. The fate and death of the heavenly demon was almost predictable. As for the two Nirvana realm great demons beside him, Lu Yuan was also completely unconcerned. With his current battle power, killing an enemy across a large realm was not a very difficult task, even if there is danger. Relying on the extreme speed of the lineage secret, he was also able to get out of danger, so there's nothing to care about at all. Afterwards, Lu Yuan bit through his fingertip and forced out a drop of essence blood, dropping it on top of the golden battle spear. Buzz! The war spear lightly trembled, emitting a crisp buzzing sound, and above the body of the spear, there was a brilliant light that flickered. The artifacts obtained from the system space are all unowned. It wasn't troublesome to recognize the owner by offering essence blood. It can be solved in a few moments. After doing everything, Lu Yuan's eyes gradually closed down. Taking advantage of this period of time to spare, he again cultivated the chaotic divine demon viewing thoughts, quenching the golden lake of the sea of consciousness and growing the power of divine sense. Time rushes by. The warship of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce was shuttling rapidly through the void. Since Guzan City, it had stopped at several more large cities in the southern domain. As it were, it attracts the best of the younger generation to the ship. But the stay was not long. All around one incense burner, one after another, there were strong people of the younger generation, boarding the deck of the warship. The number of people is small. After rolling through several large cities, only 10 or so people came up, until after passing the fifth city, the warships of the Heavenly Star Chamber of Commerce no longer stayed. Starting to operate extreme speed, he traveled straight towards the central part of the eastern wasteland. The magnificent mountains, the land, the hundreds of boats and rivers, fly backwards. Just 7 days. The heavenly star chamber of commerce's worship then left the southern domain and sailed into the central part of the eastern wasteland. Finally, it stopped above a huge city with towering walls and a majestic atmosphere. Finally, at this moment, the group of young experts on the deck were all revitalized, gazing far away and preparing to get off the ship. Keep an eye on that kid, don't let him get away. The heavenly demon had held a bellyful of fire and had long been unable to hold it down. The warship had just docked and immediately transmitted a voice to the 2 guardians behind him. Don't worry, young palace master. As long as he dares to get off the ship, he won't be able to escape. The 2 protectors of the demon god palace, their faces were all chilly, and their icy eyes were like poisonous snakes as they quickly swam around the ship. And just then, the door to a compartment opened unexpectedly. A slender figure strutted out from it. With a downward sweep of his eyes, he easily detected the location of several people from the demon god palace, 800 miles outside the city, as a burial place for you and others, okay? Chapter 83 Heavenly Demon Body. Nothing more than that. A speech that rings true. Although it was calm, it contained an overwhelming sharpness. Junior, do you think you can run out 800 miles? A protector of the demon god palace smiled coldly and forced his eyes forward. Quietly, a ray of tracking divine thoughts locked Lu Yuan's aura. No need for you. I'm going to personally make a move to slaughter this person. Bathe in holy blood and wash away the shame. The heavenly demon took a step forward, his tall body diffusing a shocking power of chi and blood as he droned in a deep voice. Such a saber-rattling atmosphere. It also immediately attracted quite a few strong people on the deck. The sacred body and heavenly demon body facing off once again is undoubtedly the top collision among the younger generation. This great battle is not to be missed. Some people, eagerly awaiting, were looking forward to witnessing this level of duel with their own eyes. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way one by one later. After saying that, Lu Yuan didn't even look back. His sleeves unfurled, and the whole person instantly turned into a golden beam of light, disappearing into the distance. What speed? Someone lost his voice and opened his mouth. To such extreme speed. Feeling heartstruck, it was definitely a great divine ability. Close to shrinking the ground, fast to the extreme. Where to run? The 3 people from the demon god palace, who had been prepared, stomped their toes, each transforming themselves into swift streams of light, like maggots in their hocks, fiercely chasing after them. The mountains and rivers underneath his feet fell back rapidly. 800 miles away from the city was a primitive ancient forest. It was rather quiet, with only occasional bursts of low animal roars. Not much longer, the sound of wind and thunder descended, completely breaking the silence. Lu Yuan stepped on the void and stood long. On reaching this position, it did stop, not a faint dueling blindfold. Rather, he was truly confident that he could subdue all his enemies. It also included 2 great demons of the Nirvana realm. Seal off this space. The 2 major demon god palace protectors who had arrived right behind them, their eyes locked for a split second, and they immediately struck out. The Tao patterns between his palm and fingers were intertwined and glittering, and he flipped his hand downward, blocking Lu Yuan's 8 directions of retreat. Young palace master, be careful. The sacred body is extraordinary. Don't be gullible. A person transmitted a voice to caution. Noisy. The heavenly demon's eyes were icy cold as he snorted coldly, spinning around the next instant. Without saying a word, he lunged forward. Old enemies and old grudges. End them all today. The heavenly demon's head full of silver hair danced about with a crazy killing intent as he crossed over in a few steps and blasted out with a fist. Bang! Lu Yuan's face was expressionless. Golden blood chi escaped from his body, and his large mill-like hand crossed the sky, slapping down heavily. Boom! A loud sound that shook the heavens and earth suddenly resounded in this area. A short, pinpoint fight. The physiques of these 2 were both known for their strong physical bodies. Although they were fighting against each other with flesh and blood, they were no less powerful than the collision of psychic magic treasures. The mountains trembled and the ancient trees fluttered, startling many of the birds and beasts in the primitive ancient forests to cry out in grief and flee in distress. However, due to the space being blocked by the Tao pattern, it was difficult to run away even after crashing his head. Kill! The heavenly demon's battle power was fully open and wild. His body was covered in purple aura, as if a gorgeous purple dragon was circling and flying around his body. His aura was extremely amazing. In an instant, the 2 of them exchanged blows once again, and their powerful punches and kicks, as if they were like a blistering wind and rain, fell crazily. The speed was so fast that the onlookers couldn't even capture their divine thoughts. One could only see that area, where golden light and purple aura crisscrossed the area. Every move, every style, was as fast as lightning, appalling. Wherever they passed, the void collapsed by inches, and energy storms raged and swept through the 8 directions. A battle at the Dharma realm can actually break apart the void. This is already nothing less than the power of nirvana. In the distance, many of the young powerhouses watching the battle moved with a few scornful looks in their eyes. They boasted that they weren't weak, and that they could call their names when looking at the southern region. But compared to these two, it was obviously a huge difference, and the battle power was not on the same level at all. Clank! Lu Yuan and the heavenly demon continued to maintain a high-intensity collision. The golden fist and the sharp claw that was glowing with green light kept striking each other, and there were actually sparks bursting out, and the clanging sound of metal clashing came out, causing people to tremble, until after a dozen rounds of exchanging hands, bang, gold, wood, water, fire and earth, the 5 colors of divine light flowed between Lu Yuan's palms and fingers, suddenly crossing the sky and pressing down heavily. Sculpture, heavenly demon fist, the heavenly demon bellowed, a purple aura blazing at his brow as he performed an astonishing secret art and raised his fist to blast. Boom! The giant hand that covered the sky with 5-colored divine light was directly pierced through, and along with that piece of emptiness, it all crumbled, surfacing a terrifying turbulence. It was enough to see the terrifying power of this style. Kind of, Lu Yuan muttered to himself, the corner of his mouth lifting up in an inexplicable arc. In the next instant, his right hand gently stroked across, catalyzing the Daoist dharma and evolving a world-defying attack, turning over his hand and slapping downward. It was still the 5 elements' great hand seal slapping out across the sky, only this time, it wasn't a hit. Lu Yuan's hands pressed down one after another, the sea of bitterness boiling, mana surging wildly, and a dozen or so great hand seals of the 5 elements were struck out at the same time, shining the entire void. It was all splendid, like a multicolored divine haze, covering the sky and the sun, shrouding everything, and blatantly slapping down. What? The heavenly demon's face changed drastically, losing his concentration for a moment, but then quickly reacted and desperately resisted. Boom! A dozen or so great hand seals of the 5 elements slapping down at the same time. How amazing was the might! It was simply unavoidable, and in an instant, the heavenly demon's body was submerged and knocked down into the void. Hard to several lofty great mountains, all razed to the ground. Ancient trees exploded and mountains and rocks were destroyed. How is this possible? And Xian technique of that level, and he was able to unleash it more than a dozen times in a single moment? And there's not even a casting motion. It's all instantaneous? This is amazing. The crowd of young powerhouses watching the battle from afar were shocked. Such a tactic was beyond everyone's cognizance. There was no way to know how Lu Yuan did it. But a few breaths later, the diffuse dust was shaken away. Sky Demon pushed away a boulder that was pressing down on him and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. When such an attack hit his body, even his physique couldn't withstand it, and a lot of bones were broken. And in the next instant, before he could catch a few breaths, a strong sense of crisis filled his heart. The Sky Demon's pupils shrunk, and he subconsciously shortened and lowered his head. A terrifying beam of light, plastered against his scalp, instantly swept across. Boom! Dozens of large mountains that stretched out behind them were directly cut off. Endless ancient wood, split in two, and even a number of running birds and beasts, carcasses separated, completely ignorant, confused and dead. The great heaven intercepting finger, displayed in the hands of Lu Yuan nowadays, really had a few moments of heaven intercepting might, which was creepy. A heavenly demon body that has stepped into the Dharma phase realm is nothing more than that. That's just it. This will send you on your way. Lu Yuan hung his eyes and spoke in disappointment. Then he reached out and a golden battle spear appeared in his hand, taking a step across the void and swooping down to kill. Chapter 84, The Immortal King proceeds to the 9 heavens. Kill! The heavenly demon shouted angrily and similarly summoned a magic treasure to counteract it. The two sides have been feuding to such an extent that they have long been unable to resolve the situation and there is no way back. It's either you or me. Clank! The golden wargo and the blood-colored long sword collided together, striking a very terrifying blow. The void collapsed in a large area, and energy ripples spread rapidly. The heavenly demon's figure, once again, flew out backwards, hitting quite a few boulders before it managed to stop. Divine spirit spell. The heavenly demon's tiger's mouth crumbled and his hands trembled violently. In just one strike, it chipped his top-tier psychic magic treasure level longsword through a gaping hole. This was definitely the might of a divine spirit magic weapon. That's a bit of insight. If there are any more tricks, let's use them. Otherwise, no chance. Lu Yuan mercilessly opened his mouth. His slender body was covered with golden blood qi, and was surrounded by thick and solid imperial Dao dragon qi, holding a golden wargo, pressing forward, like a golden god of war, looking down on heaven and earth. I will not lose. The heavenly demon let out a long whistle, instantly erupting with unparalleled fluctuations of demonic qi. The void trembled violently, and the demonic power was majestic and rose to the sky. At an astonishing speed, it rapidly converged, and above his head, a huge demon king's shadow condensed. The head bears 2 horns and the back bears 2 wings, green-faced and hideous. It was clearly the demon king phantom of the heavenly demon body. Humph, have you run out of skills? The special physique, the phantasm that is the vision, is useless to me. Lu Yuan let out a cold snort, and on both sides of his body, the chaotic seed green lotus vision was instantly manifested. The 3 leaves shook and green awns crossed the sky, washing over everything. Boom! The demon king's phantom had collapsed in a single breath, turning into bits of light that dissipated into the sky and earth. The desolate ancient saint body, which was invulnerable to all evils and restrained all visions, really wasn't just words. Ah! Demon God 7 steps. The heavenly demon went berserk, no longer having any illusions about the visions he had cultivated, and once again executed one of the demon god palace's best techniques. The aura on his body, the more it gathered, the stronger it became, and with a stomp of his toes, he flew into the high sky, wanting to condense a supreme strike and stomp down heavily. Trying to step on me? Too slow. Lu Yuan smiled disdainfully, seeing through this technique with a single glance. Immediately, he lifted his arm and swept the war spear in his hand in all directions. Clank, clank, clank. Hundreds and hundreds of dazzling golden fronts swept across the sky. Every sharpness was as sharp as a heavenly sword, piercing through the void, and killing machines were astonishing. Boom! Boom! The heavenly demon clenched his teeth and desperately blocked, his blood-colored long sword constantly waving. The light of the sword was a piece de resistance, cutting across the sky. However, with the power of his psychic magic treasure, it was difficult to block the attack of the divine spirit magic weapon. After only holding on for 2 or 3 breaths of time, the blood-colored light on the blade quickly dimmed, until the crunching sound of a click, crack spread, and the blade broke into more than 10 small pieces, completely crumbling to scrap. At the same time, the heavenly demon's accumulated chi was forcibly interrupted, and many parts of his body were pierced by the overpowering golden light, and he fell from the heights. It looked bloody and miserable. One battle in the same realm. You're too far behind. My physical body, arcane techniques, visions, and magic treasures are all above you. How can you defeat me? Lu Yuan opened his mouth indifferently. At this moment, he completely lost his patience and was going to make a move to exterminate the heavenly demon. Boom! In an instant, Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness golden lake boiled and blazed at the center of his brow. Tai-yin ancient scripture, Sun ancient scripture, Daoist scripture, and Chaos ancient scripture. The 4 most powerful scriptures played, and from his brow, a great Dao symbol rushed out, flying like a dragon and snake, killing the heavenly demon. Bang! Bang! The heavenly demon rose up in resistance, similarly operating the power of divine sense and the demon emperor scripture. But in the end, it was a futile effort, and in a moment it was overwhelmed by the various colors of light. Both hands, and both feet were each bound by the power of an ancient scripture, and were firmly fixed in the void. Die! Lu Yuan raised the war spear in his hand and threw it with vigor. A golden stream of light, in the heavenly demon's terrified gaze, rapidly enlarged, and had even made him smell an incomparably strong crisis of death. Junior is unbridled. And just at that moment, a bellowing voice suddenly rang out from the side. The 2 Nirvana realm protectors of the demon god palace couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward to defuse this deadly attack for the heavenly demon, although the young palace master had given orders for them to stay out of it. But right now, with his life on the line, he couldn't care less. If the young palace master dies in front of them, if the old palace master asks for punishment, it will be hard to escape the blame. Sacred Body Junior, your killing nature is too heavy for you to stay in the world for long. Let me finish you off. A major protector of the demon god palace opened his mouth indifferently, erupting a terrifying aura of the Nirvana realm, causing many of the young powerhouses around him to feel their hearts palpitate immensely. What a lot of crap. Been waiting for you guys for a long time. Just in time, to send you all to the Yellow Springs together. Lu Yuan snorted, and with a thought, he gave the war spear a command to kill the heavenly demon. And then, without saying a word, he leapt forward to kill the two major demon god palace protectors, a mere fourth level of the Dharma realm. And you still want to go against the heavens? One man broke off, his voice shaking like thunder. In an instant, the three battled together. What is the state of nirvana? The power of the physical body and all aspects of divine sense, after several withering silences, was extremely flawless and great. The forces capable of crumbling mountains and overturning oceans, destroying cities and opening up the sky at every turn. In the center of the battle group, the demonic chi was like a rainbow, thick and boundless, running through heaven and earth, one after another, terrifyingly incomparable. Lu Yuan's black hair fluttered about, his chi and blood power exploded greatly. Facing the two Nirvana realm powerhouses, he didn't even retreat an inch, truly interpreting what it meant to be amongst the forbidden realms of battle power. His golden hand, striking across the sky and underground, continuously slapped out, striking the void to annihilate into ashes and the earth rumbling and trembling. Sparing the Nirvana realm powerhouses, they were unable to withstand such a heavy blow, coughing up blood and flying out backwards, their demonic bodies in tatters. 1 against 2. Reverse felling Nirvana realm great demon. Is this really the battle power that the Dharma realm can possess? The crowd of young powerhouses watching the battle from afar, their cold hairs stood on end, all of them terrified and shocked by the scene before them. This kid is evil. Full power. The two great protectors of the demon god palace, with unanimous minds, violently shouted and summoned the heaven and earth Dharma phase. Boom! Two divine ability phantoms that covered the sky and crossed the firmament. One of them was an ancient totem that resembled a burning heavenly figure, blazing with flames and fire, as if it could burn the sky and boil the sea. The second one was the demon tribal protector's main body's shadow, with large wings across the sky, making the 8 directions of the void dim, turning day into night. It's just a bunch of dirtbags. I'll show you what a vision is. Lu Yuan's hair fluttered, stained with endless divine light, and he fiercely took a step down as if he had stepped through the sky. An immortal king Dharma body with the exact same appearance as him, Prime, suddenly manifested. Sitting high in the 9 heavens, his body surrounded by the Xian Huang Qi, he looked down on all living beings, looked down on all spirits, and was vast to the extreme. Chapter 85, Beheading. A vision of the holy body. The immortal king is in the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone present was shocked, their gazes staring at the battlefield for an instant. Such a scene is too grand. Immortals, a legend above the great emperors. No one has ever witnessed it, and I don't know if it really exists. But this aura that flowed out was incomparably real. There was that kind of terrifying might that overrode the beings of heaven and earth and the great Tao, causing the souls of the gods to tremble. It was not an idle avatar phantasm that could be compared. Kill! Lu Yuan's tongue blossomed into spring thunder and he bellowed. The huge immortal king Dharma body suddenly moved. From the cloudy dome, a large hand poked out, filled with immortal light, holding the momentum of the sky and earth. Killing down. Boom! A deafening roar came out. This void exploded into a blur. The Dharma phases condensed by the two major protectors of the demon god palace were slapped to pieces in a matter of moments, dissipating into the heavens and earth. What? The duo was shocked and furious, completely not expecting that their hard-earned quenched avatar phantasms would be so unbeatable in front of the holy body vision, not even able to support it for a breath of time. Boom! In the next instant, the immortal king's Dharma body, dropping down 10,000 lights, sprinkled down on Lu Yuan's body, causing him to be tainted with infinite Tao rhythms, and looking sacred and unspeakable. This is the unification of heaven and man, which can surge battle power by several times. Giggle! A golden light cut through the sky, and the line character's secret operated. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan had already taken a step and rushed to kill one person. Boom! A golden fist, forcefully slashing down, blood chi rushing to the sky. Unstoppable! Even though the demon god palace protector was doing his best to block it, he was still destroyed by the destruction of all defenses. The rigid force directly penetrated his chest, bringing out a large splash of blood. The latter's pupils drastically laxed, his mouth whimpered indistinctly, and he continuously coughed out broken pieces of internal organs, before he could utter a complete sentence. Lu Yuan's divine power twisted, extinguishing all his vitality, completely. It's just you. Lu Yuan stared back and gave a cold look, and then without a moment's pause, he attacked and killed with a long stride. Junior, do you really want to make a deadly feud with my demon god palace? If you kill us, there will be no place for you in the eastern wasteland. The only remaining Nirvana realm protector immediately panicked, his figures storming back one after another, shouting at the top of his voice. However, A threatening remark was not half as effective as it should have been. Instead, it was exchanged for an even more aggressive offense. Lu Yuan, who was in the state of celestial and human unity, was monstrous with divine power, and his might was swift and overpowering, powerful to the extreme. A large golden hand intertwined across the sky, blocking the void in an instant and leaving the enemy with nothing to hide. Boom! The divine fist smashed down, breaking all laws with its power, and in just one strike, it actually pierced through the void, sparing the great demon whose flesh had undergone 3 metamorphoses. It was smashed to the point of breaking bones and tendons, and fell down heavily, without the power to fight back. Giggle! Lu Yuan's eyes were indifferent, and with a wave of his big hand, several circling and flying imperial Dao dragon chi instantly transformed into several hissing and roaring golden dragons, chasing downwards. No! A mournful scream came out from the crumbling ruins below, but before it could travel far, it was drowned out by the roar of the golden dragon, never to return to life. This scene was witnessed by the crowd of young experts present, and their hearts all chilled, a coldness welling up from head to toe. 2 major Nirvana realm elder powerhouses were slaughtered so easily. It was even a lot faster than the speed at which the heavenly demon fell. Is this the battle power of the Forbidden Realm? Being able to ignore great realm hindrances and attack against the heavens. In just a year's time, the sacred body has already grown to such heights. Who else in the younger generation can stop it? Many people turned pale and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. After doing everything, Lu Yuan's eyes, once again, fell on the heavenly demon who was confined. The golden wargo was horizontal in mid-air, successively blossoming several times with overwhelming sharpness, and had long exhausted the latter. His mana was empty, and he was no longer capable of resisting. Just like a lamb to be slaughtered, a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others, powerless to resist. A great world is about to open. I could have witnessed the Tao, but I fell here. My heart is not satisfied. My heart is not satisfied. The heavenly demon's eyes were red and fell into a frenzy as he let out a heaven-shattering hissing sound, tinged with a strong sense of despair and unwillingness. He lost. The 2 Nirvana protectors also died, no longer able to do anything about it. It was almost certain death. Are those your last words? In that case, let's be on our way. Lu Yuan smiled coldly and flexed his fingers, giving the command of extinction to the divine spirit manifestation. Giggle! The wargo cut through the sky with a forceful momentum, penetrating the body of the heavenly demon without the slightest obstruction, piercing through his heart. Taking that tall body, he brought it towards the high mountains in the back, and was nailed to the top of the cliff as he had been last time. Blood gurgled down the steep rocks, pooling in poignant patterns that were shocking to the eye. Sky demon, dead. In the distance, many young powerhouses, seeing this scene, their pupils could not help but shrink. Living beings who are not yet gods have not yet condensed their yuanshan. Once pierced through the heart, it will surely die, and no one who comes will be able to save it. Sacred body Lu Yuan, when it really is 100 times more frightening, just blatantly killing the demon god palace's young palace master like that. Ignoring everything, a small commotion was heard from the crowd watching the battle. Many people's scalps went numb and their faces changed dramatically. Everyone knew that the heavenly demon was the demon god palace's old palace master's favorite descendant, and he could be said to have poured his heart and soul into cultivating it. But before the golden age came, he died a guest and was crucified on top of a cliff. It was almost predictable what kind of shocking chaos would be triggered when this news was spread back to the northern domain. At the same time, this was the first Saint Sun level figure to die in battle before the great world opened. It will be circulated all over the world and discussed as the talk of the world. And the storm will be so big that it cannot be suppressed. Immediately after, Lu Yuan reached out and waved his hand, and the blood-stained golden battle spear flew back into his hand. As for the gazes projected around him, they were directly ignored by him. After Lu Yuan cloudily rolled up the storage bags of several people, once again, he operated the Xingzi secret, passing through the void blocked by the many Dao lines, and heading towards the distant earth. Moving forward,